For Huntsman owner Hector Rodriguez and star player Seth "Scump" Abner, the launch of a new league brings the start of a new tradition. A pre-game manicure-pedicure together.
My fingertips get sensitive whenever I cut them too short.
Yeah.
So I don't like to cut them like the day before, because if I mess up and cut them too short, then I'm playing with like discomfort. So like I don't like to cut them. I usually cut them like 3 days before I leave for an event, and then I let them grow through the event.
Do you let them grow so you can claw your way out of a bad situation?
You never know. You never know.
Oh, ooh, what you got in there?
Some warm water, and that feels nice.
Oh, the water's awesome. You just can't drink it anymore. Yo, ooh.
Best part of the manicure was definitely the hand massage. She like took my hand and she was strong. She was like massaging this right here, which is like what we use primarily on the joysticks. So I'm sitting there for like 8 hours a day just doing this over and over and over. So I get a little like tension slash pressure slash, I don't know, just a little pain right here at the end of a day. And she started doing that, and the past 2 days I haven't had any pain. Does that hurt?
No, but it feels it's like someone tickling your foot times 9,000.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I enjoyed the pedicure. Tickled a little bit, but it was an enjoyable experience. It was just the same as the hands. Got a little massage, got put in some like weird wax bags or something, which were hot and it felt good. I don't know, it was just a relaxing thing. I felt bad for the dude doing my toes because I got some claws down there.
When this comes out and people see us getting this well treated, they're gonna be like, yeah, we expected that sort of treatment on the Huntsman. You see the shine? You see the gloss? I'm talking about these nails, baby. Look how shiny they are.
People that haven't gotten mani-pedis in their life, you know, they're quick to judge, especially men, because it's some sort of toxic masculinity. But
I hate that.
yeah, honestly, if you're not getting them, you're living wrong, first of all, because they're amazing.
We just do it big over here, you know? Work hard.
And relax hard.
Oh, look, I'm having such a bad day at work today.
Hex and Scump's preseason pampering is complete. But with Minnesota only days away, Hex has another pregame plan in the works.
In 800 feet, turn right onto Bellevue Drive.
Dylan Envoy Hannon joins the duo as they head out to meet up with the rest of the roster here in town.
Yeah, so I figured that we'd go buy a couple of things just so we can show up and look super fresh at the event in style, as we usually do.
Hector hit us up to go down to the lab. It's a pretty nice like shoe and luxury shirts store.
I'm gonna give everybody a $500 budget. Don't go nuts.
$500 budget? That's one pair of shoes at this place?
Maybe.
He said it was free, so I mean, I'm there. Getting free stuff, there's nothing like it. So Hector said that we had a little budget.
The whole point wasn't the shopping or them getting a budget to buy whatever they wanted, or the point of the matter was that we're gonna be together.
Again, it's all about team building vibes, man.
I want them to know that I'm here for them. So I figured, yeah, let's go shopping. I gotta go shopping, let's all go shopping.
The fact that we're teammates, we're gonna celebrate before we even win a championship.
Welcome to the laboratory.
Thanks.
Hector is the coolest. I've never experienced an owner or someone hitting us up to have a spending limit to go buy shoes.
There's so many selections to choose from. It's blowing my mind. Ooh.
My agenda was to get some Jordans because I don't have any. Yo, Hector, these look good?
Yeah, fire, dude. Yeah, of course.
Wait, they're gonna go with the colors good.
Yeah, look.
And mission accomplished.
We have issues right now because everybody's, well, the majority of them have been able to pick super, super quickly. Pierce hasn't picked.
We're all having fun getting our stuff, and he's like, I can't believe this. I wouldn't buy this stuff with my money, so I'm not gonna make Hector buy it for me with his money.
I'm just the type of person I am. I'm very picky with like anything that I buy, and all the stuff that I like want, that I like, all seem to be super expensive.
Oh, Hector.
Yeah.
Pierce didn't use his 500 and relinquished 250 for this dope Star Wars piece. It's Star Wars. He was very hell-bent on not getting anything for free, which is admirable, but foolish.
Pierce, are you doing that?
Pierce's gift to me.
I don't, anything in here is overpriced for me. Everything's above $1,300. There's no point for me to use it.
So I ended up getting the free jacket because Pierce refused to get anything.
One dude that I walked out of there with like massive respect was Pierce. He can afford any of the shoes in there if he wants to. But he said, if I'm not gonna buy them with my own money, I'm not gonna make you buy it with your money, which I respect. That's so dope. Moral of the story is we had a really, really good time. Team bonding happened, and we walked out of there with smiles. I know I did.
Total comes out to $53.90.
Say louder for the camera.
$53.90.
During this preseason campaign, the Huntsmen have done all they can with the time they've had. Now, with only a few days left before Minnesota, Coach Troy Sender-Michaels convenes one last meeting at the Hex quarters.
Basically what we're going to do right now, guys, is we're just going to watch a VOD of a Florida scrim that we played the other day and just try to see if we can learn something.
Let me top out.
One right. Well, I should just pinch the hill right away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he made like a bad play. You could have just stayed sandbags for a second.
I don't know how he didn't die. I threw a nade at him.
If anyone's playing for the flip, bro, you just got to be like instantly trying to get to back bar as hard as you can. You just got to make sure these last few days of practice, we just put in the serious grind and make sure everyone's performing as much as they can individually and just take it one step at a time.
Troy's been amazing coming in. He's helped us a lot already. He talks to us in a way that is easily understandable and, again, isn't too, like, intrusive or being mean or questioning our skills as players. He's just very, very good at relaying what he wants us to do or what he thinks is correct.
Oh, he I'm telling you, it's Seth's second sub, man. He's just that monster.
It's the second sub, that pressure, Seth.
I mean, you're pinching, I'm just running and dying. Like, there's no method to what I'm doing.
During the preseason campaign, the Huntsmen have regularly studied tape together, a process that helps them improve their play and figure out team chemistry.
The thing with our team is that we have a lot of like strong opinionated people on our team, me being one of them. I'm smoking it.
Yeah, no wonder we ain't got no smokes.
Wait, I'm throwing smokes, don't worry.
Yeah, but they're on the flank.
Sometimes me and Pierce will get into it a bit when it comes down to a certain play or anything. At the end of the day, we both realize that it's for the better of getting better as a team and working together to find a solution that works for us.
Going over VODs together, you always see those little small things that could win or could lose you a map. People don't realize how much that helps going into events.
Whenever I watch you guys like have a bad problem with sometimes flowing through the hill. With this team, it's very different as everyone on this team is an actual legit superstar and doesn't really need that much time when it comes down to watching like a certain mistake back and over and over.
Back hill, TJ. TJ back hill weak. Ain't a lie, bro.
Going yellow. The second we lose L control, they just spawn there and they have like infinite pressure. It's like we have to fight 2 to 3 waves just to like actually feel content in this hill.
No one's out to get you. They just want themselves to get better and you to get better, especially if they're on your team. So they just want to win as much as possible. And that's something I had to learn over the years because I was very toxic when it came to taking criticism. And it's something I'm trying to work on still and something I could get better at.
There was a time when Alec and somebody else was in bar and I was like, just keep getting kills inside of it and you'll spawn them out because that's every single time what Empire does.
This is the final chance to study tape before season launch. The Huntsmen kick off against the Dallas Empire before a much-anticipated showdown with a new potential rival, Optic Gaming LA, the team Hex, Scump, and Formal left behind.
I don't personally see that as a rival at all. You know, people that watch might just because it is my old organization, you know, Optic. I don't hold any bad blood over them at all. They did what they thought was right, and they're doing their thing. Obviously, I want to beat Optic just because it is Optic, and if I don't beat them, everyone's going to be like, ha, 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 you lost Optic.
So one thing we're messing up on this map, on First Hill, like, whenever we don't have control of it and we don't have the spawn already, like, we have to just headbutt the hill, because if we don't, then they're just going to get second hill rotation, and then we're going to be down, like, 90-0.
Wait, Dylan, I think this is the game.
Oh, this is the game.
Go back.
Wait, go back?
What do you mean go back?
Go to me.
You actually want me to go back?
No, go to me.
Oh my God.
Frosty.
You're shooting my own trophy.
Why are you shooting our trophy? No wonder we got no trophies.
Over the final days of the preseason campaign, the Huntsmen continue their work, scrimming daily and breaking down tape. Their flight to Minnesota for league launch is scheduled for tomorrow. The last thing left to do is pack for the road.
I gotta make sure that the jackets are all packed away for sure, because it is Minnesota.
Gonna be a long weekend, but I'm excited. It's the home opener. You want to come out with a bang and show everyone like a preview of what's going to happen this year. I think we're making the right strides in our practice and preparation to be at a good spot when we get to Minnesota.
And we are about to compete against the OG. A lot of people think that there's going to be a rivalry between us and Optic because of the history that we had. Optic, for me, ended when we stepped away. Optic, to me, is just a brand out there, a soulless brand out there. There is no new Optic. The real thing that no longer exists. Everything that was ever something there walked away when we walked away.
I'll have 4 outfits for the weekend, even though we're only there for 3, just in case. You never know, because it is the inaugural first game of the new Call of Duty season. I want to show up looking as fresh as humanly possible.
All right, so right here, you got my headset, controller, you need those to play, and then my glasses that I use. They're like blue light glasses that actually makes me play a lot better on those really long days. I'm one of the few pros that use a Scuff Impact, and I like the feeling of it.
Envoy knows exactly what he needs for the event, but as he starts only his 2nd pro season, he also knows there will be a lot to learn on the journey ahead.
Whole new team, whole new like league structure this year, whole new experience. Figuring out how our team works and like our chemistry and what gets us in our groove at events or what like actually preps us. Try to grab these shoes that we just picked up at the lab. Pretty nice. First pair of Jordans. Had to go with the pine green. These are definitely the game day shoes. I don't think Dallas or OGLA is stopping us with these on.
Over the past 2 months, the Chicago Huntsmen have done all they can to prepare.
The daily grind consumes.
But the time for preparation is over. The Call of Duty League is finally here, and the Huntsmen know the real campaign is about to begin.
Everything that we have been working towards culminates at the Minnesota event. This event means a lot because it's our first one. It's the first appearance under the new brand. It's our first appearance as a brand new team.
Dylan, Arcides, and Gunless, they're hungry to do everything for the first time. And I feel like me and Seth can just, provide them the path to succeeding at the level that I know that they want.
We've been putting the extra effort in. We've been putting so much work in scrims, VODs, and extra time into Call of Duty outside of scrims, and we're all ready to go. Super excited to put these guys on for the first time.
I feel like Minnesota is going to be a test for us. Everything's been coming together online, and it's all going to come down to then. So it's going to be exciting to be on the stage. I know we're a top 3 team. It's just going to come down to putting everything together whenever things matter, because I know we have the talent. I'm really excited for Minnesota and to see how far we've come.
Just know that we have been preparing very, very hard. We've been playing nonstop. That's ours, and we're going to take it.
Good morning, everyone. We're coming to you live from a beautiful, windy and cloudy London, England, and I couldn't be happier about it. Welcome inside the Copperbox Arena, where we are set to kick off day 2 of the Call of Duty League, hosted by the London Royal Ravens. I'm your host, Lottie, and I'm joined by my trusty analyst, Nameless, and Rich is with us as well. We, of course, are live on YouTube. All competitions will be streamed live and available on demand. Tune into the official Call of Duty League channel at youtube.com/COD League. Welcome. Lovely to have you joining us here for our second day in London. Rich, Nameless, amazing to have you guys on the desk once again. It's a brand new day with brand new teams coming on that stage to compete again. And hopefully brand new tactics, because some of our teams really need to step up now. Nameless, I got to ask you, what did you make of day 1?
I thought day 1 was incredible. We saw a lot of search and destroy comebacks. You know, there was like a 2-5 comeback, a 3-5 comeback. It was insane. Teams are getting so much better. And today, somebody's going to win the first homestand of the season. It's going to be unreal.
Yeah, I feel like when you talk about teams getting better, though, the one team in my mind is obviously going to be Surge. That's the team that I think we've seen struggling the most. I saw Apathy tweet out today, brand new day. I hope that they actually do come out and it looks like a brand new day, because some of those other squads that we saw actually entering this event with 0 points, they've started to catch up. They started to put themselves in good position. Some of them already through to the good spots of the bracket.
I mean, they really do have that potential. If you look at it on paper, they should be dominating the scene as well. They should be up there with the best of the best. They do have that on their roster. Nameless, what do these guys have to do to really bring it today and to shine the way that we know they can?
Well, for one, in that search and destroy, they were up 5-2 and they ended up losing it. So that's something that absolutely cannot happen, especially when you're a team that has not been winning search and destroy at all. I believe they're 0-5 in it. So you have to be able to close those games out. And then even in the respawns versus Empire, it was close on one of the maps, but like you have to be able to win one of the game modes. They need to improve all around. They have enough slaying power. They have enough intelligence on that team to be able to put it together, but it seems like they don't have much confidence at the moment.
You know what I think too with this squad? You look historically at a few of the players, mainly Apathy and then maybe a little bit with Ian as well. Usually they come out at the beginning of the season and they're not necessarily performing at the level you would expect them to. And then they get to a huge event like Champs, and then all of a sudden Apathy is the best player alive every single year.
Yeah, the issue is with this season for them, you have to get points early or you won't make it to playoffs. So these guys are going to have to put it together. Now, granted, it's still very early on. They have an amazing roster, and they still have a chance here. So they just have to put it together very soon.
How do you lose Respawn with Octane, though? Like, it's something that is somewhat mind-boggling, and I'm curious to see if they fix the issues.
Me too, and they do have some issues that they need to push through, and we need to push through right now because we need to show you guys the bracket, where our teams are, where they're standing, where they were at yesterday as well. And I just want to talk about some notable teams here. I've got to give it to Chicago Huntsmen, really coming through hot on day 1. What do we make of the Huntsmen, gentlemen? Because they're really shining at the moment.
Well, I mean, for the Huntsmen, like online, I know there was a lot of buzz about Empire being way better than them, and then they beat them at launch weekend. They beat them again here. So they're really solidifying their spot as that top 2 team alongside FaZe. And FaZe isn't here. So good thing for Huntsmen is they should win this tournament, realistically, right? Like their biggest competition is Empire and Royal Ravens here. And, you know, looking at the rest of these teams, Huntsmen should be able to win.
And last night we did the Scuff Team of the Week, right? And I always, every time I see it, I go, if I could pick one player for the Scuff Team of the Week, who would it be? If I was making a super team and I picked one guy, it would be Alec. I think he is not only one of the best players in the league skill-wise, I think he's potentially the glue for this team. Obviously, we don't get to look into comms all the time, but I think he's the thread that can keep a team like this staying positive.
Oh, 100%. We know how, you know, Gunless can be a little bit hot-headed at times, but Arcades is like his best friend. So he is definitely the glue to this roster, and Arcades has also been playing lights out as well. So it's
Think
like
about the first chip they pulled down too, right? That was the duo.
It was indeed. I can't wait to see what they bring for the rest of the season because they're doing so well and what they're going to bring to the table for the rest of the day. Of course, we do have your match schedule for you, presented by the US Army, of course. Let's see what's in store for you guys today here in London. Up first, we've got Seattle Surge taking on Los Angeles Guerrillas. Then we got Paris Legion taking on Toronto Ultra. And then we're getting into our semi-finals. This is huge right now. I'm really excited to see Dallas Empire, what they can do here. Can they get through this? Can they get out of this rut that they're in? On paper, they're a great team. We've seen them in scrims coming into the season, performing well. What has happened?
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a matchup issue, like versus the Huntsmen. This is twice now that they've lost to them, and you know, they really can't seem to figure it out. You know, they lose a search and destroy, and then they win a search and destroy. Like, they're winning different game modes versus them, but they can't close out those hard points. The first hard point is always so close, they can't close it out. That's going to be the difference maker for them. But versus the rest of these teams, I think Empire should be fine. I would love to see them versus Royal Ravens at some point.
It's a real estate thing, right? Not only as far as the brackets go, the real estate that they have there, it's called free rent, baby. And I think they're going to have a difficulty with this matchup for quite some time. I also think New York's an interesting one, too. They had that loss, the tough loss, the reverse sweep to end the day yesterday, but they look fantastic. Even with that loss, finally, you're starting to see them hang with great squads.
They did indeed, and to be able to see a team actually reverse sweep like that this early on as well is quite phenomenal. You're still getting to know these rosters and the teams you're playing against, how they work as a team, and trying to form counter strats against that. The fact they could do it here in London as well and putting on a show for these guys in the arena was pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's spectacular that they were able to show that tenacity and come back, you know, especially in that domination, the way that they did it. It was incredible plays, and they had a closer. Dylan was the guy to close out the game. That was what a lot of people were questioning about them, is these guys haven't won a lot of championships because they don't have a closer in a decent amount of finals, but Dylan is that difference maker. We saw it last night in that game 5.
Nameless, if you were going to do like the anime style tier list right now, so you probably put Huntsman in the S tier.
Yeah.
And then I feel like you would put London in A tier right now. I feel like this is a team that's moved out of a team that was potentially middle of the pack on the anime power rankings, and now is into that A tier, top echelon of teams, but not quite S.
Yeah, I would put them in the A tier. And the only thing for me that would be holding them back from being S tier is that I haven't seen them play FaZe, or I haven't seen them play, you know, Huntsman or any of these like super top teams. So we don't know how they'll perform against those guys, but versus everybody else, they seem to be a little bit cut above the rest.
And we know how anime works. You got to get that first win, then you go dark for a little while, and then you come back and
you got to go to the lab.
We're gonna head from anime to something maybe even more exciting. We do have our hype battle coming to you later on. Nicky Romero is getting on the sticks, people. He's going to be here for a 2v2 gunfight later today, along with some of our pros as well. It's one to not be missed. So make sure you mark your calendars, your diaries, the time, set an alarm for that one as well later on today. It's going to be amazing, guys. 2v2 gunfight. I'm excited.
It's going to be lit. We're going to see some gunfight here, have some people up on that stage try to get in the mindset of a pro player. I'm super excited to see them go into gunfight and try to gun each other.
Absolutely. Well, we're actually going to get along with things here. We're ready to go with our first game of the day. So I'm going to hand it over to our beautiful stage host, Frankie.
Well, thank you very much. I don't feel beautiful when I see Rich in that shirt. It's incomparable, quite frankly. Now, our first team will be welcoming to the stage are basically the bad boys of Call of Duty. Boo them all you want, London. It's only going to make them slay even harder. It's the LA Gorillas.
Bang! It's chaos! LA Gorillas on a tear. Decimate lines them up. Oh, what was that? Aqua gets both!
London, I can't hear you. Make some noise for the LA Gorillas.
You know what? I'm kind of feeling some affection for that sound. I want you to boo me later, but not quite yet, because I've got another team to introduce on stage. They've got so much...
It is Seattle Surge.
Triple. Enable. Carver starting to heat things up. It's the Octane Clinic.
Apathy's had his coffee this morning because that performance yesterday was pure fire. What are we thinking about Seattle Surge, London? Do we like them? Well, we know what London thinks, so let's head over to Benson and Chance to get this series underway.
You know
next one. Chance, we've almost become the resident Los Angeles Guerrillas casters, I feel like. We've casted them a fair amount of times now. And coming into this one, I think we both kind of have similar feelings that this might actually be a very, very close series.
I definitely agree. Like, we casted the Guerrillas yesterday against Chicago, and it was kind of a quick, like, we're expecting the 3-0. Chicago's at a different level. But now we come into a series where the tale for Seattle, at least, is the respawn's been respectable. It's been very solid. The search and destroy, not at all. And that's where the Guerrillas have thrived.
We'll take a look at our maps and modes presented by the U.S. Air Force. Chance, at a quick glance there, does it tell you anything about the series?
I mean, again, just because how early it is in the year, there's not too much to be gleaned from specific maps. The only good news, though, it is for the Seattle, well, Gunrunner 2-0 for domination once we get to map 3.
All right, well, game number 1 about to get underway. Of course, it will be Hardpoint on St. Petrograd, and obviously when we get to Search and Destroy, we have a ton that we want to talk about, specifically targeting Seattle. We'll get there in game 2, of course, but for game number 1, it's going to be so important for both these two teams to start off strong, because let's not forget, you win, you stay alive, you lose, you go home.
And that would be the tragedy, to be the first team to go home at one of these like tournament for the new style of franchising that we have. So it would be a bit of a heartbreaker. But again, the hot start is necessary for both teams, because even though the woes have been there very strongly for Seattle in Search and Destroy, I'm not completely confident that the Guerrillas are going to be able to bowl them over. So I think the first map is massive. Get the ball rolling, come out of the gate hot.
Well, obviously we talked about Apathy and, you know, strong starts from him. We got to make sure he's in tip-top form. As Octane starts on the screens, looking to see if we can pick anyone up on the cross, unsuccessfully so. Now the action over towards the hill.
Yeah, now the hill's actually going to pop, and it is going to be Seattle with that early control, and Octane's, of course, job in the back is just to make sure he anchors those spawns. And meanwhile, you got Karma just looking for gunfights, just players going to be swarming on top of him. They take him down, and nice little kill feed coming out from the Guerrillas. They able to get that quick break. They take the players down on the flank, and now they're going to start to accrue a bit of this time. Now, of course, it comes down to the commitment level that Seattle wants to work with. Do they really want to fight and try to force themselves into the hill, or do they want to make sure they keep those spawns for P2?
Well, current score 19-7. Still 20 seconds left, and as you mentioned, you know, holding on to those spawns is going to be so important, but the kill feed lights up. Down to Seattle Surge momentarily after those still inside the hill. Try and stay alive, unfortunately, will fall. You know, the fight for the spawns, that's what you mentioned. It's going to be Saints for Los Angeles Guerrillas trying to push through. He's the one white arrow in the middle of the map, looking to maybe win a gunfight and stay alive, dictate the spawns, and unfortunately for him, unsuccessfully so.
Yeah, nice little hill from the Guerrillas early on just to get a little bit of time. Seattle are going to be able to bounce back and more than likely retake the lead. The question for the Guerrillas is how quickly are they going to be able to breach and break through, or if they can at all as well. So Slack going to be playing a sneaky corner right next to a door just to let these players kind of come by. He might have two players next to him. Spot gets read immediately, though, by Lacefield. He gets taken down. Karma gets dropped in there after the Guerrillas. Oh, so quickly. It only took them 20 seconds, and they're at least there for the contest. It looks like Seattle, with those closer spawns, might be able to hold strong.
44-33. Seattle Surge with the advantage, but Guerrillas trying to fight back. As it stands, Seattle Surge are inside the hard point as the push comes through. Once again, Seattle holds strong. Octane with the double. Can he find more? It's currently a 6th streak, by the way, for Octane. Can he find 7? Yes, he can. Lacefield, sit down.
Octane, as we know, amazing MP5 player we're used to seeing with SMGs in hand, and well, we're going to be seeing quite a bit more of that as he goes soaring through to find his next kill. Decimate gets shredded as well. Octane on a tear. He's got all the perks in the world now, but finally Aqua cuts him down as the Guerrillas trying to hold on for dear life over towards Hazmat.
Well, 50 seconds left. As you said, trying to hang on, 70-44. Still advantage Seattle as they push once again, but it is Los Angeles Guerrillas with the favorable spawns for now at least. Can we see Seattle try and flip it? Again, plenty of time left on the hill as Slack slowly but surely makes his way towards the hard point and immediately falls. Octane will also drop as well. This is a great hold so far from the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Doing beautiful work, and now Karma's trying to work a flank, but he's going to get chopped down a little bit as well. And now Seattle, even though there's 25 seconds left, they have to be very delicate of not letting anyone from the Guerrillas to kind of slip through the cracks and won't make it to the new rotation. Meanwhile, of course, the gunfight's inside the hill. Lacefield, we see him do that all the time. He's very patient when he plays. He will happily just lay down in whatever spot he can find behind a doorway, just randomly on the ground, and he is efficient with that. And of course, as it stands, yes, the Guerrillas are able to take the lead, but it all comes down to these rotations. Seattle are going to be the first to the new hill.
Aqua currently 13-6. 29 seconds inside the hill as well. Close game, 88-79. Seattle trying to get themselves a lead, and we've talked about it every single time we see it. This hill specifically, Chance, can be so tough to break if you get that early setup. It's almost a full 60 every single time.
I mean, again, this might be the top contender for like biggest money hill in the game, and hopefully as the year progresses, teams will find new ways to break through. Right now, it's shoved through the front door. Slack makes the read, doesn't win the gunfight. You talk about how difficult it is to break through. Aqua just surges through, and Gorillas takes them 30 seconds, but they get through, and those are the moments in a game that can be big. Of course, Seattle are going for the retake, but it looks like the Gorillas should be able to come out on top.
Quick glance at the hard point. 14 seconds remain. Los Angeles Gorillas are going to be picking up that scrap time. Decimate on your screens tries to break through. He will fall. It's Apathy that shuts him down. So after that first rotation, so far so good for Los Angeles Gorillas. They do have that small, very marginal lead as we go to the final hill of this rotation. Saints on their screens looking to, again, try and just break in. Early on it is Seattle with the advantage on this hill.
He's able to find a couple breaks through, not able to win the second gunfight. Octane again winning his one-on-ones, and there's number 3 for him as well. Every single time Octane spawns in, he's able to get 2 or 3 before he gets shut down. 17 kills, and well, credit on the other side of the board. Aqua actually is 21. He's on a 4 spree as well, so the ARs right now on both sides of the table starting to get hot. The 5 spree kicking in for Aqua, and even still, with all that slaying power he has at his disposal, it is still a measly lead, and it's still, at this point, anyone's game.
And Aqua's just having such a good map so far. 22 and 11. Double positive, 30 seconds of hill time. Really leading the way for the LA Gorillas, and he cannot slow down. He needs to keep up that slaying pace. On the flip side, Slack's having a slow one so far, 8 and 13, but you have to look at Karma. It's a 3-time world champ at 5 and 16, triple negative. Yes, he has 30 seconds hill time, but he needs to improve that productivity to bring Seattle Surge back into game 1.
Now it's Lacefield waiting for his teammates to try to make a play right through the door. Surges on through, but does get traded out by Karma. Seattle, well, still holding strong inside the hill. Aqua, though, sliding with the M4. Nice and aggressive, trying to open up the map for his teammates. Successful at that. Now Saints, well, can't help him out. Slack shuts him down.
And Lacefield just had such a big gunfight against Enable. That now is going to give Los Angeles Gorillas the spawns for P2 as well. There is a very realistic chance here that this game gets blown away in the next couple of hills unless someone from Seattle can push through, try and take the fight to the Gorillas and flip those spawns. Yes, you're going to get 18 seconds of scrap time. In fact, you might not even get that. 8 shuts down Karma, and all of a sudden, this is looking very bad for Seattle.
And now you see Seattle at the top side of the map. They have 4 players that are going to be surging on through just to see if they can get through the lines. And Naval looking for kills if he can find them. Right now, Saints doing a nice job of staying alive, but not for long enough. And Naval does take him down. But the issue is for Seattle, the spawns right now for Gorillas are going to be incredibly close to the hill. So you're going to have to get basically a clean 5 down to have any hope of flipping those spawns at all. But they do have quite a bit of time to work with. And again, all 4 of their arrows coordinated, working together, making their push now.
176, 137. Score. New Hill pops. Seattle trying to fight in from the front, but again, it's going to be the Gorillas spawning in closer to the hill. Such a big advantage, and again, we could build such a big lead here in map number 1 that Seattle is going to be fighting from behind. 20 seconds left. There's going to be one final push from Seattle. That's really all you're going to get, but they do control the spawns, and that is big scrap time for them.
This is beautiful for Gorillas, though, I will say. They just got, what, 40 seconds on that hill. They will happily trade away that scrap time to make sure they can rotate early to Hazmat, and they have bodies basically across the board. Still, though, they're going to have to win a few key gunfights. You can see Enable and Karma working on the Surge, but Saints right now, that roaming Slayer, well, not looking the right direction, looking at his teammates, so he's going to get shot in the back. But either way, it is a 40-point lead. Lacefield will be hanging out in the hill for 15 seconds before he takes a gunfight.
And the problem Seattle had, right? You think of it, they pushed the scrap time. Now you don't control the spawns for new. They're in such a difficult spot because they have to break once again, taking such hard fights. Los Angeles Gorillas, again, good spawns inside the hill. This could be where they put this game out of reach.
And this is Lacefield again, constantly just laying down, waiting for the players to walk right into his sights, and he wins that gunfight again. A bunch of kills coming in for Seattle, but they got a longer way to go to hike across this map, and frankly, they got to go. They can lose on this hill. They're going to need a contest. Enable going on the long flank. He gets cut down. Octane right there with them is going to fall on inside the hill. Slack can get nothing. Gorillas with the hold, and Ben, well, they can't quite win it here. I think they're going to be just a second or two shy, but the game well within their grasp.
I mean, you can put it out of reach at this point, right? Seattle have to play perfect, and well, will they be able to do it? I personally don't think so. You look at, again, the stats, Aqua 30 and 21. What a game he has had. really taking things under his own wing and really dominating the game from the very, very beginning. Yes, Seattle will control Pool Hall, and honestly, Chance, it doesn't really matter. You could take a full 60 here. If you're LA Guerrillas, just rotate to new. Doesn't matter at all.
I mean, at the same time, though, for Seattle, the good news is the next fill rotation isn't entirely across the map. You don't have to go super far, but it is desperation. You're going to have to start winning 80% of your gunfights and go big. So Slack, the pressure's on him. Through the doorway comes basically everyone. Doesn't hit the proof bond. Decimate only able to take down 2. Seattle doing just enough to stave off that first push. They'll have to do it once again, though.
Apathy does find Lacefield. And again, Seattle, they can take the full 60. It doesn't really matter. Because if you are Los Angeles rotate, you need 3 seconds. So you have to keep your eyes now on that new hill as it's about to pop in 9 seconds. Is anyone from Seattle even close? They're going to have to win a quick flurry of gunfights and take hill control. Of course, the rotation has been in for LA Guerrillas for quite some time. Octane does find 2. Apathy will fall. In comes Seattle Surge. Can they win the gunfights? No, they can't. Los Angeles Guerrillas will take map number 1.
Comfortable game coming in from the Guerrillas towards the end. I think one of the biggest moments of the game for me was honestly just that first Pool Hall hill. We talked about how easy it is to get a full 60, which Seattle did the second time around, but initially it was the Guerrillas 20 seconds in. They break through on a very difficult hill, and it's moments like that that you just can't let happen, not on the main stage, Ben.
Absolutely can't. Of course, we mentioned some of the stats that came in. It was a great game from Aqua. Again, played so very well from the very beginning. He finishes 33 and 23. Just an outstanding game from him.
I mean, it's always one of those things of like Octane goes on a massive tear, 7-8 spree, you're thinking he's doing great. Then the stats pop up on the other side. Aqua's got 5 kills on him, then he immediately goes on a little spree as well, and you're like, damn, Aqua, like, put in a little bit of work. He got his Wheaties in this morning.
250 to 210. The damage done by Los Angeles Guerrillas was just too much. Of course, it wasn't just Aqua. Saints had a very, very good game as well. In actual fact, he actually earned the Scuff Gaming Play of the Game as well. Nice little play from him.
We'll see what he can do to kind of make work, and this is actually a little bit after the Pool Hall break, but nice little hip fire kill coming in. The nade doesn't connect, but it's all about trying to make sure you can break through on this little restaurant hill. But fantastic game all the way around, and this is one of those situations where for Seattle, 0-5 in Search and Destroy, yet to win a single match on land, and now you find yourself down 0-1 in the series. Now you basically have to win that next Search and Destroy to kind of force it through later on, because they don't want to see a Game 5 then.
Yeah, Searches in Seattle not been great. Speaking of Seattle, let's take a look at our Game Fuel keys to victory for Seattle's Surge. For them, it's an interesting one when you compare them with the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Again, a series that we think could be very close, but you got to close out your Search and Destroys, and game momentum is huge. Well, for them, game momentum not going to happen. They lose game number 1, but closing out the Search and Destroys is something that I know, Chance, you desperately want to talk about.
I mean, that's a massive issue that they had yesterday, right? It was purely just they had the 5-2 lead against Dallas. Things were looking great. They did a phenomenal job. You couldn't close it out, but it's not even just the game they can't close out. It's the rounds, too. They have something absurd, like back at Minnesota. 65% of the rounds, they were getting the first blood. Well above the 50% margin, doing pretty great. They were only winning 29% of the rounds, though. That is like the most absurd discrepancy ridiculous. I've seen when you're getting first blood all the time and you're never winning. Then, of course, on the flip side, well, you need the slaying across the board. Aqua provided that by his lonesome, just about, and they kept the pace up the entire time as well. So I know it's only one game in, but as far as keys to victory go, Guerrillas are doing pretty well.
Yeah, they are. The pace as well. You can look at Aqua saying, yeah, definitely stepped things up massively there, just in terms of the way he was moving around the map, etc. But overall, a good start for the Guerrillas. Can they keep it up, though, Chance? That is the question.
We'll see. And of course, it's a situation where you got to close out these rounds. You get those first bloods, you got to convert. And it's actually funny. That was like the Minnesota stats. Yesterday against the Dallas Empire, I think they had 3 first bloods for round 11 game, and they forced it to round 11. So maybe it's like if they get the first bloods, they're not having success. If they're getting blooded, they can make it work after that.
Doesn't make sense.
I don't have answers for yesterday, but Seattle is an incredibly confusing Search and Destroy team. But again, now it's desperation. If you're not winning the respawns, it puts that much more pressure on.
Well, a quick glance at our quick scope presented by the U.S. Air Force in terms of CDL points, and you know, your respawn KD, your S&D KD on there as well for Seattle Surge. Of course, going into game 2, that Search and Destroy KD is absolutely everything. The big difference, a 0.8 to a 1.02. I mean, again, we've talked about it so many times. Seattle and their Search and Destroy, it's just got to be better. It has to be better. And I think more importantly is what Nameless hit on the analyst desk is
if you're not winning your searches, you got to make sure you have at least one good game mode, right? You look at hardpoint and say, well, if we're winning our hardpoints, maybe we can try and steal a search and destroy. The problem is, right now they're losing on all the game modes across the board, so they're really going to struggle. So search and destroy looks like it could be maybe the easiest one to fix, considering they've been in winning positions before and lost. And you talk about first bloods, of course. It's just a very, very strange Seattle team.
And I will say, like, we're not to the point where they need to, like, hit the panic button necessarily. Like, there's a lot of hot takes that were coming in after Minnesota, like Dallas Empire. They went 0-2. Are they actually as good as people said they were? I would pump the brakes and I'd be like, yeah, like, still a really good team. Like, still have plenty of faith. I don't think they have to get knocked down too far off the power rankings. For Seattle, they didn't win a single search and destroy. Is it hopeless for them? No. Super early on, they were up 5-2 against the Dallas Empire. Yes, it sucks that they did not close out the game, but still, I think they're going to get better. Minnesota gave away the identifying issues. A bunch of teams learned of here's all the things we need to work on. Very clear cut with the Surge have to do at their disposal. This is the game where they can prove it here against the Gorillas, who in their own right have been very solid at search and destroy.
No, they absolutely have. And again, we've casted the Los Angeles Gorillas a fair amount of times. We've been very impressed, specifically in their search and destroy. Of course, you go back to opening weekend, launch weekend, and yes, there was a pretty awkward moment for them and perk selection and whatnot, but overall, I think you look at this team and you say, yeah, okay. You know, if they can get the ball rolling, if they can control the pace of a series, as the key to victories kind of showed, they will be A-okay, and honestly could maybe go on a little bit of a run.
And I think some more good news for the side of Seattle as far as S&D goes. I think we're going to be playing a brand new map for them in Arklav Peak. And, well, we know that you can have an entertaining sniper battle. Octane has made some highlight reels, even when they're losing. Still making a couple highlight reel plays. We saw a little bit of on Gunrunner. Arklav, obviously a perfect map for sniping. Then, of course, Lacefield. We've seen what he can do on Piccadilly. Sure. You got to transfer that sniper over to this new map. Expect him to have quite a bit of success as well.
Well, as casters, we often like to have a little bit of fun, especially throughout the series. I believe we have a pretty awesome clip from our caster comms from yesterday. Let's take a look.
Dallas beat Seattle. Huntsman beat LA.
Gorillas.
Dude, I can't. I can't.
I look good, dude. I look real good.
Might be the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
That is horrifying.
No. One Maven is enough. Two, I don't know.
And funnily enough, like the Merc Maven was the better looking one of the pair. So funny. Awful. I hate it, but the masks are too much. I mean, in the crowd, they look great. I'll give the credit
There was a
the
sea
fans.
of Mavens yesterday. It was a little disturbing, that's for sure. But excited for Sunday. Of course, we have so many games to show, and our first game of the day hopefully will be a close one. We'll see if Seattle can turn things around here in Search and Destroy. My fear for them is if they're unable to do so, this series might actually be a pretty quick one, gents.
I mean, my fear is that it's just going to take so long to get started that we'll be iced as casters, let alone the players. Like we talk about the sniper shot coming out of Octane and Lacefield. Well, they got to keep that right joystick just wiggling around, get prepared for the match. But it is going to be loading up. Arklav Peak is the wave, the way to go. And frankly, this is an opportunity for a team like Seattle especially. Throw some crazy strats like at the board. Like we know about Sniper Alley. We know we're expecting these gunfights to come out of Top Grandma's house, but mix things up. Show different looks at the very least on offense. And see if you can do anything crazy. Or maybe just ice us a little bit more. The Gorillas have the highest pause rate of any other team in the league, by the way.
And I think it's intentional.
I don't know what it is. We casted him yesterday. We had like 3 pauses in the same game, I think.
Dude, they're just trying to ice.
Minnesota
They're trying to ice, man. Tactical timeouts. I talk about it all the time.
Patty P, he knows.
Dude, he's just being smart. No, I'm sure that's not actually what it is.
They also lost yesterday, so.
That's also true.
Yeah.
In fact, that would be an interesting stat. How many times after they've paused have they gone on to lose?
I think, well, historically, so we've had issues in the past. Obviously, the pause feature is great. We love that we have that now.
Awesome. It's
in
the best
past,
feature in
used
the
to
world.
have map resets and stuff like that where someone's controller would break. You reset the map, and whatever team had the lead gets pissed off, and it's like a whole thing. And I think last year, Gen G, for the first time, after they had the advantage before the reset, actually came back and won the map. I think historically through COD, it's always been the team that's getting more screwed over than the other, has always faltered, have gone on complete tilt. And I think last year was the first time we've seen the team that's more negatively affected by the pause or the reset, whatever it's going to be, actually clutch up. But it would be nice stats to have. But there's your information on, historical non-pause day.
Appreciate that, Chance.
I do what I can.
Thank you
I also
very much.
could be completely wrong. But
Could be,
I got
but
like
it sounded
an
good.
80% confidence.
No,
that
it sounded good. And you said it with your chest, so I believed it. Of course, we're waiting for game number 2 between Los Angeles Gorillas and Seattle Surge to get underway. If you just tuning in, it was a relatively close game 1, but LA Gorillas took it 250-202, and now Seattle Surge well, they have to try and their nemesis, it feels like, in Search and Destroy. Managed to take that, tie up the series 1-1. I've said before, I feel that they are unable to do so. Chance, this might just be a 3-0. Could be a very quick opening series.
I think today is what, like February 9th? Something like that. I don't know when these logos came out, but it took me this long to realize in the Gorillas logo, they underlined like LA. It took me that long to notice it then. I don't even know if you've seen it. Did you see it?
Wait, what?
On the logo, well, we only see the Seattle Surgers from here, but like on the little board, on the logo where it says Los Angeles Gorillas, under the LA of Gorillas, underlined LA, because, you know, it's the LA Gorillas. Genius level of design there, Ben.
Thanks for that, Chance. I'll be sure to pay attention to it. Of course, Ake's ready to go. He's so often been named the villain in Call of Duty. He's one of those players who doesn't mind upsetting your favorite team.
Doesn't mind upsetting him, Ben. Sometimes he also gets beat, though. I think we were trying to sell the underdog story yesterday with the upset against T2P.
We tried.
Sometimes he gets pulled over. It's a situational thing, but it does always seem like a situation where when he needs to the most, he does come up big, and I think like Chance is like the perfect example of that throughout his history. Sometimes he's just outright winning them, has a couple rings at his disposal.
Sure
and
does.
Sometimes, there's the line, Ben, right there. My analysis of graphic
actually,
design.
that's awesome. I never noticed that.
My analysis is top tier.
Thanks
Call of Duty
Chance.
and graphic design. Anything you need.
Love it. Again, game currently just paused as we wait for the Search and Destroy on Arklov Peak to get it underway. And one thing we should talk a little bit about, Chance, is maybe just our own key players to watch for Seattle Surge, for the Los Angeles Gorillas. Who are you expected to have those key important fights?
Well, God, there's always two directions to go for this. I think
I know
the
you want to say the
expectation
snipers,
is,
right?
Well, no, not even the snipers.
Okay.
The direction of like, is this the player I want to watch because they're going to go off and do really well, or do you want to watch this player and just hope that they don't get completely smoked type deal? Because if I'm looking at players that I just want to perform above their expectations, and that could be the difference maker, for the side of the Gorillas, it's Ace. I mean, I think from Minnesota had like a .42 KD in Search and Destroy, which is, I don't know if it was the worst. I imagine it was definitely towards the bottom. Not great. And on the flip side, it was Enable. I mean, historically not the best Search and Destroy player. And yes, he's normally the bomb carry for his team, but has not been one to shy away from struggling in Search. So those are my two players that I think if they can kick it up an extra little notch, that could be the difference maker to help their team out to get the win, Ben.
You're absolutely right. Well, game number 2 about to get underway in the Search and Destroy on Arklov Peak. It's going to be Seattle Surge on the attack first and foremost. Be the 3-time world champ. His duty carrying the bomb, but Lacefield defensively for Los Angeles Gorillas with a sniper in hand. Can he try and find a first blood? Well, he's going to know the information just off that. Can expect the Seattle push.
Well, Seattle are going to be taking their time with this. The tacticals, you can hear at least one of them being thrown, and that might mean that player starts to wiggle up through this alley. But whether it be the sniper, whether it be Saints, they are going to be waiting for, and actually it's going to be the nades that come out. Again, we talked about their first blood ratio with just grenades.
So good.
The Gorillas have been on point with that on Piccadilly, and apparently Arklov as well.
And nades. Such a valuable tool to have in your back pocket. Nice way of getting a first blood. Octane will find the snipe as well, so that's going to level the playing field. 4 versus 4. Saints tagged up, has to back away. Time ticking though, 60 seconds now on the clock.
And Aqua, phenomenal S&D player in his own right, but the smoke's going to block off one line of sight. And Aqua, you can see he was debating on going for it, but now you got nades coming in from the other side. Octane's might connect, but meanwhile, it doesn't actually connect. Aqua gets the first kill, challenges out for the second. All of a sudden, massive life advantage. Enable last alive in a 1 versus 3. He said he needs to step up. Moments like these can make it happen, or he dies. That's how it normally goes. That's standard.
Well, Gorillas will take round number 1, keeping the pace and the momentum in their favor. Good game 1. Really, not much Enable could do in that situation.
Another like mildly typical Seattle Surge round as well. Like, yes, they get first blooded with the nade, but Octane actually trades things out with a sniper. And you take away the sniper from up top, that gives you a lot of room on offense to start pushing up towards A, and then no success. Aqua just starts shredding, picks up a couple big kills, and any hope Seattle had gets shut down, but a very nice first round to get on board for the side of Gorillas.
Aqua, again, strong start in the Search, 2-0. Lacefield on your screens for a moment, but we'll take a look at Octane and his snipe. Gonna try and find a pick. A first blood would have been huge, but
He takes a hit from the nade, has to back away. On the flip side, Lacefield will be sniping for the Gorillas. Aqua looking to try and find a pick as well. Calls for LA, definitely dedicated over towards the A site. Question, can they get the bomb down? They'll need a first blood first.
It's interesting as well. I saw at least 2 smokes got thrown on the map, so after all the smokes are burned, really no moves have been made on offense. Now Apathy is making noise on the flank. All this is going to do is slow the Gorillas down quite a bit more. I mean, the Seattle Surge have a bit of a map spread, but since the Gorillas are concerned about the flank, they're going to be a little bit more patient before they move up towards A, and that just gives Octane more room to breathe to try to hit these snipes.
Still waiting for the first blood, though. Karma advanced up on towards the bomb, and shots going down. You can see Decimate and Aqua trying to make a play. Decimate will find the first blood. That's Octane that drops. Again, Karma still in a great position here to try and find a cheeky little pick, but unfortunately for him, Saints quick to advance. He'll find the kill, and now bomb can be planted. LA Gorillas in the 4 versus 3. Bomb did go down, though. So LA with the advantage.
Apathy trying to see if he has anything he can find. Question is how loud is he going to be before he gets heard? But now you got Slack flying out to take down Aqua. Now Apathy's finding kills as well. Decimate does trade one out, but Lacefield, last man alive, just needs to defend the bomb, but gets tagged up from 2 ARs from 2 different directions. And the nice retake coming in from the Seattle Surge. And that's a big round for them to get, because once Decimate gets that pick from over in the pit, it seems like that's going to be problematic, because we saw Karma on the bomb fall it right after, then it gets planted. But they come up big. Nice bounce back round.
Quick glance at the final kill. Slack picks it up. Seattle Surge tie it up here in the Search and Destroy. 1 round apiece. And obviously, you mentioned the importance of the round itself and the initial opening play. But again, for Seattle, just try and get the momentum back in their favor, or do anything they can to get momentum in the series.
And this is a situation where I want to see Seattle mix things up. Go to B, make some noise. Like, FaZe has quite a few strats, but they just play aggressive through mid-map, and they just kind of take the round to the opponent, and they had a ton of success with it. Going to A and playing the sniper battle is more of a standard thing, but it looks like Seattle electing to go for play for picks once again. Slow it down just a little bit, but this time you get the first blood, you shut down the sniper rifle. Nice opening pick from Karma.
The first blood is in. Now can you try and get a little bit of sight control, push forward, get the bomb down? Well, it's Apathy that could honestly be the playmaker. And that should be a free one. Is indeed 5 versus 3. Around now, surely Seattle Surge should close out as Karma slides forward. He'll find Saints. He saw the shadow, but unfortunately couldn't locate exactly where Aqua was coming from. He does fall, but again, Seattle in such a good spot here to close out this round.
2 versus 4, and they have the swarm on site. Enable, he can hear him. He knows where the player is going to be coming from. Easy kills for him. That leaves Aqua by himself. Bomb is going to get planted in a near impossible situation. He finds the first, but the trade should be instant. Apathy is going to get completely smoked. And all of a sudden, a 1v4 gets turned into a 1 versus 2. But that time is ticking. And you can hear him. He is super loud. These players for Seattle should know exactly where he's coming from. A near impossible situation, and the time is ticking. Still going to come through the doorway, but he's going to get heard the whole way through. And Apathy made it interesting.
He did.
By getting smoked. But all's well that ends well, Ben. Seattle, another round on the board.
It's strange, though. Even though Seattle in the lead, they could be, 5-2, 5-3 up. They've got to close until that point. I don't know if I can truly believe in Seattle.
It's not over till it's over. I mean, again, I'm very nervous for them in all these situations. Like, they're getting the first blood. They had, a 2 versus 4, and in my head, I was like, there's still hope for the Gorillas. Right. I mean, we've seen big, crazy plays out of them as well. Lacefield was going off on St. Petrograd yesterday in Search and Destroy. They have moments of greatness in these tough situations, but still 2-1 lead. Octane back to his home. See if he can find an opening pick for Surge once again.
It's Aches currently 0-3 for the Los Angeles Gorillas. Definitely gonna have to try and step things up. There's Karma looking, searching for the first blood. It may come to him in the form of Aqua, and it does. Another advantage for Seattle. Slacked is gonna make that 2. Decimate falls, and he almost put the moves on Aches, but Aches does find his first kill.
And Enable making a play. You'll love to see him be the playmaker in Search, but Got to make sure you check your corners. He does not. And Lacefield, again, just laying down, waiting for these players to walk right in front of him. That is his bread and butter.
Sneaky.
He did that a lot in Black Ops 3, too.
He did. Octane with the snipe. Any second now. Surely. Surely. There it is. Aches will fall. That's 3 and 2. Someone in the crowd not paying attention. Aches did get a kill this round. Saints, though, should fall here. And again, another round where Seattle should be able to close this one out. Lacefield might make it interesting. Now a 1 versus 2, 20 seconds. Of course, Lacefield will have to be proactive here. He just spotted Apathy as well. This might be doable, you know. 8 seconds, time is ticking. Lace has played that almost perfectly. It got a little crazy towards the end, but Seattle do close it out. 3-1.
Yeah, he's just in a bad spot. Maybe a couple of opportunities once Octane doesn't get the kill initially with the pistol, but when all is said and done, you got 2 guns from 2 different directions that are going to be trying to hunt you down, and another kind of clean and dominant round coming out from the Surge. I'm also very impressed with your ability to understand the crowd. I don't know how you do that.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's just like the British blood that's running through
Well,
you,
it was
but
Aches was on a donut, and well, if they were paying attention, they would have seen Aches got the kill on Decimate, but you know, it's okay.
just expectations, Ben.
I know. It's tough. Seattle with a 3-1 advantage. Octane again to start. Can be so talented with the sniper rifle. As he looks for kill number 4, and is it coming? No.
Patience is a virtue. I don't know what that means, but my dad always said it.
Well, Octane's being very patient. And Seattle as well. Now, can they find the opening with the nade? Throws it out. For now, the Gorillas just dodge and dip away from the nades. Is that enough for maybe Apathy to get a little bit of control over towards the A side? That's where all the action is. There's a 1v1 on the top side of the map. Keep around the mini-map there. It's not really going to have too much effect on the bomb just yet, unless, of course, that gunfight is won. That's actually Enable versus Aches on the top side. Enable wins that, so maybe the rotation could come through. Or potentially not if Apathy's able to find that kill, which he does. That's 2 for him in quick succession. Free fires for number 3. Saints shuts it down, and now Enable left all on his lonesome. A 1 versus 2.
He did clutch a 1v2 yesterday.
It's
and obviously he has quite a bit of information. He has the bomb right in front of him. This is doable, and he has a fair bit of time that he can work with as well. We'll just see what kind of playmaker he can be. He has opportunities to honestly make any sort of play because the Grills are fairly split. He's going to be able to get the bomb down for free, and Saints is not in a position to take him down right off the bomb.
If he can find one quickly, which might be Saints, this could be doable. Play with Snipe, and Abel's feeling confident. He's going to spot Saints again. He goes for the challenge, and what looked like it could be an easy pick is unsuccessful as the Gorillas hold true in their 2-1 advantage. They'll take the round, and will still be a Seattle 3-2 lead.
And that's a situation, honestly, where there's quite a few people that I think can clutch that round as well, right? As soon as that sniper misses the shot, you just go for the instant challenge on the other man.
And he sees it too.
Him as well.
Yeah.
You know he's coming up, and you have the advantage on the head glitch, but obviously you have less than half a second to make these decisions, and that just means the Gorillas are going to be able to clutch that 2v1, and a big round for them to get as well. I think Saints was probably the key in that round, because after Apathy snuck through pit and picked up 2 kills, Saints responded with a double kill of his own. So credit where credit is due, but now Gorilla's trying to tie things up, get back on the board with offense, and once again, the slow crawl of an A push.
I want to point out Apathy with a strong performance so far here in the search, 6-3. Overall, just a good search from everyone on Seattle Surge. You can look, of course, at that last round from Enable and maybe say, well, could have been a clutch, but Kama will get a first blood. Lacefield drops. The trade comes through, though. 4 versus 4.
It's just fantastic vision on him. I'm not even sure how he can be seen, but looks like Saints is popping dead silent, so he's going to be trying to make a play, but as soon as you go through that smoke, there's going to be 8 different places you can be shot from, so he's not feeling very confident about going for that push.
Yeah, you got to back out. Not giving anything away as Aqua will grab the sniper to try and find a pick. Aches shuts down Enable, though, and Octane gets a freebie on Saints, who I think was prone blocked there. So now, 3 versus 3. A lot of trades going on over towards A. There is potentially they can retrieve the bomb to maybe rotate out. has all that information and walks straight past Decimate, who will find the pick. Aches shuts down Apathy, and now it's Octane, all on his lonesome.
Gunned, cleaned up, and taken care of. This is like a situation where I think we've seen, what, maybe 2 sniper kills this entire game so far. You can see the impact that the snipers have of just players not wanting to push certain lines of sight, and the patient play is coming in purely for, I'm going to wait till I have dead silence before I try to make a move. But as soon as that sniper rifle player is the last one standing, as soon as you give up these pushes that the Gorillas are able to go through, got a bunch of MP5s up in your face. It makes it very easy to win these rounds, and that's why I want to see teams mix it up a little bit. Go through mid, go towards B. FaZe have had a ton of success at it, but it looks like a bunch of bodies still leaning towards A for that slow crawl.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, there's a bunch of bodies going towards A, but the bomb carrying Enable has actually decided no. He's going to play the top side of the map, as he normally does, but take the bomb.
And it looks like they're cutting through mid. They're making the move just to woggle through. Karma's going to be effectively watching the flank for his team, but now Apathy is pierced through the middle of the map. He can get to this B site, and the Gorillas have yet to rotate to this. They still have 3 bodies stacked over towards A, so the opportunity is here. Got to be careful on the cross, but Apathy hits the slide. Karma gets the first blood, and this is the type of play you love to see.
I mean, the Karma first blood is absolutely everything, because that now should free up the B site just a little bit. But do they actually want to back away and go back towards A? It's going to be a quick rotation. There's plenty of time on the clock, and I think that's going to be the play. Force the Gorillas to rotate from A to B, maybe free up the site, but keep your eyes on that minimap. Saints, the player to watch, could single-handedly put a stop to this entire push. And Seattle Surge, there's going to be the first. It's Enable. Can he find the second? Almost. Karma with the quick trade, and now the Gorillas have to rotate as quickly as possible. Octane will drop as well. 2v3.
2v3, and Lacefield has spotted at least one player on the cross. He's got his teammate to watch his back if the player comes out inside a pit. That's his teammate there, but Apathy is going to shred him, and he stays alive. Finally, Aqua's there for the trade. Now Karma puts himself in a 1 versus 1. Last player's alive, and he knows where Aqua is.
25 seconds. Karma will spot Aqua. Aqua flies out. Wins the 1v1. And the Los Angeles Gorillas have the lead. 4 rounds to 3.
Dead Silence OP goes out with a fly of a challenge. He eliminated all of his information, knew where to look for Karma. Nice plays in the end from Aqua. And that's a typical round for Seattle in my mind, where they have a great opportunity to make a play, be nice and aggressive, but they pumped the brakes. And again, there was 3 players for Gorillas that were still stacked up defensively at A. They had already gotten their first pick over towards the B site, but they panic a little bit, and then on the rotation, you just have players getting caught left and right. You have no map information back at A. That's why Saints is able to find a sneaky little kill. They're not playing on the route with the information that they have too well, Ben.
Extends his stat line to 10 and 4. He really has been on form this morning. That's just unfortunate. Walk straight into an Octane nade. Saints is going to be trying to push a little bit further forward, but Octane and Karma both with picks, so 5 versus 3. Seattle Surgeon, a great spot here to close out this round. Once again, tie up the Search and Destroy.
In a 3 versus 5, this is beyond difficult as well. You have to be worried about the flank. You can't really make too aggressive moves until you get Dead Silence, which might be Saints' game plan here. Just wait till you get it and start pushing up.
Pretty sure, yeah, he just used his to start the round to actually get where he is now. So for them, it's just about buy as much time as you possibly can, but you need to find a pick. Zeke slides across. I respect it. I don't think there's anyone in a position to stop it, but keep your eye on the flank. Number 5 for us, furthest to the right, green arrow. It is Enable, who could maybe cause some problems here if he's quick. Of course, he's going to wait for his teammates to collapse in, and then they're all going to go simultaneously. Now he has the information on where Lacefield is. Enable, again, could try and make the play. His teammates, though, are falling. Lacefield for the 1v3.
The bomb is down, but he has to look in too many directions. Got to worry about the flank. Got to worry about Apathy going for the kill. And, of course, Slack on the bomb as well. Seattle Surge, comfortable round. You get the first couple kills. You take your time on the swarm on the A side.
And it's worth mentioning, just the pressure Enable was putting on the flank. You have to respect it, and that's why, you know, Lacefield kind of caught in between 2 minds. Which way does he want to watch? A good round again from Seattle, and they get the first blood. They get a second kill very, very quickly after that, 5v3. It's such a tough spot to be in, Chance.
And this will be a massive next few rounds for Seattle. Get It's not that they need the win. Reverse sweeps are always possible, but they already fell short in the first hard point, so it would be a great sigh of relief if they were able to pull off this search and destroy and get their first S&D win on the board. Back to Old Faithful, the slow crawl of the A push, but they do have a 5 versus 3 around the site.
I think the big thing for Seattle is just commit. When they have a plan and when they get that first blood, just use your numbers to get more numbers. Don't be afraid of pushing and putting the bomb down.
And here you go. This is the push. They're flooding up through pit, but the nades are raining in. Saints is able to take them down, and as aggressive as they wanted to be, now they're getting hit by stuns and lethals, and Aqua's finding picks. And now Aqua does get traded out by Apathy, but still the man advantage from the first blood, and even more so for Gorillas. And now the swarm that Seattle started, they're getting re-pushed on in the back. Slack, though, able to find one, and he gets out with his life for just a moment.
Oh, he knows the trades are going to come flying. There's nowhere to run. Enable wasn't watching over the top of him, but Enable will find one. Still 2 left to deal with for a potential 1v3. He's going to spot Saints. And, well, I thought it would have been an impressive wallbang, but not going to be the case. Gorillas close that round out, now put themselves at map point.
And once again, I think it's the nades that are really coming into effect for the Gorillas, just their use of the utility that they have, right? We finally saw an aggressive push. You love to see it from Seattle, but then the nades just bring it to a screeching halt, and that's why it's better to maybe go to B more aggressively and cut through mid-map.
Well, yeah.
They had success with that a little bit earlier on, just because.
Full site control.
Full site control as well. Almost, at least. They were also close, but not quite the commitment from the team that we need to see. And now, of course, Seattle back against the wall. We're going to need 2 rounds in a row.
A big round for Seattle Surge. If they can tie it up, maybe have a little bit of momentum heading into round 11, and that's the great way to start. Octane and the sniper finds himself the first blood. Slows down the Gorillas instantly. However, for them, it's about buying time, waiting for dead silence, and then trying to find just a few openings on the map.
And this is the type of round that they struggled with so much in Minnesota. You get the first blood, you need to convert. They had a horrible ratio with that at the past event. They cannot let that happen again, or else they will continue to suffer throughout the year. Need to convert these rounds in Gorillas.
Yeah,
Stacked up in
yeah,
map.
absolutely do. And Octane's watching the cross over towards B, so they're set up very, very well. The problem is, did Lacefield just spot his leg? He didn't. He's too worried about back spawn. Octane is right there. As Lacefield now will know, as Octane pulled the trigger, as Aches tried to cross, Lacefield should be pre-aiming Octane at this point, so realistically, you would expect the pick to come through, but you can't slow walk if you're Saints, because Octane will pick you off. Aches does find a pick onto Enable, but again, thanks to Octane, Seattle Surge still have numbers.
Now trades coming into effect, and all of a sudden, just like that, after the kills come through, Aches by himself in a 1 versus 3, but does get a quick trade, but tries to reload, and the instant challenge from the Surge is there. Much better job of the conversion. I will say, though, at the same time, I feel like after Octane shoots, maybe shouldn't cross slowly. Maybe
that's what I'm saying.
Do anything
you
else
cannot
like
just walk across as if you're trying to just, no, it's just not going to work. Octane is not a player who's going to miss that. He's always going to
he missed the first one, but you don't want to give him a second opportunity,
well, I'm not
right?
walking as slowly as that, that's for sure. Well, round 11, Apathy 12 and 6. Homer as well, to his credit, 11 and 10. Overall, a great search from those two. But Seattle have to close this out to tie up the series 1-1. What's the game plan? Well, it's not going to be a slow A push this time. They're saying, no, screw that nonsense. So Decimate may have a lot of action very, very quickly here.
And the question might be, what can Aches see on the map as well? Because Decimate's waiting for a flank that's not going to come in. You can see Aches is tagged up, so someone mid-map from Seattle is putting bullets into him. And you can already see those players for Gorillas. 2 players have been sent back from the A defense to help out mid-map and to help out towards B. So this might be the time to hit a rotation.
Minute 20, of course, at this point, Seattle will be waiting for some dead silence on multiple of their players. Still some utility left as he's just going to launch that nade. Took a hit himself, though. Stays alive. Still waiting for first blood.
And they just don't know what they want to do. You have players that are getting tagged up by nades, just literally running in circles. I mean, they're waiting for a first pick, but now they've used quite a utility, but the smoke is out. Now you get the play through mid-map.
This is scary. Decimate could honestly shut this down himself if it isn't going to be. Saints, Apathy stays alive. Has to dodge a nade as well, though, which he does. Still no first blood. 50 seconds on the clock, and I think Gorillas may have sniffed out what Seattle Surge are trying to do
here in the round 11, and Saints could still have an important 1v1. Aqua gets a first blood, and Abel goes down. That's the second. Saints shuts down App and has the indecisiveness of Seattle Surge cost them once again. Lacefield shuts down Karma. Lacefield shuts down Octane, and now slacked for what would be an absolute miracle 1v5. There's surely no way Gorillas shut it down in round 11.
Surprise, surprise, Ben. Seattle and Search and Destroy in losing. Name a better duo. A round 11 loss 2 days in a row. They just can't buy a win. If they had all the money in the world, they couldn't afford it. Great round and a great series so far, of course, on the flip side for Gorillas. But for Seattle, they have to do some soul searching and search and destroy.
Most definitely do. Managed to drag themselves back into such a good spot. But again, their indecisiveness costing them in that round 11. Just too slow, not coming up to quick decisions. And again, there's a quick glance at your stats. Aqua 12 kills, leads the way for the Los Angeles Gorillas. A great performance all day from him. As things stands though, it's advantage.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers. This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-am of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Championship Sunday here in London for the Call of Duty League. Our first game of the day, LA Gorillas with the 2-0 advantage over Seattle Surge. And one man has really been leading the way from the very beginning of this entire series, and that man is Aqua.
Aqua's been great. I mean, he's like when you ask the question of who do I want to see in Search and Destroy, if I'm looking for people to improve on the side of Gorillas, obviously X would be that guy. If I'm looking for standout players, it can be Lacefield at times with the sniper, or Aqua, who has been one of the best Search and Destroy players in Call of Duty for X number of years, 5, 6 years now. He has been fantastic, had himself a fantastic game, had a couple nice plays as well.
Yeah, well, speaking of Aqua and fantastic plays, we'll take a look at our tactical play presented by the U.S. Army. It is, of course, going to be Aqua as he opens things up. There's a pick onto Apathy, and again, just never really slowed down as Observer's having some fun there with free cam, but it was the 1v1 which really sealed the deal, and such a big momentum swing for Gorillas to go up 4-3.
Yeah, and you can actually see Karma did hear him right before he popped Dead Silence, but as soon as Aqua does that, he knows where Karma's going to be because he eliminates all the information. And then once you pop Dead Silence, you play as fast as you possibly can. You want to camera the hell out of the other player. Right. That's him jumping around the corner. He gets the drop on Karma. He gets the job done. But I think not just Aqua's performance, it's really just Seattle being, in what it looks like, completely unprepared for Search and Destroy. Like, in my mind, they look like a team who has taken the time to talk over all the maps and talk about their strategies, and that have never actually, like, gone out of the way to, like, play them. Because we see all these great ideas for what they have, go for these pit pushes, cut through mid-map, but then we're watching players spin in circles, and the timing's not quite right, and the trays aren't quite there. So it seems like they've talked about all these maps and not actually gotten, like, quite a few reps in. And I think that's why, like, we're seeing their struggles. Like, we've talked about other teams like Chicago who have taken their time to go sure and, like, look, we weren't great at Search and Destroy back in Minnesota. Let's just take one of our scrim blocks and just dedicate that to Search and Destroy.
Which makes sense.
We watched them yesterday. They look fantastic. Seattle, I mean, maybe they are. Maybe they just are not great at Search and Destroy just in general, but it still looks like there's too many moments, too many rounds where they put themselves in great spots and just can't convert, or they look like they have chickens with their head cut off. And this is something you hate to see at this point of the year. I mean, I know it's early, but it is the second event. This is when, like, crunch time. Like, these games matter.
Well, again, I think you look at the round 11, right? You do so well to bring yourself into that exact situation, and then you get to the round 11. Yeah, sure, you're probably waiting for your Dead Silence, but it was just an indecisive push. It was just, they were kind of throwing nades for the sake of throwing nades. There was one point where two players were basically just spinning around in circles, just doing nothing, getting no information for the team or themselves. And then it's just as simple for the Gorillas as to sit back, wait, and just get the picks as they come.
And then to the Gorillas' credit as well, you talk about, like, getting good use out of the nades, out of the tacticals. Anytime Seattle's, like, trying to make a play through a pit, you have nades raining like crazy down to stop these players, so they're getting value out of their, like, utility, and they're actually playing around with it for the most part. They still had a couple rounds where, like, they know where Octane is with a sniper, and then they just kind of walk right in front of them and play peekaboo. And it's not perfect Search and Destroy coming out of the Gorillas. It's Seattle giving them quite a bit, but they're taking what they're given and making sure they get these wins. So now you're up 2-0. You got 2 respawns back-to-back that you can try to win, and even if you don't, the Gorillas still have the fail-safe of the game number 5, Search and Destroy, where they're going to be comfortable and confident, and Seattle, again, have just been running the struggle bus. They are driver, conductor, they're in the caboose, they're everywhere, Ben.
Wasn't just Aqua who had a strong performance. Apathy joined him as well, especially in that game too. Some important picks, some first bloods as well. App really had his running in that game too. Just a shame it was obviously for nothing.
I'm trying to remember what this exact moment was. I think this turns into a 1v1. Actually, no, this is where whoever it was from the side of Gorillas basically gets left by himself, and yeah, Lacefield tries to make the play, but then just gets shot from every single person in the game, basically. But just another one of those rounds that you have a little bit of success for Seattle, but doesn't last very long, because obviously the bigger storyline is Seattle when they lose, rather than the one round they clutched up on.
It was a good clutch, though.
It was nice, yeah. But easy little 3v1 conversion.
App, in terms of numbers, though, was putting them up big time in game 2, but it's obviously doesn't mean much, because for Seattle, they do lose game 2. 2-0 down. Gorillas in a great spot to close it out. And again, to reiterate the importance of this match, it is as simple as win 2, and you will advance through to bracket play. You lose 2, and, well, adios. And it's crunch time for both these two teams. You win, you stay in. You lose, and, well, you're out.
And I think, especially for a team like Seattle, if they get eliminated this early from a tournament after the suffering that they had back in Minnesota, this is like time to at least do soul searching, whether it be hitting the panic button and freaking out. Maybe not that far yet, but might be starting to get a little bit close to that point. The good news for them, though, is we do go to Domination. We do go to Gunrunner. They're 2-0 on the map. I think they have like fairly decent win margins well, based on like 20, 30 points that they're getting these wins on. So they go to a respawn, they're more comfortable to try to get some momentum back in this series. But of course, the girls have been solid in their own right as well.
Well, of course, as we wait for Game 3 to get underway, let's take a look at some of the best plays from day one here in London. There was a fair amount of good plays, I think it's fair to say. Just some general highlights. Of course, New York started off so well against Paris Legion. That was the game we casted, Chance, and we were asking so many questions about, is Paris the real deal? Maybe New York, did they underperform a little bit?
There's so many moments as well, like from Temp, where I just didn't understand. It seemed like he was a ghost on the map. This, of course, being Surge versus Empire. Very briefly, where Clay is able to get a couple just fantastic kills right at the start of the game. But oh, now we have commentary too.
Clint's beautiful voice. So love that. Good job, Clint.
That was mine.
That was your voice.
It sounded like me. I mean, you know.
That is you. It absolutely can't happen, Chance. You're absolutely right.
I do know what I sound like then. This was insane from Jared, by the way. Sometimes it's like tough to see when people get these kills. He's like throwing bullets at the opposition, basically, and coming up with
that was the highlight of the entire day. Can we just loop that? Can we just watch that over and over and over and over and over again? The fact he actually enjoyed that as well. Rich started eating the cake.
Rich Chicago Huntsman.
Great day for them. Business as usual. Dallas Empire might see that matchup later on. We'll wait and see. For me, though, the best match was probably the last of the day. New York Subliners, London Royal Ravens. And that is a prime example of why you never talk crap when you're 2-0 up. Wait till you finish it out, because, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to wait.
Reverse.
You make it more entertaining from the crowd. You talk a lot of crap when you're up 2-0.
So
the crowd's going to love it even more.
So the problem was yesterday, the crowd they were loud at the very beginning.
Sure.
Very loud.
They do that every
New
now
York
and again.
quieted them down.
Yeah.
And Temp just had to stand up. What? Why? Why?
Why? This is what it's entertaining.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. You have 0 on your team. Okay? Let's say New York go on and they don't play London, you know, in a winners round 1. The crowd would have been on your side. They would have been on your side because you have 0 on your team. Instead, you talk smack. The crowd let them know. When London went 2-0 down, I was sat in the crowd. Let me tell you, it woke everybody up.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody.
Somehow Temp does not come across as the type of player that cares if the crowd is on his side or not. He might be the kind of player that would appreciate when he nods. Like, I don't think that's his concern. His concern is to let the other team know when he's having success. It looks horrible for him when he gets reverse swept after talking a lot of crap, but I don't think he's the type of player that's going to change his ways, Ben.
Well, here's a glance at our U.S. Army schedule. Seattle Surge, LA Guerrillas, that's the first game. Paris Legion, Toronto Ultra will follow. Dallas, New York, London, and then Chicago all in action. And then, of course, our CDL game day starts at 8 p.m. Excited to see who will come out on top first tournament.
And obviously, I'm excited to watch like most of these teams. There's a lot of great stuff we can see from like the Empire, but I think the Ravens are going to give like the most attention. And not even just because like we're at their home crowd. It's purely just because like Wuskins looks insanely good.
MVP.
Like, he's the player that comes out and looks like he's the best on the team. And then we see the stuff that Dylan can do in the background with all of his aggression. It is just a slaughterhouse of a lineup that the Ravens have, and it's just a matter about getting it together.
Definitely is, of course, the first series of the day. Los Angeles Guerrillas with a 2-0 advantage against Seattle Surge. Should be 1-1 in my honest opinion. I really think Seattle deserved that in game 2, but indecisiveness, I mean, they did well to pull themselves back.
Deserve is a very strong word when you
right.
just like look like you don't even play Search and Destroy at home.
Fair.
I wouldn't say deserve.
That's
had a lot of great opportunities.
Let me rephrase that. I would prefer it to be 1-1 because then we'd have a closer game. To me now, I think this is just going to be 3-0. I think Guerrillas come out and absolutely just dominate.
I disagree.
I think Seattle's going to be deflated because it's another Search and Destroy you've lost. That's going to be in the back of your mind. There's been a relatively big pause where, yeah, you can start talking about domination. You can start talking about game 3, sure. But in the back of your mind as a player, you're still thinking, when are we going to win Search? Are we ever going to win Search? And you're also even thinking, well, what happens if we go to 5? If we even stay alive, you have to play another Search and Destroy. I think it's going to be very deflating for them.
I mean, I think that's the great news for Guerrillas is they have that fallback of like long term, but Seattle is literally the most like veteran team we have in the league. All of them are incredibly old. Quite a few of them have children at this point, which is new for us in Call of Duty when these guys start having kids and start getting married and all that. So veteran roster, all of them have minimum, 7 pro years of experience, something absurd, combined 40, something insane, Ben. So this is a team that can absolutely keep calm, make sure you keep the positive vibes flowing, bounce back in a series. The number of reverse sweeps these guys must all have under their belt throughout their careers is insane.
I wouldn't even want to think about exactly how many it is, but here's a look at how our bracket has started to develop. Late last night, it was Huntsmen and Royal Ravens who advanced to the semi-final. Now the question remains, who will be joining them? Empire and Subliners both wait to see who they will face later on in the day. Of course, Legion Ultra, that should be a good one. Any kind of predictions quickly, Chance, while we have the bracket up?
I mean, I think main prediction is that anytime Gorillas are going to play, there's just going to be as many pauses as possible. You talk about those tactical pauses that are going to be coming in. Every single time we cast these guys, it just turns into...
Is it us? Are we bad luck for the Gorillas and
so
pauses?
normally we have the Game 5 curse, I think, for most teams.
We've had the pause
We
curse.
watched the Gorillas play against Chicago where we weren't expecting to go to Game 5. So if not a Game 5, there will be some sort of
here's what it is. So we use the pauses to make up for the time as if we were going to a Game 5.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that makes absolutely perfect sense.
That means the Gorillas should get the 3-0 back.
That should, exactly. That's why I said. Yeah, see,
so
now we're on the same...
This is how we test our theory back.
Yeah, see, there you go. Now we're both on the same page as it stands. Gorillas 2-0 up. Believe, as the coaches leave the stage, that should mean we're ready for Game 3.
You say should. That is an incredibly optimistic word at this point. But I think predictions later on, not like acknowledging the bracket because I already forgot about it because I have the memory of a goldfish. But I do expect a team like Empire to go deep. I also think a team like the Ravens will go deep. Depends on who they meet up in the semifinals or wherever it goes, like through the losers bracket for some of these teams.
I would assume Ravens would play against Empire if Empire win out.
That would be a good match.
And then you could potentially have New York versus Chicago. Also, could be a great match.
Potentially could be.
Any favorites though? Just in terms of everything you've seen, Chicago. You're heavy favorite.
Like I think Chicago versus the Ravens would be interesting. Actually, that'd be interesting purely just to see who the crowd is going to side
So
with.
I actually saw
it should be the London Ravens in that situation.
This is the interesting. I saw Hex did an interview with DeSoto. I think it was yesterday, late last night after Chicago got their win, and he firmly felt that if that match did happen, the crowd would be heavily on his side.
I don't know, man.
I think it would be more 50-50 split. Of course, the Huntsmen, they're going to have fans. They have fans worldwide. You can't deny that. But I think the London support is here. It really is.
I was going to say, I'm very confident. I'm like 90% to 10% they'd be cheering for the home team. I would have to imagine.
I think it'll be 50-50. Maybe a 60-40 London.
I think it'll be 90-10 London at the start, and then if Chicago just starts dominating, everyone will be happy to be like, hey, T2P, let's go. I think it's like that type of situation.
It's almost a win-win, I'm sure, for a lot of fans here.
Right, because especially with like London being at least the slightly more underdog story in comparison, I think most people are expecting, especially myself, expecting Chicago to be the better team. So I think that gives you an extra excuse, an added layer of like, let's get behind the... And then this might match up, might not even happen. But if it does, I expect the crowd to shape up in that direction.
Could happen.
So long as they have enough beach balls.
Well, I believe we got one beach ball in today. I haven't seen it yet. We just need all of the inflatables.
Protect it for the right moment. Maybe this early in the day, not time to risk losing these beach balls, you know? Gotta save it for the...
Keep it till later in the day.
The winner's bracket.
Chance, I mean, you know, worst case scenario, we'll just let security know we want our ball back. And hopefully they're nice enough to give us the ball back.
If only there was a way that a crowd could communicate that with the security guard. If only you guys worked out a system to say we want our ball back. It doesn't include chanting repeatedly,
hey,
we want our ball back.
Game 3!
Is it though,
It
man?
exists!
No, don't get happy because it's going to start for 2 seconds. We're going to see a pause come up and like, no! Anything but that.
Yeah, Gunrunner. Domination. Game 3.
You know what it is? We need to just give Patty P all the gas in the world. Maybe he's the like mastermind that's like slowing it down. So if we like get him on our side, he'll just keep it on pause.
All right. Well, 2, 1. Yeah, we're underway. Game 3. Gorillas with the 2-0 lead as we start off on board with Aqua.
See if he can continue the rampage that he was running over in the search and destroy and see if he can make noise. But Girls, actually, they are just pouring all the pressure mid-map. They have almost not acknowledged the B side of things at all. Seattle Surge will say, well, thank you very much, and honestly, might be a little bit confused. So B might just be the way of Surge for free. Actually, some gunfights coming in. Aqua does get shut down. So interesting opening break coming out from the Gorillas. And that'll amount to them, well, at least having map pressure with Lacefield. But that's about all they're going to have.
Yeah, and so far, the 2-1 hill advantage for Seattle Surge. And when the kills come through, the early lead, but Gorillas, you expect to see them just kind of fight straight back. It's going to be important for them to to really earn themselves some points.
And that really was an interesting opening break coming up from the Gorillas as well. And now it's turning into a situation where they have to deal with pressure over at C as well. So Seattle, they get the nice early opening lead. Now it's just a matter of how long can you slay for and keep that up. And well, you see a couple players for Girls trying to push through on a flank and get some openings over towards B. Ace is able to pick up 2 kills, but you finally get pressure towards B. Slacked is there to at least chop you down for a moment. But now Saints will be the lone man on the flag. He is able to get the neutralization and doesn't feel comfortable trying to actually get the secure. He double checks himself and has to be going forward.
Well, Seattle, small lead, 25-13. B still going to be neutral. Apathy jumps in. He is joined by Slacked and Octane as App now wants to overextend. And Sea Hill, that will belong to the Gorillas. So 2-1 advantage back for Seattle Surge.
Back for Seattle Surge, who have already accrued a fairly sizable lead. Octane just in his wheelhouse where he loves to be. And Naval has pressure mid-map, and he does get dropped, and this is the opening for Gorillas. Again, they are pouring all the pressure in the world over towards A. They already have flipped the spawns, but that just means Seattle can be like, well, I guess we'll just take C. That's fine with us. Octane is by himself, going to be able to hold the B flag, and Gorillas taking a lot of time to try to mix up the map just a little bit. But unfortunately for them, they're still going to be down by quite a bit. They're still only going to have 1 flag. They're going to have to find a way to surge through and get towards B.
And I'm curious just to see from your point of view, what do you feel is a substantial enough lead going into the first side or going into the second side that you feel like, all right, game may be done?
Done completely, probably more than like 40 points.
More than 40, that's your threshold?
If I have more than 25 points, I'm feeling very comfortable. Like a 20-point lead is nice, but 5 minutes or 6 minutes, excuse me, is a very long time for someone to hold like a 2 cap for you. And the opening breaks can decide who has 2 flags for the majority of the time. Like so right now, Seattle won the opening break. That's what's given them the advantage over towards the B side of things this entire round so far. So once I get past maybe 30 or 40 points, that's where I really start to feel good.
Okay, well, App started off very well for Seattle Surge in the game too. Now 8-4 is his start here in the domination. However, it's Octane that leads the way, 10-5, double positive as well. Speaking of Octane, here's a quick glance. Ace will fall. Can he find anything else? Unfortunately for him, the answer there is no. Still Seattle controlling 2 hills, B and C locked in. Gorillas just with A.
Apathy starting to heat up a little bit as well. 3 in the feet for him, and
he's not done yet.
He stays alive to go for more. He's got the help from Karma. This is just spawn them in the back, and you kill them relentlessly. Karma finding a couple more. They're lining up for Apathy now, trying to go on a tear, and frankly, get the flag as well. Not just about the kills. Try to play that objective a little bit, just to buy your team a few more points.
Still 2-1. 2 minutes 20 on the first side, and the reason I asked you about what you think a sizable enough lead is because Seattle are well on their way to potentially giving themselves such a lead. Karma waits patiently for Lacefield to slide across, and now he wants to go for the neutral. He has to be careful because there is pressure going over towards B, so I'm curious to see if Karma would have stayed to try and get the cap. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter because he does fall. The pressure over towards B has been negated. The flag is now neutral, but I mean, we're talking almost a 40-point lead with 1:50. If Seattle can once again retake control of B, Gorillas, they're in trouble.
And this is desperation time for Aqua. Maybe desperation, not quite, but the big kills are going to come in. But he gets shut down by Octane. Now Lacefield by himself has to line up too and does have success, but now he's just going to be clearing the point. Doesn't even feel confident with it, but I was about to say, you can run right back and double guess himself again. We see a lot of second guessing coming in from the Gorillas. They consistently are getting punished for it, but when all is said and done, enough slaying has been done to at least keep that point neutral. Now we'll see if Decimate can start racking up a couple of these kills, but just get shut down immediately. Seattle right now, the slaying just a little bit too strong. You basically have 3 guys on the team that are double positive. They are feasting for the moment.
The worry for Gorillas was Seattle Surge retaking control of a 2-1 flag advantage. They've been able to do just that. And if they can hold it for the last 57 seconds, it would be dangerous to think about exactly what that lead would be. It's a slow performance from Saints, 6-13 for the Los Angeles Gorillas. 6-13 is also enabled, for that matter. However, the lead, again, such a big one. Even in the last 40 seconds, honestly, if you're Seattle Surge here, just don't get trip capped, right? Just don't even get 2 capped and your own flag neutral. Hold on to B and just kind of negate the last 30-second kind of point clawing back that the Gorillas are trying to achieve.
And this is Seattle, I think, just handling the map well, or better at least than the Gorillas, right? Every single time the spawn sort of flip, they're the one that's a little bit quicker on the spot to try to secure these flags and make sure you keep it about that 30-point margin, right? That's kind of the scoreline we talked about. That's where you're incredibly happy with yourself going into the second half.
So I guess the big question now is when you start the second half, right, you have that cushion, a relatively large one, but what's the opening play? What's the break that you go for? Is it continuously just overextend?
Well, something that's interesting to note was the opening break we saw from the Gorillas. They didn't commit to B at all off the opening rip. They sent like one guy through mid-map to like cut over. They were trying to flip the spawns to get A immediately, but even when they finally had success with that, well, then they had the A flag, were getting spawn trapped and spawn killed at A, and that's where Seattle started to run open the score. So I think a lot of teams, I don't know exactly how many, but the majority, I think, seem to prefer to have the C and B flags as the hold. The Gorillas have the opposite idea, and well, they get punished for it. So now Seattle, I mean, they had 3 minutes of success, really, that past round, holding C and holding B. Now that's the opening break that they're afforded.
If they get early control of B, it could be pretty scary here for Los Angeles Gorillas. They'll need that 2-to-1 flag advantage for quite some time as the first pick does come through. It's Decimate on towards Karma. Saints now flies in, unfortunately for him. That isn't very successful. Decimate, though, on the trades. Apathy again heating up. I think that's 3 in quick succession. 20 and 10, his stat line.
Yeah, another little triple kill coming in from him, but again, you get that C flag eventually. The B is getting close to be capped, but he does get taken down. Actually, no, secures it just in the nick of time. Of course, the Gorillas are going to be very quick to put the pressure on the B flag, and well, Octane knows that, just wants to be a distraction, make some noise over towards A.
Well, it's Gorillas that need to make the comeback. I mean, currently find themselves down 115 to 82. Let's send it to an Astro Gaming listening with the Los Angeles Gorillas.
Force, good.
They're trying to put A side, guys.
What's it? Bathroom for GC. I have all force. I have all crates. That
guy's like top AC. They're top AC.
Do we have B?
They're top AC.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Just running back left C. I'm pushing a box.
It could be in bathroom.
I have all crates.
Top AC windows. Top AC. And two in the second hard point. 2 P2.
I'm helping you, Andy.
2 in P2, guys.
Yo, mid is open, guys.
Get kills and play in neutral. We're pushing.
Open crate. Right side open crate. You're hitting right. You're hitting force. One to the force.
Flash left.
It's on the rock, Damon.
I'll pick that up. Left.
One shot water. Yeah, mid-train on me. Octane. Two mid-train. One's in water. You might hit engine. From water.
One can flank. I need a B. I'm gonna help B. They smoked me. I needed it. I'm looking lockers.
I got one. One more lockers. Lockers on right. Damon's today somewhere.
Lockers slack. Left corner lockers. Left corner lockers.
He's here.
Left corner slack. Left corner slack.
Left to right side B.
Engine. Hitting you to mid. You to mid right now.
Well, of course, it was the Gorillas that need to make the comeback. The 2-to-1 flag advantage is going to be imperative for that. They had control of B. Now, though, Seattle Surge are over there. Trying to go for the decap and recapture themselves. Of course, the 30-point lead is dissipated completely, but Enable is now over towards the A flag himself. Going to go for the decap, almost. It's going to get a little crazy now, I feel, for the next couple of minutes.
And you can see the chaos that the Gorillas are trying to cause. They have a player behind enemy lines, but Slack takes care of him, and Octane feels comfortable to hop this C flag. Now the fights are going to be over towards the B side of things. There's Gorillas not trying to send anyone on the OE, at least just yet. You try to flood through, get the kills over towards B, and get that flag. Slack, though, through the vents is able to find one. You see Karma in the feed is able to find 2 more. Nice read from Slack. Heard Lace Field coming, and a nice little stabilization as everyone for Gorillas are stuck towards A.
Now, if Seattle Surge can hold this for about 1 minute, it should put the game completely out of reach, barring a Los Angeles Gorillas triple cap or a double cap and a neutral for pretty much the entirety of the remainder of the game. So if you're Seattle here, do everything you can to hold on for the 2 hills. We say that, though, it's so simple for Los Angeles Gorillas. They just stroll in towards B, and Decimate is making the play over towards C. However, A is also being decapped, so there's going to be a big 1v1 over on the left-hand side, which the Gorillas win. Uh-oh, Seattle Surge, this could get scary.
Starting to get a little bit scary, down by just over 20 points right now. Still just the 1 flag hold from Seattle. And, well, the map pressure they had from Enable, Saints is going to chop them down. And this is the best opportunity the Gorillas have. But actually, someone right now for Seattle has snuck through enemy lines, but Aqua's doing the exact same thing over towards C. This is where the communication for both teams needs to be on point.
If you're going to consistently overextend, you have to make sure you commit to the flaggers. Again, a couple players from the Gorillas try and track back to deal with Apathy. He will be dealt with. The flag will be recapped. A big 1v1, one over towards C. And now if you're Los Angeles Gorillas, you may be in a situation where you stop Seattle earning points at all. A big win again. Octane goes down. In goes the rest for Seattle Surge. The massive lead they had slowly but surely being chipped away by the Los Angeles Gorillas. 159 to 145, and the pressure is still over towards C. LA Gorillas have played this almost perfectly, Chance.
And triple caps be damned at this point. Either one of these teams, if they can just hold 2 for the remainder of their game, are going to be in a great spot. Seattle right now, a ton of bodies over towards the point. Saints making a move, can take down one. He gets chopped in. Octane with the double kill, enough to secure the flag. Still, though, the Gorillas do have a little bit of time to work with. They got about 30 seconds that they're going to need to cap this flag before the triple cap is going to be a necessity. So we'll see if they can start heating up Aqua. He's just waiting for his teammates to come out and help him. But any second at this point that goes by is going to make it so much more difficult, so much worse for the Gorillas. And Karma in the feed, able to find 3. Annoyance from Decimate trying to stay alive, but those players are swarming on top of him. And Decimate can be annoying, but that's just a little blip on the radar for Seattle, who have been storming right through.
It looks so good for a moment for the Gorillas, but Seattle Surge locking it down at the very end. The final 50 seconds now. The Gorillas would need a trip cap, down 20 points. And even then, I don't even think you'd still be able to do it.
You can get 36 if you hold the trip cap for a minute. Now you're down to 45 seconds, so they're going to need the trip cap, and they're going to need it fast. But you just look at the kill feed. Seattle are just storming on through. A nice little 4 down for them. And Lacefield capping the point. He's actually, again, laying down, able to find one, but Karma there for the trades. And either way, that B flag is still held by Seattle, who are 2-0 on Gunrunner domination. And they are poised up to go 3-0 as well. And you have an idea of why. Octane, 36 kills. The highest on the side of Gorillas is only at 26 in the hands of Aqua, but it was just an M4 dominant game. Who was the best assault rifle player all of last year, and Octane, who, well, can let it ride.
All right, so still some life left in this series, Chance. Seattle down, but not out just yet. A chance for LA to close out the series. Seattle definitely the fan favorites here, but they've not really had too much to cheer for. Finally, though, Seattle on the board. No clean sweep to start the day. The big question, though, Chance, is now can Seattle try and force that game 5, where I think even if they do get there, we're not really filled with too much confidence.
Well, I believe we're headed over to Azir Cave for the next hard point, which I don't think we have any information on the Gorillas' capabilities on the map. I don't think they've played it on land yet this year. And then Seattle, we've seen them twice, 0-2. So not exactly their preferred hard point, but obviously, again, we talked about the veterans. If they get the positive vibes flowing just a little bit more, and you see some smiles, a little bit of happiness and joy, they are absolutely a very capable respawn team, and especially when Octane is throwing up 37 kills like that.
If you're Octane's teammate, right, you just look at him at the end of that game and
Thanks,
go,
bro.
37? Appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Apathy as well, not too far behind at 31 and 25. Overall, a great game right there.
And for what it's worth with the damage numbers, they collect those by half. So that is the second half damage, and this is why those might look substantially lower than the kills that they're providing, sort of thing. So maybe double those in your mind to get a rough estimate of where those players actually were at towards the end. But either way, fantastic slaying performances so far from Seattle, and that kind of hints at the keys to success on the flip side, right?
Sure
that
does.
was mentioned for the Gorillas. They need to keep up with Seattle in terms of slaying. Once these players on the surge start to go on a tear, it can be oh so difficult to really just fight for any bit of life within the game.
Gorillas still with the advantage in the series 2-1. It's now about closing it out for them. And they do it on Azir Cave. To Chance's point, not really all that much information for that map. More on the flip side for Seattle, it's not been pretty, that's for sure. But hey, if you're gonna turn it around, may as well be now, right?
It's very true. For what it's worth, though, I am fully expecting a Game 5 in this situation. Again, it's two teams of basically two opposite stories. One team has had quite a bit of success in Search and Destroy. Obviously, the Gorillas, the respawn has been very lacking. At least coming into this series, they were 1-4 in Hardpoint, 1-2 in Dom. Not the strongest, not a ton of Slag power, hence the keys to success. Obviously, for Seattle, that's the complete opposite. They're completely incompetent in Search and Destroy, but then the respawn at times can be very, very strong.
Definitely can. Of course, some good highlights really from that last game. Seattle come out strong, and it does beg the question, imagine they win that round 11? So different, but it was Octane that really led from the very, very beginning, just picking up kills left, right, and center, putting so much pressure on the map. And the one thing I'll praise Seattle Surge heavily for in their domination was their ability to just out-rotate Los Angeles Gorillas. It got a little scary towards the end, but they never stopped rotating, they never stopped moving.
And this is why I was so confused about the opening break from the Gorillas in the first half. the entire game effectively with Seattle holding on to C and B for the most part. Things would get confusing at times, but I think 80% of the game was Seattle holding on to that. The opening break in the first side for the Gorillas was to basically flip the spawns and not hold C and B and to go to A. Seattle just said thank you very much and kind of ran away with the game. So just one of those things where the opening break can decide the way the first minute or two of the game goes about. And Seattle again will be very happy for it.
Underway, hardpoint Azir Cave is where we're heading. Can Seattle force the game 5 and potentially turn around their pretty abysmal S&D record and book their spot in the winner's bracket, or potentially in the winner's bracket, I should say. Still, they would have to play one more game, but they'd stay alive at least. Loser of this is out.
And just to pile on a little bit more of the S&D woes for the Seattle Surge, I think they're 0-3 in round 11s. It's like 0-6 right now overall.
Oh, no.
0-3 in round 11s. So, I mean, hey, they've been getting close. Going to round 11 is great. You just, you know, you have to win that round.
It's just strange.
That is the most important round if you get there.
It's just weird because it's a pretty composed team. It's not like they're lacking composure.
It genuinely just looks like in Search and Destroy, they're just under-practiced. That's all it is in my mind.
I should do a Chicago Huntsman, maybe change their practice schedule a little bit. Get some more
again,
searching.
Maybe they have, to be fair, but they
Doesn't look
definitely
like
need more.
That's for sure. Well, game underway. On board with Octane, he was the man of the moment for Seattle last game. Already starts off with the pick on towards Saints. Two of his teammates do fall. Shadow with control of the hill.
Human Turret hanging out, starts off with 2 kills, and now can find his little hiding hole inside the hill, has the trophy down to deal with some of the nades, and, well, as more kills in front of him you expect him to get, finally gets dropped, but his team have quite a bit of map control. No bodies inside the hill, but they're working on spawns.
What's interesting is 3 players for Seattle actually spawn in the middle of Cave, so they can actually just push through if they want, and try and apply a ton of pressure. Octane was one of them. He's already won the first fight. He's 1-2, and that's just a nice rotation from Seattle Surge. They get the early time. Yes, a few players fall, but they make the correct decision off spawn to control the map for BT.
Flip spawns are great. The slaying is great. Octane is 6-1 already. Apathy is just hanging out, spawn killing in the next hill. It could not really get better at all as far as opening breaks go. So Seattle doing what they can. Aqua maybe needs to find a big kill on Apathy. He's able to find that one, but he's going to need to get 2 or 3 more just to try to break through on these spawns.
Try and maybe open up that lane, but unfortunately for him, he's only able to find one. Seattle are inside the hill early. And this is where they could build themselves a sizable lead. Unless Gorillas can just fight from the front. Karma picks up 2. Octane again in the kill feed. Apathy as well will join, and this is a great early few hills from Seattle Surge. It's obviously going to be about holding this for the remaining 35 seconds and then see can they rotate or out-rotate Gorillas again.
I mean, that's effectively like the hiking cam that we were watching from Aqua. It just like spawns out, now you gotta run a couple hundred feet, and by the time you get there, it's Octane posted up in the hill with the M4, making it look easy. 10-2 already on a 4 spree. Every single night, Octane is finding multiple kills before he finally gets traded.
It's truly impressive. I mean, he's going to fall there, but the final 13 seconds of the hill, I don't think you're going to be too fussed about that if you're Seattle. In actual fact, I mean, player spawns there, so they may grab the final 5 seconds, but it's about the rotation fight. And as you can see, Slack may have a big 1v1. If you're Gorillas, you cannot afford to lose this rotation.
Lacefield trying to play it patient, trying not to make a ton of noise, but he's right next to an incredibly loud door, and Slack is going to be there, but he does it the quiet way, wins the gunfight, but has to win a couple more inside the hills, able to find 2, but this isn't even to win the rotation. This is just to buy his teammates time to come help him out.
Lacefield played that so very well, and it was important. He got those 2 kills. The problem is his teammates are falling. Saints is still inside the hill. He's the last player for the Gorillas. And Seattle Surge, kill feed, lighted up green. 67-28. 20 seconds left on this hill.
But Octane up top, Aqua goes for the challenge. He gets shut down again. Every single life, he is going to find multiple kills before he gets shut down. 16 of them, Ben. He has 16 kills.
And he has 45 seconds hill time.
This is what he does.
Seattle has 68 points overall. Octane is on a rampage, and I think it's affecting the rest of his team. Everyone's starting to heat up just a little bit. That's Karma ring around the Rosie. There's 2. Aches will fall as well. Seattle, they're on one right now, Chance, and they've already rotated for the new hill. Los Angeles Gorillas seem maybe a little deflated as Karma goes on a 5 spree before finally falling.
Oh, good lord. Shout out squad spawning. We just saw like an 8-man feed just oh so fast because they kept popping up right next to the guns of Seattle, but they were prepped and ready to go. More than a 60-second lead just about that is going to be in effect unless Saints can get something going. He's 4-13 at the moment. Now make it 4-14. They need to get the ball rolling. The slang is just hugely problematic.
I mean, you just got to slow him down. You just got to slow him down however you possibly can, whether it's just a quick rotation to next or whatever the case may be, because Seattle is still in the hill, and this is getting a little scary now for Los Angeles Guerrillas. 116-39. There's still 20 seconds on this hill to be grabbed, and Octane's still alive, and it's going to cause some problems. The nade comes out with Aqua, and potentially even find Lacefield.
And a big 1v1 on the rotation. Karma's got to get decimate though, makes the read and takes him down. That will be a massive advantage for Guerrillas on this rotation, who you can see those white arrows on the right side getting set up, ready to go.
But you have to hold it. You have to hold it. And 3 players alive right now. Make that 2. They should still be good to spawn in, because I don't think App pushed far enough really to dictate that spawn, and Lacefield will shut him down anyway. So for Guerrillas here, this is big time just to bring yourself back into this game.
And these are just too many kills right now coming in from Seattle. They got the cuts. He got Slack pushing through smokes. He's able to find 1 kill even before Lacefield is able to drop him. The smoke's causing too many problems. Karma soaring up top, who got a kill before Lacefield could get the trade. And look at all these players in the cutoff that, well, Aqua's trying to deal with, is able to pick up 2, but this is a hill Guerrillas should have clear-cut won the rotation, and it is just too scrappy. Seattle forcing him out.
They have slowly started to bring it back, though. The point lead no longer as scary as it once was, 117-75, but you're absolutely right, Chance. That should have been a relatively easier hold for Guerrillas, and Seattle did well just to chip away and putting pressure inside the hill as the kills continuously coming in for Octane. The man hasn't slowed down. He's 22-10 as he gets himself 3. Can he find number 4 to his left? Unfortunately not. Decimate finally shuts him down.
It's every single life from him, and to Aqua's credit, he's doing everything he can to keep up. He's got 19 himself, but the supporting cast is not there. Aches and Saints, big chillin' at 8-19, watching their teammates kill everything, but professional bait at the moment. Need to get the ball turned around, because now even on the middle hill, it is Seattle just hanging out, getting quite a bit of this time.
And again, if you think back to the first rotation, it was relatively even on P1, but it was just a smart play from Seattle off spawn to make sure they locked in P2. That's really where this lead has come from. And Apathy tried to do it again there. You may have just caught that on the bottom of your minimap, but Saints was aware of it. Also managed to find the kill. So Seattle, right now at least, not in the best of positions. It should be advantage for Los Angeles Guerrillas, and they should be able to get close, really, to tying this game up.
I mean, I will say, as far as rotation goes, yes, Seattle didn't get a massive advantage going into the hill, but they just got a ton of time on P1. That was about as controlling on that hill as you're ever really going to see. So Guerrillas, desperation time, they're going to need to respond with maybe not a full 60, but at least 40 of their own.
And if Octane's patient here, his teammate may actually be able to pinch on the bottom side. And now you'll see all those green arrows start to surge forward. As soon as they get 1 pick, they can fly. Try and force Los Angeles Guerrillas to spawn out. You're going to have to do it at least 1 more time, though. The wave of kills still coming in. However, LA momentarily at least in the hill. Octane has fought his way in. The man just refuses to lose, it feels like, when you're watching him play. 26-13, double positive again. Flurry of kill after flurry of kill. It's Slack's turn to go on a streak. He's on a 4. Octane now will join him on a 4. The man isn't slowing down.
28 kills, Ben. That's quite a few of them, and it's just every time it was desperation time. That's what kills Octane. Octane kills Octane.
He threw the nade right in front of him and didn't realize the trophy was gonna. That was great. That's what it takes.
Trophy system is as deadly as Saints and Exit, Ben.
Apparently. However, Seattle now an 18-point lead. The rotation is going to come through. Karma's ready and waiting, as is the rest of Seattle. They have played Azir so very well. 0-2 was the stat for this map for Seattle. We obviously don't have too much information about Guerrillas, but so far Seattle have made this look, to be frank, pretty easy.
At the same time, though, this has been a pretty good hill for the Guerrillas, and they just got a ton of kills as well. Now they get a little bit of map clearance, so starting to heat up just a little bit, but even still, you got Slack trying to be annoying, but he is dealt with. Finally, a breath of a relief just a little bit for the side of Guerrillas, but still, it's a 70-point deficit, which is quite a bit of time in Modern Warfare.
The problem is that was just such an easy break for Seattle. As soon as Guerrillas get a little bit of control, Seattle managed to just get a couple of kills and get them off the hill, which is very, very important as things stand. Just stop them earning points as much as you can. 181, 125. It was just a 60-point game, and Seattle have already rotated with 10 seconds left, ready and waiting.
Still, though, 50 seconds again is a massive amount of time because winning back-to-back rotations is incredibly difficult. Gorillas won the rotation at the old hill, but look at all those arrows set up anew for the side of Seattle. Had quite a bit of success in the past. Now you got Karma on the roof, but takes him a second to find the kill on Saints. Is going to get it, but right now it's all the pressure from the front.
Aches trying to push through. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Seattle is set up. Again, this to force a game 5. Gorillas have the 2-0 advantage. All of a sudden, Octane almost just woke up, it felt like, took over game 3, and he's done the same here in game 4. He's Karma catching him up a little bit, statistically at least. Almost 32 and 21. So when Octane slowed down, Karma, he's picked it up.
And Karma's also been doing that with different guns as well. Sometimes he's switching it to the M4, sometimes he's switching to the MP5, so he's making moves throughout the game, but still that 70-point lead is a massive margin in this game. Just winning those back-to-back rotations is incredibly difficult. A little bit of scrap time going the way of Seattle just to bump it up a little bit more, but now it is do or die. It is absolutely perfection necessary from the Gorillas to try to claw their way back in this game.
If they get broken early here, Seattle can just close it out. Obviously, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Seattle's still pretty far away from this hill, but the Gorillas are full 60, and they're almost basically back in this game.
Lacefield again loves to lay down, but the nades might hit him up just a little bit.
Great
yeah, it's
nade.
going to be the nades that take him down. Nice coordination coming in, and already Seattle, they've gotten the opponent out of the hill. They're just being annoying, keeping the guys at bay.
The problem for Seattle right now is they don't actually have anyone pushing from back cave, so for LA Gorillas, they'll just keep spawning in. They'll keep running to the front of the hill. Good read by Aqua on the flank. The call out there from his teammate, so it may not be a complete full 60, but for LA Gorillas, they've denied Seattle's surge, extending their lead. Nice play from Aqua again, still in the hill. A 5 spree for him. 30 and 30 as he looked for number 6. It's Apathy that shuts him down.
But I think still Seattle doing a good enough job just to kind of keep that lead at bay, just chipping away at the time and making sure you keep at least a 40-second lead. So now we rotate over to P1, where last time around Seattle actually held the hill for a substantial amount of time. This time, though, that's a clean feed. Gorillas, they might be able to pull it off, Ben.
It's Aches that has to make the play, and he actually does so. Aches shuts down Karma, and that could be for spawns for P2. That's the white arrow on the top of your minimap, and he's done it again. He shut down Karma. Aches is making all the right plays for Gorillas. Yes, they're in the hill, but that doesn't matter at all. What does matter is the spawns for P2. If you're Seattle Surge, you can give away that time. You cannot give up the spawns. Finally, Aches is hunted down. You could maybe argue that he could have been more aggressive and pushed further forward. If he was quick enough, he might have forced the Seattle Surge spawn out, but not going to be the case. Gorillas are back in this. They're about to take the lead as well. Now, Chance, you cannot give up the spawns. And again, someone from Gorillas is going to overextend on the bottom side of your minimap. That's going to be Lacefield. Trying to kill feed. Lacefield wins the fight. Seattle Surge could be in trouble.
Lacefield got the first. Now he's looking for more. He needs to stay alive to try to block these spawns. And you can see that's why he's paying patient. But massive gunfights the whole way around. He's dealing with a couple players. Slacked in the back.
Oh, no.
Gets shut down. Lacefield is here. The question is, where's Slack going to spawn?
Out.
Seattle 25 seconds away before they win this game. But now you look at the feed. Seattle, they surge on through. And now they're going to get some time of their own.
That was a 3v5 in the hill. Seattle win it. Now it's their turn to take control of the game. They can close it out here. 232, 231. Los Angeles Gorillas trying to fly forward. Apathy trying to deal with it. Octane still in the hill. He knows he just needs 10 more seconds of hill time to close this out, but the pressure is going to be coming from the flank. He reads it perfectly. Decimate gets shut down. 5 more points, and I can't believe it. We are going to a game 5. Seattle finally wake up.
Talk about a play of the game, Ben. That's not one man doing anything crazy, at least not towards the end. That is Lacefield's winning big gunfights in the back, and then the entire team of Seattle says, no. Just the instant 5-man feed when everyone needed to step up for Seattle. Every single player did.
And Lacefield played that perfectly.
He really did.
He did everything he possibly could, but Seattle Surge clutch up big time. And when you look at those stats, Octane 41 and 25, Karma 37, 34, App 35 and 28. Even Enable 34 and 26. Slack had a pretty decent game with some important kills to his credit, 26 and 32. But overall, Seattle played that brilliantly. Now the question, can they win a down search and destroy?
0-3 in round 11s, 0-6 in S&D, the thorn in their side, but this is why we build the storylines, Ben, to knock them down. Or for Gorillas to say, hey, I'm glad we went up 2-0 because we knew we had this in the back pocket. We're not going to lose in Surge. Those are the two options.
Most definitely are. A fantastic series. Started off looking like it might just be a blowout, but Seattle with some different ideas. That's just not very nice,
This coronavirus is way too long for the font that size.
That was good.
I bet he tried it first.
Probably
he
did.
was like, I got to figure out something else. Probably tried a couple different ones.
Too many
like,
letters.
what's the letter? And what fits like perfectly?
Too many.
That's what he settles on.
I love the London crowd and their banter. Anyway, Game 5 coming up. First series of the day, and today might be a long one. If we keep getting these Game 5s, that's for sure. A lot of Call of Duty action still to come. The question, I'm sure, on everyone's minds, will Seattle Surge finally win a Surge? You know what would be just brilliant? You know what I just want to see? The way I feel that it has to end is enable round 11 in a 1v1 and he wins. That's how it has to end.
Who's going to 1v1, H?
It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't matter. I just think that's how you lift the Seattle Surge Search and Destroy curse, if you will.
Well, obviously it depends on who you ask, since Minnesota had like the hiccup of a forfeit. But in my mind, like the Gorillas right now.
Shout out to Ninja.
Is that
Ninja in the
Ninja?
crowd. Well,
Interesting.
It's our version of Ninja.
I mean,
he was here last year.
Spitting image, Ben.
Close.
His cousin. Distant cousin. Very distant cousin. Anyway, Gorillas 4-1 in Search and Destroy, depending on who you ask. The only map that they lost, actually, we casted yesterday against Chicago. It was on St. Petrograd.
Oh, guess what?
Guess what map number 5 is, Ben?
Petro.
I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure. It should be.
Very anticlimactic if it's not. But if it is, this could be a very spicy Game 5. And again, to reiterate, you lose, you're out. You win, you stay alive. You still have a lot more Call of Duty action, then, that's for sure. And a lot of Call of Duty to be played today. I think it was, what, 8 games? Was it 8, 7?
8 today, I'm pretty sure.
8?
I think it was 6 yesterday, 8 today.
We're starting with a Game 5.
Anytime we cast, Ben. It will be. There's our answer for the curse, by the way. We're 100% just the Game 5 duo still.
Yep, like
year
that.
to year, these things will never change.
Can Seattle Surge lift their curse, though? Again, the big question. If it is St. Petro, to your point, you know, Gorillas yesterday did drop that, so it gives you plenty of chance if you're a coach or players to go over the VOD. You obviously know who you're going to be playing next day. You want to go back to the hotel, make sure you have a good VOD session, review all the footage, get as much information as you possibly can. Because again, for Seattle, it's not necessarily that they're getting blown out in these search and destroys. They are making them close, plenty of round 11s. It's just about closing out the game. We've got some highlights from Game 4, and honestly, I'd be surprised if it's anyone else's perspective other than Octane.
I mean, yeah, so the first half is like the Octane show for the first half of the game, but then at some point, you see Karma right now only has 6 kills to his name, which is perfectly fine for the time, but eventually, he then flips a switch and goes on a massive tear and catches right up to Octane, so 2 different heavy hitters, 2 different heavy slayers, just having a field day, and, well, there's a little bit of Karma love, just a nice little 4-piece for him, and this was when you had, like, the 8-man feed of just kill after kill. It was this moment where I was like, oh, Seattle are going to run away with it.
I thought the same thing.
Gorillas credit. They fought their way back, so credit where credit's due. But
and it was a series of just smart plays from Gorillas as well to just try and influence the spawns. Big 1v1 gunfights that they had to win. They did everything right, but when push came to shove, Seattle Surge clutch up big time on P2.
Clutch up big time on P2, but it's a moment of saying...
That might be my favorite moment.
Best kill of the game right there. Hashtag the trophies. You know, very surprised they actually nerfed the trophies, at least for like the team killing like that. Like right before Minnesota, I think we would have been seeing a lot more of that.
Probably.
Had that change not come in, but that was a typical look to what scrims used to be at the start of the year, Ben. Trophy systems are violent.
Definitely are. Series tied 2-2 as we get ready for that Game 5. I think it is going to be a St. Petro for our Game 5. And is there anything specific you noticed yesterday on the side of Gorillas and their Petro game?
Well, I'll go for standard stuff. Gorillas less specific, or we'll be more specific with them later on. The general kind of theme, like on Arclive, we see it, the very slow push towards A, let people snipe it out. On Petro, it is more of a spread across the map since you can't just flood into A anymore, and you play for picks. Whether you want to let a guy snipe mid-map, we see Formal do it all the time, that's perfectly fine. But on offense, it is normally a slow, steady crawl. But something Chicago had a ton of success with against the Gorillas was the pressure through mid-map. You get a couple smokes in and around the trains, and you got to wait for the dead silence really to have these opportunities afforded to you. But you get through the trains, you go to flank all those players that are defending A, and you can make some noise on offense. So I'm looking for the playmakers. From the side of Gorillas, it was really just Lacefield. He was having a field day yesterday, doing as much as he could. And then, of course, for the side of Surge, maybe we'll see Apathy pick it up just a little bit more.
I mean, the man did everything he possibly could in game 2, and it still just was not enough. You look at a couple of those rounds, the 1v1s, the 1v2s, how things could be so different. However, in reality, they are still yet to win a Search and Destroy.
Still yet to win, but we always know. I don't know, again, I want to know, like, if it's just the Gorillas that are trying to bring in all these tactical pauses, but you have all the time in the world to go over your strategies and talk about what you need to. Obviously, the coaches were down there with the players, getting those final bit of words of encouragement or strategies out of the way. But this is a moment for Seattle where you talk about sort of the standard plays on offense, spreading out, playing for picks. Obviously, a few rounds, they're going to let that happen to see if Octane can hit some snipes. But at the same time, I want to see them be aggressive and make these coordinated pushes to the team and commit to them as well.
Yes, as soon as you commit to something,
this is something we talked to Pac-Man about in Minnesota. Like, Enable's going to carry the bomb. We're expecting to die anyway. Go get the bomb down as fast as possible. That should be, which on Petro is a lot more difficult to do, admittedly. But
just sprint, just grab the bomb, sprint forward, and just plant. Your only job. Doesn't matter if you die. We'll figure that out later. Just try and get the bomb down. Octane on your screens. First of all, swing and a miss. Could have been a first blood. Teammates, of course, have crossed over towards A. Will be the Gorillas. Attack first round. Here's what Apathy sees inside the A site. As of yet, no first blood.
And Apathy's going to be sitting here waiting. The smoke might make him a little bit nervous, so he's debating on going inside the door, but players are coming out for the cross. He's going to try to push straight through, but now he's shooting players in the back. He's able to find Lacefield, and he's able to stay alive. Decimate's able to get one. Apathy, though, there for the trade.
That was such a good play from Apathy. Just really good awareness of what was around him, and obviously listening to his teammates communicate. Now Aches for the 1 versus 3. Tagged up. They know where he is. This should be a freebie by Octane standards. As Aches jumps into a wall. Seattle Surge with the advantage, 1-0.
Clinical movement.
Absolutely
towards the end. Nice little face plant, but just a very nice solid round. Apathy was the key to success. Octane obviously did hit a snipe at some point during that, which is helpful, but all these players from the Gorillas not checking their corners, try to run in past the smoke. Apathy will say thank you very much. Wins the first easy gunfight, gets that trade on Decimate. We talk about the playmakers. Apathy 1-0 in terms of the plays, 2-0 in terms of kills.
Octane joins him as well in the set run. Also at 2-0. Looks like Seattle are just going to try and fly straight in over towards A, but again, slowed down as we would expect. On the side of Gorillas, the players a little late. Karma actually finds himself a first blood. This could be massive here for Seattle Surge, but Lacefield instantly just puts a stop to that push.
Nice little man advantage once again. These are the rounds Seattle gets all the time where they get that first blood, keep the man advantage. It's all about the conversion. Slack is alive. You got Gorillas players thinking about the flank as well, but now you got Slack up top winning gunfights, but the flank is in. Aqua now cause for concern for Seattle.
Bear in mind, though, this is 2 versus 3. Seattle's still in a good spot. They have full site control. Are they once again going to force a rotation that they could have maybe just gone for the plant? Aqua really the player in the best possible position to pinch when his teammate calls it. They play top corridors instead. Oh no, I'm not sure what just happened there with Slack, but Decimate finds to kill now to 1v2.
And they don't know that he's here. They don't know he's behind. You see both these players trained in on the flank. Well, actually, Karma making the read. They got all options covered. Plenty of time to wait.
Smart grenade out. Aqua will surely see Karma any second now. He does, and Karma wins the fight. Seattle Surge up 2-0, momentum heavily in their favor.
A nice little setup coming in as well. Karma just doing the smart thing. I thought for a moment they were both expecting Aqua to still be on the flank. Karma, smarter than me, even when I have like Caster at my disposal. He knows the entire time he only has 2 options. Either he can come around and reflank the original thing or go up top. If he goes up top, I'm going to hear him. If he flanks, I'm going to kill him. So another solid round coming out of Seattle.
Could this be the moment? Seattle Surge get their first Search and Destroy win of the season. And what a way to do it in a Game 5. Just give them the world of confidence in the game mode. And forward here in London. They're able to do so. Of course, Octane not going to find a first blood. Apathy, who was a menace in round 1 in this exact spot. This time, being targeted by the Gorillas. But 2 kills go flying in for Seattle. Karma with 1, Slack with another. Tries to trade out and does so successfully. 2 for him. Karma instantly with a trade, but when all's said and done, 2v2.
2v2, and one of your men has a sniper. Aches with the bomb in hand. The question is, who to go for the plant? Decimate maybe can't get over aggressive and feels it. He knows Octane is back there somewhere with the sniper, so he plays his life and does the smart thing, regroups up with his teammate. But they have yet to plant the bomb.
Yeah, the problem is they don't really have too much information on Enable. They may have thought he was flanking. In reality, he wasn't. And that could be bad news for Aches. He will fall. Now to 1v2, and Decimate actually gets stunned. That was a very important stun because it just slows him down completely. And now Decimate has to try and make the play. He's not going to do it. Seattle 3-0 up now here in Game 5.
That is another great round for them to win. I think Decimate, when he was surging forward, didn't know which player he was looking at because they technically might have should have known that there was 2 players in the back, but they were worried about Enable being on the flank, so they never try to get that bomb down. And then there's too many directions to look, and then COD timing at its finest. Aches tries to put it down. You got 2 players in your girl.
Enable's patience just worked out so well there because you, to your point, you would have thought maybe the flank was going to come through. He says no, regroups with his teammate, plays the 2v1, the first one, very well, and of course finds a kill to his name. Aches is currently on a donut, 0-3 to start things off here. Find the first pick. He does, and he gets a first blood as well.
Apathy tried to penetrate mid-map. It does get caught out, so nice little man advantage. Gorillas with a little bit of life, and you can see not full sight control of A. They only got 2 bodies on point, but they're in great spots. Saints can feel it coming.
Senses the pressure, instead assists his teammate, and he's just going to push straight through. Saints with the reload, he's going to challenge as well. Almost shut down Enable. He was close. The trades should be there, though, as Lacefield springs into life. They know they just have 1 more to deal with, and it's Slackton. Well, has there ever been someone more trapped? He almost made it interesting. Not going to happen. Gorillas win their first round.
Yeah, great read from Slacked at the end, but better round coming in from the Gorillas. And again, it's not that they had full sight control. They only had a couple subs, but the decision to just be aggressive is the correct play. Octane's not expecting Saints to just be like, yeah, sure, I'll just come flying forward as aggressive as possible, and then Lacefield there for the follow-up. It's a nice little bounce back round for Gorillas, who are still working from a nice little deficit.
However, Seattle surging leads and throwing them away.
Name a better duo.
Wouldn't be surprised if it happened, or at least if Gorillas were able to tie this up. Decimate 3-4, Lacefield 4-3. Glance over towards their stats. Decimate, really the player I would look at here in this Game 5 to take over. The Gorillas. First blood comes in though, and it's Aches once again that falls.
He's taking his time to try to get all the way to the back. Now he's made it here, and
patience. Has to be patient. There's 1 more to deal with. Because Decimate doesn't connect, but he will with that one. Enable gets shut down, and Decimate did so well just to play his life. They know Octane is around. Aqua will hunt him out. Decimate makes the play the Gorillas need, and now they have the man advantage as well.
And bomb down in B. Good luck, have fun if you're Seattle. You got to push your way through a ton of different players, and the angles right now from Gorillas on point. Karma, though, is able to get that first blood, but the trades are in.
This whole round could basically just be Decimate making the right decisions. He's done it again. He shuts down App. He's left his teammates in a great spot. Just Karma to deal with. A great round out of the Gorillas.
I just don't understand. Like Enable, so I don't know if he just forgets how to shoot and surge, but he had the freest kill. Decimate doesn't know where to look. He has all the time in the world to get the trade and just finds a way to lose the gunfight, Ben. But the key play, you get the subs that aggressive deep into the base. I mean, you have Octane getting shot in the back, shot in the side, when he is deep in his own spawn.
He's confused about where he's even being shot from.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're just not expecting that sort of pressure to be available to him, because Enable just spotted nothing out. Decimate walked straight to the back of the map.
Beautiful round from Gorillas, that's for sure, but can they now tie it up? Still down a round, 3-2 the advantage Seattle Surge currently hold as they go back onto the attack. Round slows down, attack was 6-3 currently. Karma 7-4. In fact, also 6 kills to his name, 5 deaths. As Decimate the playmaker last round. Can he do it again defensively? Well, that's how to pop there for Aqua on the other side of the map. He's going to hit flank with Aqua will surely die. You'll see that in the kill feed. Enable was just sat at the back of the map. However, First Blood did come in for Aches. Slack goes down, so now 4v4. Enable's nowhere near the action, so this is technically a 4v3 on the site. Lacefield will cherry pick Apathy, and now it's a 3v3.
We have a potential flank coming in.
It's Enable.
From the Surge.
Enable's flank, this could be massive if he collapses at the right time. Well, Saints has found a pick on Octane. You've got to be quick here if you're Enable. He finally gets there, shuts down one, but now he finds himself in a 1v2.
Trying to figure out what to do. Meanwhile, Gorillas have taken the time just to buddy system up, but now he spots both of them. He's got the AR gun for the job.
Just go back. All they need to do is try and bait out Enable here. Of course, no dead silence for Enable. Going to be very loud. Tag Saints with the stun. And now the question for Gorillas is, do you just flank Enable here in the A site? Well, he's retrieved bomb with 24 seconds left. Enable, of course, has to be the playmaker in this situation. Still very loud. They'll hear him. Lacefield tags him up. Saints still playing close right. Enable will fall. Not much he can do. And Gorillas tie it up 3-3.
Quite a few nice rounds in a row, back to back to back. And, well, that's just the A-site control. You get there first on defense. It's a little bit easier to kind of hold the position, but a couple big plays from a couple different players. Lacefield going big again, just to cherry pick a man off, just to even up the odds just a little bit. And then very nice positioning at the end, making sure you stick together in the 2v1.
Tied game here in the game 5, 3-3. Seattle Surge back on defense. Los Angeles Gorillas on attack. Saints carrying the bomb. Can Octane find a first blood with a sniper rifle? Well, he looks a little towards his right. He may find that pick. Not gonna happen though. As Gorillas make their way slowly but surely over towards A.
As you can see, he's been getting tagged up by nades, but now feels the opening is there. The smoke may be helping him out just a little bit. The player's name's probably popping up for him. Meanwhile, Slack able to get the first kill, and Apathy is here, ready for some trades.
And it's just first blood, stay alive now. And you just have to watch the flank and just make sure you do not lose sight control here at A, and the round should surely be yours. But Octane's been picked. That's a good gunfight for Aches to take there. So that frees up mid-map here. Should LA Gorillas want to maybe rotate over towards B, they still do have one player to deal with. It's going to be Enable deep at the back of B site. One lone green arrow. As the Gorillas split the map a little bit. Maybe trying to cherry pick another kill. Open up the map elsewhere. Did someone just spot him cross mid-map? I think maybe the answer is yes. Lacefield now trying to fly forward. Had to deal with that. App shuts him down though. Decimate looking for the trade, and I don't think he's going to expect two to be there, but Decimate actually gets the kill and gets out. A big play from him, and Aches had his back. So just like that, it's a 3v1 for the Gorillas. It's all down to Karma.
And Karma knows Octane's nearby, but just doesn't have enough time and gets shot in the back. The LA Gorillas, 4 rounds in a row, Ben.
It started off so well for Seattle, the 3-0 lead, and
you just wait for the collapse. Like, you see the round play out, and you're just like, at some point, the Gorillas are going to take over. Like, it was perfect, the setup they had for Decimate. If he has to go pick up the bomb in the middle of no man's land effectively, has 2 players looking at him, snaps on the gunfight and kills Slack. Incredible. The trade's just not there. They let him get out with his life, and then everyone just falling one by one.
Oh, there's the first blood.
Gets the first blood. Will it even matter?
Lacefield just backs up. He's like, I'll grab the sub then. Don't mind me. Oh, Karma will find one as well. So 5v3. And Seattle Surge look to tie things up. Aqua is having a hell of a game, though, it must be said. Statistically, 9-4 as he shuts down Enable with that kill. The pressure he's putting on the flank is keeping Seattle on their toes.
I can't believe he was just allowed to run away like that. I thought a player had him in his sights, but now he's causing confusion. Apathy goes for the hunt, wins a massive gunfight to keep the man odds in favor of the Surge.
4v2. Seattle have to plant.
Group up, please.
The play is going to be B. But the problem is, the Gorillas are out of the site. Decimate has found the first. The trade does come through from App. Mr. Reliable currently 6-6. Octane still alive with him, so 2v1. Lacefield to try and play spoiler here. Octane will spot him. Bomb does go down. This could be a massive, massive round and a huge clutch here from Lacefield if he's able to get it.
And they've backed out of sight and given a little bit of control. They have information on Lacefield, but he's got to win just a 2-1v1s, and he just puts himself in a self-pinch. Seattle able to get on board, and when things get dicey, you got to get the first blood. Octane provides, and Karma follows him right up. A 5v3 is enough that the Seattle can get win, but that did
still
get
gets
spicy.
scary, bro.
That still got
still
spicy.
gets really, really scary if you're a Seattle Surge fan. However, they do tie it up again. Aqua leading the lobby in kills 9 and 5 as we're all square, 4-4. Los Angeles Guerrillas back on the attack. And we see another first blood coming for Octane. He's been a machine, it feels like. Well, Lacefield pulls out the sniper, and I mean, he couldn't be closer.
That's a man that's played quite a bit. He has the timing down pat. Seattle very...
I think the problem is he knows where Octane has played the last few rounds, and he's searching. Octane's done well just to get away with his life. And Enable gets the first blood for Seattle Surge. Decimate drops. Big advantage for Seattle.
Trying to push up forward. Saints is here with the bomb, but as soon as your first man falls, you get nervous. They are hoping Lacefield can find a kill. Because there are a bunch of bodies for Seattle stacked up at A. You do have a potential 3v2 over at that B site, but it's not going to last for a long time.
This is where, for Guerrillas, you just got to be patient. You got to wait for your dead silence and see if Lacefield can try and find a pick mid-map. See if you can force a rotation from the Seattle players you know are going to play A over towards B. The problem is Lacefield has a lot to watch. Not only is he looking mid-map, he has to worry about someone, primarily Apathy, pushing through that site. If App gets his dead silence, you know he's just going to hit it. The stun comes out. Lace again, playing this very well, very patient. You just worry about how much they have to really watch, and there's going to come a point in the next 15 seconds or so where Los Angeles are going to have to commit, as Aches won that exact gunfight earlier on, 2 rounds ago, I believe it was. Octane lives to fight another day, still a 5v4. Seattle's advantage.
Now Aqua trying to make a play, trying to force his way through, but a lot of players in a lot of corners. Octane hits the shot, takes him down.
And that's not an easy shot to hit as well if you're Octane. Had to snap on as Karma finds Aches as well. There's another pick for Octane as Saints is left in the 1 versus 5. And Abel is going to find the kill as well. Seattle Surge, match point. Life on the line.
Octane with the fancy snipes is nice to see, to put the stamp on it, but that first blood from Enable comes up big. It stuffs the push from the side of Gorilla, so he may struggle with gunfights every now and again, but does come up big here. 1 round away, Ben, and Seattle will win an S&D, a foreign feeling to these players.
Seattle.
It's been like 7 months for these guys since they've won a game of S&D on land.
Oh, of course, of course.
Patty P!
Patty P!
Patty P! Tactical.
Of course. Let's pretend we're surprised.
The U.S. Army tactical play of the game, the pause feature.
Oh, you just couldn't make it up, could you? You just couldn't make it up.
You want to translate for me? Or did you not see it?
What?
I don't know what the word means. I'm not going to say it out loud just in case. British slang, Ben. British
slang. I didn't see it. I was not paying attention.
I don't think it's a bad one.
Well, don't say it just in case the game's underway. Get back into the game.
Oh, we're live. Go. Opening break.
Me.
Everyone's alive.
My heart
5v5.
can't take it. Can Seattle do it, or will Los Angeles play? Just spoiler again. Of course, Seattle on the attack. And they slowed it down. Not committing to A. Playing pretty much a Guerrillas kind of strategy here from what we saw last round, but the first blood is everything. They're relying on Octane to get the pick with the sniper rifle. You've got to be so careful sliding across.
Stop it, please. Why do you keep doing it?
Stop it! Don't even give him the chance to shoot you because he's not going to miss. Just stop. Why? Still waiting for the first blood. 70 seconds still to go in the round, and Slack could be in such a good spot as Octane actually backs up, goes for a different angle here. Still waiting for anything to happen though. Seattle, you can probably do this for another 15, 20 seconds, and then you're going to have to commit to something. Guerrillas can just park the bus, play defensive. Seattle have to come to you. And there's the first blood. It comes for Slacked.
Aqua knows. Apathy's around that door, waiting for rotation to come in. Aqua able to stay alive. Not a lot of map pressure for Seattle, but the main advantage is nice. Starting to make moves though. Apathy makes it by himself, does it for a moment. Not a gunfight he feels he can win. Gets out of dodge.
Still a 4 versus 5. Gorillas time is ticking. Aqua will find one, and a Kobe nade from Ace. Enable shut down. Meanwhile, the fight for Aqua. He scrambles away. Decimate shuts down Karma with 12 seconds left. It's gonna go the distance. Bar Apathy picking up a miracle. We're going there. Game 5, round 11 to start off Championship Sunday here in London. Couldn't ask for a better series chance.
Seattle with an advantage in search and destroy, and it's gone. 0-3 in round 11s on the year.
0-6 in search. It just gets to a point where you've got to laugh. You've just got to laugh.
0-3.
The funny thing is, it could be genuinely
11s.
like serious, and it's just funny because it's just funny.
0-3 in round 11s. This is attempt number 4. Is the saying, the 4th time's the charm? I mean, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's not the saying, but I don't know. There's a setup there somewhere, Ben. You're a smart guy.
Yeah, we'll go with that. As the players just waiting for whatever the issue is to get fixed and, of course, resolved. Judging by the Seattle guys, I don't think it's on their side, so I do think it's on the LA Guerrillas side.
And I desperately want to see Seattle, whether they win or lose, just play with
Just
confidence in the
commit
final
to
round.
something.
Just make an aggressive play. Have some
Unless you're on
sort of-
defense.
But the issue is for them is like, how could they possibly have confidence in
underway.
this situation?
All right, here we go. Seattle Surge for the first search win in the league. Can they get it done to stay alive here in London, or will the LA Guerrillas play spoiler once again? Well, it's going to be LA on the attack, and well, I think they're just going to commit heavily over towards the A side. Last few attacking rounds we've seen in this game have been very, very slow.
And a player mid-map. Aqua's trying to make moves. He did get stunned out, though, but Karma's waiting for it. Gets the
Huge.
first blood. Shuts Aqua down.
And now, for LA Guerrillas, a man down. Fighting into the A site can be so hard. You have to make it chaotic. You have to try and make the plays, and it's going to be Lacefield that does just that. Flies at Karma, shuts him down. 4 versus 4. App is still up top, though, and Slack does cherry pick to kill on Saints. So still, Seattle Surge with the numerical advantages. Lacefield just takes it into his own hands to shut down Slack. 3 versus 3. Minute 16 to go. Seattle had all site control, and Lacefield says no.
He's doing what he wants, but App is there for the shutdown. App up top with control.
And he's so weak as well, he had to just value his life. No teammates in for a trade. Now it's Decimate and Aches. The 2 versus 3. A huge chance as Decimate plants the bomb. Seattle have to retake, and Decimate shuts down Enable. Uh-oh, 2v2. Apathy shut down as well. Octane gets it. He finds the kill on Aches, and finally, Seattle Surge win a search and destroy. It was by no means pretty, but by God, they got it done.
I don't know how, I don't know why. It came down to a double kill with the pistol, of all things. And lucky for us, we get to see it. I don't know how Octane does it, but he gets it done.
As is the rest of Los Angeles Guerrillas. Seattle Surge finally get a win in round 11 and in search and destroy. What that is going to do now for their confidence is going to be massive. And it's that man on your screen, Octane, that took over to help complete the reverse sweep. He was sensational. Not only was he great in Game 3, he was phenomenal in Game 4, and he gets the final 2 kills in the Game 5. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Octane, and we'll send it now down to Frankie on the main stage for our post-game interview.
Hello. Hello. I apologize. I was literally just saying to Octane about when he missed. He was scoped in on mid a few rounds before the end, and when he missed it backstage, I just went, ugh. So there you go. London, how did you feel about Octane's performance? They're feeling pretty positive about it. Listen, my advice to you, always be closing. How did you finally close out an S&D map and take your first series of the CDL, Octane?
To be honest, I think I missed like 2 snipes that whole map, so that was definitely a part of it. But I mean, we just had to win one eventually, and thankfully it was right here, Game 5, Round 11. That was about as good as it could have got.
You had to hard carry the team, though. You had to lead the charge on that reverse sweep at first. Listen, don't hate the truth, boys. It was a team effort, but this man had a lot to do with it. What did you say to the team to tell them that you could take it to 5 maps and win?
I said I don't want to fly to London 10.5 hours to not win a map, so we got reverse. I'll take a reverse sweep. I'll take anything at this point, but we won the series, thankfully, and we're on to the next one.
Listen, now you got a fire under your behinds. Right. Do you think we're going to see you in the final? Because you've got a little bit of a fight on your hands still.
I sure hope so. We got a rematch against Dallas up next. I'm optimistic. I think that series could have been a 3-0 for us very, very easily, so I'm definitely looking forward to that rematch.
Listen, Octane, you're one of my favorites. Now, that was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. I say it to all the boys. We are going to head to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Toronto Ultra facing off Paris Legion. I'm so sorry. I did.
This is it. The official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
in New York City. Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
The United States Air Force,
Learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back to the CDL London Home Series event here in 2020. It's our first event format of the year, and it's Elimination Sunday, Joe. Every match today, an elimination match. We've already had a team go home, and before we talk about the next series, I think we want to take a quick look at the stats from the last one. The Seattle Surge get their first Search and Destroy victory. How about it?
They don't want you to talk right now. So I'm going to go ahead and talk as they tell you to shut up.
Thank you!
Early on this morning, I mean, Game 5, Round 11 once again for Surge, but they're able to close it out yet. Double-digit performances from Octane and Karma. What a series from Octane. He was the Octane that we expect.
You and I, when we talked, like a couple Hard Points podcasts ago, and we talked about this team, that they were one of the squads that didn't have like that young, up-and-coming talent, that their one like superstar in top form is Octane, though. He is the guy that if he's going to be the hard carry, if there's going to be a hard carry, it's him. And that was a series that was, it was absolutely beautiful for him. Great stuff from Octane.
I think it's for them, it's just similar to what we've been talking about for a lot of these teams because it's so early on in this year. Something just to get going, right? A little confidence under your belt, so maybe they can carry that forward, right? I mean, it's a long day here to have one win. You know, you heard Octane say we get to play Dallas again. He felt like, you know, a couple of those games could have gone their way. I think that rematch is going to be a fun one.
Well, now let's start to talk about our next series, right? Another elimination match. We're going to have Paris going up against Toronto. I want to take a look at the game fuel keys to victory for Paris. This is a team everyone doubted going into Minnesota. Then after Minnesota, maybe hyped up too much. I don't really know what to expect from this roster right now, as we've sort of seen a two-faced approach. What are your expectations for them, and what do you think about the keys to victory?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at that guaranteeing respawn wins. When we saw them at Minnesota, was participating. If you look at some of the hard point stats, yesterday Luka had a really slow series. Accuracy dominated them. And then Kismet needs to have a big game. It just feels like he's the guy that brings the momentum to their side.
Well, now let's look at the game fuel keys to victory on the other side of the stage. One of the big changes to this roster, Bance coming in for medals. He needs to come out of his shell and start strong. And you and I discussed weeks ago really about Bance. Like a lot of times when he's played in the UK, you look back to Birmingham with that Splice roster, Bance was an MVP player. He was one of the best players there the entire weekend. He seems to perform better at London at times. I know he might not be the home crowd favorite because there's a London roster, but he needs to find a way to be that Bance.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it once yesterday during the domination, the map they were able to win, and he looked great. I mean, he was putting on a show, right? There was like, he was on like a 10 spree at one point, really to help them close that game out. But we know that Bance can be a superstar. We just don't see it consistent enough. And I think coming out of his shell, really just owning this roster.
Well, now for the maps and modes presented by U.S. Air Force. We're going to be kicking things off on Gunrunner. We'll be on Gunrunner 3 times if this series goes the distance. And if we've learned anything from some of these Toronto series over the past couple weeks, a lengthy series is likely what we have in the cards.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto, it just feels like they're sort of underestimated. It feels like at times they're very competitive in every single series. They typically don't get 3-0'd. It's usually a Game 5. Yesterday was a Game 4, but even if you look at that 4-game series, they were in it at times. Both the hard points were close. They win that domination. I think a key for Toronto is going to be winning those search and destroys. If they can put together a good search game, we know they can go all the way.
Well, next up, it's going to be Paris, seeing if they can keep it.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Hello and welcome back. We've got Paris versus Toronto elimination match coming up next. The winner will continue to battle through today. We got a lot of matches today. We have 7 best-of-5s total. That's the most I remember having in a a day. And
usually, like, I think the most we ever had is like 6. Yeah, so it's gonna be a long one.
Strap in.
Strap in. Yeah.
Yeah, but for this match, we're expecting it to be a lengthy one. I think, based on who's on the stage, this is one that's likely going to go 4 or 5 matches. Is there any particular side you're giving the edge to? I know we kind of talked about the keys to victory before this.
I mean, based off of Minnesota, I think you probably give a slight edge to Paris, right? They looked great at times. You know, if Luka can step up on the Paris side, if Shox and Den's really that Australian trio, if they can continue to play at the level that we saw at Minnesota, I think they handle business. But Toronto is always there, right? They were able to squeak out a Game 5 round 11 in Minnesota. Wouldn't surprise me if we have another one here.
Well, let's take a look at the quick scope presented by U.S. Air Force before we get ready to rock in this best-of-5 matchup. What stands out to you, Joe?
Well, Paris, they had a great Minnesota weekend. They have 10 more CDL points. Neither of these teams find a win here this weekend. And, I mean, I think the big thing, we talked about it for Toronto, their search and destroy, it has to be on point. We know their respawn. It's not weak, but it's not their strong suit. You see the difference in the S&D KD. They play together as a team.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most staggering bit of that. The search and destroy, you think, is where Toronto's going to have the edge. We've seen some interesting performances. People, I think, heading into Minnesota, there wasn't a lot of focus on search. That seemed to shift between Minnesota maybe now. We've talked about what obviously the Huntsmen did to improve. Seattle now get their first search and destroy win on the board. Maybe Paris Legion can come out and shock them in that mode. But is it coming down to 2 and 5 for you in this series?
I think so. Yeah, I think domination as well, because that's when Toronto has really shown some strengths, right? They won that yesterday in the series. So that's always the swing map. I mean, we've already had a reverse sweep this weekend. It's always one where if you can just get going, maybe get to your hardpoint map pick, then you get that momentum.
Okay.
And yeah, I think for me, search and destroy is in the Doms.
All right. Well, we mentioned we have a lot of matches today. A ton to come. Let's take a look at the overall schedule presented by the U.S. Army. We'll take you through how today is going to look. So Seattle Surge versus Guerrillas in the books. Surge able to take it to Game 5. Legion versus Ultra coming up next. And then it's a lot of TBD matches, just depending on how everything goes, where people are going to slot in. Well, Surge should be slotted into the Empire match, I would imagine.
So Dallas versus Seattle up next. And then the winner of this will take on New York later on.
And then the 2 teams that qualified last night, they played 2 matches. They already got to the playoff side of the bracket. That would be what, Huntsmen and London. London with that crazy series last night. Joe and I we didn't eat catering yesterday, so we were hungry. Like early, we were ready to go. So it was like after map 2, I was like, oh, this is probably over. We left to go get food. We're watching it in the Uber on the way to the ramen restaurant, which was wonderful. And we saw they were bringing it back. What a comeback! That was insane from London. The crowd loving every moment.
Well, I mean, as soon as they get going, they have another player behind them, right? As soon as the crowd starts to get them energized, it's just going to be different for them. But, if they end up matching up against Chicago, that could be an interesting one, if that is the grand final.
Well, I believe our stage is set. We're ready to get rocking. We'll get down to the floor with Frankie.
Thank you very much, boys. Now, our first team, they cruised into a bruising by London yesterday, and now they are fighting to keep their place here in the Copper Box Arena. It's Toronto Ultra.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we've all been waiting for.
Oh, he is flying!
Pressure, Looney spots him. Looney going for the 1v2!
4 go down medals! Lucky! 3 in a row! Oh my goodness!
London, Toronto Ultra! Okay, it's a lukewarm reception for the boys from Canada. So let's head over to our next team. And teamwork does make their dream work. It's Paris Legion.
Shox cuts them in half. And what is that flick? The Legion come out on top. Zed with the cluster!
It all comes down to this.
That was as close to perfect as you're going to see in a round.
London, let's hear it for Paris Legion. Listen, I love being booed. Paris are gonna love being booed. Do you like being booed, Maven and Merc?
Of it, but no, I've been booed quite a bit in my career. I'm pretty used to that at this point.
Unfortunately, I couldn't finish chugging a pint yesterday. I was pretty disappointed in myself. Did you
get booed in the crowd for that?
I should have been booed. Yeah, I should have been booed. But that's all right.
You got through it. You got through it safely. But not surprised to hear the reaction there from the London fans with regard to the other European competitor within the CDL. But let's now focus on the upcoming match. Ultra Legion. Gunrunner, that'll be Hardpoint to start things off, unless we've had a big shift from League Ops in our best of 5. We'll start in Hardpoint, and we'll immediately enter a pause. I'm sorry, guys. We'll get into it as quickly as we can. I love each and every one of you.
Hello.
Oh, come on! Yes! Oh, I'm on screen. Hi.
Yeah. I didn't know either.
I was dancing. I don't really know what this whole thing is, but that's all I've got.
I was looking at my stat sheet.
Yeah, I was over there. The fans are amazing. No one should ever see those dance moves. I sincerely apologize.
They've gotten better over time.
No, they have not. No, they have not. But I'm not sure if it's a controller issue, tech issue with one of the systems up there, but they're getting it set to go.
They want you to wave.
Oh, wave high! Yes! I love them. I love them. I'm back. That's the only issue I have. It's difficult to hear him sometimes, so I've got like half my headset on. But all right, we're back in. Can we make some noise? Match 1 has started. Thank you. All right, right into the Hardpoint we go.
Don't know why we keep coming up on camera, but we'll get into the game now.
Yeah. It's gameplay time. Gameplay time. Well, as a mindful, I'm never looking at the camera. I'm typically looking at everything that I shouldn't be looking at, but I'm an insane person.
Well, right away, Paris, they're trying to do what they can. Their focus is on that depot. Toronto, they do have one player all the way towards the back. That's going to be Vance trying to do what he can. Not a lot of time earned for either team. Both just fighting for spawns for the second hill.
And he hasn't been able to flip yet. But Vance is trying to do it. But look at it. He's just in a sea of orange.
Yeah, he's being hunted, and Luke is able to win that. So he's going to win that gunfight.
I don't know how he just picked him from top AC there.
The MP5's really good.
Yeah. I was thinking he had the high ground there. That's an easy kill for Vance, but he's going to get dropped. 5 total points now scored through the opening 40 seconds of Hardpoint number 1. 4 drop, 4 Ultra. And Paris Legion have done, they haven't put up any points. Shox is on a 5 spree, but they've held the right side of the map, and that's the big thing.
I think one good thing is, right, the guns seem to be warm, right? Shox is already on a 5. Luca's already got 4 kills into his name. You have some map pressure here. You see one player who's pushed up towards train tracks. You have one guy in bathrooms as well. Usually what we see is so much pressure just early on inside the hill, a lot of contests, and sometimes it can be tough to sort of give yourself a fresher breath air, but right now with that map pressure, well, it's gone away, but they've got themselves 20 points already.
Oh yeah, there was 10 seconds where they were trying to kill Shox. He was in bathrooms and they had to deal with him. I think I saw 4 white arrows turn to try and lock him down. They get through that first wave, now the second hit, can they get progress in? But so much time has already gone through. Dins is set up, still making plays. 5 in a row, 6 in a row for Dins. The 7th has been spotted. He's gonna drop as well. It's a Shox-Dins duo keep lighting it up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they were the duo that just led the way in respawns in Minnesota, and they're starting that off hot right now. Toronto, it's gonna be their turn to answer back as they rotate towards Minecart. Den's trying to keep this up. That's gonna be 8 in a row for him, just trying to stay alive, wait for his teammates. That next hill will pop. You see Cammy right outside the door. Dens, are you going to be ready for this? Now he is. As the door's wide open, not going to finish the gunfight.
Yeah, catches the door to the face as he tries to burst on through. Finally, some life in the kills department for Ultra. They've been able to get set up in minecarts. They're dealing with the pressure coming down that central lane. They've also cleared out vents for now. A good chance to get right back into this, and they had to have a hold. This is the big moment in the game where you're looking like a 110 scoreline versus a tie game, depending on the hold.
I mean, nobody from Paris has gotten a kill for so long besides Zed right there. They have so much map position. You haven't even gotten a contest yet from Paris. No smokes have been in position. The trophies have been down for Toronto. Methods is in a position he wants to be with this M4.
And this is a hard point that can be a money hill of sorts, but usually it's pretty scrappy, right? Like
Very
just
scrappy.
due to smoke grenades, and as soon as you get control of vent room, you can flood, you get that close spawn. But that's one of the better holds we saw in the opening, 40 or so seconds from Ultra. That was splendid stuff, and they bring it almost within 10 points.
A great job as you take a look at the scoreboard. Nothing too crazy on either side. Even after Dens, you know, he went on 7 kills in a row with such a good hold at Minecart that everybody's around even. I mean, you do look at Looney though, he's 10-3. He's on a 4 spree right now. Cammy inside of crates, and what Toronto's trying to do, they're playing a little bit conservative towards this 4th hill, towards the left side of the map. They're going to try to do what they can, because we saw this yesterday with Chicago and Dallas. Dallas was so focused on this rotation towards the 4th hill that Chicago just ate up so much time here at this crate spawn.
Now with 20 seconds left, what can they do to try and burst on through? They're still spawning out deep if you're Ultra. Paris should have a good chance again. Much better job on first and potentially, or sorry, on 4th. A chance to get a ton of time at Warehouse once they get the rotation out. But Ultra have it locked down. Can they hold this push coming through? Now come flying in Legion, looking for any kind of opening they can. They have pushed out the minecart. They're at the back left truck. One person got through. I think that was Kismet that found an opening down the mid lane. That might open it wide up. Kismet gets 2. Challenges for the 3rd. Kismet goes nuts and just opens up this offensive presence from Ultra. That's everything you could ask for. It's enough to at least get a contest for now, and look how deep out Ultra is now spawning back towards the previous hard point.
Yeah, it's going to come down to these young fights inside this hill right now. In Classic, he's able to find his 3rd kill inside here. He has the help of Cammy and Methods. In Toronto, it got scary. I thought Kismet made the play. He did such a good job finessing around those middle doorways, finding 3 kills, but it was Classic inside the hill. His 2-piece really allowed Toronto to come up off spawn.
And look at the minimap all the way on the right side. That's Looney already trying to flip these spawns if he can and make a play in the back. Classic, though, currently on an 8 spree as he looks to continue to line them up. He'll drop, the 8 spree will end, but he's out to 19 and 13. Now you can see Looney just tucked away in the back. And this isn't even for this particular hardpoint necessarily. It's really trying to make a play for next, which we saw Vance try to do the first time through. The close spawn. Having one player alive sometimes is all you need for Legion there.
It's unreal. I mean, it's just like they did everything correct there, but those squad spawns can be so tough at times. And the good thing is they've been able to get time. Paris has been so focused on this. They've gotten at least 20 seconds towards this center platform. But they would have loved to flip out if they could.
Yeah, and that early positioning from Looney makes them have to do that, right? Like, they have to try and deal with it early, and I think he nailed it. It takes so much pressure, alleviates so much from that first hard point. Lead now hovering around 40 for Ultra. Warehouse, so good. Sorry, Depot, so good for Legion last time we were here. Can they do an incredible job again? That's where Dins went on the big streak, Shocks went on the big streak. Those 2 Australian vets really took over. And is it Shocks and Bathroom again? I think no, this time it was Zed, but he's going to get taken out a lot earlier in the hard point. So this should mean pressure from Ultra a lot earlier in this hard point.
Yeah, but they're a little bit staggered right now. Like, they're going one at a time. It was Bans, then it was Methods. You want to go together behind those smokes, at least get some trades so you can get some contested. But it feels like the 5-man pushes just haven't been there for Toronto quite yet. They're not waiting for one another, and you're seeing what's happening. This is just turning into easy time for Paris. Even right now, it's a 2-3 split from Toronto. They're not getting the kills and trades that they want. Finally, Looney and Cammy doing what they can as they smoke through the front door.
Do you think because how close the spawns are in this game, it almost like promotes staggered pushes because you're like, oh, I'm 10 feet away, just go, go,
yeah,
go.
Well, it should be easier though, right? Just wait 2 more seconds.
You would think, but well, in previous hardpoints, you like had to wait though. Yep. Like you had such a hike across the map, like you had to make sure you waited. You were just going to get smoked. I feel like in this you can get away with that staggered approach at times, but there it didn't look great, and Legion right back into it. Now trailing by 8 after a massive hold. Now Ultra were splendid here at Minecart. Last time, they locked it down with a vengeance. Can they do it yet again? Here comes the big wave from Legion. It's Methods with that M4 trying to look over the top, but Din's gonna get the nice pick from the backside. Unfortunately for them, you still have Classic at the minecart, incredible cover, and he is going in. One flanking almost towards the backside. I thought he had brilliant timing to get it. Who was that pushed through? Looney.
Yeah, Looney made his way all the way up the middle, but once again, it's just vet room control right now by Toronto Ultra. It's Cammy, it's Classic. They're not allowing the pressure to get there from Paris.
Classic at 8 in a row earlier in this game. He had 7 in a row there before he dropped. He's up to 30 and 19. He's got almost 10 more kills than everybody on the Legion side. What a great game from Classic. But it's Kismet popping up with a triple kill. He did that last time when he tried to get into Warehouse. He's still in there. Kismet's still going off inside. Finally, he will end up falling.
And this needs to be a big hill, I just think, for Paris, right? To get yourself back into the game. As you do have warehouse control for Toronto.
Kismet is so good at breaking in there. I know it's not when that hard point's popping, it's a different scenario, but like he just goes soaring in and seems to find multi-kills so easily. He comes up spawn, finds 2 more. He's only 23 and 27, but I feel like his kills are coming in flurries.
But you see Paris, Toronto, this is exactly what you want though if you're Paris. I mean, you would love to flip the spawn, but they've gotten a minimum of 20 seconds here so far. Got them right back into the game. We've seen teams be able to break warehouse. It's not impossible. I think it's easier than Depot, that second hill. It's going to be within 20 seconds now, and you already have some pressure here. I mean, Zed's here. He does get taken down, so Toronto all the way pushed back. This is great for Paris, though, because this is going to allow you to get pushed up.
A lot of these hard points haven't been very scrappy, right? Like, it's been like solid 40 to 50-point holds back and forth. Just a slugfest. Who's going to break first and not be able to lock it down?
Still have a pretty staggered push, even from Paris. I mean, I know the hill just popped, but you had a couple of players so much further than the others. Now everybody gonna get together. Zed, he's able to notice that Cammy spawns out, and that's big.
It was Kismet the playmaker last time. Can he do it again? Nope, Looney's got his number this time. With the contest, at least here for now, but it was only for a moment. They contest a couple of seconds, then Ultra clears it out. And due to the position, I believe that's of Looney, the spawn comes out pretty darn far. Like, they're all the way at, like, backside minecart. So that's a 10-second rally to even get close to it. Allows the strength of position to build for Ultra. And just another really good hold.
And it's from within the hill. Like, you're spawning at a similar distance, but all of Toronto backed on up. Now, the risk of that when you don't have really someone that far pushed out is if you go down, the spawns flip, they have full control. But, I mean, they capitalize. Once again, it's Bans who's on a force free. It just feels like someone's always going big at this hill for Toronto. You love to see Classic and Bans both at 33 kills.
Ultra can smell the win. 14 more points needed. Still putting emphasis on the Depot side of the map. But they surely would love to just close it out here. A nice one-on-one win from Vance. We know how hard it is to accrue time at this central hard point. Now 10 away as Looney keeps it rolling. 2 big ones from him. As Legion are now in full-on panic mode. I mean, they can't even really worry about setting up for Depot. They just need to get them out of the hard point, make sure they can't close it out here. Will they even be able to do it? 4 are going to drop for Legion. A split spawn comes in for them. In the hard point still is Ultra. And there's the map 1 victory for Toronto.
Yeah, one of the keys to victory that we had for Paris was just to guarantee your respawns. And right away, you had a couple of players go on some big streaks, and they did a great job focusing on that Depot hill. Then after that, it just felt like things fell apart.
Speaking of the big streaks, we saw it from multiple players on the Toronto side of it, as well as Paris. But we're going to take a look. I think it was 5 in a row from Dens that we saw during that map 1. It wasn't enough to get them the win, but it's going to be the scuff play of the game through the opening hard point.
And this is where we thought things were, you know, thumbs up for Paris, right? This is the start that they wanted. They had a lot of, you know, map pressure. They were getting pushed up. They made it very difficult for Toronto, but Toronto, they were able to respond, especially at Minecart, 2 hills in a row. At Minecart, they did a great job.
Dens, wonderful job, but just not enough. Paris Legion can't get it done, and that was, I mean, I just feel like it was a lot different than a lot of the hard points we'll commentate, at least so far in Modern Warfare, with regards to how scrappy it'll be because of those close spawns. Like, it seemed like each team, whoever got the early rotation, locked it down. It just felt more like kind of old school hard point than maybe some of our, some of what we've seen throughout the course of this year.
Well, I think that just comes down to those second wave of kills, right? The first wave of kills, it gives you hill control, but because there's such a close spawn, the second wave is where you can really get pushed out, give yourself some sort of, you know, alleviate that pressure around the hill. But it feels like teams like Chicago, teams like Dallas, they make it difficult to get that second set.
Now, I remember when we looked at the quick scope, the one thing that really stood out was the search and destroy edge, at least from a statistical standpoint for Toronto. And I know we don't have a lot coming into this. It's only been a handful of maps. So, like, we haven't had a lot. The season just started. But that has to make that map 1 victory even bigger for Toronto. It has to.
Yeah, I think they're feeling pretty good, right? You're going into Ramaza search and destroy. We saw them win this in Minnesota. I think this was the game 5, round 11 they were able to take. You know, Cammy had a great map, so this is a map they're comfortable on.
They're comfortable. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. We've got 7 best-of-5s. We also have the hype battles coming in today. We're probably going to be here till midnight. It's going to be a long one. We're going to have a blast. So sit tight, enjoy it. We've got Nicky Romero that's going to be playing in the match. I'm not sure who exactly he's going to be joined by. Merc, you might get on the sticks.
That
wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be fair.
You might as well play.
Yeah, no, I'd probably be a better matchup. But Nicky Romero, I believe they had the show they did last night. He's now going to be performing. I have no idea what his Call of Duty skills will be like, but it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do.
No idea. I'm not sure what to expect.
No idea. But it's going to be hype, though. It's going to be a marvelous time. But the focus back to this particular best-of-5. Toronto up 1-0, looking to secure this lead with a 2-0 edge if they can lock down the search. I know we haven't seen a lot of it yet, but what do you think? I sort of could get your overall takes just on Toronto with how big their roster is, the fact they've said they basically have 10 starters. They already do a swap after one weekend. What are your overall thoughts on that?
So old format, when we had 27 weeks, whatever it was, with a lot of league matches, I thought it made more sense. The tournament format, I think it's a little bit tougher. With that 10-man roster, it just makes it tough to substitute players in and out. I think it really goes against their confidence. We'll see what happens, but it's working well for bands. As you take a look here at the final stats, I mean, classic bands, they were basically mimicking each other throughout this, almost 3,900 damage for both.
You know, it's funny because I realized how big a game classic was having because I saw the 2 big streaks, the 8 streak, the 7 streak. I didn't realize Vance was right there with them. Also put 14 assists on the board. It was also kind of objected by committee. I think I saw 3 people with like a minute to 90 seconds, like in that ballpark. So objective by committee for Toronto. It works out. It gets them the map 1 win.
And then in terms of damage, I think like the minimum for Toronto was around 2,500. You had Shocks all the way down at 1,850 or 1,900 for Paris. So not the best game from him.
And he has to have big games. I feel like him and Kismet are the 2 that really, I think, need to play well. They're your Slayers. They're the ones that have to, just from a statistics standpoint, need to go big if Paris Legion is going to be competitive. I mean, well, every team's going to be competitive just due to how stacked these rosters are. But I think, yeah, I don't know. Shocks and Kismet, I think, have to be the 2 staples for me on that front, without question.
Yeah, and I mean, we know how fast of a player that is. Like, most of the times, I think him and Kismet will probably be the first guys in. So Shocks has to be that next guy up. He has to be able to get those trades to finish those kills. So, yeah, you think with this team composition, it should be perfect for Shocks. Like, this should be, him and Luka should really be the stars, just when you have 2 selfless players like Zed and Kismet.
You would think that would be the case, but obviously everybody's still getting comfortable in their roles. I know there's been a lot of scrims leading into this, but it's a different story a lot of times at these events, and we're only 2 in. So everybody, I think, still working to get comfortable, especially with some of the changes to this game. We had a Dom change before the first event. Hardpoint, due to spawns, plays a lot different than anything we've seen in the past. Search and Destroy round timer is different. Like there's a lot of changes for this particular title, but as Ultra talk through it, it's time to get the map 2 started. To Ramazzo we go. Have to favor Toronto when it comes to Search and Destroy, but don't count out Paris.
Yeah, I think one of the keys that, you know, when you have that big roster, you're going to be rotating people in and out. Where does it probably affect you the most is Search and Destroy. I think Search and Destroy just comes down to repetitions time and time again, and players being used to different play calls, where they're supposed to go and throughout those different steps. So this could be one where, like, you know, maybe Vance gets lost a little bit, but we'll see.
Loading on in. Kismet, can he take over this game and even up our series at 1 apiece, or to Ultra start to run away with this one? Seems like nobody's safe. We've already had a couple of reverse sweeps within the last, like, 12 hours. Watching it from the defensive end of things is Kismet got into the B building. We'll swap over to the Ultra side. They look to be favoring A as they push up rugs towards construction. Looney's in trouble.
That's what's nice about Ramazzo. I mean, you can play both bomb sites. Both bomb sites are very, very, you know,
viable.
Viable. That's the word I was looking for.
Gotcha, buddy. That's my biggest. I hate that when commentating when it's like one word eludes you. It's like I can't think of what I was going to say. You just freeze up. Happens all the time. But Cammy is able to get the first blood. We'll take down one. They've got mid-map control, rug control, cafe control.
And they don't know this, but there's a 3-stack towards A right now for Paris. Like the best play would just be to rotate to B. A is almost a bit of a trap. And we'll see. Still a minute to work with.
That's a big difference with that additional 30 seconds right on the round timer.
Feels like they're just going to wait for dead silence, maybe make a push together, try to catch one player off guard. And Ramaza is very easily a map you can rotate, but they're going to commit to A. Behind that smoke, you see everybody starting to get together. You still have a player top cafe. He's watching the rotation inside the window.
Nice nade.
Nice nade, but Looney, he gets taken down. This is what I was saying. There's 3 players here from Paris. It was such a long wait that they rotated over.
I think Ultra were hoping they wait long enough, maybe they'll rotate out, but that wasn't the case. This is about as good as it can get defensively. But 2 players kind of running by each other, I believe, towards the B site. It's going to be Shocks that gets through. He gets taken down from behind. Now going to be a 3 versus 1. It's all going to fall to Den. So it looks like a very scary situation for Ultra. Turns into a W. Once Looney fell, I thought maybe they were going to be in trouble, but Ultra able to break in.
Cammy opened things up inside construction. I think he was the one who found the first blood. Then he waited under that bridge for his dead silence. That just meant as soon as he popped it, it's time to make a play. You can finesse around construction so well. And Cammy, he finishes with 3 in the round.
Yeah, big round from Cammy. See if he can add on to that. Den's only one that gets a kill for Paris Legion, but couldn't clutch up in the final 1v3. Legion looked to favor the B site. 3-pronged defense from Ultra and a quick rotation possible, but it's classic, just flying right into the smoke. Methods is going to line 2 up. It's already a 5v3 early in this one. Big play from Methods early. The flank is already coming in. Zed and company going to be in trouble. They get the kills at the front. They already have one focusing towards the back flank as well. But Zed has gotten now pushed up the bomb.
Vance just has to stay alive right here. Never mind, now he definitely
How does this go from a 5v3 to a did they even get a kill after it was a 5v3?
No. Methods.
How does Legion come away with a victory there?
I mean, they read the flank well, but you had 2 pushed onto the bomb site, and with all the smokes that happened, it just felt like you saw Classic's point of view. He had no idea they were crossed. They just had no information. I have no idea how that falls apart.
Well, it's great from Paris Legion because they had to make a play. Like if they don't get through the front line quickly, they're getting flanked. But as soon as it seems like they're in trouble, they get 2 kills on the site opens up and they take over. But that's a round you're going to wish you had back if you're Ultra. A 5v3 cannot fall apart like that after the hot start from Methods. Looney's got the sniper within this round. Methods pushed up towards the Ruins cover. I thought he was dead, but apparently no angle behind that smoke. So Bance is able to get 1 kill before he drops, and Methods actually stays up. Now a 4v1 for Ultra. Yeah. Cammy on these offenses has been huge.
Yeah, him and Classic, they just worked bottom cafe right there. I mean, middle was open last offensive round for them. It's open again. They're able to get through cafe. Luca now, in a 1 versus 2, is able to get the bomb carrier. The problem is, though, has to defuse this bomb. 7.5 seconds it takes to defuse. You do have the players pretty split, though, from Toronto. He has to find this player inside as fast as possible. Might get good timing here. He's going to spot Cammy. And Cammy, once again, on an offense, finds 3 kills. Has led the way for Ultra so far.
Well, who's going to be able to win a defense is the question, at least early in this one. 3 offensive victories in a row. And Ultra can thank Cammy for their 2. Things started out so well for Ultra defensively last time. Legion tried to hit B, 2 fall, and somehow they come away with a miracle victory.
And what we saw, I think, throughout Minnesota as the game sort of evolved throughout the weekend is teams are okay retaking A. You can just have one player play towards A, 4 towards B in cafe, and then sort of back their way on up to retake the A bomb sites, similar to what we're seeing right here from Toronto Ultra. So Looney, he's going to get that information. He's going to back on up. They know they have B secure. They're A-okay with this. Now they can rotate over.
Cammy's got dead silence popped in the corner, but he's going to get read like a book. He will get dropped. Looney answers back. Now the rotation comes in. It's about to be madness on the A site. Zed just tries to work the plant, but his teammate drops at the same time, so he's going to go ahead and have to hop off of that. 3 versus 3. Make it 3 versus 2. Now edge to the offense yet again. Working towards backside rugs that I believe is going to be Methods. He might be the one that has the chance to make the play, but both players lose their one-on-ones from Toronto. And it's another offensive win as Legion bring us to 2 apiece.
Yeah, I like the patience from Legion, right? You don't commit to the bomb when you don't have to. You don't have anybody watching over them, so they take their time. They all win their individual gunfights. But you saw what I was saying from Toronto. They just send one towards A. They play the information. and then they start to rotate over. I thought they were going to get back into that round.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if Cammy gets a kill there in the corner where he's tucked away with Dead Silence, it probably goes a whole lot differently. But he just gets, I don't know if he gets pre-fired or instantly challenged, but they read his little pocket he was in.
Talks about Cammy, but Den's on the other side, 8-2.
Yeah, he's having a huge game. This looks similar to what we saw on offense from Ultra in round 1. A little bit different offensively from Legion. I believe that round 1, we talked about the fact they had a 3-stack at A. 2 players there this time around. But they can rotate out like we just saw from Ultra. Slowly beginning this progression from Rugs.
There's that rotation.
Over to Construction. That's going to be, I believe, Kismet will be the first man back, and I think Zed's going to be joining him momentarily as they've seen nothing, heard nothing on B. Cammy's been the hero of these offenses, all 6 kills. And there are 2 offensive rounds.
And he loves to go on late flanks as well, so watch that middle arrow, because he's done it a few times. He did it last round. Well, he will just work his way through B. Looney trying to find a first blood. Knows Kismet could be up there. Kismet's ready for it, though.
Nice reaction time there from Kismet to get the opening kill. Cammy, though, still alive in this round, so you never know what he's going to get done on offense.
There's that rotation out.
Here they wrap back. Cammy's just been waiting at Cafe. I'm not sure if he's top or bottom. He's bottom Cafe, so he's just been chilling on this side, trying to listen for any kind of movement, likely in rotation. He might have heard multiple players kind of wrap back towards A.
Now's the time to yell. Like, they have to go. You still have 3 players from Paris at A. They're going to figure it out sooner or later. You see one player starting to cheat his way on over. That's going to be Zed. Shox is able to find 1 kill, but there's a fast trade, so the bomb site's now open.
Does he finish the plant before the peak comes in? He's going to get it off. He's going to drop right after. The big thing is he got the plant down, right? Almost got caught, but he's going to finish it. Now going to be 2 versus 2. It's, I believe, Den's working all the way towards the flank on Ruins. Mid-Cafe, you've got Kismet. Ultras have to hold, but Kismet going to get the pick. Now it's on Cammy, yet again in an offensive round. This time he has to clutch up in a 1v2. Just has to hold for about 15 seconds. There's the check. There's the kill. Just gets away with his life. It got scary for a moment. Almost Kismet with the snapper. Nice shots from Dens, though. What a one-on-one win. Cammy, I think Kismet did just enough damage there where Cammy's weak enough that Dens gets that kill before he gets behind the steps.
Yeah, I mean, Cammy's just worried he has Dead Silence somewhere. There's so many different angles to check when you're in that position, but I think you can just go prone and just sort of play your time. Right, Kismet gets on it at about 17, but yeah, just that last bullet.
Yeah, he rips his Achilles off. Like, he only hits 2, so Kismet did enough there to make him weak.
Yep.
Otherwise, he likely gets behind cover. The first defensive victory comes behind Legion. They'll now take control of this game too. We'll hop out and look at the minimap just to see the offensive and defensive breaks. Legion look to firmly get Cafe control.
Cafe, yeah, heavy Cafe. Classic, he hears one. Gonna spot Zed. Is Zed gonna be ready for this? Nope, he just knocks on the door, says hello. Now he's gonna close it. See ya.
Yeah, knock, knock, Nicky D here.
I believe he may have bomb down as well. Now, the goal for him, just try to stay alive, is able to get away. Don't.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, why?
Do not go in there.
Mr. Knock Knock. Ah, screw it. All right, at this point, just do it. You're full health. Just hammer it on through.
Yeah, this is the guy to do it. Kismet on the other side. I think he hears him work his way back up. Nice job by Classic. He doesn't have to repeat there.
Well, think about it. You send 3 to Cafe. Classic really by himself on defense, and he's just finessed his way to 2 kills. Cammy now involved in the party, 5v2 with a minute left.
Well, Kismet's starting to work his way back. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to know he's there, but you see him crouching. Looney might have heard him. He might have heard him. Maybe his Dead Silence runs out at a wrong time. Cammy's ready for it. Kismet's really the playmaker here. He's able to find Cammy.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell they heard something just the way they reacted and the fact that Classic rotated.
They have numbers. Well, Classic, he's going to find his 3rd of the round. Now it's all down to Luca. He's going to find one, has to get away. But the bomb, I think, is still top Cafe. And B-bomb's...
Yeah, it's still in the window room. It's been chilling for about a minute and a half.
B-bomb's open. It might give him this plant.
Yeah, we'll
see. So you see Methods is going to watch his cross. So there's the cross right there. He's going to call that out.
Here he goes. He's going to get the peek. This timing could be horrible for Luca. No. For a second, he gets behind the cover. It smokes him, but great timing there from Methods. Paris gets their defensive win. Ultra gets their defensive win, and now we're back tied.
Starts with Classic, because what Zed's trying to do is get top Cafe and distract the players at B. When you send too low, they're just waiting to just sort of run out that door, right? They're waiting for the aim to be focused towards top Cafe, but because Zed goes down, they're sort of stuck down there.
Dude, that part of the map is stressful too. Yep. The audio, just due to all the little rooms, multi-floors. If you're the Cafe player, like, I don't know, it could just be a stressful area of the map, and Classic makes the best of it. They just want to soar in behind these smokes. One has already surged on through, and it's Classic, again, just hammering on through. Takes two with them, but it's a 5v3. It's instantly a 3 versus 3. Now down to a 2v2. Around the edge goes Bance. One player left from Legion. That's going to be Luca. He was alone at A. Now he has to wrap back to the Toronto Massacre. Can he clutch up?
And I like this from Toronto. They're up towards A.
Dude, look at the minimap still is like the skulls. Like that's a feature we haven't had before. Like look at that area of the map, bro, just everywhere, just body bags.
So the good thing for Luca here in this position is he's loading up his Dead Silence. So we may see him pop this. 1 versus 2, definitely winnable for Luca.
Now he knows what's up. How does he plan to attack this?
It's one of those, oh crap, it's at the wrong bomb site. So here we go. There we go. Dead Silence popped. 1-on-1 versus Cammy. Does he spot him? Does spot him.
1v1 now.
That Dead Silence is going to reset, but there's just so many angles to check. Just going to hop it.
He's on it. Does the peek come in? It's Bance that's going to come check it. Does he get there in time?
Done.
He's not going to check it. In comes the defuse as Luca gets the 1v2 in the round win for Paris.
And I love that, because what is Bance thinking? Cammy's watching that, saying, hey, he has Dead Silence. It's going to reset. So Bance is thinking he's going to come from one of these different ways. I have to basically watch both angles, play a 50-50. But Luca just says screw it and hops on it.
You got to love that from the young player, Luca. He might only be 3-6, but that 1v2 clutch might be the biggest round of the game.
Cafe push coming from Paris. This time, though, Kismet, he's going to find Classic. Classic was pivotal in the previous defensive round for Toronto. There is a very quick trade. Min-map control right now for Paris. You have a 2-2 split on the Toronto side. As things start to slow down here a little bit.
Nice answer from Dens, brings it to 4 versus 4. What's the biggest change you've seen with the change in round timer?
It's long.
Man, it's long, that's an easy answer. It's long.
I mean, teams just they have more time to rotate, right? Especially offense. You can sort of mess with the minds of the defense. Which side are they on? But with man advantage behind that first blood, it's going to be a 3v4, and it's basically all on the Bance because he's the only player here.
Yeah, this is a nasty pickup, though. And now, okay, never mind. Dens just rips him off the site. Not the easiest of kills, but Bance going to get caught. It's Methods and Cammy now remaining. Bomb getting planted for Paris as Ultra. We're in London, as Ultra will try to retake. Ooh, I thought it was a win. Dens has just dominated this round. I believe that's 3 now for Dens.
Dominated this map. He's 12-4.
Well, think about how big that is from Dens. They're down in a 4v5. He gets the kill to even the odds. One of the harder kills on the map is ripping the person off that bomb site. Dens gets that skill as well. I think he gets the final 2 then. I believe it's 4 in the round from Dens.
Final 3, yeah.
Did he get a 5? No, a 4, right? 4.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? I mean, Methods, he has to back up. That leaves Bance. And as a defense, I feel like it's almost better to just do things together and try to retake instead of spreading yourself so thin. Like you had one player in each position on the map.
What a map from Dens, 13-4. The action doesn't look to be coming to him, but he will be the first man to rotate, and that's exactly what he's going to do. You get some information. I believe that's going to be Luca on the other side. So Luca gets the information. Now they start to rotate, but look, there are players lurking inside a cafe. So Bance is getting information. I think he's just peeking out window. That kind of the arrow, white arrow you see mid-map. They're still going to go towards A. Does the flank get opened up, though, once those Cafe players push on through? Luka with the first blood. Classic, looking to get it planted. He'll get it down. He'll get out, but they're going to need help. I mean, he's in a 1-on-5 towards this site.
I mean, they're setting up the late flank again. That's Bance going all the way around. It just might be too late. I mean, this is a 3-on-5. And yeah, so Paris is just going to go. Kismet wins another one. They're going to pick up on this.
Yeah.
They're going to know Bance is here on the late flank. Look at, there's someone top construction. That's an easy read for Dens. That's a 5 spree. Paris, they tie this series up 1-1.
A wonderful win there from Paris. Dens with the huge map. Luka with the big clutch where the ties really turn. Like, Luka gets that clutch in the 1v2, and I think that's where things sort of unravel for Toronto. But I guess I just feel like if you're going to send 3 towards A, and you have 2 people mid-map, those 2 people, you can't just have a full-on rotation with no information and a 5-on-3 at the site. I mean, it's a 5-on-2, really.
It's a weird round.
Yeah, I don't know if they were expecting the rotation to come through Cafe, or if they... I thought with the 2 players at Cafe, they were going to end up working it back towards
Rotate
B.
back, yeah. Especially the way that map has really played itself out. I mean, there was a ton of rotations. You thought Toronto would pick up on it.
Well, it is going to be a 1-1 series dominate.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Welcome back to the glorious and beautiful London as we get deeper into day 2, into Elimination Sunday, as teams are dropping, teams are moving on, the fans are having a blast as the drinks get flowing. I'm having a lovely time, Joe.
I am as well.
Let's take a look at the stats from that second map. The main thing you need to see is Big Papa Dens, 14-4.
Yeah, 14 and 4 for him, just so consistent throughout. But I think it was that 1v2 that was really the difference maker that opened things up.
Yeah, I think we're going to break that one down. That's going to be our Army tactical play that we're going to talk through. Is going to be the 1v2 that comes in, and that was the game changer, right? That was the moment that the game really got shifted because it was back and forth. What was it? Like 1-1, 2-2, 3-3. And then from there, after that clutch, this is when it shifts. So talk to me about this clutch from Luka, what you liked, what you hated.
You see the FOV sort of pop. He's got dead silence. The thing I hate, Toronto, why are you this separated in a 1 versus 2 with bomb planted? Like, if there's a gunfight that goes down, there has to be an easy trade within the site. You play around the time. It was a great play for Luka. He uses the dead silence, right? After Cammy goes down is thinking which direction is he coming from, right? Because he has dead silence popped. Instead, he just plays around.
So you think kind of gifted to him by Ultra?
Yeah, I mean, it was a Christmas present. I mean, I know Christmas is 2 months ago, but yeah, that was a free one.
It's the moment that changed the game, but we're tied up 1-1. We're going to be going to domination, back to Gunrunner. I think Gunrunner was what, our 1-3-5 within this series. Anybody you give the edge to within this map 3?
Well, this is the one Toronto won yesterday against London. Bans had a great game. I mean, similar to what we saw in game 1. Maybe this is just a map him and Classic are comfortable on. So we'll see if Paris.
Big Ben, what can Bance do? As the opening break comes in, they work on the home cap and get immediately to B. Off to the races we go. And there's really just one player of B. It's going to be Luka that's kind of holding it from the minecart, trying to get eyes on it. It's immediate push through from Legion. They're going to be able to nade him off the site, get him off the home cap, instantly get in and try to take control of that. You just saw the focus from Legion, not on B to start. They really sent a lot in towards that C cap.
Yeah, it's an interesting call. I mean, Zed continues to just be a nuisance right now. And as the kills go down towards B, Kismet's going to find 2. This could allow them to capture B. There is one player working his way through green around middle from Toronto, just trying to stay alive. But with Zed's positioning right now, the AB setup's going to be secured, and he continues. He's trying to find as many players as he can to keep him off C. Cammy finally shuts it down.
Just wondrous from Zed in the opening, as he's already got 4 kills and just makes that home cap.
You already have an 11-point lead.
So difficult. A minute in, not a lot of points have been scored, but I mean, really just for Ultra, he got 3 points on the board. As now they'll try and get aggressive towards B. Zed, maybe a chance to shut that down, though.
And they saw him. Yeah, I think one player should have seen him come off spawn. So the neutral for B is going to be there. One player pushes on up a minecart. You still have Classic inside a vent room. They're going to secure B, so now a chance. There we go. But you see the response right away from Paris. They go straight to C. You have Luka who's already there. One player's capping it. Luka does get taken down, but it's Shox who's going to neutral. They're just not allowing them to earn 2 flag points at a time.
Well, you know, you had that 5-second spawn delay, and because of his position towards C, they spawn all the way out the top right corner of it. But Paris already with a 13-point advantage. They take the search and destroy. They're looking to take control of the series. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listen-in with Paris Legion.
Team, I can't see him.
Yeah, he's there now. One green.
I could have got P3.
Still green.
One could push P3.
Could be wood. Green again. Remember, guys, take control.
Alright, Ben, green, tag.
Green, one shot.
I'm leaving him.
Green, I can't see green.
He's back. Classic, their side call.
One is green. I'm going to try to get P3. Hold off.
I'm in green.
Hold green. Nice. Good shit, Luke.
I needed you.
I'm just carrying P3. Lay down P3.
They
could be P3 headed.
Looney backtracks.
Yeah, P3. And ramp.
P3 headed. Didn't hit. Make sure we got big guys.
Go on to same.
Yeah, I was. Got me from P3.
You have a trophy, Luke.
Looney was back there, Luke.
Behind you, Luke.
On P3 head, he's still. I'm gonna smoke red. Bathroom. Smoke red. I'm in bathroom, yeah? Where's you, Luke? I can flank B.
Well, over the course of the listen-in, Ultra fight back into this. Currently with a 2-cap hold. They've flipped it. They'll lock down C and B. Cammy drops, but the rest of his teammates locating kills. Spawning back in deep warehouse will be Legion. They look for some kind of opening. They're trying to get in towards bathrooms, but it's Looney and Classic with the crossfire that are able to hold on there. So mid-map still locked down. One's going to sneak through. That Shox the chance to maybe neutral yet again. But it looks, I thought for a second maybe Shox was going to go ahead and just play the flank, try and be aggressive towards B, but he has a teammate inside of green, so he's just going to go ahead and neutral yet again, wins his one-on-one, makes things incredibly scrappy, but now look, because of his position, the spawns end up getting flipped. Two are going to spawn in the back. I think that's Bance that spawns all the way over towards A, and it's just kind of chaos in the map right now.
Yeah, Paris is playing this very interesting. Like, there's not a lot of pressure towards the B side, so Toronto's just being able to hold that down. Classy trying to stay up. It almost feels like what they're trying to do is put so much pressure towards C, you force players to back up, you win those gunfights, then that's your chance to sort of pounce on B. But Toronto still have some control. Methods here with a chance. Maybe to defend this flag. I thought this Semtex was going to hit. It doesn't. So Paris, they're going to take B. They don't finish it quite yet. Still not done. Still hasn't been finished. So classic Looney Bans, they find 3 kills, and that secure doesn't go down.
Yeah, that's like a centimeter away, right? A centimeter away from handicap for Paris is going to turn into 1 for Ultra now as they look to push out towards minecarts. Can they get it done? There's the secure of the B site. Once again, it's Shocks. He's been the guy consistently pushing over towards C. Looking to get the neutral again. Can't get it done. This time it gets picked up. Bance does a good job of making sure that can't come in. They still have a guy lurking in bathrooms. I think that's Zed that's waiting to pounce on Charlie as Toronto continues to hold B. And there's going to come in the neutral. There's just always somebody up. But that's 2 times in a row now that they hit that neutral, guy gets instantly incinerated, and they keep it locked down. Do you think Ultra's doing a better job maybe picking up C over the last minute or so?
It's just, yeah, but like it's still weird for me from Paris because AB is the preferred side on this map. Like, why aren't you just attacking B over and over again? Like, I know they're trying to put a distraction on C, but it almost feels like they're going for AC a little bit too much. Like, there's just nothing towards the middle of the map. I mean, I guess you give props to the Toronto Ultra side, but it feels weird to me.
I think it's how much Ultra's been pushed up on B has just made it so tough. I mean, it's feel like they have to. They've got to shift some focus.
They haven't even been going towards B.
But the problem is when you don't get that C neutral, when you don't win a gunfight at C, now suddenly you get smoked. And it's Looney with a 5 spree. Now you're down 21 points in what looked like a tie game just a couple minutes ago. This has been a very good sequence from Ultra. 5 in a row for Cammy as well. Cammy's at 16-11, Looney's at 13-6, Classic's at 15-7. They're just smoking Legion in the slaying department right now with 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Ultra, they take over the game.
Now, once again, you get 1 player towards C, but he's not able to finish that. And Ultra, they might get pushed up here, but a nice job, nice first half for Toronto Ultra.
Well, really just the final 2 minutes, man.
Yep, they're able to lock it down. They just got very comfortable.
Oh, a lot more comfortable dealing with the home flag. Like the nuisance, the annoyance. Everything that worked for Legion early.
But didn't even work.
Well, they kept it scrappy. They kept it close. I mean, it was a tie score. It wasn't a, almost a 30-point difference. But as soon as like 3 pushes got shut down towards C, they blew it up.
I don't like it.
Okay, all right.
I like it.
I like it. I like it, Joe.
I don't like it.
Call it out. Let him know, Joe.
It's weird to me. I don't know.
Put you on the map. Put you on the map.
That to me is just a strategy of, hey, like, we're just trying not to lose. Like, I don't know. It seems weird not going for that AB setup that we know a lot of pro teams prefer. But we'll see what they can do this second half.
You got the preferred spawn for Ultra, though. A chance to really put a cap on the edge they got in the first half. But Legion, they'll get B, and they'll enjoy a similar setup to what Ultra really dominated with. Already pushed out towards minecarts, like the backside, the A side of those minecarts. 1 more guy there. He's going to drop as well. So Ultra a little bit different. They're not worried about C. They put all the focus towards B. They take down 2, but can they burst on through? It looks like there's just enough of a hold from Paris. Now as that push gets thwarted, now they send Looney over towards C as he's got the Shocks-like position from the other side of it. So Looney will get here. That'll be a Simtex directly to the toe as he'll get blown off the map.
Yeah, and I guess one of the things can just be with how hard it is because they can't stack the flag right now, like how hard it is to get B. That's why there's so much emphasis on the home flags.
When you talk about that AP preferred setup, a lot of times when we're talking about how things were played, it's before that changed. Yeah. It obviously plays different, especially around B, right? And you can't just speed cap that and stack it when you get a wave down. It's like you have to win 2 full fights.
Well, with this pressure at C, there is 1 player that spawns out towards A for Paris. Toronto's got to be careful here, and I think that was Methods who just got taken down. So now you have the AB set up for Paris as all the kills start to go their way, and now it's their chance for a comeback.
Slowly bringing it back. There's the 2 cap now for Paris. Who's going to really come alive in the slaying department because it was very lopsided in the first half. You feel like eyes, especially on Dins and Shocks, how consistent they've been. There's the neutral, there's the 2-cap. This lead is going to evaporate very, very quickly for Ultra.
Have to get kills,
Kill feed just orange. It's Shox that gets 3. Luca tallies 1 in as well. Still inside of bathrooms is Luca. He's got a chance to get him off the point. Yeah, Luca gets him right off the point. They have to keep focusing this. A nice pre-fire for Methods to shut it down, but then the next guy's up. Next guy comes in, it's Zed, who at least tries to delay that as long as they can. Making the AB setup look good, but in through vents comes Cammy. He's got a chance to flank on through. He gets the kill. You saw it from Dinz's POV. Cammy immediately wraps back towards minecarts, but he will fall.
Yeah, if he gets that kill there on Luca, he's pushed up. Methods can get right on the flag, at least probably get a neutral. But now just a 2-point lead. Methods trying to open this B lane up for his teammates, but you see the trophy system's down. Him and Cammy working together. Can he win the first gunfight? Both players doing the exact same thing, tries to get aggressive. This setup is there, though, from the 3 Australians. Luca, Den, Shox, all contributing right now. There was a neutral that went down, so now a 6-point lead for Paris. This is what you want to see from that AB side. Just consistently being annoying towards the minecarts, continually putting pressure on that C flag.
How big was the lead? 30, right, for Ultra?
Like 27, yeah.
That disappeared quick. That's what a 2-cap and a neutral will do. Now it's a 3-cap. So not only did the lead disappear for Ultra, but now they might just get worked. How many points can Legion secure over this stretch? It's still Zed inside of bathrooms. He wins 2 separate one-on-ones. I think he's going to get a third. Zed gets all 3 at mid-map and gets away with his life. Zed will continue to just flood towards this C site and work the neutral. That's going to be 4 in a row from bathrooms, as he has just made the toilets his haven. And because he goes so big, it allows the reinforcements to come in. Now, I thought it was going to be a neutral, but they won't quite get it. And they might risk losing B, so maybe a little bit over-aggressive from Legion might cost them.
All right, so now you know you have 2 minutes left, 23-point lead, and this is what you can do. Play around this time. Continue to neutral flags, as Luca is doing a great job right here. He's going to get the neutral. Now he's going to play the clock. So 22 points.
And that's a huge neutral considering the scoreline and the time.
And behind this, you can see they're starting to push towards B. They're playing a little conservative. They don't want a 3-cap to go down. They don't want their home flag to be neutral.
I think they were waiting for someone to try and get into vent room, but he wasn't able to do it. I think it was Kismet that was trying to fly in for the pinch, but Bance takes him down.
So Toronto isn't in a neutral, but look at that spawn for Paris. How do they spawn C there? That's going to be a free neutral. That is tough for Toronto. Probably shouldn't happen, but it did happen.
It did. Now, yeah, that might be the nail in the coffin for this map 3 for Ultra.
That is tough.
Denzel secure C. They'll have the AC setup. Now scrambling everywhere is Ultra. They've got to have, what, a 2-cap and a neutral, a 3-cap at this point, if they're going to bring it back. And it just doesn't look good, just due to the setup you have. Basically, the bottom side of the minimap just completely locked down to control A and C from Legion.
Yeah, I mean, when the game gives you 2 spawns at the opposing flag, yeah, it makes it pretty easy to lock down. Thumbs up.
But Legion turned it around massively after the first half, dominated by Ultra. I think it was what Cammy Looney Classic I called out that were all around like +8 to +10. They slow down hugely. Paris, I think the combination of their guns heating up and maybe some blessings from a spawn standpoint going to be the reason they're going to get this W. They'll take map 2, they'll take map 3, they'll take the 2-1 edge. And just a reminder, every match today is an elimination match. So loser of this best of 5 is done and can look forward to the rest of the season. Shox is going to end this on a 5 spree as he just started cooking. Almost immediately when I called it out, I said Shox has to come alive. He like the 3 kills right after that, and he gets all the way out to 27 and 19. Shox with a splendid performance, and Paris with a big victory, a big performance, some blessings mixed in there, but they get the W nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you still had the lead for Paris. It was just the one chance Toronto has to get back in. They get pushed up, and I mean, the 2 players spawn behind them.
There was nothing gifted to them when they chipped away at that 27-point lead. When they got the 3-cap to start to run away with it, nothing was gifted to them. But yes, when Toronto had one last effort, it felt like it was almost made impossible with that, because that's what, A spawn? The C spawn?
That C spawn. But yeah, I mean, the second half, the first half for me, for Paris, it wasn't anything crazy. Would have liked to see them get a little bit more aggressive, but we saw it in that second half. Shocks, he really starts to turn things up.
I'd love to see what the slaying differential was between the first and second half. It had to have been like +20 to Ultra, then +20 on the other side to Toronto or to
and
Legion.
I imagine, right, this damage is probably per half. So you had 2,000 damage in that second half for Shocks.
And look at that compared to everyone else.
Yeah.
Like he tripled Shocks almost. Or sorry, tripled Classic almost. Like that was just a massive half from Shocks. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from them as they'll now take the lead. As we focus towards now the map 4. We'll see if Paris can close it out. But the one thing that Toronto has been able to take so far in the series was the hard point. Can they take a second and get us to another map 5?
I'm trying to think what the map is.
I forget. I know Gunrunner's map 5. I forget what the. Are we able to take a look at the maps and modes again if that's possible? Just to get a refresher on where we're going for the remainder of the series. I'm almost certain it's Gunrunner for the final one, but
yeah, it is.
I can't remember what the map 4 was. Method's gonna have to gas these guys up from him or Looney, man. Someone's got to take over. But guys, we're down a game, but we have what it takes to bring them back. We've been in a lot of extended series. Not the first time we've seen this, even though it's early in the year. So it's Hackney for map 4.
Hackney, all right. And I think both of these teams have solid compositions for this map, right? I mean, just a ton of aggression. It's just whose MP5s are going to be better, because in map 1, it was Classic, it was Bands. In map 3 that we just saw, it was Shocks, it was Zed. They really came alive.
What we're going to talk about a lot early in Hackney is the spawns, because usually whoever spawns Coalition, you're talking about an 80-point advantage unless there's a big blunder. Yeah, you should go up big, and that'll be the team kind of spawning on the right side of the map, mostly because unless you have a big blunder, you're guaranteed control for second hard point and tires. It's one of the money hard points, and you can start to run away with the game early, and that's why it gets vetoed so often. Right. Nobody likes to think, hey, we're going into a game down 80 to start off. But wait, you win the race into first. You have the spawns for second. Like, it's one of the maps that's very clear cut who gets the edge in the veto process for that map.
The only time we don't see it like that lead get too crazy is when teams almost overemphasize the right side of the map. Then, you know, you go back towards, you lose the first hill, like 30, 40 seconds just off that break.
Well, here's a look at the maps and modes presented by U.S. Air Force. Just a reminder that map 1 goes to Ultra on Gunrunner. That's back-to-back wins for Paris. And I think what stood out, at least in map 2 and 3, think about it. It was 3-3. Paris run away with the final 3 rounds. They're down early in the game 3. They dominate the second half. It feels like when it's come to kind of clutch time, those final moments of the games, it's been all Paris. Like, that clutch gene's been there for them thus far.
Yeah, and I mean, it was Dens in map 2 who really started, I mean, throughout that map, just dominated. And then there towards the end, you had big plays from Zed inside of bathrooms. He goes on a big spree, and then Shocks to finish that second half off.
Yeah, what did Dens at 14-4 was the game 2? Like, that was just that was incredible. And we're hearing that the game is ready, should be starting momentarily. We'll go to hard point on Hackney, and yeah, this is the focus of the minimap right when we get in. Who's spawning on the right side? Who's got that Coalition spawn? And what can they do with it? What kind of lead can they turn it into? Because if they don't have an early lead, throw everything Joe and I have set out the window. But typically that's the focus.
All right, so it's going to be Paris right off the start.
That's not good news for Ultra. You're down 1-2 in the series, and
I mean, you're hoping if you're picking this map, though, like you figured it out, right? You know what you want to do. It's just, can you execute? And yeah, it can be tough.
This first wave or two, you feels huge.
And I mean, yeah, you might lose Tire Shop, but there's plenty of places to come back into this game.
Well, let's see what the scoreline is, though, after Tire Shop. I'll be curious to see what it's at. They send 2 towards first. 3 look to try and push all the way and flip spawns early, but it's Zed that's going to be lying in wait. He's able to come away with a big one, but you still have one over there. But the fact that Zed got 1 kill, he survives just long enough for that safe spawn to stay in. That's what's crazy about it. There's one guy on the right side of the map, you're still going to get that spawn. As now Paris starts to light up the kill feed. That's going to be 5 in a row for them. Shocks carrying that hot streak from map 3 right into the hard point. And it's going to be 20-0 to start this one early.
Yeah, what's interesting, because we saw this yesterday against New York for Paris, is Luca and Dens, they run double M4s. But they might be one of the only teams that I've seen that have run a double AR setup on this map. You know, most teams prefer 4 MP5 just due to the pace of it, due to the fact that you have to get into those smokes, you have to get sort of down and dirty, especially on like a hill like Tire Shop. But when you have the Coalition side, you can basically guarantee the good spawns for the first couple of hills.
Unless you screw up, like, yeah, you have to get world starred.
Yeah, you can set up with those double ARs, and it's just so difficult for Toronto to get across the map.
It was close. I think Zed, like if Zed got picked, Didn't get the one kill. Maybe the spawns get a little bit strange early, but he takes one down with him, and I think you're seeing exactly what we were talking about. It's Ultra spawning out deep. It's Legion with complete and utter control of the backside of green. One tries to sneak through in Cammy. Can Cammy make the play to disrupt this? But look how spawning close. I think what, did Kismet just spawn, basically shot him in the back, but he spawned 5 feet behind him.
Just spawned backside of that firehouse. I mean, that's just exactly where you're at. It's so deep in that corner. And well, with 20 seconds left, I mean, Toronto's probably thinking, let's set up for next.
Wait, what did we say, 80?
Yeah, we said 80.
Is it going to be exactly? It's going to be exactly 80? Oh, there you go.
But they did a great job even on first, right? It was 35-16. I mean, you got to think of Toronto, if you're not going to put emphasis on the spawns, at least hill time. Hill time has to be there on that first hill, and it's just not. So as we head to Smokestack, Toronto, you can see they're putting a lot of emphasis on green. They're trying to force Paris Legion to go through that warehouse right through middle. You have nobody on the hill as Paris is going to get 3 kills.
So now this is, but all right, if you're Ultra, even if you don't want to admit it, this is what you expected coming into this map. Like when you know you're spawning that side, you think you might be down 80. So now is when the game kind of starts if you're Ultra. It's like we have to bring it back. This is where we have to mount the comeback. So this is that big hard point you would think, and it's still getting locked down by Paris is what's frightening about this, is it's still Kismet inside of the hard point at 10-5 with 3 kills in a row. As Luca comes in on the pinch, feeds Kismet the kill. Paris Legion keep on eating as Luca keeps on frying.
I mean, yeah, the problem is the slaying right now is just so one-sided. When we pull up that scoreboard, you will see it. You have Classic, who's 4-12. You have Looney, 2-10 right now. Everybody negative on the Toronto side. The key to victory for Paris was guarantee those respawns, and they're doing it right now with this slaying power.
Well, into green we go, and it's early control yet again for Legion. It's a 100-point advantage now through 3 hard points.
And Zed might flip this spawn. Zed's position, that's great for next as well. Another money hill when we go Doc's building, and Zed's just done it.
That is quite literally worst case scenario if you're Ultra. Worst case scenario. If there was one hard point that you really were going to rally back, because we know how difficult Smokestack is, you can contest big time at green, but Docs, the final hard point was your big chance to get back into it, then maybe you can flip into a better job through first and second, but Zed with the play just buries Ultra. Like, this lead's going to get disgusting, as it's now 5 in a row for Kismet as well. He's 20-7 as Kismet just toying with his food, just slapping Ultra within this map 4.
Yeah, I mean, Zed right there with like an Envoy type play that we just saw all day yesterday from Chicago. He knows exactly where he has to be. He flips those spawns, and now you just see as Doc building is going to spawn up, guess where Paris is spawning? It's just right next door.
How many times have you mentioned, talk about the fact that it is hard to blow teams out on hardpoint? It's difficult. We can talk about Azir Cave and Gunmarley. It's very hard to blow teams out.
Even this map, yeah.
This map, I think, just due to the nature of the opening, like you really can, but this is still the most lopsided hardpoint I think you and I have commentated without question. Yeah, it's 165-39.
This might be over the next 2 hills.
Ultra just getting destroyed right now. Legion with the favored side going in. Legion with the heads-up plays. Zed making plays. Kismet at 24-11. It's not, I mean, you could highlight everyone basically. Zed's even, everybody else is nearing double positive right now from Legion. The slaying simply too strong. The strats.
And it's what Zed's doing. So even with Zed being even, like, the fact is he's playing ahead. So what does that mean? Like, you're going into the enemy spawn. Because, like, right, he's playing 1-on-2, 1-on-3 versus that team sometimes. So, yeah, if he's coming out even, it's pretty solid.
That's a win. That's a win, too. So it looks good for all 5 as Legion look to get over that 200-point mark and put this game to bed. But this is why you're not going to see a lot of hacking. I don't think you are. Until there's some sort of shift in either spawns or the ways that teams look to attack that opening from the opposite side, like the weaker side.
Yeah, I mean, I just think if you're going to pick it, this first hill, right off the start, you have to get 30 to 40 points. Like, you have to negate tire shot. That's just what it comes down to. Your emphasis.
So it almost comes down to first more than second.
Your emphasis has to be just getting as many points as possible on the bad side.
Or just making sure that the other team gets none. Like, contest as best as you can. Know that maybe then you're down 40 or 50, not 80. Kismet and Dens locking it down. 20 more points needed for Legion. They walk away with this series, and Ultra, their home series hopes in London, will be shut down.
This might not end for a bit unless Paris can get in. You can see Lucas set up with that Enforcer to spawn trap in the team, spawning back Firehouse. But you do have one player from Dens. Got close, but that's as close as he's going to get. So may not finish at this hill.
Yeah, they get to enjoy Tire Shop from this side of the map.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier.
Yeah,
it's a lot easier.
Yeah, you're getting some kills, but Kismet still 31 and 16. Hell of a game from him.
Just, yeah, one person stepped up big time in the 3 maps they're going to win in a row. It was, Dins went huge in the map 2. Shocks goes huge in the map 3. I know everybody you can say here in the map 4, but it's specifically Kismet, just a monster performance.
Yeah, and I'm going to give props to Zed, too, because in maps 3 and 4, he was just that annoying player in the back for Paris. Like, he was the guy making the plays that made it just so much easier.
The guy you just have to worry about, the guy that you need to have the comms on point to deal with. Just getting in the enemy's heads. Let's see if Legion can end it here. Into the hard point they go. Now 10 away. 5 are going to drop. Spawning out towards first will be Ultra. That should be all she wrote as Paris look to move on today and fight to be home series victors. They still have a lot of work to do, but Kismet closes out a 5 spree, 37 and 18 from Kismet. 3 maps in a row for Paris, and there's the W.
And now they're going to have that rematch against New York, right? And coming into this event, the interesting thing with the format is that we thought there was going to be a lot of rematches, right, in these lower brackets. So how are you going to change your vetoes up? Are you going to play the same maps? Was it just a slow series? So that'll be a fun match later on today.
Yeah, I think I like this bounce back from Paris too, because doubted obviously before Minnesota. They go 2-0, and I think everyone really starts to hype them up. Like, they're going to be good.
If you go 0-2 here, you're
exactly.
We're like scratching our head.
100%.
Like, what is this?
100%. Like, I feel like that chip on the shoulder maybe went away a little bit, but then once they lost that first series, like, all right, time to remind people we've got what it takes to make a run. And there they did. That was an excellent series. It didn't look good after map 1, but after that, it's all him as Josh is getting the boys hyped on the stage. Excellent stuff from Paris.
And now for Toronto, you go home, and again, we know this team is going to continue to make roster changes. We've heard their management talk about it, but it's just like, what's the roster going to be at the next one? Right?
You talk about for Toronto?
Yeah,
that's true. Well, they have a lot of options, but it's not about Toronto right now. It's about the winning side. It's Paris, and on stage we've got Zed with Frankie.
Hello? Oh, I think we're still on.
Can you hear me, London? London, can you hear me? Yes! Yes, London can hear me. You guys can hear me. This is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. Of course, we had to grab Zed because he's in his home country, so we've got to hear from them, don't we, London? Yes, we do. Now, Zed, yesterday, the map you did win against the Subliners was Domination. It was Gunrunner. The same thing actually happened with Toronto Ultra against London as well. Did you study how they played that map before you played them on it today?
No, we know we're like one of the best domination teams in the game, and we know that they copied us because we're so good at it. So it's just we played our own game. We're like 4-0 on it now, so if people want to keep playing against us, it's going to be the same outcome every time.
Talking of your own game, the cast has pointed out you're running a double AR setup on Hardpoint, the second Hardpoint on Hackney Yard. Seems to be quite unusual in this game. Why did it work for you?
Honestly, we just tell like Luca, like he's one of our star players, so we just tell him like use whatever gun you wanted to kill people. So it's entirely up to him. So it's all choice.
You mentioned Luca as a star player. One criticism, or I guess analytical point that's leveled at Paris Legion is you're not a team of star players. You're a team that works together. Do you think that can take you to the top in this league?
If we keep working hard as we do at home, nobody can beat us really. Like if we play our game, like it's just we'll walk through teams.
Well, congratulations on proving that Minnesota was not a fluke. You are in your hometown, so I do want to ask if you got any words for this crowd.
We're playing New York next, and obviously Tem was a bit of a dick to you lot. So if you can support us, I'll be very grateful.
London, are you going to support Paris because you booed them yesterday? Okay, listen, you tried. We'll find out very, very soon if Zed succeeded, because right now we need to go to a break. That was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. After the break, though, we have got another elimination match. Do not go anywhere.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior?
What is up, London? Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're of course still in London. We're still on the desk, myself, Rich, and Nameless. We've been watching closely at the action on the main stage. And what an incredible start here for Paris Legion. Coming into this incredible day, it's the final day, they've got to make it through, and they did it with some superior fashion. And I'm also so impressed with Kismet right now. He tweeted out that he wants to get on the stage, put him on because he didn't have a good day yesterday. Nameless, man. This dude's popping off.
Yeah, in that game 4, he was crushing it. And also Shox in game number 3. Across the board, they just all played amazing. But I got to talk about Zed in that interview. He said that when they're playing their game, no team can beat them. Listen, I'm sorry, my brother. If you play FaZe, you're still gonna lose. Like, that's some overconfidence right there. But that's when they play good, is when they have that momentum.
Okay, sure. But the one thing that he did say in the interview in particular, which I think kind of led him down that line, he was talking about Dom. He feels like they're one of the best Dom teams. Will you give him that at the very least?
Nah. One of the best Dom teams. I mean, it's just, I can't put them in that top tier teams yet. They're too inconsistent, and the players traditionally have been like that. So I just, when he said that, I was just mind blown. Like, if they play Huntsman or FaZe, they will get crushed. But right now, they are improving. They're looking a little bit better.
What's that say about Ultra, though, in your opinion? Because I know we did talk about Ultra a little bit. We were talking about the idea that they still are figuring out maybe even what their starting lineup's going to be. They've said in the past we have 10 starters. I feel like Bance did look pretty comfortable in this lineup?
He looked all right. Yeah, he looked all right. I think they just need more time. I feel like Ultra, they switched player out. They had Metals in, now they have Banson. If they have more time, they can improve, but it's still just a little bit early for them because this is their first time playing together with this 5.
And that's going to be such a huge tweak, right? And you talk about teams that needed a little bit more time. All of a sudden, Surge may be starting to come online. They're going to be one of the next matchups that we're watching, and I feel like we really do want to see more of Bance so they can figure out different things like maps. They can actually figure out how to move around together because as of right now, I feel like they just aren't going to have the opportunity.
Yeah, and they started to lose Search and Destroy, right? Like, they were undefeated during launch, and they're starting to lose Search and Destroy. So they have to go back to the drawing board and fix a lot of things.
They do. They're making fundamental mistakes. I mean, just to pinpoint something out there, Toronto, second hill, they give up a full 60. They try and rotate early, and they couldn't even hold that hill down. It's these things they really need to get on the board now and work as a team and be able to keep these setups. And you're not going to become any kind of team that will face the likes of Chicago Huntsmen, etc., and beat any of these guys. So they really need to step up to the plate. But to bring to your plate right now, I've got our Game Fuel keys to victory, of course, because we have our next matchup on stage ready for you guys. And my boy Nameless, you always do an amazing job with these. So talk to me about Dallas and what these guys need to do to try and seal a deal on the stage.
I mean, new day, new team, right? Like, this is a team that's absolutely dominating online, and there was a lot of us talking about how Illy and Shotzzy were bust. Like, a lot of these guys online, they dominate, they come to land, and sometimes they're not as good. But, you know, I think it's a matchup thing for them. When they play Huntsman, they just can't beat them. Huntsman have their number, and it doesn't look like they'll be beating them in the foreseeable future. But going up against Seattle, this is a team Empire should absolutely beat, right? Seattle's looked extremely beatable in Search and Destroy, and they've been losing respawns as well. So Seattle's just a broken team at the moment unless a player goes off. So I'm heavily favoring Empire in this matchup, and I think they should be able to win today.
Crim's not happy there, man.
You've seen how Crim reacts to posters. Now you see how he reacts to cameras. Stupid camera.
He ain't happy about that, but we have to talk, of course, about Seattle right now. These guys clutched up on stage right in front of us, right in front of our very eyes. I was so impressed with how they're playing. Octane was going off. These guys are really working as a team. I want to see more from them.
Yeah, I was impressed, but it still went all the way to around 11. It still went all the way to a game number 5, and Octane had to go Super Saiyan mode to win game number 4. So, like, can you be that impressed? Like, they went so many game 5 round 11s. This is a team made up of world champions from the last few years of Call of Duty. Yep. These guys should be closing out series way easier than that. They had to go stupid hard to win their first series and get their first points of the year. Like, that's not impressive to me. I'm happy for the guys they were able to get that win and put up a fight, but like, you have to be able to close games out earlier. Look at your team.
All the way back to the LG days, it's been said by great philosophers and scholars, namely the Call of Duty competitive subreddit.
Okay.
Is your boy LaRue shredding? When LaRue is shredding, you're able to pull out wins, but I think it goes a little bit deeper with this team. I mean, you actually look at what is happening. Obviously, you have such a fantastic roster. But I talked to Slack after the series. He was like, hey, look, at Minnesota, we didn't really understand Search. We do feel like we understand Search now. And ultimately, you get to round 11 in 3 searches in a row and lose all of them. Finally,
you know what's funny? I think they might have the most won rounds in Search and Destroy just because they go round 11 like every single game. But
genuinely.
Like, so they're not that bad. They just need to be able to get those rounds earlier on.
And they need to close it out. And that's the most important thing for these guys is going all the way. Baby steps, though. Baby steps. We're going to take a look at the maps and modes presented by the US Air Force right now to see what these guys are in for. Here we go. Hardpoint, Gunrunner to start with. Talk to me about this, gents, because of course this is a veto system here. This is what they have picked between these teams. Whose favor is this going in?
Oh, I'm picking Empire to win this 3-0. I'm just looking at these maps, like on Gunrunner, the things that I've seen Shotzzy and Illy do on this map in scrims, I got to watch them scrim online. They're absolutely incredible on it. And looking at Arclov, we've seen them have a great performance versus Huntsman during the launch weekend where their strats, they were just working the map back and forth. I think it's going to be too much for Seattle to handle. I guess we'll really see the true momentum of Seattle if they're able to go into that search and put up some rounds.
What do you think the actual, what do you have to steal here? Do you think when you look at Seattle, it's still, if you see them steal a search, maybe they can take this series, or are you that scared for Respawn too?
Baby steps, Rich, baby steps.
It's very tough, right? Like, you got to come out and probably win that game #1, because if you don't win game #1, you're playing one of the best search teams in the game. In game 2, you're going to find yourself in an 0-2 hole. And given how Seattle's been performing, you really think they can get a reverse sweep? Probably not. So you got to win this game 1.
Hey, we're going to find out very, very shortly. We're going to head to a break, right? But when we come back, people, we have an insane game on our hands. Are Surge going to take this? Or are Empire going to make their mark on the stage today? We will find out right after this.
in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile, complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Well, hello there again, guys. You can wipe your tears away. We are back on the desk, of course, and we're going to be bringing you one hell of a game very shortly. My name is Lottie. I'm joined by Rich and Nameless, of course, on this desk all day long. It's where we belong, fellas, isn't it? It really is where we belong. Rich, and it's where you belong and where you've been longing to be for a little while now?
Yeah, at least a year. Hopefully we can keep the chair for a little bit longer, but hopefully we can also see a little bit of momentum coming out of. You look at Surge, you want to see a little bit of momentum, but also think about coming into this tournament. These were squads that weren't able to grab the points that they felt that they deserved.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is, like, if Surge are able to upset Empire right here, would it surprise you to see them make it all the way to a final and possibly win it? Just because the players on that team, right? Like, obviously the way that they've been performing has been up to par, but the players on that team are incredible players from the history of Call of Duty. So, like,
did you see what App tweeted? I'm not sure if you saw it, but he said, GG's, we finally won one. I felt like I was just playing on champs. You know, when he feels like that, that usually means he's in for a recipe for success.
Donkey Kong, bro.
Donkey Kong, bro. Love it. Well, let's have a look at our quick scope right now presented by US Air Force and take a look at these two teams head-to-head and see where they're standing right now. So we've got our CDL points on the board. It's even, because these guys have had a bit of a difficult ride so far with their start to the season. Overall KD, though, can we see that improve?
I mean, hey, look, I'm definitely not a mathematics wizard or anything like that, but I don't think that these numbers tell the entirety of the story.
Yeah, these stats mean nothing to me.
I think you look at Dallas, you've said it quite a few times, they've had one of the hardest schedules. You're not going to give that to Seattle Surge. Ultimately, I think Dallas has looked like the better team. I know that Surge has the potential to hang with this squad, but I think Dallas is very favored in this one.
Indeed. Well, do you know what? We're actually in Britain. I don't know if you guys realize. I don't know if I've said it enough. We're in London, and we actually have two British boys waiting in the wings right now to narrate this incredible game we have for you. I'm heading over to Miles and, of course, Momo.
Thank you very much.
Reflection off Momo's
Ready to roll into another game. We're going to run it back. It's a repeat of yesterday, and yesterday did not go so well for Seattle.
It was a tough one. However, Seattle, of course, have already seen some success today. You know, we've seen them finally win. We like it.
Saw Joey Nubsy backstage, gave him a little fist bump. I was like, well done, man. He was like, yeah.
About
like, you won.
About time you did your job.
Yeah, come on. Get to it, you slacker.
However, congratulations to Seattle, of course, just getting here right now. Dallas, of course, all eyes have been on these guys since the very start of the season. The whole Illy and Shotzzy thing, going to Minnesota, not having the best time there. Coming here, and everyone expected more, but again, they had to go up against the Huntsman. Now this is a game where, on paper, or if you ask the crowd, if you ask the people at home, if you ask us, you definitely look towards Dallas for obviously a favorite, if you like. Seattle haven't showed us enough right now to kind of conquer that.
They're close, though.
But they've just won. They've just won. We saw it obviously being run back yesterday, and maybe we see something different today.
Well, we'll find out shortly, friends. We're about to get into our hard point on Gun Runner shortly. I mean, I think it's kind of, it does feel a little bit like, you know, the writing's already on the wall and you would expect Dallas to win this one, but the Des touched on it really well, which is the momentum that you're going to see Seattle have coming off that win. It's going to be big. I mean, the Game 5 win is huge. These are players who have been in these situations before. I mean, these are some fantastic players on that Seattle roster, world champions, you know, players who are no shy to grand final situations, to high pressure situations. Lovely sparkly jersey that Karma's got there. Look at the sparkles.
I think you only get that one if you won 3 rings.
No, Enable's looking pretty sparkly as well.
I think that's just his personality.
Nice. What about Clay?
Let's move on.
Well, there you go. Seattle, though, if they can ride that momentum all the way, we are looking at a more closely contested series. Have they figured out the search and destroy? Have they managed to get, you know, those real kinks ironed out, Phil?
I don't think they have just yet. Yes, they've won, and great. I think that's the first hurdle, actually winning a search and destroy. How they won it, not convincingly. It was around 11, but again, it was a very clutch moment. It was Octane picking up a nice double with a pistol, and it doesn't matter, and we heard that in the post-game interview with Octane saying, you know, I don't care how we won. I don't care if it was a reverse sweep. It's a win. It's 10 CDL points in the bag, and now they just move on. And they can go into this map 2, the Search and Destroy, of course, when hardpoint's over, and go, we've won a Search and Destroy, we're getting better, see progress, and that's what they need. And whether this is the team to beat, we'll have to wait and see. Dallas have had their own struggles. I think this is going to be a really interesting match that could go either way.
Yeah, new day, new game, new players for these teams. Again, when it comes to Dallas, they did have a tough run against the Huntsman yesterday, but they did manage to win Seattle's match. So this is an elimination matchup, friends. The loser of this one will be going home, or into the crowd, or into the hotel. Let's face it, it's a long way back home for a lot of these players. But the winner of this one will be advancing into bracket play, where their opponents are waiting in the wings. And it's going to be very exciting. We are dealing with a quick game pause here, friends, as we get into this one. I want to touch on somewhat, you know, the performances between Shotzzy and Illy. You know, the highlight has certainly been on both of them after what happened to them in Minneapolis. So far, I think they've definitely turned this one around. I mean, Shotzzy looking very cool, calm, arms folded there on the left-hand side of your screen. A little tired, maybe. I wonder how the jet lag's affecting him.
I mean, these guys, they came into this yesterday, they played. They kind of know what to expect. If there's a game that he can go in relaxed a little bit more, it is this one, because they know what they're expecting. But I think I don't really think there's any relaxing on that stage right now. I think you're twiddling your thumbs, you're playing with your sticks, and you're just keeping going. You're just waiting for this game to be unpaused and to be playing that hard point.
Everyone's pretty relaxed at the moment as we wait for this issue to be resolved.
I don't know.
I mean, there's a degree of tension. I mean, Crimsix there on your screen. He's won plenty of titles in his time, and he's just keen to get into this one as we wait for that issue to be resolved. Huke on the far right-hand side of the screen. He's had a tough year. I find Huke's always been really heavily burdened with expectations. Everyone expects him to be this, you know, absolute S-rank player who is truly a cut and above beyond everyone else, and he hasn't quite lived up to that just yet. But there are moments of glimmers. There are little bits of moments here. His nickname is Huke the Nuke, but at times he's a bit more of a flashbang. I'll be here a week.
Yes, I guess you could kind of say it's been a bit underwhelming for the past year, but I do think, again, we've seen Huke now join our team, which he is comfortable with. I think the pressure's almost been lifted off of him because we have got Shotzzy and Illy. I think kind of everyone's eyes has been drawn to these other two shining stars, and Huke was that player. We know what Huke is capable of, and I think you hear that more than anyone from the actual pros kind of say, this guy could be one of the best in the world. And we're kind of yet to see that. We've seen it again in maps and modes here and there, but it's consistency, I think, for him. He now has what I would say is probably the best veterancy and leadership around him possible, and he's got two superstars themselves, Illy and Shotzzy, but I still need to see more from them. I'm actually really impressed with Illy. He's actually one of my favorite players to watch right now. The Undertaker that is Illy.
We watched his career pretty closely. All right, friends, here we go. Straight into the hard point. It's going to be a Gunrunner. And again, the loser of this series will be going home. The Dallas Empire versus Seattle Surge. And here we go. First hard point already. Crim finds a kill. And we will trickle onto the hard point slowly but surely. Early points going the way of Dallas. An immediate rotation, though, from Seattle. They have completely flanked the entire opposite side of the map. Hoping to battle towards that side, towards the depot. And again, what you want to really be doing in hardpoint is while focusing one eye on that hardpoint and managing to keep the time there, the second eye has to certainly be towards what's coming up next.
Yeah, and again, a nice 15 points here for Dallas. A couple more than just that, but we see that rotation being so important. And it's just map positioning, it's being that 1 or 2 steps ahead. But I will say it's a very, very tough ask when you spawn on the side of Dallas here, because you've got to break through, and it's not easy. You can't just get one person sneaking around the back. We saw yesterday Illy trying to do that. You've kind of got to do 2, 3, maybe even 4 people pushing through. Apathy's going to get the better of a player there, and on screen we're going to see him find a double kill here as he gets a couple points on the board for Surge. Back on board with Clayster, though. M4 in hand. Sliding on in, and he's going to be rewarded with 3 points. Not much of a reward, though, as now he's going to have to break a very, very difficult hard point as he creeps on through the water. Jumps up, will get taken from behind. And now, Crimsix, the MP5.
That's what we were talking about. You know, Seattle managed to do a fantastic job of battling towards that next hard point, and already straight on the point is going to be Crim. Tags up, again, trying to maintain the solid lead that both of these teams have managed to work towards in that first hard point. Relatively even Stevens at this stage. Shotzzy trying to lock down the back, but there is a member of the Surge who's infiltrated just behind him. This gunfight is going to be important. If Karma can win it, it means a complete open avenue to hit that hard point from behind. But oh boy, Shotzzy just over the tippity top of the box there as he will find that kill. Octane will go down to a lay-prone Huke. The shots in the ankles gets it done, and that's another set of kills. And this is brilliant work now from Seattle. As Dallas, they do what they can to stay alive.
And that, honestly, I expect more from Surge, because you have that rotation. You obviously sit back in that hard point. You try and rotate round, but this time they lose it out. Dallas break in. They are going to go into the next one. 40 points in the lead. We're heading over to Cole now, and Crimsix there. He's going to get taken down by Octane. It's going to be Clayster's turn as he swoops on in with the M4, but up close and personal, he's going to lose out that gunfight. I actually love what Illy's doing here. We saw him do this yesterday. Just sit until that hard point spawns, go right to the back, and he's actually going to reward Clayster with a beautiful spawn there. And look now, Dallas, they're spawning at the back. They're breaking on through, and that's what you love to see. Illy, Huke, Clayster going off for Dallas.
And look at that kill feed. It's all Karma's. There he goes, he finds 3. Baby. There's an immediate contest though, but there he goes. Karma keeping it going. The spawns though for Dallas, they're right next to the hard point. Apathy doing what he can. Keep the play going.
25 seconds left here, Miles. Plenty of points to play for. See Clayster trying to get above that smoke. It rises, and he's going to find himself a bit of a tough position, but right now, no challenge here coming in from Seattle. They're going to have to rotate round. You see them doing that towards the crates here. Going to be taken down. Illy, MP5 in hand. Concussion available. Ooh. Shots through the smoke's not going to be enough, but Slack's going to finish his teammate off there. That's going to be Karma who falls. But all said and done, Miles. 102 plays 36. Not the best start here for the Surge.
It's so hard for the Surge, though. I mean, you're dealing with Huke, you're dealing with Shotzzy and Illy, who are all, you know, speeding around the map. But it's actually Crim 42 seconds on the clock already. He's got himself 11 kills, 7 deaths. He's looking absolutely fantastic. Slacked on your screen, not able to get much more done, but a trade's working out now in the favor of the Surge. Seattle still making their way onto the hard point. Enable's trying to be that sort of tip of the spears. He makes his way forward. Solid shots, a bit of help from his friends. Illy goes down next, and now Enable's on the point. Now with the trophies in play. 30 seconds remaining on the hard point, though. Is it going to be enough time to garner here? They're not too far behind. It's a sort of 50-point lead, but is it enough?
I think that's a really good point, Miles. Again, yes, you're down, double the points if you like, but you're still early on in this hard point. You can still claw this back, even if it's just a 10-15 point advantage on each hard point. You see Octane there trying to do what he does best, set up that turret-like M4. We saw him going off, and in the post-game interview, Frankie even said he was kind of carrying his team, and I don't think she was that wrong. That is, of course, in the Slain department, but everyone has to play their part here. Clayster certainly doing that, taking out Apathy and Karma, but Slack finding a nice double with the MP5. And over to the warehouse. It's going to be difficult to break, and Dallas looking like they have the favorable spawns. Karma breaking through, shutting down ex-teammate Crimsix. Youth, though, will deny, and again, through the mist of the smoke, he's going to be Octane this time to shut him down. Very back and forth.
Yeah, but look at the Surge right through the front door. 2 come through. Oh, Clayster gets sat on! Oh, you got to hold that one, buddy. That was a big push. Seattle make the work. And here we go. They're going to hold on the hard point from the back now. Apathy in the rear window. He won't go, though, as Shotzzy manages to break on in and get the kills. And now through the front door, more and more coming through. Octane trying to hold it down, and he will. 2 kills to his name. Lovely stuff. Larue on top. One
of the most consistent players over the past couple of years has got to be Octane. His assault rifle has been so strong. Currently, right now, 14-9 on a 4 streak. And guess what? He's got 67 seconds for his team out of those 98. Karma, of course, trying to find himself a couple of kills on the outskirts on the rotation here, but Octane's going to lock it down as we jump on board with the rest of this crew here. We have hit that rotation. Octane's going to be joining them very shortly. But again, it's not about that middle hard point, it seems. It's about flipping these spawns, and Apathy finds one and pushes forward. Will find a second, but it's not going to be enough big shots from Illy there. I've been impressed with Illy's MP5 again. He's been very consistent. I feel a lot more consistent this event, and he's finding his footing in the hard point right now.
Yeah, what a turnaround. What a glow up for those boys after Minneapolis. Still very close match now. Is really looking a little more fun, especially for the Seattle fans. Dallas now on the hard point again. Shotzzy winning gunfights in mid. Very difficult position to hold. That's 3 in a row. Shotzzy, go on, mate. Just keep going. Just keep running. You're on a train now, man. There's no stop ahead of you. 20 seconds left on this hard point. It's been fantastic for the Dallas Empire. He will unfortunately get turned there. A little bit of bad COD timing happens to the very best of us. Now, though, for the rotation, it will look like Dallas is for the next hard point.
Yeah, and a nice 6 kill streak there coming in from Shotzzy. Not only that, but putting in objective work. We talked about it yesterday on the domination. He seems to be the one who will do anything almost for that win. And with him picking up more kills, it's going to be helped, of course, Dallas Empire lead, but not by much here. They have got the spawns now for the warehouse. Trophy system's going down. It's going to stop any projectiles coming on in. Crimsix with the MP5 trying to reload, but it's going to be Slack 2 creeps on in. Talking to Slack, not the best game so far, 10-21. And of course, not much objective time either. If we're looking to see Surge take this one, he really has to step up that slaying power. But on board with Shotzzy, who seems to be finding his footing right now. Again, he's on a 2 kill streak. He's leading in the slaying power. 21 kills to his name will go down.
Shotzzy, I mean, one of the things we talk about him is especially is his movement. He moves around the map. He slithers and slides and glides like no other. But so does his teammate Hugh. Brilliant work to just break on into the hard point. The initial kill was good, but Apathy's nades are better. Octane, the other member of the Surge here on the point, doing what he can to keep this one going. And we got a game still.
But that's okay. I feel like this break here with 15 seconds, Dallas, they spawn near B-Dom, near the boiler room, and they're already set up here. It's a very close game. It's in fact just seen a lead change, but expect Dallas to come back here on this next hard point unless we see a perfect break 2 kill streak for Apathy and Octane. Octane on your screen. Doesn't need a red dot on this weapon here. He sees it through the iron sights and is drawing blood left, right, and center. But the kill feed, it lights up yellow. Dallas Empire here will retain and has 45 seconds to play with. Is it going to be enough, though? Clayster versus Octane. Always been a good fight with the assault rifles. Finds him. Moves around. Will find himself with another reload there coming through. Karma shuts him down. And just like that, we're seeing another push from the Surge.
And again, Dallas, the defensive holds have been so solid. There's no way for anyone on the Surge to make their way in. Dallas cut off one flank. They force them all in a 1 situation. And now Krim, unfortunately, through the smoke, he will be cut down there. But again, Illy on point. He will go down as well. So late resurgence now from Seattle. They will get the final 15 once again. The breaks aren't solid, but once they do get in the hard point, it seems to be absolutely fine. Now on the rotation, once again, Dallas have got their trainers on. They've got their runners on. on, and now they're making their way out. Crimsix already in position, but Enable, he's read this one perfectly. Is this the late game adaptation that Seattle needed so dearly? It could well be it. We go over now towards the shipping containers. Octane, Enable, fighting tooth and nail to maintain that position that they managed to early secure. Is it still going to be theirs after this push from Dallas?
Well, so far, so good here. We're starting to see Surge really come into their own, and maybe the victory is really giving them a boost of confidence. Apathy and Enable are two players who are going off right now, 27 and 21 for App, and a +2 here for Enable. Those are the MP5s that are going to try and challenge the likes of Crimsix, the likes of Huke, and they're going tooth and nail for it. 30 seconds with the contest coming in. Shotzzy gets the better of Enable here, and the smokes are going down. It is an absolute nightmare if you're trying to run through here. Trophies, smokes, concussions, grenades, and up top, Clayster will fall here. Going back and forward, we are going to see the last 15 seconds potentially go to Dallas, and the rotation favors them too.
Not a whole lot garnered from either side there, but still Dallas with a decent lead at this time. Back we go to the final hardpoint of the first set. And Dallas once again, first in, best dressed. Good trades again. Crimsix, he will be the lone defender now of the hardpoint as it's a foot race from both teams to make their way straight onto the hardpoint. Crim, where are you going to go? You've got to make the play now as the entire roster of the Seattle Surge are about to break into the back warehouse. They've managed to slip through the defenses, but the numbers now, everyone's stacking up. It's going to be an absolute dogfight here in the containers. Hey, look at that. Huke trying to make his way through the back. Shots are there. He's going to get slacked. Meanwhile, on the back door as well, it's just every single possible window, doorway, entry, even the doggy door. They try to get in, but Dallas have held, and now it's 10 points for the win.
Incredible stuff from Dallas, and it's Huke who goes big at the end with a nice 3-piece. Crimsix unable to push out. They have the spawns. They're holding on 3 points away. As the time ticks down, we see another contest, but Huke from behind finds one, won't find the second. The contest keeps going, and the 2-4-9 will remain. Surge will break through, but they need to hit that rotation. Glance your eyes to the minimap. Dallas is set up already by the containers. They only need 1 point, but there's 5 seconds left.
It's got to happen now. All he's got to do is get a little tippy toe in there. That's literally all they need. 1 second, and here it goes. Who's going to get it, Huke? Go for gold, my friend. Jump straight in, and Dallas take map 1.
Confidence is key when it comes to the end. We saw incredible stuff from Huke. Multiple kind of 2-3 kills in a row there. Holding down rotations and breaking them as easily as that. But I will say, again, we've got another close-ish game from the Surge. It's not a complete stomping. It's not a 100-point club. Octane doing what Octane does. You know, I think he put up I think he had 1:40 hill time himself there. Again, kind of dropping most kills for his team. But I saw great things from Enable, great things from Apathy. And I think that's kind of the storyline of the Surge right now. Individually, we are seeing certain things go right. I think if Slack maybe started that game a little bit quicker, we could have seen a different ending.
It could be quicker. I think there's another thing for Seattle, and we see it in their Search and Destroy, that kind of, the hesitation, they sort of dither a little bit. And I felt like that with the hardpoint as well. They're all good. They stay in the race for most of the game, and then they teeter off towards the end. They just fizzle out, and that's really difficult. They're only a step or two behind a team like Dallas, and that's a very, very good sign for a squad like Seattle.
Yeah, and again, just kind of breaking this down from what you can see on your screens, looking to the middle left. I mean, KD is definitely something you cast your eyes to. We see 30 bombs from Enable. We see it from Apathy and Shotzzy as well. And I want to point out, obviously, Dallas winning that one. Shotzzy dropping 30 kills there. 2 minutes and 7 in the hill as well. That's a great game from him. And that's something that does get kind of missed a little bit. A big amount of damage from either side as well. Clayster and Crimsix there, the experience showing, as is Huke. But so much information for you guys to kind of look at. I love that kind of screen as well that you guys can be treated to, which is so great. You can go down to hill time, kills, deaths, and everything down to the loadout that you're using, and maybe copy it yourself.
I will be copying a lot of those. Our Scuff play of the game. Let's face it, friends, it absolutely had to be Dallas. Shotzzy, he's starting to play the way we wanted him to play, and I must admit, big numbers like that, huge numbers when it comes to picking up the hardpoint time as well. It's just all looking up for the Empire. This was a solid run from the young man.
Yeah, it was incredible stuff all around. I think, yes, it was a team effort, but we saw them going from back and forward. And honestly, if you were to ask me what the play of the game was, there was many moments it could have been, those kind of kill rotations on hardpoint, specifically at the back of the warehouses on either side of the map, for me, are just so important. And we saw Huke do that. We saw Enable do that. We saw Apathy do that. But incredible stuff overall. Surge, though, again, the storyline so close yet so far away. I want to see these being pushed, because you look at the Surge roster. That roster is talented. MVPs, championships, world championships.
That's squad, man.
it's a lot, man.
They've been around for a long time. They've got a lot of accolades to their name. You know, is that weighing them down? All those rings, all that, you know, trophies
chains.
and all that. Them chains, they're just weighing them down. All that bling, weighing them down. So though, Dallas now putting themselves in a fantastic position. That one map lead is going to be wonderful going into Search and Destroy. It is going to be on Orklov Peak. Now that's a very good thing for the Dallas fans, obviously, because Seattle Search and Destroy has had a couple of woes. Nonetheless, we have been touching on that quite a lot this weekend. But a round 11 win in their previous matchup is exactly what they want. However, can they do that against a squad like Dallas? The last time these teams met yesterday, it was a 3-0 to Dallas Empire. Seattle, there's a lot to be done here, Phil.
Yeah, and again, we're going through a different map. We're obviously going to Orklov Peak for Search and Destroy, but just kind of seeing where these two teams sit right now, how their weekend has been, and just looking at that bracket in a little bit more detail. I want to bring this up for you. Surge lost yesterday. Oh, it's actually a 3-1 there to Empire. Empire
My bad, mate. My bad.
through, but the Huntsmen get the better of them. On the lower side, Surge finally get a victory over the Gorillas. It was a Game 5. You saw that a little earlier on before. I mean, overall, just looking at it, Huntsmen look fantastic. I mean, Subliners, we saw a different Subliners, I feel, but they were reverse swept by the Royal Ravens. And I mean, even touching on Paris Legion, you know, impressive stuff so far, but they're going to be facing off against the Subliners themselves.
Yeah, they had a fantastic run against Ultra, but they will have the Subliners a bit later on today. And of course, the winner of this matchup will be playing the London Royal Ravens in the semi-finals later on today. It is going to be a banger, friends, an absolute humdinger if you want. As we roll into the Search and Destroy, all bets are off because, let's face it, friends, that's kind of how it works. You can't bet as the games are going on. I don't actually know. I'm not a betting man. How about you?
We wouldn't. No, absolutely not, man.
I bet there's a couple in the crowd.
I mean, you know.
2 or 3.
There's got to be a few. These guys have been drinking from 10 a.m.
Yesterday. From yesterday, London.
Yesterday, yeah.
I did see the balls back, by the way.
Yep.
That was a nice touch.
If I see that ball being taken away one more time.
Swear to God. Actually, no.
I will buy more. I will put
Where are
down
you
this
going to go?
headset.
You're going to go outside in the rain? Have you seen how bad it is?
Yeah, I'll probably stay here,
It's pretty bad, mate. Anyway, Search and Destroy. Here we go.
Orklov Peak.
Orklov.
Orklov.
It's a fictional country.
Is that? I mean,
no.
Why are you doing a Scottish?
No, it's slightly Russian.
Yeah, that seems anyway.
Did it seem Russian to Scottish to you?
Orklov.
Donkey.
Yeah. Donkey. Let's go. As we fly through so elegantly through Orklov Peak, because a little bit of snow will drop. Search and Destroy is an interesting game mode for the Surge for sure. We've just seen them pick up a win. Dallas Empire, again, they're not perfect. At the end of the day, we've seen good bits, bad bits, a bit of ugly bits too from Dallas, and I think it's interesting. We saw Surge go up 3-0 before, and it just started to slip away, but they closed it out as we jump on board. It's going to be the Dallas Empire here on the offense, and you've got none other than Illy. I've been watching this man play Search and Destroy for years.
I was going to say, he's so good, but you know what's even better? It's an Octane. What an opener, though, from the Seattle Surge. 3 kills. Shots he's trying to get them boys back on the board, and he does with a nice 2 kills. What's he got more, though? Any more in the... Hold on.
Okay, all right.
That's the movement.
If you ever say hesitation and Shortsy, in the same word, it's going to be enabled to shoot him in the back there. Big kill as Enable comes up. Trumps here. It's going to be all up to Crimsix. The bomb is down. This is the only thing he's got to... Now those shots being put down, they know exactly where he is in Enable. With the M4, destroys Crimsix. It was a very tough ask for Crim. Just to kind of like take a deep breath there, Miles, that round. First of all, kind of spoke too soon on Illy. Great snipe from Octane. We saw it from obviously the wrong side of things. But Shotzzy, great awareness, straight through the middle of the map. Big 2-piece, gets the bomb down, but he just didn't have that support. I think, again, a very fast, interesting one. We usually see the bomb go to the other bomb site here. We saw it straight through the middle. You see teams do that on round 1 to really kind of shake things up and surprise, shock maybe the other team. I know there's going to be one man that we're going to be watching this round, though. Sadly, it looks like he's put the sniper away. Sam LaRue, a.k.a. Octane. Let's see what you got.
He's still running. It's that AX50 in hand. He's still going to be running that one. Oh, he did. He put the M4. He put the M4.
I tried to tell you, Miles. You don't listen to me.
Oh, Illy's got a snipe still, but what an adaptation. A very quick one for Seattle as they roll forward.
This is going to be a bloodbath. This is going to be a bloodbath again. Smokes go down. Trophy on the left-hand side. Crimsix, though, draws first blood here. Octane trying to find one over the top. I expected Trophy maybe on the other side of things, but no. Connection with a grenade and the stun. Hello, hello. Knocking at the door.
Knock, knock.
A little bit of a crouch. Can you hear me?
Who's
Hello,
there?
Duke. Are you there? Yes, he is. And he's going to tuck himself away. Iliassi does find Octane with a snipe, so we're going to put that as a draw right now. And Duke's going to draw his weapon, but a little too slow. Slacked in and out. shaking it all about there, and the smoke is going to cover him. A 3v4 right now, numbers favor the Empire.
How long, though, will those numbers work out for them? Seattle is still committing to this one. They're still going to make their way forward as Dallas. Yeah. I mean, they're holding the line, and that's exactly what you want to do, but... Uh-oh. Are we going to catch that? That's him. Ooh! Just the bun.
Illy's been pressured. Illy's been pressured. Nearly just found the snipe just in time there. That's actually going to be onto Karma. Slacked was so quick with the exchange there and the trade. If he was 1 second quicker, though, he'd be looking at a different great game right now. It's all up to him. And he does have the bomb. That's the only thing going for him right now. Look at all the skulls at the bottom. Everything has gone down in the trench here. But Slacked, what have you got?
Well, he doesn't have Dead Silence. He doesn't have anything that works in the utility department, but he's got 1 kill to his name. And what do you know? What is that? Bomb down and a clean 2 rounds. The Seattle Surge.
When he's firing, that gunfight for me, I obviously understand there's a time difference. I understand the difference. I feel like it should have been traded.
Oh, they're getting creative. Good London's getting creative. All right, round 3. Sorry, you were saying something. They were saying,
it doesn't matter. This crowd is...
No, they said go back to Halo.
Oh. Okay. All right, I see you.
Amazing. Anyway, round 3. That's enough of that.
Oh,
Stop.
London,
Don't encourage
we love
him.
you.
Don't encourage him. Once again, Octane snipes have been good. It means he's got 1 kill, but they've been nice kills. Oh, look at this. Here we go. Here comes Illy. Look. On the left. Oh, he smelt that one coming. Wise moves to just back down for the time being. And again, the play is very slowly developing for Dallas as they creep forward. Slack, though, the hero of the last round. How many more heroics has he got left in the chest?
Shotzzy's looking to push up and get aggressive here. He's got the bomb as well, and he's going to miss a couple of shots, and he's going to be taken. No! Saved by Hugh. Karma, though, will finish the job. And the snipe of Octane could be coming through. Apathy on the flank here, going to be caught out by Clay. Experience wins that one as Hugh finds 1. Illy saves him again. That's 2 kills already this round. But on the flank, it's Enable. It's a 1v4. It's now 1v3, and it's going to stay at that. Dallas Empire find the first round. And the amount of kind of kills that were based on position in there, and the amount of lives that were saved based on position, should I say. Incredible.
Guardian Angels. Yeah. I mean, Illy saved Hugh so well there. I want to call that as well. Slack was 4-0 before starting this round. He did brilliant in the first 2. In that one, he was so ambitious. When he got shot at by Shotzzy in that trench, the first thing he did was beeline around the corner and just try and catch him out there. Yeah. I mean, such aggressive play, such confidence from the Surge. You see what 1 win does? Well, let's see if they can maybe get another one. Bomb now in the hands of Slacked. Josiah Berry. As he rolls now forward. It looks like a B adaptation. However, Illy's going to pull that snipe towards A, but there's not really going to be anyone there from the find.
I know we've critiqued the Surge a lot on the Surge and Destroy. One thing I love about a team in general is if they can hit both bomb sites and they can hit it both well. Now, whether they can do it well, I'm not too sure just yet. But the fact that they can throw teams off and it's not just rinse and repeat like sometimes we see on Gunrunner. But Slacked, he might have started off well. However, Shotzzy's going to get the better of him this time. Karma will trade that out. Of course, Shotzzy's location was revealed. Shotzzy was really pushed up there. You see where he died. He'd actually pushed past the A-bomb site, right down the trench, found the first kill, maybe got a little over-ambitious, or didn't want to turn around. Crim6, he's in an interesting position here. Very powerful position.
He's tweaking as well. He's freaked. He's so worried about players making a push towards him. I will say that with Slack going down, the bomb was right down there by those missile sort of launchers. Karma managed to pick up that package, but now Illy's got trailed. I mean, this is a very, very dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, Clacy just found a kill from top house there, so his location is revealed. They kind of know what's going on by the Surge, and you look away at the wrong time. Illy.
They can't anymore. Quick reposition. Clay, though, still sitting in top house. Looks like Apathy, Dead Silence below him. You can see that icon flashing, telling him a peekaboo, though. Karma, he tries to find the top window kill, and it's not going to be there. But I must admit, Apathy, with that Dead Silence, he's managed to make it inside that B site. Upstairs, what's he going to do? Clear this room by room. His teammates are falling all around him, and now it all comes down to him in a 1v4. That's a nice bit of hip fire. It ain't bad. Is it going to be enough, though, as every single member of the Dallas Empire watches a way out, surrounded? They take clean care of him in another round now, 2 back-to-back for Dallas.
Yeah, I was watching Hugh on the minimap as well, and for so long he was just crouched, just walking very, very slowly. And he was hitting a flank as slow as you can hit a flank. But he goes right round the back, he finds such an important kill, and then suddenly, after that very moment, everyone from the Surge, I think there were 2 players left, they were just pinned in an awful, awful position. Nice patience that I want to point out there by Huke. Usually we see aggression, fast-paced MP5, but we saw a different Huke there as we get into round number 5 here. Another 2 minutes on the clock. What are we going to see out of the Empire? I want to see this snipe battle, but I want to see it head-to-head.
Yeah, more head-to-head shots. And we might get that this round. Illy opting to run upstairs for the old snipe off.
There's the light. Get out.
You've got to back up straight away. If you don't catch that player first, if you're not in position beforehand, you're a sitting duck. Here we go. Oh, what was that?
Reposition, baby. He saw where Octane was by that light shining down the barrel.
I didn't really get that angle just from below the wood there. You back on up. Absolute dead man there in the trench, caught with his pants down. But Illy trying to provide that cover fire through the smoke. Very close, but not quite enough. To find another snipe in this round would be ideal in the 4v4. I wonder if anyone managed to recover that sniper rifle. They did not, so Octane down and out. The weapon still laying in the house.
And this is a quick reaction here from the Empire. They've just hit B straight away. And who is it again this time? It's Shotzzy. He is the bomb carrier, and sometimes that can be the hardest job in a search and destroy. And it's a selfless job, but he's got that bomb down. He's now crouched behind the bar. Maybe he has time for a quick beverage, but he's got to get ready as Clayster finds one. Enable is going to shut him down. I want to see what Shotzzy can do, because he is going to be the man of the hour right now, because they need to get in. They need to shut down Shotzzy and get this defused, but just around the corner, it's going to get a little 10, 25 second mark.
He's just going to wait for that door to go. But Illy, look at that! Apathy on his belly, just creeping towards the bomb. Not able to get it done. Now it all falls down to Enable. 15 seconds left on the clock to try to get the defuse, and it's not going to be enough. You see the importance around the doors open. Lovely flank, though, from Enable to get Crim6 there. Now it's a 1v2. Time is, though, against him. He will not be able to get the defuse. And he will sit this one out as you say goodbye to the bomb site of B.
Yeah, I will say, oh, I think Illy just got him there, right at the end. Good try, Enable.
Thanks, mate.
The bomb defused there, and I think Enable tried to hit a hot flank, but Illy, I think we're actually going to be treated to it. Here we go. Oh, you're in a corner? Cute.
He was on his phone. He's just sitting there on his phone. I mean, what he was playing, try to keep himself alive in that time. Every second counts when it comes to reaccumulating your field upgrades. So we'll see if we can get some more Dead Silence plays come through. But hey, not a bad round for Dallas. Brilliant work from Illy with the snipe there. Again, just watching Apathy lay prone. Try to watch out for the players who are in the bar with him as he crept towards that bomb site. But great plant position. Manages to get Illy those kills. Lovely stuff from the Empire.
And we credit Illy so much for those snipers. Obviously, opened up the game, kind of closed it down as well. I think he got 3 that round himself. But for me, Shotzzy, just that instinct. Whether that's communication, he was like, yo, I'm out, I'm into B, and I've got the bomb down. That changes the game, but one thing that does change the game as well is those smokes. And look who's aggressive. Oh my goodness, Shotzzy. Shotzzy.
His teammates are finding the kills, though. Illy and Crim are going to be doing a wonderful work as Karma tried to get something out of that one, only managed to get the single kill, and now it's a 3v4.
Look where Clayster is. Look where Clayster is on the map right now.
He's creeping.
He's managed to get right behind the mall. And Octane, I like your positioning, but I like Clay's better.
So sneaky. 4v2 right now, and Seattle have just been blindsided by a sneaky Clay.
And remember what I said about Huke, how he made 1 kill and he changed the game? That kill from Clayster's been the exact same. The whole of Seattle now turn around and been like, guys, he's behind us, they're in front of us, they're everywhere. And then you look at the minimap, they're pinned in. Clayster's got the coverage. Illy's looking over, Illy's spotted Slacked.
Absolutely gifted it. Oh no, he missed! Oh no, he missed.
Whoa.
Wait, Slack though, he's alive and well. He's going to make his way round to the bomb site. Shotzzy's now going to leave his little perch, make his way towards this play. Oh my goodness,
that's your teammate, Shotzzy!
Slack though, he's going to be alive for the time being before Clay finishes him up. Enable now though, you've got to make the play. Enable 1v3. No one knows where he is. He may have just popped Dead Silence. So now he's loud as they come. He's an elephant stampeding through the broken house. Smoke's there, 30 seconds to play with, easy defuse.
Previous round, it was Illy opening it up and Illy closing it down. This time it was Clayster to make that important kill, and who gets those last 2? It's Clayster again. He finds 3 himself. He took Illy's job this round. Shotzzy's going to be rewarded with the defuse, and it's 4 for the Empire. But again, I'm just impressed by the positioning. I looked at the minimap, I was like, where's Clayster and how's he got there? But I saw him behind, and like, again, maybe it was a quick Dead Silence push, but you don't expect that, and I love that. We've seen Shotzzy kind of rush down that trench multiple times. Dead Silence is something that can change, I will say, not the game, but the round itself, and that independent round has just been won twice now by very heads-up plays. 8 kills for Clay, 8 kills for Illy.
Well, here we go, an offensive round now for Dallas. Tough scenes for Octane, 1 and 5. The one snipe he found was great, but he needs a couple more. Illy getting his belly wet there, but still as he tries to find a more unique angle to try to catch Octane off. Not able to find anything just yet. Octane opting to put the snipe away, the M4 out and about now, but Oh, close but no cigar. But oh no, the nades come through Octane. That doesn't count as a second kill, and he goes down to Illy once again. The snipe's there. Shotzzy finds the flank and makes the bomb site as safe as possible. Clay's 5th kill in a row. That is devastating. Now it all comes down to Enable, the last player left alive for Seattle. This is to put Dallas on map point.
It's going to be a tough one for Visual. And I tell you what, you said sound of an elephant last time. He broke through that door, and he could have called that round just then.
Map point, Dallas Empire. And that fell apart really fast. You know, that was over real quick. They will cut down there to absolute ribbons by Clayster. And here we go, map point. Dallas got to pull something special out of the bag.
I think they've been pulling something special out of the last couple of rounds. Some individual special things as well. I think that's what I've been impressed with.
Yeah, very. I did mean to say Seattle, sorry, mate. I read the word Dallas.
Yeah, they've got to pull something out.
Silly old brain. I mean, so Octane, though, still, it's been tough for him. That search has not been pretty. 1 and 6, 2 if you count the kill and Slack that last round. But Illy, once again, creative angles. This is one I'm going to take from pubs.
And the thing is about Illy is he's hit like different angles every single time. And yes, there are multiple, but it's not just rinse and repeat, it seems. And it seems to be rewarded apathy. Oh, Dead Silence popped. It's going to be 1 for Huke. It's going to be 2 for Huke. He might have been flashbangs before. Let's see what he can do today. Can he close this one out? Karma will find Illy, the sniper, being shut down here, and that's big here for the Surge, but they are at a number disadvantage.
Clay's doing it again. He's in from behind again. Clayster with 2.
And he could have gone for more, but he just dips out when it's good. Karma's going to find 1. He's going to go back, and Clayster, he's certainly a fan favorite. And he's on that main stage, pounding his chest, roaring once more. That's what you want to see out of Clay. That's what you want to see out of Dallas. The struggles for Seattle Search in Search continue.
Same old for Seattle. That is tough. Caught with their pants down again. They just have no mid to late game adaptation. When it starts to go against them, they simply fall apart. But Dallas fell 2-0. I mean, the last time they played, it was 3-1. It wasn't 3-0, my bad. But now it could well and truly be 3-0. We will find out what happens in the
in New York City. Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is
This
this? Oh, you ready?
This is it. The official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Hello and welcome back to the COD League. We're here in lovely London, and while it is actually horrible outside, it's a storm, Kiara. She's killing it out there, mate. It is fantastic in here. We are getting on with it. It's 2-0 so far to Dallas versus Seattle. They've got the lead, and they are looking to run this one all the way home. We've got a domination coming up next on St. Petrograd, and it's going to be a banger. Miles and Momo join you here. Phil, how you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm doing very well. Of course, we've got a great game on our hands, and right now we are seeing the stats from the Search and Destroy, and straight away, things start to jump out at you. The double figures from Clayster, 11 and 4. Illy, fantastic with the sniper, and really that one-on-one, the snipe v snipe, it was won by Illy Octane, shut down. Just 1 kill to his name, that whole Search and Destroy. And at parts, he did change that up, obviously using that M4. But overall, a very strong Search and Destroy once more for Dallas Empire. And the struggles continue for the Surge in Search. And I just think, when does it click? And yes, they just won, I think it was LA Guerrillas, 6-5, round 11. There's a lot more to go before this team is a great Search and Destroy team.
Again, the potential is huge. And that's the coolest thing about a lot of the teams. The potential is massive, but just finding the way all those little pieces work together, that's the real challenge. So we have coaches and management staff to help out with all of that stuff. But nonetheless, Surge not looking too strong in the Surge. A couple of woes here or there, but the domination's a lot better, and that's what we're looking forward to now as we get into this one. But before we get there, we have our US Army tactical play. It is from the last one, the Search and Destroy. And boy, 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 was it Hook the Nuke indeed. It was an absolutely blistering two-piece in the final round.
Yeah, it was a nice one to open things up. And again, there's the double kill that came through. It was first on Apathy, second onto Slacked. And Karma, though, he tried his best, but I will say the tactical play, you could also include Clayster in this one because he finds himself not 1, but 2. And I tell you what, a greedy player goes for that third. A greedy player goes for it then and there. Clayster steps back, retracts, and then he just comes back even better for number 3.
All 3 there to
so
clean it out.
It was kind of Hugh and Clay.
Oh, it was a team effort, mate.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be opened up by Huke's two-piece, unbelievable stuff. I mean, that's a game-changing play right there. Game-changing play is all about for that Search there on our Clove Peak from Dallas. It was wonderful stuff. But now on the Search, on the domination, rather, we get into St. Petrograd. This is where you're going to be seeing those MP5s, fast players really shining. Of course, domination, there are 3 flags. Captured 2 flags. You know, how many points do you get for? You do the maths here, mate. I'm not doing that.
Listen, we'll get into that shortly. You know,
all right. Sorry, mate, go on.
Just a point every 5 seconds for a flag mount.
Thanks,
it's simple, but we'll break it down. One thing I do want to point out, we watched this, and it's just come back to me right now, is Shotzzy yesterday on this map, and this mode in particular, he was great in the objective, but his kills were lagging again, and I think that's what people are looking at. I want to see the slaying power from Shotzzy.
Oh, well, speaking of Shotzzy, he and Illy again, a lot of criticism coming into this one. Illy there on your screen, Shotzzy just to the left of him there on the roster. Brilliant stuff from Clay thus far, though. 14 and 4, all map long. That's a 3.5. First Blood's a piece. Of course, Illy running that snipe and 9 and 4 as well. He was an absolute hero a few times through those Search and Destroy rounds. And again, they're crucial kills. There may not be that many, but they were absolutely pivotal to get that win there over Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, 23 kills between them. It was incredible to kind of see round by round. And Illy actually went down to Octane round 1. And the interesting thing is sometimes you see snipers just go, I'm going to put it away after round 1. He doesn't. He continues with that, and he kind of just sits back and changes the position. We saw time after time the position being changed, whether it was under a car, around a corner, whatever it was. But Illy adapting very, very well. Now going into domination, though, a completely different game mode. And like you said, Miles, for maybe the newcomers that are coming into God for the first time, domination. 3 flags. You want to, of course, capture as many as possible per flag. Every 5 seconds, you're going to get 1 point. And you might hear us say triple cap. That's what you want, and that's when you are controlling all 3. It's very hard to do, though. Very, very hard, especially on Petrograd when it's so far apart.
Yeah, having all 3 flags is like balancing a really heavy work-life schedule. It ain't easy, mate. It ain't easy. Maybe you need a little planner. I don't know.
Diary?
A solid group chat. Mate, it's tough. It ain't easy, I tell you that. Right, in we go. St. Petrograd.
You have your PA, don't you? Or your team of PAs,
That'd be great, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be great? No. Wish, though. Here we go into the domination straight away. A flag is going to be the home flag for Dallas. C will be the home flag for Seattle. And, oh, Karma. For an absolute peach over the top. That was fantastic. Enabled the nice long-range shots there with the M4, and Shotzzy unable to make too much more happen in mid. The battle now for this sort of mid-section of the map is going to be grueling as both teams vie for control. They vie for a power position. What they want is the kills advantage. Make that space safe and then get those submachine players right in on the flag. And this is a nice play from Hook right in through the middle. And Abel will cut him down, though, through that hail of gunfire on his teammate.
Shut down is going to be Clay. This time Enable is going to be sat back here, just getting themselves in a nice position with the M4. Crimsix, though, still going strong here. Crimsix making his mark already on the game, 3 kills before he went down. However, both teams fighting for B, and what you are seeing here is the team just trying to push past that flag, try and get a couple of kills, and then maybe hop on it. And again, you see the objective work trying to be done, but Apathy finding a double, and it looks like the Surge might be the first team to take B here.
Oh, finally. Big nade, though, there from App. He's going to get tagged, and the hipfire works out right through the smoke there. There's the capture. Seattle with B.
Sounds like these guys are getting behind Seattle here.
I like what you did there. B. I'm sorry, mate, I'll stop.
I have no idea what you're on about.
But the big push now from the spawn at A comes from Dallas. They're going to make their way through the restaurant. No, Apathy trying to catch these players who will hit their right-hand side. Nice kills going the way there of Seattle. This is delightful stuff so far. Keep this up, start to build that lead, and then as they get a little bit more confident, and you're seeing it already, it looks like it's Karma. He's making his way in towards A. He found a kill on the backside of the map, and now Karma is capturing the A flag. He found 2 more kills. Slack's now going to back him up, and this is deadly. Watch for the spawns now of the Dallas players. They're going to be spawning back bar. They've not had a drop to drink, but they're in serious trouble because Slack's upstairs. He's already raining down upon him. And this is a lovely position to be in right now for Seattle. Wicked work off the rip. Fantastic stuff from them, not what I expected.
Yeah, Slacks as well, just staying alive has been the most important thing as well in this kind of late play here. He's still going back, and he's going back for more. He's had a bite at the cake, and he's going to get one more. He's going to be finally shut down here. But in the midst of all that, we see Octane get himself on a 5 spree, 6-1 currently standing. Slack, though, we gave him a little bit of trouble, you know, talking about his hard point. He started very, very slow, and maybe if the game started faster for him, he would have changed it. Right now, he's starting strong. 8 kills already, leading the lobby in the Slain department. Clayster, on the other hand, a fantastic S&D, has only got 1 to his name.
Ooh, Hugh just about gets taken down there by Slack. On his 2 from him, Enable's still upstairs, and Slack is trying to keep this momentum up. 5 kills in a row for Octane, though, off screen, as we have been discussing the excitement that is Slacked as he really runs his way forward. Again, discussing those MP5 players. They just make those aggressive plays. They can be a lot faster than the M4 players. The assault rifle players, a little bit heavier, slower, but they will get that range at distance with these weapons. Now a power position to be in for Octane, just watching that open street side by the Lion statue. Illy's with a dead silence play, makes his way forward right into the guns of Octane, and whoop, he's just dipped out of there, mate, but he will be taken down. And now the pressure being felt by Dallas on B.
I like this objective work as well. Slacked is an objective player. He's going to be the one doing the tough job, and he's not only slain right now with 12 kills at the 3.0, he's grabbing flags, he's neutralizing, he's taking damage, and he is going to fall. Would have been beautiful to see a bit of ring around the roses there, but pushing right down the left-hand lane, it is going to be another player. It looks like it's going to be Apathy, I believe, but on screen, Hugh trying to get some map control. Right now, Dallas do have B. They've just had their A flag neutralized here.
Oh, look at this position. He left the cheese in the trap. Shots, he went for it. Apathy, once again, he comes back to A and he just gets the full secure. So again, it's not necessarily a bad thing just to hit the neutralize on that point. Just prevent your enemy team from getting any points whatsoever. Comes back in, finishes it up, and now we're seeing Dallas spawn at the apartment block. They're going to have to make their way through mid-map, through the tracks. Meanwhile, Crim doing the best he can to get back onto C. He will get the cap and the kill. That's big stuff from Crimsix.
Yeah, good stuff so far. Shut down by Karma here. But again, look how close B was there, going and changing hands. It looks like it has been taken down a little bit. Karma's been a nuisance, and Shotzi's on the hunt, sniffing away. Where are you? Where are you, Karma?
All you can smell right now are flowers and sort of tinned goods back there, but Karma, there it is. He's going to get him from behind, and that makes C a little bit more dangerous. Oh, Shotzi found the 2nd kill on C as well, so Apathy, we're watching him on the other side of the map. C is now a very dangerous place to be. Seattle are doing the best they can to make this, you know, their flag. Oh, that's huge from Slack there on the C point. C point is now going the way of Seattle as they do the best they can to stay in this. Dallas have had a fantastic resurgence here with 2 minutes left on the clock. And Hugh's doing what he can upstairs. Again, a power position to watching over B, making sure that no one makes their way through mid-map.
Shotzi picks up a kill with a concussion there, interestingly enough. Billy, though, still rocking it with the MP5. The play we've not talked about so much this map. He's actually 6-14. He's had a pretty slow start here. Slack, though, still running away with this, 16-9. However, there's only a 10-point difference here between the two teams. Seattle are going to take B back, and with a minute on the clock here, at a current rate, they might end with a nice 25-point lead going into the second side of domination, of course, when we flip things over. But maybe Slack wants a little bit more. Spawning by the bar is going to be Hugh and Co. And now, going back and forth, this is where they can maybe go for a neutralization. I don't think they're able to get a cap here. Oh. They're going to need a couple more kills, though. Illy, down and out. Slacked is going on another tear. After a 5-kill streak will go down, nearly sitting at a 2.0 here at 19-10.
Karma misses a couple of bullets, but as the time ticks away, Seattle still in charge of this game.
Oh, lucky for Karma there. He committed to the jump, and Huke was there to catch him before he fell. Slack now, once again, straight back into the thick of the action. He's so aggressive right now, so confident. You love to see it. 15 seconds here remaining in the very first half, and it's a solid 20-point lead for the Seattle Surge, and this is just brilliant stuff from them. This is exactly what they needed in this series to force themselves to stay alive. This is once again match point for Dallas. And a very solid first half for Seattle Surge. You love to see it.
Yeah, they were crowding around, and it's not going to be quite a 25-point lead, just a little lower. However, strong stuff here in round number 1 of that domination. Of course, what we're going to do now is flip the sides, make it, of course, as fair as possible. But a nice lead here, and of course, this way you get to kind of have a 10, 15-second reset, talk to your team, kind of run through strategy. The comms will be flowing, but right now, the kills certainly are. Karma, 14-8. Octane, 15-5. He's only died 5 times that round. Enable, 13-8. Slack, 20-11. Every single player for Surge, positive.
Every single player for Dallas,
negative. And honestly, when you look at the scoreboard, they've probably done quite well in the slaying power.
Dude, look at the caps. They've got more caps. It's just, you know, they're playing the objective really well. It's funny to me to think that Octane got 1 kill in that entire Search and Destroy, and in this one he's absolutely slaying his heart out. But Slack, for me, is really the one doing the work. Shotzzy battles for mid, and once again, Huke, he is actually putting up a bit of a run. That was nasty for the Empire as well. Krim now battling for middle as well. This has been a great retake of the middle of the map there by Dallas.
Krim's trying to grab himself an MP5 there, but he couldn't find it. He's going to stick with the M4, of course. A little harder up close, but he seems to be doing work with it. Talking of work, Illy. Pistols at the ready. Most players do have a knife as their secondary, just to kind of find themselves around the map. Only 2 players actually wielding a pistol. It's going to be Illy and Octane.
Yeah, that knife.
Interesting yet completely useless fact.
That knife does make you run a little faster, especially getting more tactical sprint. A new feature here in Modern Warfare, but still, Illy is king of the castle right now. He's upstairs in the kitchen, not having a bit of problem whatsoever, as the restaurant is very much his. Krim, a bit windy there by the C flag. He hasn't managed to land a whole lot of shots there, but he is going to do what he can to annoy that player back there. His teammates come through and clean up, make C safe, now make your way in towards B. But this is Seattle territory, mate. Huke, though, he doesn't give a damn. He's going to try and make the play in from behind. Now Shotzzy on the front. He's got the kill over the top there of the tree. What a shot that was. And oh boy, B is now back in the hands of the Empire.
Yeah, Shotzzy finds number 4 whilst capping B. That's what you want to see from an MP5 player. And now he gets aggressive. A game-changing play that could be from Shotzzy. 17 kills to his name, leading the line for the Empire. A 4-kill streak. Make it a 5 here. Can't make it 6 as Apathy reads the play up top, but it's Krim who comes in to back him up and trade that kill.
Yeah, Krim's got the high ground on the other side of this sort of courtyard. Huke now trying to make C a little bit more safe, and again, there was 1 player who made their way in the back. That was Octane, and now he's done. And the Empire play right here, I mean, they've got the lead. Well, they don't have the lead. They've got 9 points down. They're doing everything they can to just make sure they keep control of B. Don't let this get out of hand. Keep an eye on the flanks. Don't let C get taken in the overextension. And this is going to work out for them. They will technically be able to take the lead back. As Krim continues to run this dominant play from upstairs, unable to make any more happen, but you have to be happy with what Dallas are doing right now. There is nothing wrong with this play.
Yeah, place to shut down, and that's a beautiful amount of kills coming in for the Surge. A smoke as well to add to the mix. It's like a combination of sweet spice and everything nice here lining up for the Surge. Octane, though, that double will find himself with a contested point. Trying to change things is going to be Krim, but after everything said and done, Apathy captures the flag.
Yeah, Krim.
And C's gone as well.
Mate, they just managed to get on there in the end, and C just been made neutral. That's brilliant. The Seattle Surge have not let this get out of hand. Slacked in from behind it on that player in bottom yellow. He gets 1. Huke's now going to have to back pedal up. He's got to make sure he can secure C. You need to get some points. Now A's being captured as well in that maelstrom of just stuff happening. We've got players over from Dallas at A. They're trying to battle in towards B as well, but that's not quite going to work out. Making sure now that C is all theirs. It's Illy, but Octane, that big old AR comes in. It's 26 kills now for him as he does what he can to keep C in the hands of Seattle.
And this is going to be a nail-biter. We talk about mathematical games, and this one's going to be an interesting one to follow. 142 plays 145. Surge in charge right now. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Dallas need to make an impact. Now, the problem is for them, they're in an interesting position, but they've got no one across the halfway line, it seems. Krim finds a kill, though, to open up the account. Dead Silence popped. He's now sneaking around, trying to find number 2. Waiting for his team. Teammate picks up 1. That's going to be Karma who falls. And you see at the top side of the minimap, it looks like a player is looking to go. Maybe 2 players here, actually, to that C flag as well.
Going straight for it. Sometimes you send 1, they're going for all in on the 2-player push. But the Dallas defense sorry, the Dallas offense now, it may be overwhelmed by the numbers that Seattle have got here. There's a few, many of them. Shotzzy, great position. Shotzzy, great position. Clay's there to back him up. That's going to be the flag cap. This is big. A and C now in the hands of Dallas. 10 points are going to separate him for the time being. What have you got, those? A goes back towards the hands of Seattle.
Does it, though? Does it? Neutralization only, the re-challenge from Enable. And you talk about those Guardian Angels. Shotzzy was at the back there. We've got a neutralization on B, a neutralization on A. Only one flag's in the hand of a team right now, and it is Dallas, 156 to 162. Still in the lead is the Surge, and C is changing hands as well. This is hard to follow by all means, but it's exciting, and I love it.
Clayster did everything he possibly could there to defend C. It didn't quite work out. Mid-map kills, though, for Apathy. Almost finds Shotzzy as well. We have C and B now in the Surge's hands. 6 points separating these teams with 1:15 left on the clock, and this is honestly doable for Dallas, but when Slacked is hitting shots like those, and he finds another with Karma's help, that's brilliant stuff. Now you go back to B, you make sure that B is safe, and you take care of those players now trying to roll in from A. You can see the desperation from Dallas. They know they need to get onto C because B has just not worked out for them all map long.
And right now, with only a minute on the clock here, this is where Surge, of course, could end it. And with the next couple of seconds, they can do this. However, you look at the players here, 32 and 12 for Octane, Karma 26 and 18. Slack 29 and 18. They have been slaying so hard, and they're being rewarded to it as well. Huke trying to change the game, but Miles, 30 seconds left. I don't think there's time.
There's no time to get it done, as Huke has done everything he possibly could. I mean, it was heroics from Dallas. Brilliant stuff from them, but just not enough to deal with the tenacity of Seattle. They held this one very, very well. The first round was a devastating performance with a good 20-point lead coming into this one, but Seattle, the blood, sweat, tears, and toil, point by point, moment by moment, they've managed to keep this alive, and Apathy's going to play this one out. The final 10 seconds, there's no way it's happening. We will be seeing a map 4 as Seattle have done the unthinkable and not let the full 3-0 happen when we all really thought it was going to go down. Seattle, we will see a hard point.
And I tell you what, one thing that I will see is that scoreboard at the end. I need to see how much slaying power Surge had. You won't have heard us say that a lot in Respawn. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to take a cheap dig, Surge. Congratulations on that. But that was a close game, and I feel it almost shouldn't have been. I believe Octane just dropped like 35 kills. You know, you had Enable so hot. I think he ended just under 30 himself. Well, but that was incredible. Here's the scoreboard for you. Let's do a quick recap. Octane, 35 and 13.
I mean, that's rancid. That is absolute sheer dominance with 5 captures as well. Brilliant stuff from Octane. Across the board, though, I mean, Crim6 and Shotzzy doing the work there for Dallas at 7 and 5 captures apiece. Not a lot in the kills department, though, Phil. And that really seemed to be the difference maker. Seattle were just playing their hearts out. It was the pace being set early on, and it was Slacked for me. He was the player making the biggest difference. He was the one not letting Dallas find any momentum in any of their pushes off of spawn.
And you hear this a lot, and you will continue to hear this, is the assault rifles pushing forward. And, you know, for example, Octane, you know, he'll say, it's not up to my job is so much easier when the likes of Slacked is going off, the likes of all my SMGs are going off. Slack made it so easy for Octane. And so was Enable. Enable started getting into the mix as well in kind of the third quarter.
Oh, disgusting stuff. Let's have a quick look at our Scuff play of the game. It was going to be, of course, it's your boy LaRue. Octane once again at 35 and 15. Disgusting stuff from him as he locks down B. I mean, this wasn't even, you know, towards the end game. This was when things were a little closer. And we saw time again. This is the play of the game as well. Shots are there. He finds 2. And all map long, we really did see nothing but heroics from Sam LaRue. Again, we'll let that search and destroy slip. He found himself 1 kill, but brilliant stuff nonetheless.
Shake it off, play. Shake it off.
Seattle can find themselves going into that hard point.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one again. We've seen the struggles from Seattle in the hard point and their search and destroy. These are the 2 game modes they've now got to win. But, big but, we love it. They've done this before. It's a reverse sweep. They've just pulled off a reverse sweep against the Guerrillas. They're looking to do that again. It's just against the Empire now, and it's going to be a struggle. They need to be better.
Got to be better. You know who's great, Phil? Best even, maybe?
Me.
No, you were close, though. No, thank you. No. It's going to be the... Definitely not. It's going to be the people coming up in a hype battle later today, friends. Oh, boy, that's a good lineup. Look at that, mate. Nicky Romero, Mad Cat, and Sensor, and Phil, a very special guest who's now in the building.
We've got Jamal Lascelles here, coming all the way from Newcastle. He's been doing some strong defensive work for the Magpies, but I tell you what, he's got Doug Sensor Martin on his team. And of course, the veteran that is a Mad Cat will be trying to take him down. Nicky Romero, of course. I mean, what a lineup. It's going to be great to see. I don't even know which way to go. I think it might be decided by the celebs because Mad Cat v Sensor.
I mean, they've both been working out.
They've both been working out, mate. You're not wrong. And that's going to be our 2v2 gunfight mode coming up a bit later on today. That's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, again, we don't know what to expect with the high battles. We've got no idea. But I think with Mad Cat and with Sensor in there, there's definitely some serious heavy hitters. But the thing with
they're kind of hype guys themselves. Mad Cat will be standing up and giving it to him.
Or giving it them, but you know what the thing with COD is, though, man? COD's a cultural phenomenon, man. It's been all over the world. You've no idea who's great at COD, who's put 400 hours in, you know, to all of these games over the last 10 years.
Yep.
You never can tell. Sneaky. Either way, friends, we're now ready to roll into the hardpoint map. 4 is going to be St. Petrograd again. I hope you didn't put your shoes on, because we're staying here. So we roll into map number 4. And again, this is still map point for Dallas, an elimination matchup, in case you were wondering. Seattle desperately need to win this and force that search and destroy game 5 if they want any hopes here in London. And of course, the winner of this will be rolling on to play the London Royal Ravens a little bit later on today. It is going to be a fun one, friends. But still, hard point coming up now.
Right, it's the mountain that Seattle have got to climb. The first step is there. The domination is done. But it's hard point now. We're staying on St. Petro. Is it going to be enough? We've seen the hard point 3 times now in a row. Dallas v Surge go to
Dallas. Nice one, Octane, at that range.
Are you surprised anymore? Not really. However, Octane's got to open up the account. Karma with the M4, of course. He can do pretty much anything. Snipe, SMG, assault rifle.
Oh, wow. Okay, 2 members left now of Dallas on that push, though. They did not manage to make much happen. I want to bring up the importance of killing that player that Octane did, early on. They get through with somebody on the opening break. That means that you're looking at 1 less grenade, 1 less tactical in that push towards that hard point. So that really does make a big difference. I don't think it makes a massive difference. It's Damon Barlow, Karma, sitting at 3-0. I mean, Illy, those are nice shots, but this is a great start from Seattle.
Yeah, we've not had enough Damon Barlow chance in London yet, but I think there's plenty of time for that. 25 points and counting here for the Surge as they start so strong. Octane has not started. Thank you very much, London. I appreciate you so much here. As we get into this one, it is an exciting time. Talking about exciting, it's Apathy with a double headshot onto Illy and Hugh. However, the Barlow chance might stop as we rotate round. It looks like the Empire are set up for this one.
Here we go. I do love London. Apathy finds his 5th. The hard point now about to roll over. We go back towards the cafe, top right-hand side of the map. Dallas will get the first taste of the hard point, but they don't necessarily have a lot of numbers to work with here. Apathy trying to make his way out the backside of the bar, but he will not be able to leave. There's just 1 more, and then he can go. Illy caught on the rotate as he tries to make it out of spawn. Dallas are starting to bleed out. They're running out of numbers, but they're still spawning close, and that is the biggest advantage they have right now. They're spawning just across the street in the backside of the bar. Illy can do what he can to slow these players down on point, but Seattle have finally managed to get bodies onto the point. Is it going to be enough to find the kills and flush them out? I don't think it will be. Flooding now through the streets. Enable's going to be the only one left alive in that push, but they have to think now. Do we contest, or do we now go towards the next hard point?
Yeah, it's just an overwhelming amount of pressure there. You saw, of course, Surge giving it their best shot, and now they've just decided to give it up, set themselves up, and Octane is doing what he does best. Putting in on a very strong position. That M4 that's going to come through here, it could be very dangerous, but the 5 seconds is going to go to Dallas here. And again, a very close game. Surge are going to be set up nicely, but we saw on the first map, of course, Gunrunner. Dallas managed to puncture a few holes.
Yeah, they really did. Not too bad for them so far, but now they have to try to make the break here on this hard point into yellow that Seattle currently hold. Let's have a quick listen in with Dallas as we do an Astro Gaming listen in.
Yo, he's going in the back wall. Back right. Illy's going back right. Yo, Illy might have gone top yellow. I got him. It's not water, top yellow. Illy's top yellow. Yo, right. Yo, far right, Crim. Far right, Crim weak. Splash. The trophy water. Come far right. That's far right, right? You stop! Rotate. Go. Everyone go. Everyone go. Water. It's the last guy. He's top water. He's not in water. He's top yellow for like
They're gonna spawn water.
Oh.
No, he hit water. Kyler hit water.
Hit this time,
where's he at, Damon?
He's Diner. I got Tyler. I think they spawned him.
Yeah. One's blew up. He's blew up. Illy blew up.
We had this time.
He's in the water. He's right behind. He saw me cross.
Yeah. I'm in water.
Yo, Illy.
Yeah, get the water spawn.
I got Illy.
Yo, what's up?
Back B2, Clay. He's back blue.
Back up, dead.
Nice.
He's back blue.
No, I don't.
What, you heard in the comms there?
Yes, you did.
You also heard me.
107.57, 50-point lead here for the Surge. As this hard point has really started off back and forth here. And of course, Seattle started so strong. But is it the time for Empire now to control the bar and play a bit of pool in the meantime. We see the kill feed still. Beautiful Surge green here. Shotzzy and Crimsix, though, in and amongst the kills. Double headshot coming in for a Shotzzy, and they're going to clean that one out here. Shotzzy on a multi-kill, 3 kills in a row, of course. We see Illy picking up 1. The Slain power needs to be a bit more here as they close the door and have a quick team talk as they welcome in a few guests to the bar.
Let's make that grenade just managed to slip through the door before it's shut there and deal a tiny little bit of damage. Oh, wow. Huke just guessing slightly wrong there. As the battle for the bar rages, Dallas, slight contest, but Shotzzy's 5th kill in a row there is going to free it up and start letting those points start rolling in for Dallas as they look to take back the lead. Seattle have worked so hard to take care of. Now the restaurant up next, and you can see the tables are already set, and Seattle have got their place. Here we go, Illy trying to make those entry kills from behind. It's not going to happen. Slack now just watching those players as they try to make their way in through the rear. It's going to be Shotzzy up next. And you see Dallas working their way in through the top side of the map, but Octane has just ripped his way through almost the entire roster. Shotzzy's made his way in the backside. It's not going to work out as he goes down, and immediately the pinch develops. Dallas now trying to find their way in. Can Seattle retake with Crim now behind the bar? He's serving up nothing but death. And Navel goes down as well as Crim and Illy do the work. Karma, he fights now tooth and nail to stay alive as the reinforcements, they surge in through the front. Duke, though, still there in the backside. The shots are there through the smoke. It's absolute pandemonium here in the bottom side of the restaurant as Huke's still alive. The contest is done. It's over. The shots are there. There's a tiny bit of friendly fire, but Illy and Huke have just murdered everyone.
Beautiful stuff from Illy and Huke, including Crim. Take him out as well. Why not, it seems, right now. But we had a close domination. It seems like we've got a closer hard point as we go back and forth once again. Jumping back on board with the Surge here. It looks like they're setting up, and they're setting up nicely. This is a dangerous combination. A trophy system, an Octane, an M4, and a power position. You're only going to find blood, and it's going to be drawn. Kalista, we'll see you on the respawn.
That's a very, very hard gunfight to win, especially when you've just come off a second one. You know, the ability to snap onto that player. Karma now, he's doing it with the M5. MP5, Miles, you've done this so well, mate. Come on. Now the lead goes back into the hands of Seattle for the time being, and Octane still in a great position. Shots are there. Oh, Shotzzy just jumps up and about, finds another kill. Slack gets a quick revenge for him. Nonetheless, we're seeing Dallas hold the point now. 30 seconds remaining. Clayster up top, getting ready for the next hard point as well. But Clayster's in the wrong part of town. He's just absolutely banged there in the back of the alleyway, and he's going to go down. Crim's going to try to come in there and help him out, but the spawns, it's going to be Seattle's. They've got 4 arrows there on the right-hand side of the mini-map. That's going to be the next hard point. Theirs in 15 seconds.
I know I've talked about this game going back and forth over the hard points, and pretty much everyone holding it. That was the first real big break that we saw, and it was Dallas to do that. Can they do it again, though? This is a much harder one to break, I feel. Octane, of course, in the high advantage. Oh, can he not see shots? He can see Clayster. He can see all of this man, it feels like, with a shot like that. He might find himself a cheeky little double. 1, reload, and he's looking for more. It's gonna be Hugh. Is it gonna be Shotzzy? Denied there. Shotzzy with an M4. You don't see that often here, but he's gonna shut down Octane, and that's the only thing shut down for Dallas as they find themselves on a fresh wave of kills here. 40 points still up for grabs, and Surge looking to take the lead.
Apathy holding the backside now, doing the best he can as we've seen the break now work out for Dallas. Let's have another quick Astro Gaming listen in with the Dallas Empire.
It's a huge 30. It's a huge 30.
Front door dead. One more front door. I need help.
Front door hurt. Watch out. Inside door.
No, side. Oh, front door.
Yo, I'm early round, guys.
Nice.
Big time.
Other 10 as well.
No, he's sound. We're good. He's alright. Get together. Got blue
Blue
court.
court. What's blue court? He's like on the blue van probably.
Yo, blue court dead.
Nice.
It's not blue van.
Dude, I'm gonna hit left with you.
Yeah.
Yo, I can
Wait, one's Arches. He saw me.
Everyone
He
go
saw
left.
me.
Everyone go left.
That's fine.
Me left.
You like playing the
Arches dead.
Nice, good one.
I'm gonna flash mid. I flash mid.
Yo, one guy's lying and one guy's top yellow. Top yellow.
Window native me. Window native me.
Water.
He's
One
in.
guy was lying.
Cut him off.
Mid. Good job. Mid, dead.
Nice.
Go.
Yo.
Well, Dallas, they're doing everything they can, and now Seattle have somewhat pulled this one back. We're very, very close to that 200-point mark for the Dallas Empire. Clayster trying to lead the charge, allowed those submachine guns to get in close and start dealing the damage in the bottom of the hazmat building. But it's just been a fortress right now for Seattle. They're not letting it up. The contest is there, but Illy almost managing to get the two-piece. Not going to be able to happen, but Huke, though, from outside, he's delivering mail through the windows now, and it's just a hail of gunfire. As the spawns, though, still for Seattle are so close. Huke has to now buckle up and deal with the push, and he's not going to be able to do it. One man can't watch 2 windows.
Blistering stuff there from Huke. I will say he got in, he made the kill, and he contested for a little bit. You know, those 5-10 points all add up, and 203 to 203 as a couple points will go in favor of Seattle. We see Dallas now set up, and this potentially could be the very last hard point. We saw Dallas control the bar, and look at the minimap, how well set up all these players are. They're pushing out. This is going to be so hard for Seattle to break. 210 to 210. The lead change goes through, and as the kill feed comes in, Octane and Karma looking to break on into the bar. Crimsix with the MP5 finds one. Will find the second after he falls down. A quick reload for him, and a Seattle Surge respawn. Maybe just one more, and this could be done, Miles.
Yeah, Dallas can win it here. This is it. One last push. Absolutely has to work out now for Seattle, but they're going to run straight into the guns of Dallas. Right into Crimsix with he's just trailed on that door. There's no one from behind. There's no other angle they've got. Enable's just got to stand there. Try to find a nade, something. The reinforcements have got to get there immediately. Get on your horse, boys. The cavalry's got to arrive, and here they come. A quick contest up over the top, 5 seconds for the win. You need to get on there if you're Seattle, and they simply can't do it. The cavalry showed up, but they've just sent those horses to the glue factory. It's over! Dallas.
What a way to finish it. Horses at the glue factory. But I will say, what a convincing way to end it there. You saw, of course, Crimsix kicking off with the MP5. And honestly, it's not about those individual gunfights. It's about knowing the rotation and when to rotate. These guys got in there better, faster, quicker. And no matter if Octane is dropping 30 kills every single map, having a minute and a half in the hill, it doesn't matter. Something needs to change here, but a fantastic performance once more from Dallas. And again, Dallas beat Surge 3-1. History repeats itself.
It's funny how that works, isn't it? I mean, Seattle, they will be our first team to leave the tournament, I believe, and that's that, mate. Done and dusted. Can't be too disappointed again. I mean, this is the second, well, it's the first official tournament of the COD League, but it's the only second time these teams have matched up here in competition on LAN. Can't be too disappointed. Plenty of time to grow and change and adapt and evolve as the season progresses. But hey, we will say a fond farewell to Seattle Surge, and we will see them next time. For Dallas, though, London awaits. Well, on stage now, Frankie, who have you got?
I have got Shotzzy with me. This is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. And listen, Minnesota, a bit of a below par event for you. We know you're a highly skilled man with a weapon, any weapon to be quite frank. Oi, London. Listen up, London. He ain't going anywhere because he is through to the semi-finals, my friend. You know what, Shotzzy? Scrap the questions. What have you got to say to London?
I don't have anything to say.
He said it on the server, I think. Now, as I was saying before, Minnesota, a tricky start for you personally. How did you bring it out here in London while these lot were being absolutely rude, quite frankly?
What's that again?
These lot being rude, you pulled it out the bag. How did you get that performance on track?
Yeah, I started off hot, and I just carried it through the whole map, or the whole series.
And we're going to see you playing the London Royal Ravens next. Obviously, again, this crowd, venomous animals. I do love you, London, but sometimes you don't do yourselves any favors now, do you? What are you going to be bringing to that match?
I'm going to be bringing the same, just the same individual skilled player, or just the same thing, or, yeah. No.
It's all right. Work on your answers for when you beat London, Shotzzy. Thank you so much. This has been your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. Now, coming up after the break, I'm really going to be testing London because we've got a hype battle on our hands.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage.
It's not stopping. It's not stopping.
Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
survive. Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the beat back foes, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending end. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COD League. We are gearing up for our hype battles. The very first one we've ever done here in the COD League, and we're very excited, hyped if you will, to get it underway. We've got some very fun guests, some very exciting guests, some professional players. We have a player from the actual league, and of course Mad Cat himself. He's actually in challenges right now.
Mad Cat's still grinding through.
He's still grinding through.
And he is, we put him in this hype battle for sure. I mean, European guys will know him, North American guys will know him, but of course, he had a stint where he was probably the best player in Europe. He had a little bit of a dip in form, you know, didn't get in the right teams to the right place, but, you know, he's still battling through, and I love that about Mad Cat. He's going to be partnered up with Nicky Romero, and they're going to be going up against Jamal Lascelles, who, again, we'll have to say, again, it's so interesting to me because normally we know how good players are and who we're casting and what they do, and so SMG, Assault Rifle, we have no idea how these guys are going to play. But we do know Sensor, though.
Big Doug.
Big Dougie Fresh.
Big Dougie Fresh. He's off the jet ski and he's going to be up on that desk, giving it what for. I will say, though, Nicky was killing it last night. I wonder if you can kill it on the desk today. We have actually changed. I mean, I might not. I might leave that. There's a surprise waiting for you.
From
watching.
the decks to the desk, I like that.
From the decks to the desk. That's a tongue twister that could go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Real fast. But we have got a fun match coming up for you friends. Again, Mad Cat, you touched on him a bit before. He's a champion as well as Sensor. So we've got sort of this fun mix of two professional players and two celebrities.
Big
and
characters.
As you said, big proper characters. And I think, you know what? The hype is going to be very real. Mad Cat is going to be literally a flame coming in off of the Challengers matchup.
Yeah.
Doug's been warming up, you know, for as long as we can remember. I'm not sure if you follow the tweets, but he's ready, man. Put him on. He's ready.
I feel like it's almost a test for both of those players as well, because Mad Cat, of course, wants to get in the Raven squad. He's currently on the subs bench / playing in the Challenger side of things. Sensor, you know, for New York, he wants to kind of show how good he is. Now, how much we'll see, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm excited for those 1v.
Oh, the ball's back. That's what's going on.
Ball's back in town.
That's fantastic, by the way. I was a bit worried about the ball, but shout-outs to you who got back here in the arena. Sorry, you were saying about Sensor getting back onto the off of the bench, getting himself into that main roster.
I think it's a bit. They want to prove themselves. I'm not sure if it's the best platform, but it's their time. They've got to make the most of it. Mate, and I want to see hype. I want to see these guys get up in the faces. But again, Lascelles, you know, famous footballer here for Newcastle, and you guys at home, North America. I know it's not your primary sport, but football or soccer, as you like to call it. We love it.
Yeah, Jamal Lascelles has actually been tweeting about how he's coming to the Copper Box Arena. Let's go. COD League London home series, the first ever 2v2 hype battle. He is in the very first ever. He's making history today, friends. Again, mate, I must admit, this is going to be a very interesting experience. But we don't know what to do. So a quick look at the tournament bracket though so far, guys, because again we have had a fantastic run of the tournament so far, and it's not over yet. We've got one of our semi-finals ready to go, which will be coming up later, and of course the winner of Subliners versus Legion will be playing against the Huntsmen a bit later on today.
Certainly will, and I'm excited for that one. Royal Ravens versus Empire. We've just seen Empire, and yes, they look good, but they've beaten Surge twice. How good are they? I think the more time that goes on, we just get more information and more information. The Ravens as well. We've seen ups and downs. I don't know what to expect from that game. I expect a close game and an interesting one, especially with this crowd. And you know, you saw Shotzzy there. These crowd, they are not nice.
No, they're not nice. They do want to, they're out
mean.
for blood. Mean, real mean. You know, I was thinking about this hype battle. Should I roll my sleeves up for the hype battle? Go for like 80s pop style look? Yeah, we should get ready for this one, bro. Get absolutely hyped and get pumped. Coming up next, though, friends, that hype battle, they're not too far away. The stage is being set as we speak. We've got a nice surprise for you there. There's a little bit of a change here to the Call of Duty World League. But
Our heroes can't fly, they fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the feedback falls, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending it. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
hello and welcome back to the COD League. We're just gearing up for our hype battle, but before we do, we want to pay tribute to one of the great unsung heroes here in the COD League, especially here in London. Now, the fans are great, the players are great, the casters are fantastic, but at the end of the day, without a shadow of a doubt, it's the fans in the crowd singing songs that we love the most. We have a little video now for you about them.
good to represent Europe again. It's good to be back, you know, closer to home.
It's always been about the pride of like representing Europe, doing well for Europe. Every European player's dream to represent the London brand.
I've been playing in America for now 3 years. The crowds in London outdo the crowds out here.
I think one of the biggest differences between North American fans, the fans are much more engaged in Europe. They're just more willing to talk to the players on the pitch. They're more willing to shout songs. The London event last year, hands down, the best one.
Arcees connects as well, and Envy one by one, the two of them are dominating this search and destroy.
I cannot wait to see what the London fans bring this year.
When you're on main stage and like you hear the crowd going mad shouting, you don't lose a gunfight. You start getting shivers. I would get shivers down in my neck. You feel like you're on top of the world. When someone's screaming my name and I can hear it through the headset, I'm telling you, I don't care what the situation is. I think they're going to set an example.
I'm expecting the fans to bring their energy again, get loud.
The crowds in London are 10 times better than they are here. Even if you're from Paris, I'd still support us over Paris, to be honest.
Got to.
You've got it, right?
We're going to win, so. London, you have not disappointed. I mean, you can't hear it at home, but throughout that entire video, the beach ball's been doing the rounds, and everyone's been absolutely loving it here. London, we thank you. We really do, for coming down and making this event all the more special. Even that bloke there just like mashing the Haribo into his face, that was wicked as well.
Kind of jealous. Not
Bit
gonna
jealous. Well, we've got something up here, but no, we don't have any of that good gummy goodness. I was going to sing Kids and Grown Ups Love It. So, right, friends, hype battle coming up next. Don't forget Nicky Romero and Mad Cat going up against Jamal Shells. And, of course, Doug, Sensor Douglas Martin is going to be a banger.
It's going to be absolutely insane. Good to see. Guys, do not miss this. Of course, we're on youtube.com/COD League. You've got some of your favorites and some interesting characters up there. I think all 4 of them will have something to say. I believe we might be dipping into the communications a little bit.
Yes.
I want to hear what they have to say. I want to hear some trash talk.
No, I will say that's quite a scary thing to think of. Like, we are going to give you unfiltered access to player communication while they play COD. That's famously a dangerous thing. I've got to get back there, it's a little bit much. But it's going to be a lot of fun, Phil. I really do look forward to it.
It certainly is. I mean, honestly, you think about these 4 people, you never expected in a million years for them to be playing COD, but they are going to be doing it right here. It's going to be coming up after this quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City. Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must don't you stand still as our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons,
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Welcome back to the COD League, friends. We're almost ready to get the hype battle underway, and I'm sure on social media the tweets are already flying. It's very funny, I can assure you. Get on your phones, check out that hashtag CDL2020 for some top kicks, good lols, good times, quality bants, and all the above. Watch your head, mate. That ball, thank God it's only full of air. Right, we've had a little look at the fans in London and shown them some love, but I think it's time to give a little bit of love to London itself. I had the privilege, nay, the pleasure of actually getting to spend an entire day with the London Royal Ravens here in London.
That's all right. You got through it. You got
Casters, and I'm joined by the London Royal Ravens. I'm going to be giving you a nice tour of this fair city. So on your left, boys, Big Ben. Not that you can see anything because it's covered in scaffolding. When you think of London, you think of Big Ben? Well, what comes to mind straight away?
I love London, but it's just too busy.
Yeah, I'm from Cardiff. Yeah. I love Cardiff. I think Cardiff's one of the best cities in the UK. It is. It's a better version than London. Don't put that in the video.
So what's it been like since Minnesota?
Like the New York one, we felt like we had something to prove. And I feel like in the Paris one, we felt like we proved it. And I think it was better losing that series than winning it. It sort of reset us.
You get on social straight away afterwards. Kismet's giving it this.
Yeah, you won't be talking much longer though, so.
What do you think when you match up against London?
Who'd you say?
London. Who?
Paris would have been the least likely rival until Kismet joined the team.
Our first stop, boys, Buckingham Palace. It's the home of the Queen. I've actually never been here.
I've never been here. I don't know a thing about it.
I've no idea where we're going.
Yep.
I know I'm the tour guide.
Yeah, you're leading us.
Got to get a selfie in front of that. Now you got the crowd on your side. The crowd. The London crowd.
Every year we come here, it's always the best event of the year.
We just have to put on a show for them. We want them to get there. We want them to have a good time.
100%.
We want them to like root for us.
But like this is like an actual crowd where people support us, not just support us to beat other teams.
So you're representing the European COD community.
Yeah.
Well, these guys, they've been to multiple, UK events. This one is like, the crowd is going to be unreal. And I'd say this is the biggest UK event to date.
Our name's London and we're representing a lot more than just London.
Yeah, 100%.
Spawn up, throw smoke here.
8 bombs over there.
Mid-bash right there.
I've got the whole map, I can see it.
So, do you boys know the legend of the Ravens, where the name comes from?
Don't have a scuba. Yeah. Never heard of it in my life.
It goes back to like 1883. It's an ancient superstition that in the Tower of London there are a minimum of 6 ravens. And if those ravens fall, then Britain and the crown will fall. So, as the superstition goes, it's quite a serious one. And that's why you're going to win London, because of those ravens.
That's why we're going to win London?
Because of them ravens?
Because of the ravens?
Them flying birds?
Yeah.
I'm a believer.
I'm a believer of that.
Boys, this is the end of the tour. The final stop, we are going to be going to the Tower of London where the real Royal Ravens are waiting. You've enjoyed yourselves today, I hope. You've learnt a lot about London. I wish you the best of luck this weekend. That is a day I will never forget in my entire life.
Powerful jacket you have.
Thanks, man. I flew here.
Very, very furry.
I flew here. Well, it has to match the rest of me. Look at that. Whoa! It's a family show.
Come on.
Mate, it was a really fun day, though. When we got to Piccadilly, that was the absolute highlight of the trip because none of them, none of the guys are from London. None of them are from around here. But it was wicked to take them to Piccadilly for the very first time because everyone's faces lit up. They were like, Scraps was like, yo, that's where I'm from, Smokes. Like, this is where you get the cuts. Like, they were running around. They were like, yo, Dylan's up there. Watch this as your pop. Like, they were loving it. It was so fun. We did have a lot of fun, but I think the locals were looking around. It's like, what are this lot doing? Running around like, throwing shoulders and stuff.
All wearing the same outfits. Like, are they practicing for some sport we don't know about? Probably.
We got a lot of attention. The gear looks good. I must admit, man, they look real good.
It certainly does. And I will say, very interesting when you said to Scraps, do you know about the story of the Ravens? Admittedly, I don't, but he apparently didn't have a Scooby.
Not a Scooby.
But he does now. He knows how much this means to the Tower of London and
to the country.
The 6 Ravens inside. And
were you not listening?
Not really.
You weren't, were you?
I mean, the coat distracted me.
Oh, get out of here, mate. Look at that. These photos, though, I mean, honestly, I will frame some of these. That's the famous Rated right there. If you want to cut that one out, you can put him in any country in the world. You can Photoshop that one magnificently. I mean,
that's an interesting face from yourself, Miles. Obviously, shout out to Wuskin. He wasn't there, I believe, with yourself.
He wasn't. No, Wuskins was getting. He was at the doctor's. He was getting himself taken care of, and all things considered, you know, for someone who just come out of the dentist with some big problems, man, he was looking great in game. Wuskins is one of the best players in the league right now.
It really doesn't, you know, translate over. I thought he would be a little bit under the weather, you know, a little bit hesitant. I believe he's got some teeth or whatever. But anyway, Wuskin aside, we've got Mad Cat and Sensor joining Jamal Lascelles and Nicky Romero on the desk. I believe it's a very extravagant desk, but it was the analyst desk. It splits in two. It's like an auto bot that kind of keeps on giving.
An auto bot, indeed.
Auto bot, sorry.
It does,
very
mate. It really does. It's going to be an exciting thing to see a little bit later on today.
Well, that's going to be coming up right after this quick break. Nicky Romero, Mad Cat, Jamal Lascelles, and Doug Sensor Face, Sensor Martin.
New York City. Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feet back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to such doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
In this grand imperial town, history is woven into every inch of its existence. This is a place defined as much by its people as its places. A region lionized not only for its royalty, but its resilience. Past and present inextricably linked. And it has been told that if 6 ravens ever leave the tower, the crown will fall. But it is 7 ravens who find themselves here and now, at the ready to bring a new crown to the city that bore them. For it's time to write a new history for a place that is defined by it. This city, in all her majesty, all her might, prepares for a new legacy to take flight. This is London. This is the Call of Duty League Week 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COD League. We're still getting ready to roll into that hype battle, and we're actually waiting on that man right smack bang in the middle of your screen. It's going to be Mad Cat. He is still playing his heart out in challenges. Go over there and give him some support, maybe send him a tweet, give him your good vibes, because he certainly needs it. He's in a little bit of trouble. This, friends, is our Challengers recap of what we've got going on your screen again. While London, the pros may be taking the main stage, it's the amateur side of the competition. Money up for grabs, massive amounts of prestige, and the Passion Pit is well and truly underway.
Yeah, and you've got some familiar faces. You've got the likes of PE, organizations like Team War. I mean, these guys come here, you got Brain there putting some people to bed, it seems. And I will say, it's great to see these guys come out, and especially for me in London to kind of see these people still fighting through. Shout out to Whalers right there. Looks like he's got a victory for himself on this bit of a highlight reel. It's great. These amateurs are grinding and grinding through. It is not easy. We call it the Passion Pit for a reason. And I will say, come on.
Well, we were just killing time at this point in time, so I thought what we would do... Oh, you filthy buggers. Right, what we thought we'd do is we'd give you a little tour of what it's like to be a caster up here, and get a little bit of behind-the-scenes action of what's going on up here in the perch. This is a really fun...
people.
Yeah, the crowd are fantastic down there. Everyone's been wicked. Well, give us a wave, crowd. Give us a wave.
Hey, there you are.
We love you, London.
Still haven't had that ball, by the way. Disappointed in you guys.
Give the ball to Momo. Can we get the ball? Na, na, na.
Here is another backstage piece.
That's what Joe stands on when he casts next to Maven, because Maven's huge. So Joe has to stand on a box.
Yeah, and it's like, if I was to...
Wait, the ball's here. Phil.
Oh, hey, here we go. Eye to his mum. All right, are we ready? Give me your biggest raw crowd. That's quite far. Louder.
It's the little things in life.
Sorry. He spilled his drink.
Oh, dear.
My bad.
As we said, London, you have been a delight. Thank you very much for that. And we're still good. We're still rolling as Mad Cats is still battling through that challenge bracket against, we say, friends, give him your love. In the meantime, we're going to run a little featurette on the two terrible twins of the London Royal Ravens, the gruesome twosome. The dynamic duo is Scraps and Wuskins.
Who wants to do more talking?
I'll do it. He does the most talking. Where do we even start? We had nothing at one point. Yeah, before all this, we had nothing. My mum did everything she could for us. She's worked hard all her life. Still does. She still does. She makes like minimum wage, struggling to pay bills, struggling to put food on the table, but what me and Bradley are here, this wouldn't be a thing without my mum, 100%. Whereas now we're making, the figures are scary, it makes me stutter. That was we took a big step over the years, that's for sure. When I wasn't on his team, I couldn't sit and watch him play. When I beat him, it felt horrible, but when he beat me, he felt horrible. Who won the last time we played? We beat each other twice, so... Asking where I beat him last. So I beat you twice, you beat me twice. Champs. Who's got more prize money? Who has more prize money? What?
Twins, Scraps, Wuskins. Those stats are incredible that these guys are putting up. Good to see these guys go back together.
Yeah, back on the same team, back chilling. Yeah, it's really good to be back playing with him, obviously, it's a blessing.
Oh my goodness!
Me and my brother being on the same team, sometimes we don't communicate because we already know what each other's going to do. It's sort of weird. It sounds weird. We don't say things. True.
Whether it's Scraps or Wuskin, the Marshall twins back at it again.
We was younger. He got hit, I wasn't with him, and I felt it. It was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. We've got it a few different times, remember it? Within a minute, I'll just know. I felt stuff before that he's felt. It's weird.
It's 1v1's going to decide it all! Wuskins, you dirty boy!
I'll never ever sit here and say I'm better than my brother. I'm not better than him in any way, shape or form. I'm not better than him. We're equal. That's why we're twins. We appreciate what we have today. It's changed my life completely, and same with him. Playing on the same team as him, representing London, you couldn't ask for much more in life. We said before the series, we need to make a statement. We've got nothing to lose. To be involved in such a big league, such big stakes, it's really exciting. We've got the whole of the UK behind us, so that's a good. That's like a good drive to have.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It's the COD League, and it's the hype battle underway. I mean, the hype battle pre-show, basically, at this point in time. We're just, we're doing what we can to keep you raring, keep you fluffed up and good to go, friends, as the mighty Mad Cat is still going through challenges. Of course, Doug Sensor Martin, he is a player for the Subliners. Jamal Lascelles, of course, from Newcastle United. And the mighty Nicky Romero, Dutch DJ extraordinaire. Coming up soon, after the break, friends, the hype battle.
PS4, the official platform partner of Call of Duty Challenges.
I'm on the box this time. Yeah. Welcome back, friends, to the COD League. We're almost ready for our hype battle. I had to get rid of the chest tier here by introducing Maven.
Miles, he stood on the box now.
I'm on Joe's box right now.
I look about 5'2". I could join FaZe at this room.
You could be on Atlanta FaZe. Look at the size of him. Right. It's enough from Miles and Momo for just a moment. We're going to dive down in the crowd. Some of our colleagues are enjoying the show.
What Miles has not just revealed is actually they're pulling him because of that content. It's just too much. It's before the watershed in the UK. So we've come down to the crowd.
Oh, no.
Rich is getting very upset because the audience are trying to squash his hair. So I've got a challenge for this crowd, all right. You know what? What I want is someone to take this ball to the back of the crowd, and I want to see if you can bring it home, because that's what London Royal Ravens are going to do later today. All right. Let's take it over to that corner, please, lads. Come on. Someone run it up there for me, please. While they do that, Lottie, do you think this London crowd have got it in them?
Oh, 100%. These guys are unbelievable. I just want to hear the loudest they've ever been in their lives right now. I'm putting it to the test. Come on, London.
Okay, come on, London. Right, where's the ball gone? Where's the ball gone? Okay, all right, guys, you have got 5 goes to land this on Rich Campbell's head. If you don't do it, I'm siding. I'm siding with that. Oh, my God. Right. And Rich is going for the slap the booty technique. He's got the ball. He's trying to play rugby. He's tackled an audience member. The audience member is going for the try. Oh my goodness, it's coming back to the front. Rich Campbell, he's going for the ball. He's going for the ball. He's diving to the side. Can we tackle him? No, we cannot. He is too fast for us. Lottie, what do you make of Rich's technique here?
I don't know what he was drinking, but I think it's game fuel, and it's certainly fueled him to the try line. Tackled by a Ravens fan, of course. London, you do it again.
We have brought America down. It is being decided here. That was the US-UK derby, and the UK won.
But do you know what, Frankie, actually, we do have the height battle coming up next. And of course, it is 2v2 gunfight, people. And if you don't know what gunfight is about, then please watch this.
Rich, sorry, we don't do losers interviews.
The mustache is cool.
Check this out, guys.
Gunfight is a round-based 2v2 game mode where teams face off with identical loadouts. Each team's goal is simple: eliminate the opposition. Unlike core game modes, there's no health regeneration in Gunfight. That means every bit of damage adds up over the course of the round. If players are still alive 40 seconds after the round starts, the game enters overtime. In overtime, a neutral flag spawns in the center of the map. The first team to hop on and capture the flag wins the round. If neither team hops on the flag before the overtime clock runs out, the team with the most remaining health wins. Teams switch sides after every round. The first team to win 6 rounds wins the game.
Oh, hello, London. You weren't meant to hear that, but you still can. Hello. Are we live right now? I think we're live right now. All right, London, behave yourselves. Honestly, I'm so mean in the breaks. I'm so scared you're going to find out. Listen. Listen, I've been rumbled.
I'm not going to have that, London. Come on, this woman is absolutely amazing. She is doing an incredible job today at calming all of you guys. I want to hear it for Frankie. There we go. Up for Frankie, that's it.
And Maven's doing a terrible job. Like, boo! Boo, Maven sucks!
Listen, Rich, you've been fired for yet another time. We're going to a break. Keep it hype, London. We'll be right back.
It's hilarious. He's a hero. Somebody get that man a t-shirt.
Someone get Rich a new shirt as well while you're at it.
Somebody get both of those men a new t-shirt. Oh, it's all fun and games here in London as we are still waiting for the imminent arrival of Mad Cat. I think what we need is a Mad Cat chant. Mad Cat. Mad Cat. The hype battle is coming up next. So we're in Game 5. Mad Cat's game's in Game 5, friends. As soon as he finishes, he's going to be over here, he's going to be on the stage, and he's going to be ready to rock and roll in our hype battle. Because Nicky Romero, he's been warming up for so long.
I tell you what, he's going to be ready, though.
He's going to be so ready. Nicky's going to be on fire.
Well, Mad Cat is too. Mad Cat and Nicky? What a combo.
Both of them have been warming up for so long.
Do you reckon Sense a bit scared right now?
Doug may be shaking. Doug may be shaking. Who knows? But again, professional player.
So.
Professional player for the subliners. He's seen worse. Let's face it, Doug's seen a lot worse over his career. Like he's the champion, man. He's won a lot.
Played the best of the best.
He has literally played the best of the best.
And he's won.
Yeah, he really has. As we say, friends, we are having a good time. We actually have, I don't want to do this, but all right, friends, we've got a little video. No. We have the Astrocaster comms, because when the cameras are rolling, they film everything and they record everything we do. I don't want to see this.
All right, we're back in. Can we make some noise? Match 1 has started. Thank you. 3 lines on the shirt. Yeah. It's gameplay time. Gameplay time. 30 years it hurts. Well, it's my fault. I'm never looking at the camera. I'm typically looking at everything that I shouldn't be looking at, but I'm an insane person. That's all right. You got through it. You got through it safely. I'm sorry, guys. We'll get into it as quickly as we can. I love each and every one of you.
Hello.
Oh, come on! Yes! Oh, I'm on screen. Hi.
Yeah. I didn't know
either. I was dancing. I don't really know what this whole thing is, but that's all I've got.
I was looking at my stat sheet.
Yeah, I was over there. The fans are amazing. No one should ever see those dance moves. I sincerely apologize.
They've gotten better over time.
No, they have not. No, they have not.
Am I doing it right?
Yeah. It's the Maven dance.
Do the Maven.
Do the Maven.
Do the Maven, everyone.
Oh, yeah, Joe. It's the Maven. Right.
Joe, I'm down.
Maybe fun and games here, but there's a very serious tournament taking place at the same time. Let's have a quick look at the bracket. Thus far in the competition, if you're a London Royal Raven fan, which I know a lot of you are, they are doing just fine. They will be playing the Dallas Empire a little bit later on today. The bracket, friends, here in London, Groups A and Groups B. A are completely finished. We still have the Subliners versus Legion coming up after the hype battle.
Yeah, we certainly do. We've got a couple games. We've got those semi-finals in the bottom left as well. Huntsmen are awaiting their challenges. I'm sure they're waiting eagerly to take them out. However, Royal Ravens versus Empire, an interesting game. These guys, I don't believe they played on LAN. Yeah, it's going to be a one to watch, and then of course our all-important final. Who knows? We could have Huntsmen versus Empire. We could have Ravens in the final. I'm sure you guys would love to see that. And of course, is it Subliners? Is it Legion? Certainly going to be an exciting one. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty, and we have that ball flying around as always.
Well, London, we thank you very much for your patience. You online, we thank you as well.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City. Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping.
Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Hello and welcome back to the COD League. We're here in London and I come bearing news, friends. This just in, breaking. Mad Cat's finished his game. A round of applause for Mad Cat, friends. He's done it! He's finished his game, and that means the hype battle can get underway, but not just yet. We're not quite there. Nicky Romero will be joining Mad Cat. He's now finished his challenge matchup. And he'll be playing against Jamal Shells and, of course, Sensor. I didn't get it right that time, did I, Phil? No, mate, you can handle that one from now on, my good friend. Again, he's done. He's finished. But we are going to have to give Mad Cat a moment to get across the venue and get onto that stage and get himself ready to go, because it's only right. We apologise again for the delay. We thank you very, very much. But that's what happens sometimes, friends. We do this live. There ain't no...
We're having fun up here.
Yeah, right. Of course we are. The crowd's having a good time.
Through it,
mate, sure. Rich Campbell just got tackled in public. People pay money to see that.
Potentially the
highlight
highlight
of the week.
Potentially the highlight of the weekend there, but we'll have to wait. But so far, so good. This hype battle better start, otherwise I'm going down there. Someone grab me a scuff, I'm ready.
You might have to go down there in a moment, mate, because just before we get into a hype battle, we're going to do a very quick COD League 101 video, voiced by yours truly. Welcome to the Call of Duty League, built to reimagine what you think you know about esports. But what is it? This is 3 tiers of pro, amateur, and fan competition. Pros represent 12 teams across the US, Canada, and Europe, and feature the world's best Call of Duty players in a larger-than-life competitive experience. Beginning January 2020, the season kicks off in Minnesota with the Call of Duty League launch weekend, where all teams in the league will descend on the Twin Cities to set the tone for what will be an action-packed season. From there, the Call of Duty League tour continues, going from city to city as teams host home series weekends in their markets. Each home series will feature 8 pro teams facing off in a tournament bracket where the format is simple. Win 2 matches and you move on to the single elimination bracket. Lose 2, you're going home. From there, the Call of Duty League tour continues. Teams will earn CDL points for every match they win in a weekend, as well as based on their overall placement in the tournament. These CDL points will be used to determine which teams qualify for the playoffs and Championship Weekend. Next, there's the official Path to Pro amateur system, the Call of Duty Challenges. Here, amateur teams can compete in tournaments with settings that mirror the professional league's rule set. Players can earn Challengers points in online ladders and tournaments, as well as live open bracket competition held at the league weekends and home series events across the season. With Challengers, amateur teams will compete for dedicated prizing and jockey for position to compete at the Challengers finals during the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend. And finally, the Call of Duty League City Circuit, designed to take the casual competitors to the next level. While only the most elite players will ever go pro, there are tons of Call of Duty fans looking for a chance to compete for local and global fame. Launching later this season, the City Circuit enables fans to rep their city in 2v2 competition, earn travel to the Call of Duty Championship Weekend, compete for prize money, and achieve major hometown hero status. All 3 tiers of play will come to an epic conclusion at the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend, where Challengers hopefuls will compete for the biggest prize pool of the year,
City Circuit finalists will vie for their chance at history. And of course, the main event itself. One final tournament to crown the Call of Duty League 2020 World Champions.
This is awkward.
No, it's not.
I'm
not even going to say a word.
This is stuck to my head.
I'll get it. Come here, mate. Come here.
Should I just leave it on?
No, I'll get it off. There you go.
Oh. Now it's on the other one.
There you go. Well done, mate.
Get out of here, mate.
See you later, Clint. Well, friends, that's our very well voiced over
I was
overview
stuck
of the
there for about 2.5 minutes, by the way. Letting me struggle.
I didn't see. I was focusing on the video. But that's our overview of the COD League, friends. It's going to be a very long and exciting year. We've only just begun. Minnesota was a blast. London, thanks, mate. London was, or it still is, absolutely brilliant. We're far from over. As we say, the hype battle is moments away. And this time, I mean it!
Is it?
Oh, don't do that to me. I'm not lying to you. Don't do that to me. We're up here together, are we not? Get on the box.
We are. Get on the box.
Nicky Romero, Mad Cat. Who? Come on, Phil. Help me out here, brother.
Jamal Lascelles and Sensor are going up against Mad Cat and Nicky Romero.
You just, yes, go on.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We could make it interesting. We've got time. It could be Ricky Romero. No, we're changing things up. But, of course, we've already seen this today. Seattle wins 3-2 versus Los Angeles Guerrillas. We've got Paris, of course, taking the victory over Ultra. Dallas coming out on top over the Seattle Surge. Coming up, of course, is New York Subliners. But this is today's schedule presented by the U.S. Army, of course. I'm excited to get into those later games as well, Maz. And crown someone a champion. Of course, Minnesota was a bit more of a showcase. This is where, of course, we get to see some champions.
Well, we've been up here quite a while now. I've had enough game fuel that I can now see sound. And thanks to the lovely people at Game Fuel, we have our overview. These are the points so far in the COD World League. The Chicago Huntsmen sitting high and mighty in the first place with a cool 40. And Optic Gaming Los Angeles yet to get on the board. But again, they're not here in London. They will be with us in Atlanta, so they have a chance to redeem that there. As far as we can see, though, from this weekend, though, of course, Seattle, New York, and Toronto struggling somewhat alongside the Guerrillas. But Phil, I mean, is there anyone there who's a bit of a surprise to you? Anything you didn't expect?
I think I'm going to go right back to the start of the season and look at my power rankings, which I definitely wouldn't have tweeted out because it wouldn't have looked like this. I expected the Huntsmen to be near the top. Honestly, I'm very impressed with Paris. I think they were at the bottom of most people's rankings, or near the bottom. I expected Optic Gaming to be better. They've got such quality players on their roster. Of course, FaZe, I think, will climb. Of course, they're not here in London. But biggest shock, I've got to go with Optic Gaming. I know they're not here, but we will get to see them play again. And they've got a longer period of time to improve from Minnesota, of course, to Atlanta. They better be grinding.
I mean, right now, I know a lot of them are grinding. It's strange to think of a lot of those professional players sitting at home watching this. And if you are indeed, friends, thank you very much. And again, everyone on YouTube watching this one, thank you. And everyone in the venue, everyone here in the Copper Box, we thank you. Can you guess what's coming up next?
More chanting, more?
Maybe a few more drinks, maybe a couple more songs, but that hype battle, friends, it's happening.
Is it?
Yes.
It is.
It is happening.
It's 4:30.
I can see it's happening. But you know what? That's not up to me to decide. Frankie, what's going on down there?
Well, apparently I'm Tracy Beaker. I didn't actually realise I'm going to change my name by default after this event. London, can you hear me? You can hear me, London, because I actually have a question for you. I feel like we've built up a rapport. We've got to know each other over the past couple of days, and I have one question for you right now. London, are you feeling hyped? They don't like hype. They like hate in this crowd, and that's absolutely fine, but they're not going to hate these two teams that I'm about to bring out. Our first team, well, it's led by a man you've been asking for all weekend. It is the New York Subliners Sensor! And Sensor is going to be joined by Newcastle United's captain and defender Jamal Lascelles, everyone! I'm not sure if we have any Magpie fans in the audience. There's a lot of Londoners in this crowd, but do show Jamal some love. These two are going to form a dynamic duo. We've got US, we've got UK having to form a harmonious relationship to take on the gunfight to take it home. And let's face it, Jamal couldn't be in a better pair of hands than Center. We've basically got a superstar team on our hands, superstars of their respective sports that they're known for. Boys, come around the front of this desk for me, because I am going to speak to you in a moment, so please do come over here. But right now we are ready for our second pair. London go absolutely bonkers from the London Royal Ravens. It's Mad Cat! Now, you saw him last night putting on an epic show on the stage behind me. He is superstar Dutch DJ Nicky Romero! Nicky is walking to the stage. Hopefully he's sharpened his claws so he fits in with the Mad Cat. The audience, they're purring for Nicky. I think they like this one. He's coming up to the stage. I'm going to bring him round to the front so he can talk to me. In fact, you know what? While Nicky's getting into position, I'm going to come to Jamal. Jamal, are you handy with a controller like you're handy with a pair of boots?
I like to hope so. You know, I mean, he's probably going to carry me, but hopefully I can play my part.
Well, you know what? We pay him handsomely to carry you, so that's fair enough. Sensor, what's it like to be playing here in London?
It's a blessing. This is one of the best arenas in the world, some of the greatest fans out here. I really appreciate you guys coming out. We're going to try to put on a show for all of you. We're going to keep this tournament rolling, and I'm really excited to be here right now.
You're such a nice boy. I'm sorry you have to put up with this lot, Sensor. All right, then, I'm going to come over to Mad Cat. Listen, your team has been spanked by subliners in the past. You returned the favor last night. In fact, no, you've always been spanking subliners, actually. Talk to me about this match. What's it like going up against Sensor?
I mean, it's due to get smoked. Let's be honest. Like, we're the real gamers out here. You know what I'm saying? We play this game day in, day out, so it's due to get smoked. Helicorn.
There we go. Are you ready for a smoking, Nicky?
I'm here to back up Mad. Just gonna do my best and ready for some smoke.
I love that you've got a hype man in none other than Nicky Romero. Right, we're going to go over to my favourite hype man. They are Miles and Momo, because it's time for the hype battle.
Hey, we promised you it was coming, London. We're mans of our words. And hey, Mad Cat as well. That was fun. He's ready to go. He's raring straight off the back of a challenger's loss. Unfortunate, but hey, he's put on a brave face and he's going to put on a show for us now.
You think you're out of the tournament? You're not. You're on there in a 2v2, and I tell you what, he seemed the most hype out of them. He wants to take down Doug for this London crowd, it seems. Doug, of course, a point to prove, I feel. I really do, and he's just ready to play.
Yeah, Doug said it was a blessing, you know, it really was. And again, Jamal ready to go as well. He's aware that Doug's a professional player. He knows who Doug is, and he's kind of like, all right, man, this is going to be a carry fest. But again, we've got no idea how this is actually going to play out, friends. It's not scripted. We haven't been able to watch them scrim. I've not seen Nicky Romero play COD yet. It could be great. It could be brilliant.
I've never been in CODcast with a gunfight either. I'm excited just to see how this one plays out. Of course, we've got our Observer team backstage guiding us through all the action. It is going to be exciting. I'm excited for those 1v2s, those clutch moments, the tense 1v1s. What are we going to see, of course, with gunfight? It's going to be an exciting, interesting game. We don't know what weapons, we don't know what classes, we don't know equipment.
We know nothing. We know absolutely nothing about what these players are going to be rolling into these matches with. And again, 2v2 gunfight, for those of you who have played Modern Warfare, it is a new addition to the game. It is a brilliant game mode. It is possibly the freshest, most exciting revolution I've had experience in COD so far. We love it. We really do. Team JLC versus Team NRM. Jamie Lascelles, Sensor versus Nicky Romero and the Mad Cat. It's going to be a lot of fun, Phil. And again, as the players get ready, they gear up, there'll be headsets on. We are going to be doing this slightly differently to the way we do our matches. The hype battle, we will be hearing their comms.
It's going to be good.
Is it? It could be deadly. I mean, I don't know, man.
We talked about trash talk.
Jamal.
I think Mad Cat's already brought that. Sensor ain't one to back down. And again, these guys are true professionals, all four of them in their own field. But I don't know who London's cheering for.
Mad Cat.
Is London cheering for Sensor? Jamal Lascelles, Sensor, no? What about Nicky Romero and Mad Cat? No.
Yeah, go on.
All right. I see you. Oh, okay.
Here we go. All right. Gunfight is underway, and I believe we might have some communications too. Let's have a listen.
Hey, Nicky Romero! Nicky!
Oh, sit down, Doug.
Oh, Jamal gets him right back there with the EBR, and now Jamal, if he can find the round, no!
It's the big MC.
It's Madcap coming out with big 2 kills there.
Look at that movement though, hold on. Again, did not expect this. Straight off the rip, Nicky blows him over there with a shotty.
Yeah, I like that. Up close and personal from Nicky, and oh, change of pace here. Shotguns away.
Nicky Romero 2, Doug sends to Martin a 0, and the teamwork makes the dream work.
2-0.
And here's me thinking Nicky was going to get carried. He's got a kill in every round so far.
Madcap's got a little smirk on his face, and I like this here.
Uh-oh. Madcap found another. I believe Madcap might have just found 2 Nicky there with a smile on his face. He's thinking, I got a teammate. Look at the long shots coming in. Okay, Madcap.
Slaying it so far. It's 3-0. It's.
I need to see a little bit of this action. Oh, Madcap's going more for the long range, and it is, of course, 36. Potentially are halfway through there. Madcap personal, but it's not going to happen. The shotgun shells go straight through, and we have a round on the board. We've got an interesting game on our hands now. I believe it was Sensor there with a final kill.
But this is the thing with Gunfight. You know, anything can happen. It's you know, they're starting off with shotties, there are EBRs, there are stuns on the map. There's a couple of weapons lying around, but we're going to go straight back in this one. Jamal, he's going to lead the way forward. What's he going to grab? A secondary weapon, maybe? It's going to be Jamal. He's going to find the back end of it. Shots there. Sensor's going to find one, and now it comes down to 1v1. And no, it's another round to the good. 3-2. Jamal and Sensor pulling this back.
That was a clean sweep. I think they just took out their opponent. They split up. They found those players and took them out back to back.
Madcat and it's Nicky, and they're holding this together. Look, they've played this so slowly. Everyone's learning, everyone's evolving. I'm still opting to run that shotty though, but oh, Doug's got a snipe.
Oh, Doug's trying to get a little cheeky, but Doug's going to be put to bed. Madcat finds one and now calling on his teammates. Can Nicky find him from behind? Jamal stunned. Not a hope, not a prayer.
Should have got him there.
Should have, could have, but you were stunned. But it was a good effort. He was left out to dry. Close game so far, 4-2.
Here we go. Madcat. What's he got? It's Nicky Romero. Shot, he's up again. He finds Jamal first. And now Madcat trying to find his way through the middle. It's Sensor alone. And they're clay pigeon shooting mid-map. It's now match point.
It's Nicky with the 2 as well. Ah.
I know, right?
Okay.
Match point.
Crowd's
this one,
loving
look at
it.
the new map, probably.
You're right, Nicky. It's match point. Let's see whether they can finish this off. Madcat connects.
Nice.
Sensor down.
Now it comes to Nicky Romero. He makes his way forward.
Middle.
Jamal Lascelles up and ahead. He's got a
side.
tag on him, and now they're going for the play. Madcat, he makes his way through mid-map. He's looking to get this one, but can Nicky do it? Can Nicky find the shot? One pump, one more. Nicky Romero! He closes it out 6-2.
I think
You
Nicky's
got
winning
it.
this
You got
crowd
it. Next
over.
one.
I really do think he is. Just kind of rounding things out there. 4 kills for Nicky. 8 for Madcat. 6 rounds to the good here. Bit of a slower start on the other side of things, though.
Oh.
Yeah, Jamal Lascelles 3 kills.
Okay.
Doug says to Martin on the 2, but hey, another round, another map coming up next. But what a big start.
Maybe some new weapons as well. Different loadouts.
Yeah, different loadouts. We're going to see something different. Again, the players are, this is a procure on site game mode. We're going to be picking up them weapons on the map.
Maybe you should do their settings too. Do their settings.
He's throwing shade. Yeah, Madcat, maybe you should go over there and
I know,
help out
right?
with their settings.
They're gonna get a third guy, you see? They're gonna get a third
Are
guy.
they going to get a third guy? Oh.
Whoa.
Which one?
The crowd is loving this hype battle. London, you have not disappointed in the
Do you
slightest.
reckon we just camp or push them?
All right, Jamal and Doug, what are they going to do? Jamal and Sensor have now got to sit down, have
This
a
one?
think, get back to the drawing board, maybe work on the teamwork. We saw that one
Shipment,
round where they were
okay.
holding hands together. They were a lot closer.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure.
If this is gun mode, gun fight, then it's just 2 versus 2. Everyone gets the same gun. Every 2 rounds, a new gun and new perks.
I don't
So
think Mad Cat's
everyone has
played
the same gun.
Mad Cat's
Most
not
of the
played
times
guns.
you
He's
have
like,
a handgun and a shotgun, or a handgun and a sniper, a handgun. There's always 2 different guns.
Nikki Romero is
Sometimes it's
schooling
just
Mad
pistol
Cat on
and
how to
fist.
play gunfight. Mad Cat's like,
But
what's
you
going on
cannot
here,
pick up
man?
weapons here, if I'm
Mad
right.
Cat's dedicated to the comp, of course.
Okay, this one, I don't know how you do it, but we got to stay together, I guess. Maybe not with you. but my
Nicky
team.
knows what he's
Nicky's
doing.
calling the shots, man. That's the captain over there. He's telling them we've got to stick together.
We're going to shipment, I believe,
here
for
we
map
go.
number 2.
Oh.
Yeah, it's getting even
Overtime
smaller
flag.
here.
When no one is dead after a while.
let's get
look
it.
at the loadout. What are we seeing? Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, second gun is a machine gun, I think.
Got a bit of overkill action.
No, yeah, when you're dead, you're dead. Until next round.
Yeah, when you're dead, you're dead. He's right. He ain't wrong.
Mate, I just love the fact that Mad Cat is getting absolutely scored away. Nicky Romero up front. He's making the play right across map. He's about to run in the center. Oh boy, he hits it from the hip. First blood to Nicky Romero. Jamal, what's he got with the snipe? Going for that quick scope.
I don't think he knows that he's got an SMG in his back pocket. There's a Bison back there.
What guns have they got?
Oh, and I think this is where they may realize.
Need backup.
Oh, I didn't know I had the choice. Oh no, I'm using my SM.
Jamal, press triangle.
Okay.
He's
There
on
you
it.
go. Round 2.
Big kill from Nicky to open this one up. Is he going to be able to get Doug again?
This guy, yeah,
Nicky,
right side,
B
right
Doug, Mad Cat now up top. Look how slow Nicky's playing this one, man. He's definitely been grinding this one out. Mad Cat up top, goes for the shots, finds one. Yo, but Jamal answers back quickly. And now it's a 1v1. Nicky Romero versus Jamal Lascelles.
Never thought I'd see it. The day has come. Jamal with a Bison is going to find himself a yellow crate, and he's going to back up on that.
12 seconds left, 10 seconds now.
And again, I know these guys aren't the professional players, whereas we might see some objective play come in, but right into the middle is going to be Nicky.
Nicky's on it. Nicky's waiting for the objective to spawn in 1 second time, so Jamal's got to make the play for the flag. Is he going to be able to catch him on the transition? Jamal! He makes the shots!
Yeah.
Jamal coming up clutch with the 1v2.
He's got the ice.
No.
He's got the ice. The way gunfight
Okay,
works, if
just,
if
one
the clock
shot.
runs down, the objective flag will appear. All right, London.
All right, we hear you.
We get it, London. Oh, wait.
Different
Big Doug.
weapons, different weapons. Beat down. Sensor comes through there. And he's going to be taken from Mad Cat now, 1v1.
Professional Call of Duty
Yeah,
player
it's
versus
there,
a professional footballer.
Mad Cat, he's getting that height advantage.
Oh, boy.
He's hit one shot, just needs another. Mad Cat might need to reload, though, and so does Jamal.
4 bullets in the chamber. Concussion goes out, doesn't connect.
Lascelles goes for the shots. The Molly's up. He tags him. He tags him. Oh, boy.
Jamal! Jamal is coming up clutch.
Mad Cat got flamed on. Oh, boy. Mad Cat goes down in a 1v1 against Jamal Lascelles. This is mad with the lead now. Team JLC, what are they going to do? Oh, Sensor opens it up with a big kill. Now it's on to Nicky Romero in the 1v2.
Oh, Sensor with not one, but two there.
Nice.
It was a quick shot, a stun, and a molly, using everything in his arsenal. Sensor finds himself in the round.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
Here we go. Let's listen to the players as they make their start in this round. Oh, forget that!
Let's
I
listen.
take it all back, it's finished!
We'll listen to the next round.
We'll do the next
We'll
round.
listen to the next round.
We'll do the next round.
That was just fast and furious. Okay.
Okay, that was disgusting.
Let's take a pause, man.
Okay.
I heard the people sing. That's funny. There we go. Oh, okay, at our side, our spawn. There you go. I played FIFA, but I played a lot of Counter-Strike professional when I was younger. Yeah. You know NIP?
Shotgun.
I used to be, I'm actually a good friend of Heaton. He's one of the players. Okay, let's go.
Oh, you tried to stab him. I see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I had to get him.
Shotgun. Sniper shotgun. Oh, there we were with the two of us.
I was a bit confused on what was actually in the hand there. It was a Adidas shotgun, but has an interesting
focus.
sight on it. 4-3. Now, for the first time, JLC lead here. Jumping on board with Jamal himself. Looks like he's following in the footsteps of Doug. Center Martin Romero down. And now it's all up to Madcat.
Yep, behind you.
Oh, right behind. Sensor finds. Oh, no, he's got the
Bang, bang!
2 slugs. Good night. Tied up 4-4.
The vibes are flowing for Nicky and Madcat.
However, I think that ties it up. We've actually seen a much better game out of Sensor and Jamal here. Sensor 5 kills, Jamal 4, 4 for Nicky, and 6 for Madcat here. We're actually going to be swapping over now. I believe the weapons are going to be the SA-87. And already Sensor strikes first.
Big Doug takes care of Nicky Romero. Madcat now in a bit of trouble. Going to hold out those crates. He's got to watch out though. Jamal Lascelles can hit the flank and trap him in there. There's the push.
Nice.
Whoa, Madcat, big kill there.
You don't expect the quick jump around. 1v2 potential for Madcat. Madcat versus Sensor.
Like?
Ravens versus New York Subliners. They've faced off many times before, but this is a bit of an interesting one. A 1v1. Doug versus Madcat. Objective is up.
Oh, Doug!
Oh, look at the eyes. Look at the eyes, Miles, look at him.
Have fun and push.
Oh, there's smoke.
Match point. Okay. Okay, this one.
Oh, it's getting spicy. It's getting spicy. Map point for JLC. Map point. Oh,
Madcat with the goodie. It's all up to Jamal. We're going to round 11.
Okay, we win the next one, win the game.
Yes, you do.
If we win the next one, or we win the game?
This is it. This is match point. This is the hype match point. If Nicky and Madcat win this round, it is over.
And I tell you what, we've got some familiar weapons in the hands here of the players.
Here we go. Jamal Lascelles and Sensor have got to pick up the win here if they want to force map 3. Fouls are out. Jamal Lascelles, the shot's there. Madcat's trapped. The molly's going to come through and force him out. Sensor's going to hit the flank.
Fuck.
Sensor's weak.
Okay, other side, other
but he's not out. It's all up to Madcat. Madcat finds one. Can Madcat find the double? It's Madcat versus Sensor once again. Foul in hand. Madcat shuts him down. Oh. The Royal Ravens come out on top, but it is not a lone wolf game. Nicky right there with him.
Nicky Romero. Who knew? Who knew the man could play COD? That's it. They've gone and done it. Team NRM. Team Nicky Romero and Madcat have done it. They got it done in 2. It's a best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your first ever COD League Hype Battle champions. Nicky Romero and Madcat.
I tell you what, yeah, it's great to see Madcat back on the stage. It's great to see Sensor on the stage, but as well, just to see sportsmanship across the board there. Nicky Romero, Jamal Lascelles, incredible stuff. Team NRM take it 2-0. What a great game.
Mate, what a great game. And again, surprises all around the board. No surprise again. We know what to expect from the pros, but Nicky Romero, the man clearly loves his games. He clearly loves his COD. We saw the skills come through. And Jamal Lascelles as well. Big kills, massive. He won a 1v1 against Madcat.
That's the most impressive thing, I think. You know, the celebrities joining these guys, they perform for sure.
Unreal stuff. While the first hype battle is done, I want to hear from the players themselves. Frankie, take it away.
I do too, Miles. I'm going to come to you first, Jamal. What was it like flaming Madcat on Overkill that second map?
I tried to do all I could, you know, but he's a professional player and, you know, it showed.
You still killed him though, mate.
Yeah, I tried my best, but I think he was already hurt when I killed him, so.
Don't take some credit. It's all right, you can take some credit. Sensor, do you think your rookie's got a future in competitive COD?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. It's a little bit loud in this crowd. Can you say that one more time?
I can. I'm saying, do you think he's got a future in this game?
He has a future in anything he puts his mind to. I think he played really well. I thought that their play styles really countered us. We were trying to full out go guns blazing and running at them, and unfortunately we weren't able to get the win.
Well, it was fantastic seeing you guys play together. I think maybe you should duo again, so I look forward to seeing that. I'm going to come over here, though. Madcat, I've got to ask you about being Flame. What was that like for you?
I mean, he outplayed me massively in that round. It was quite embarrassing, to be honest. But the first map, he got more kills than you, didn't you? That's the sort of level standard New York signing these days. That's crazy, bro. Like, he needed help first map, but Nicky was doing his stuff. Like, let's be honest, that first map, Nicky was winning rounds on his own. Bro.
He was also your in-game leader.
Huh?
Nicky looked like your in-game leader, Mad Cat.
Oh, Nicky's got a future in gaming, let's be honest. He's saying he's playing CSGO professionally. He could play COD professionally if Sensor's playing COD professionally.
Listen, I've dabbled in both games. I think you want to be in this one, Nicky. You are a dark horse. How long have you been playing COD for?
I play sometimes when I'm home from touring, but I was really lucky to be on Matt's team, obviously. And I did my best. I thought the guys played really well, and I was really happy to be part of this. And yeah, I'm ready for the next challenge.
Well, the next challenge might be releasing a new album. Can you tell us about the new music on the way?
Yeah, there's a lot of music coming. There's a lot of songs coming, and I'm always doing, what I can in order to bring like the best possible songs within my power. But I tried to make the combination, and maybe the next time I can do a song on stage and show them like how I start something from scratch.
Yeah, and we can see you live as well soon. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, when can we see you? Is there any information online?
Tomorrowland, Ultra, whenever everyone want to come, be my guest. Let's celebrate.
Shall we see him in the front row, London? There we go. You've got a few fans here. I think they want to see you streaming Call of Duty sometime soon. Now, we have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to be returning to the professional Call of Duty action. Don't go anywhere.
Broken, but fearless. Got nothing left to lose. I'm trying to climb these steps. I'm looking for the truth.
in New York City. Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior?
Hello and welcome back. The hype battle's in the books, Joe. It's now time for the real battles to commence. It's Elimination Sunday, and we've got another elimination match coming up. This is a rematch from, round one, really to kick off yesterday. We've got New York going up against Paris. Paris was able to take, one map? They were the favorites going in, but it's New York that came out on top.
Yeah, New York, they looked what we thought New York was going to be. Obviously,
a lot better.
Yeah, they lose at Game 5 to London, but it sounds like that the game is already underway.
Let's go!
So
we love
the
that.
game is loaded in.
Am I still super loud and screaming in your ear? Yes. I'm gonna try and be as loud as I can. As loud as I can, Joe, just for you, buddy.
I don't even know if people at home can hear me.
Yeah.
They can probably just hear you. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'll relay messages to you and you can sound smart.
Love that, Joe. Are you saying I'm dumb?
Not necessarily, a little bit.
Well, Joe, let's take a look at least in the first series so we can see what maps we're going to play through. The first time they played, at least on Saturday, we had St. Petro and Hackney as the hard point. So we're going to have a different hard point coming in here to start things off. We got a quick game pause. Not sure if it's a controller issue, what might be happening on the stage, but we'll get right back into it as quickly as we can. A reminder, winner moves on, loser is out. This is to get into the semifinal. This is to get into bracket play. I just started!
Just stop, please.
Come on!
Just stop. Hey, for me, can we move
Joe,
this?
you good?
No,
Joe, you good?
Can you please move this over here?
Do you want it out here?
Yeah. Just as far away as possible. Just talk now.
Is that better, Joe?
It's better.
Is that much better?
Yeah, it's much better, but it sounds like the game's getting underway. So yeah, obviously the rematching. It's a rematch. It's new maps.
All right, locked and loaded, no pause this time around. Into map one we go. Legion, Subliners, the battle underway. The rematch from round one. Tim's had a lot to say, but now he needs to make the plays as we get going into our first map.
Yeah, you myself, you and I had a time to watch Paris. Earlier today, they looked great, right? It just felt like every single time they needed someone to step up, go on a big spree, they did. Zed was making plays. Shocks was going off in search and destroy. Dens.
It was an individual in each map, right?
Yeah.
Each map they won. Somebody went huge.
Yeah.
14-4 he was in the search. Whenever they needed a big play moment, whenever they needed that clutch, they came through. But can they do the same against what you think is probably the more talented team on paper with the Subliners?
Oh, we've been saying that, but like Paris has beat everybody.
Yeah. Very
but
true.
It's also very difficult to beat somebody twice in the same weekend, right? Because there's going to be adjustments. There may be some of the similar maps that we saw, and they make some changes. As we'll see as that goes on, as it's Luca right away, just 5 in a row for him.
5 in a row and a 20-point advantage for Legion. First hard point done. Let's head to Electronic. It'll be Subliners in first. Can they chip away at this lead?
Yeah, New York right now has the setup, but Paris, they're going to be pushing from the front. They're just going to be trying to get in. As 4, make it 5, go down. Now Kismet, he's going to make the decision to just slow down, wait for his teammates to come up off spawn. And you see what New York's doing. They're getting very aggressive up through that middle of Cafe, trying to cut off those spawns. Shock's ready for it. Kismet, his teammates are here, but they continue to go down around him, tries to get on in. Luca's going to take down his teammate, and I think based off of that, with 30 seconds left, Paris is already going to be thinking about Barbershop.
I think you called out the cut through mid perfectly. I mean, what's the best thing you can do? Have fights away from the hard point, right? Like, screw getting to the defense. Have those fights as far away from the hard point as you're able to, and they did a solid job of that. But now, over to Barbershop. Already set up, will be Legion. 20-point advantage of Subliners. That was a perfect hold play. That was basically a full 60. They were getting smashed through the first. Answer in the second. Kismet and Zed picking up key kills in rotation.
Yeah, but now it's Paris' turn, and look at the mid-map control that they have. They are so far pushed out right now. Kismet, he's locking down bridge side. All of New York starting to push across as they spawn back construction. You got Dens locking it down. He's able to find 2 kills, trying to stay up. At least gets the nade off. That'll connect with a 3rd. So that's going to slow New York down big time. As Luca, he's just making sure his teammates spawn behind him. Here comes the pressure from the Subliners. But it was one great hill from New York. Going to be one great hill from Paris? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just answer after answer as of now. Zed trying to do the dirty work inside, but it's attached. Temp, takedown 5 just between them, but hard point control, despite the fact you get a triple from Temp, a double from Attach, hard point still going to be in the hands of Paris to get the final 15 or so of scrap time. That's just, yeah, 2 flawless holds from either side. The reason you have a pretty tight game, really it's just the first hard point that's a separation right now, which was wonderful from Legion, but let's get over to construction now. Mid-map is layered wonderfully from subliners. They push up too far, the spawns might get interesting here as they're trying to get back towards the hard point.
You have nobody in the hill yet. Like, they're just getting there, and someone from Paris is going to be there. So there's going to be a one-on-one at the hill.
I was worried they were going to spawn back construction because of how pushed up they were.
We're going to have to see what happens around the hill right now because there's a player from Paris just waiting for his teammates. But, yeah, Temp knows where they're spawning.
It's like everyone had the same idea. Let's take the fights at mid, but nobody actually in the hard point.
Yeah, Shox is able to win it, so that's going to keep New York off of it. Kismet, he's going to stay alive, has Luca looking over him. The pressure from Paris is going to be there. A very odd hill from the New York subliners, but they are going to retain control.
Well, their last big hit came in, what, about 15 seconds left in the hard point? They had plenty of time to set up. I'm just curious if that was a communication issue. Somebody dropped the ball and picked up mid for a fight instead of getting in the hard point. But
there was 4
that's a difference of what? Yeah. That's got to be 15 or so points they should have earned, right? Yeah. Somewhere in that ballpark. Despite that, they're still going to be up, what, 9 points as we head over to Ruins. Denzel will start to push for the opening, but Attach on subliners will chop down 2 before they get in.
All right, so now you have a big pinch coming through from New York. If they can get the kills in the hill, you look at the position of that player. That's going to be Temp. He's pushed out towards BS&D. He's cutting off the reinforcements. But what happens is Denz and Zed go huge in the hill, so he has to back all the way up. Temp, though, he's able to find a double. If his teammates are able to find the kills towards Ruins, he gets pushed out. Could have been such big time for New York. Still, they're earning it, but it could have been much cleaner.
Could have been cleaner, but for Temp,
and now they're pushed out, yeah.
You've got 4 in a row. 13 and 11 as he'll work his way to top cafe through mid steps. Zed has his number, though. Kismet, a lovely double as well through that process, as Legion will get the final 20 seconds now. Maybe a potential lead change if they can do it at bridge as we get ready for our second set of rotations, but subliners are there. There are multiple players from Paris Legion already at Rugs, so a chance for an opening as Kismet goes the whole way around. The problem is both of his teammates drop at Rugs, so what might have been a quick pinch is really just going to be a one-man solo mission, at least for now. Can he buy enough time for his teammates to get involved? He does exactly that. Those extra 5 to 10 seconds that Kismet's able to stay alive and make the play results in 5 down from subliners. They're now spawning all the way out towards Barbershop. That's beautiful from Kismet. A nice collapse from Paris Legion. Doesn't get better than that.
Well, it's not even for this hill, right? It's for Electronic, right? That's where they're trying to set up for that second
That's right. So you got like 2 wins there, didn't you?
Yeah, you got 2 wins because you got a ton of time. We're almost tied up now. As Kismet, he was 8 and 17 after that first rotation, but he is the difference maker so far in this second one. As well, both teams just trying to get some time, but if you're Paris right now, you're in a comfortable position setting up for Electronic. You already have 1 player down there. He's gonna take his time. There is 1 player from New York all the way back construction. We'll have to see if they can make the play. I believe that's Zuma right now.
And remember, the first time through, this is where the 2 really strong holds came from. Stronghold at Electronic followed by an answer at Barbershop. How does it play out this time? It's Legion now inside. All the way to the back spawns go subliner, so it's not, shouldn't be a very close spawn at all for Legion. It's not. You can see they're spawning out towards like bottom bridge at mid-map.
New York just had to get the kills, though. It doesn't matter if they're not able to get the kills. 3 come in. Shox really the last player here. Him and Kismet trying to do what they can. And, well, the close spawns come in for the Legion, and now they're going to try to get pushed out. So that worked out perfectly. You had the pinch set up from New York.
Shox stayed alive.
Yeah, but Paris, they stayed alive inside the hill.
I think it was just Shox. Like, it came down, I believe, to just him tucked away in that corner. And once the collapse comes in, I think it opened up that back spawn, so then Legion still end up spawning safe. When you looked at the map for a second there, it looked like it was like a 5-on-2, and they were going to be able to get through, but great heads-up play from Shox, great hold from Legion. And now they're going to enjoy their biggest lead thus far of the game, pushing out the 40 points. But if it's anything like the first time through, subliners now their turn to answer. Is really these 2 hard points have kind of been flipped on their heads, and both teams showing they're very versatile at both of these points.
Yeah, look at how far New York is pushed up right now. You have Attach and Temp working this rug side. You had Accuracy and Zuma around Cafe. Kismet, he's trying to back them on up. You have one player pushing all the way through Ruins, and that could be the difference maker. They're actually spawning Ruins right now. I don't know if New York's going to be ready for this, and because of that, they spawn in the back. This could be it for Paris. That could be the difference maker. Somehow, New York, they give up the back spawns.
They give up the back spawn. Is look at the minimap, how close you're able to reinforce this now if you're Legion. This could be the blunder. This could be the turning point where Legion's able to pull it away. And we highlighted before coming into this match, in their last series, when it was the crunch moments, when it was the big time plays, Legion were going huge in their last series, and now maybe a chance to do it here. As a bit of a misplay maybe from subliners is going to cost them, because when I looked at it, I think accuracy was on a 5 spree and somebody else was on a 3 spree when that happened. So that was just a positioning thing.
Well, you just had nobody ruin side. You have one guy watching Top Cafe, and he's trying to make sure as you watch towards that ruin side from Top Cafe window. But with that, the back spawns open up. Paris are able to capitalize on that.
Not out of it yet, though. New York now making the run. This construction being dominated by them right now. Temp tagged up. How long can he play his life? Might get some help on the cross, and he does in the form of Zero. Accuracy's M4 up to the task as well. Gives Attach now a chance to push out. They're spawning what kind of towards Cafe and B-Bomb right now. If you're Legion, they're just going one by one. It's so staggered. They haven't found any semblance of control onto this hardpoint, but what a one-on-one that was. I think it was Kismet that actually pushed through one-on-one. That's going to be 15 big seconds. So would 15 seconds be that crucial in the scheme of things? Maybe not, but the fact that they were around the 215, 220 mark, it just gets them that much closer to closing out the game.
The big kills are happening at the Nice Hill, though, towards Ruins, with New York once again setting up that pinch, and this time they're going to find all the kills they want. Now they're going to go forward as they can towards B, search and destroy. Now you have someone in Barbershop. So yeah, they give up those 15 seconds, but this may result in a win for the New York Subliners.
Exactly. Like, do those 10 to 15 points Kismet got get them the W, or is this now an opening for Subliners to make a run at Ruins? 3 are going to drop for Subliners. Now it is scary hours. It's Paris Legion look to get in, but they have an answer there of their own behind Attach and Zero. It's just a flurry of kills from both ends of it, but now 12 points away from the dub is Paris Legion. And they only have one player that's positive right now. Like, the only person is Dance. He's +1, everyone else negative. So the slang edge to Subliners, but the 20-point edge in the scoreline to Legion. And with 10 seconds remaining here, nobody going to be able to close out the game on this hard point. Let's get to the next rotation.
Yeah, we're headed to bridge, the final 5 seconds. Gonna go the way of New York. Early on though, Luca, he's up towards top rugs. He's gonna be in this hill, but it's Temp who's behind him. You have another player inside. Shock's trying to help his teammates out. Just 5 more seconds. The contest has to be there from New York.
There's the contest. Will it last long enough? I don't think it's gonna. Fiber going to drop. The final ticks through, in Paris again down the stretch, make the plays, get the win. They take control of this best of 5 early.
Yeah, and I mean, the difference between those 40 points, you got to think the first rotation of construction for New York Subliners, that was a big oops, and then the Barbershop rotation as well, a big oops. So for New York, they had a great game across the board, but a couple of mistakes.
Well, let's take a look at the Game Fuel keys to victory here for New York going into this matchup. We'll kind of talk about it. We didn't get to highlight it before we actually hopped into this best of 5. So I'd like to kind of chat about what the keys to victory are for both of these teams as Paris takes the 1-0 edge.
So we get those loaded on up. For New York, it's simple. Replicate first performance versus Paris and don't get overconfident. I talked about it. It is so difficult to beat a team 2 times in a weekend because of the adjustments that a team can make. And, well, we saw it in game 1. The Ramaza, it's a new map that they didn't play the first time around. Paris able to take it, capitalize it.
Well, let's take a look at the Game Fuel keys to victory on the other side of things for Paris, who hold the edge right now, trying to get revenge from day 1. Shocks and Kismet need to continue slaying and feed off the crowd. The crowd hasn't been behind them a lot to this point. I mean, they've been getting
just
booed.
In this game.
But I think Zed
Yep.
said in the interview at the end of it, he's like, I kind of hope you guys get behind us, right? Because you know you have some UK players on this particular team. And yeah, man, maybe they're getting that now. It's going to help them.
Yeah, but Shocks and Kismet, I mean, Kismet had a couple of big plays, and that was really the difference maker.
Well, I want to see really if we're going to have any similar matchups from the round 1. So let's take a look at the maps and modes presented by U.S. Air Force, and let's see what, if anything, is similar here. Gunrunner Domination is going to be a replay, and I believe that was really it, right? Because I don't think They play the R-Claw. Yeah, you're right. Ramaz, so 2 and 3 are the same, 4 and 5 are different. Okay, so, and it was, what did you say, 6-1, it was New York. They were able to take that in dominating fashion. But, all right, you mentioned that it's hard to beat a team that's already beat you once, right? How does that play out for something like Search, where I think that applies to maybe even more?
Yeah, I think Search and Destroy is where it's a little bit different. I mean, it's a little bit different because you have to adjust your strategies as much as possible. But we're going to take a look at the quick scope presented by the U.S. Air Force. As we're going to take a look at both teams here. Paris Legion 20 points ahead.
Yeah, and that just comes down to Subliner's slow start. Like, I think expectations versus reality couldn't have been more different for these teams when you talk about Minnesota. I think there was hype for Subliners coming in. They fall flat. Not a lot of hype for Paris, and then they come out and they're able to go 2-0. So, I mean, that's the big difference there in the scoreline. Just comes down to Minnesota. But now a chance to really get some separation between the two teams is who gets into the semifinal, right? Who gets into bracket play?
You got to think for, like, New York, like, you don't want to have 10 points after 2 events. Paris is going to be at 40, right? It just takes 3 more games to have to catch up to them. I mean, we've heard the desk talk about it. You do not want to go down early in CDL points.
You don't. I think what's so different, when you think of any of our previous leagues, 16 teams.
Yep.
We now have 12. It's going to be more competitive than ever. I don't think you're going to have really like those bottom feeder teams. Everyone's going to be competitive. So, yes, I think to your point, 2, 3, 4 events in, you can't have that big deficit because I think harder than ever in the history of Call of Duty esports is it going to be to crawl out of an early hole.
Yeah, I mean, some of those players we talk about, they turn up champs time. They might not even be a champs.
And when have we ever really seen it? Like, I know the format's different, but there's not many times in our pro leagues where someone's like started out really flat and then suddenly they've come alive, right, and made a run. Like, yes, a handful of times, but typically you put yourself in an early hole, you're stuck in that hole. Map 2 time. A replay from round 1. Ramaz, Search and Destroy. It was a 6-1 victory for New York the first time. What can Paris do differently on this map? And this is when we just saw them play in their last series, right? We just saw them play this. Dins went 14-4. He was lights out here. Luca had some big clutches. So they've got reps on this today.
And again, you've played New York. What do they like to do? What adjustments can you make? As here comes the first push for the Subliners. Luca, he's just trying to stay alive. The rotation from his teammates coming in right now. He has 2 players towards the back spawn. But Zuma, they're just trying to find him. They're just trying to find the first blood as you have 3 members from the Subliners setting up top construction. The shoulders there for Zuma. Now can he win the gunfight? No, Luca's able to take the first blood, and he's ready for the second one. Able to find the second onto attach. It is his job done. Kismet there to help him out.
Luca going huge in the opening gunfights of this round 1. Now it all falls to accuracy and 0 and a 2v4 with 60 seconds on the clock to work with. It looks like for now, Paris have backed out of the site, given up control. Hell, they'll allow a plant to go down. They have the numbers for a retake.
Yeah, I mean, you have one player you're going to have to wait on. That's going to be Shox. He's all the way pushed up towards the Ruin side. So bomb's going to be planted. 0 and accuracy, it's doable. You're going to have to finesse around, though. Hopefully you have dead silence as well. That'll help you. But, yeah, accuracy, he's going to pop Deddy. Zed, though, he's going to make this a 1v4. Actually able to find the first.
How many clutches did this guy have back in Call of Duty World War II? When you talk about these scenarios, in a 1v4, Mr. Ice in his veins, not quite enough. Takes down 2. Not able to find the other 2, but if there's one guy you think maybe he's going to pull it out in that situation where Deddy popped, it's accuracy.
The only difference is that was a 4v4 game, right? There's now 5 players up on the other side. 1v4, that is just so difficult to do. As Shox, he flies on through. He was the player all the way Ruin side. He pops dead silence, gets to his teammates as fast as possible.
But the man of the round, Luca, obviously. And when you get the first blood,
yeah, I mean, you're hoping to get one. Yeah, you're hoping to get one, and he's able to find 2.
Which is just incredible. Basically won the round in the opening 30 seconds. If I remember right, in the last time they played, Paris was really good on offense. Like, their offense is... That was that game that really got decided by who started to win a couple defenses. So they already got a defense on the board. What can they show us offensively as they build towards Bridge?
So Luca again?
Again, 2 first bloods, no second to add to his tally this time, but he gets an opening, and now look where Kismet is.
Yeah, you have 2 New York players pushed up.
Look how close those 4 players are at Rug, man.
Yeah, 0's down low, now starting to get pushed on up. He's going to wrap back to that site, but you still have Temp in a very sneaky spot.
It's like, obviously there's multi-layers there, but on the minimap, it just looks nuts that they're all just...
The problem is Paris can't really rotate because Kismet has the bomb in the site, so they have to go to him.
Well, yeah, they're committed at this point.
And Kismet can't die here.
Can he get the guy outside of Cafe as he wraps back? if they go all the way around to B somehow?
He's just trying to get information, but New York's giving him absolutely zero. And now Temp's pushed up, but Zed actually finds him. But Zero is really the key player. We'll see what they decide to do. Zero, I imagine, is going to be waiting for the bomb to start getting planted. Shocks Dens. You see Dens, he's going to pop that silence. They get across that bridge.
Here they go. Accuracy and Zero still the ones that have to make the play. Zero has just been tucked away for the entire round. Kismet spots him. He spots him in the corner. Dead silence pop for Kismet. Sees him. Gets the tag. Subliners once again in a tough spot. This time it's going to be a Tatch in a 1 versus 3. Wins the one-on-one. It just gets away.
Hey, that's some time to work with, but there's a player up there, Paris.
The first bloods for Paris.
Yeah, I mean, Luca, Zuma has a great play because he's running right up the middle and he's cutting off that attack. Like, he's ready for him. He hears that door burst wide open, and it's just a tough gunfight.
I think one of the big moments was the gunfight we didn't see for whoever pushed through mid, right? Was it Zed that got the kill on one of the
Temp?
It was Temp. Temp got aggressive. He got caught. Temp opens up their flank. That turns everybody around. The help the Kismet's delayed. The push comes in later. I mean, time might come into play at that point, right? But Zed got the kill, I believe, and things unraveled. So 2 rounds now to Legion. There's 4 people here from Legion on defense. They've got the numbers to deal with this, and one working up the flank already, their lone A player. First blood again to Legion. That's 3 first bloods in a row. Early 5 versus 3. 5 versus 2. 5 versus 1. Attach is gone. That is a quick and easy round on defense from Legion.
Yeah, I don't know who's making the play call, but I love it because they read New York like a book. They did so well offensive defense at A. They figured they were going to go towards this B side, and they just force stack it. And as soon as the stuns go off in Ruins, that gives them all the information that they need. They're able to get a couple of hit markers. They set up the trap. They know they're going to be pushing low Cafe. They just find all the kills.
And remember, yesterday they played this. Legion got 1 round. 1 round. They've already got 3 on the board as they're up 3-0. So this looks to be a team that is adapting, a team that is improving, and now it's a 2-hit. Down low in Cafe. Temp's got 2 to work with. Temp's going to get caught, but he's got to have a detonate with the Simtex at Kismet's feet. So he at least takes one down after the death. But it stands as another first blood for Legion. That's now 4.
You're going to see both teams just sort of slow down right now.
Hold on, I got to see if I can find this stat from yesterday. I swear I saw one of the guys tweet that Paris dominated the first blood in this, but got smoked.
Well, still 1:15 to work with, and if you're New York in this situation, you're just thinking, what are they doing? Are they rotating? But you have Zuma. He's watching the cross, bottom middle. Still have Zero, who's top construction. We're just waiting right now.
Yeah, look at this. Paris won the first bloods 5-2 and lost 6-1. 5-2 and lost 6-1. So they got the first bloods last time they played. They just didn't close out the rounds. This time they're closing out the rounds behind the first blood. So you got to think that the comms are just on point. They're cleaning it up as Luca wins another big one-on-one, 5 versus 3. Zed guns one on the steps. All down to Zuma and Zero of Subliners to try and make the clutch. Now just to Zuma.
Zuma doesn't have Daddy. Just watching the cross to the bomb. Has to win this first gunfight. See Zed. Zed just going to stay alive, and they're going to collapse on him. Paris once again. 4 rounds in a row.
4 first bloods, 4-round victories.
And they're just slowing things down on offense when they have time, right? They're waiting for that dead silence. That's when they're making those pushes. They're doing it behind stuns. They're doing it behind nades. It feels like New York, they're always one shot, right? It's very simple, great teamwork out of Paris.
So considering the discrepancy between round wins and first bloods from yesterday to today, what do you think is fixed to clean that up?
Probably comms, yeah.
Just comms.
Probably comms, and then adjustments, right? You know what New York, how they like to play on this map. It also helps when Zed hasn't died.
Yeah, 6-0 is a pretty good stat line. Zuma on the other end, yet to find a kill as he's holding on to the donut. The pressure is going to be coming to Zed. Here they come.
But again, they're ready. There's 3 members here for Paris. There's 3 members here, but Zero, he's able to get across. Zed gets taken down.
Yeah, I think he's the bait. Zed gets some shots in. The trade is there. Luka, though, answers with 2. So the first blood we've seen from subliners, but the numbers instantly shift into the favor of Paris.
Now Luka, he pops steady. Same with accuracy. So now here's Zero start to get pushed up. You have one player going all the way through middle. That's Kismet. Kismet can make the play if they can wait for him.
Can he get there?
Yes, he can.
He
He should be able to spot one. Yeah, he should be able to spot one. Temp, though, he's able to find Shox, but the bomb is at A. Here comes Kismet now. Doesn't pop yet. 2 versus 2. The timings right now. The timings!
Kismet takes him down. Temp now left alone in a 1 versus 2. And look where Bomb is. All the way, tucked away. In that deep pocket. And Kismet's got the top. Kismet makes the play on the long flank through Ruggs. 5-0 to Legion.
I mean, they know where he is, right? He works up sandbags. He's able to find Shox towards that B side. They just play together. Yeah, Kismet gets in that top 3 position, up top construction.
I thought it was going to be too late, honestly, because once Temp got the pick and seemed to be like it'd be too late, but he clutches up, gets the final 2 kills.
But once again, it's Luka who finds 2 inside construction. That multi-kill just gives them numbers, gives them that 4v3 advantage.
He's had the first bloods. He's got the multi-kill. He had the clutch in the last series in this map. Like Luka doing it all in search. Dins hasn't had to be quite the hard carry he was in his previous Ramaza search.
Man, if they go right now, this will be perfect. You have 3 New York members working their way across bridge. Dens, he's going to find that first blood outside carpet. Can he find a second? Dens, he gets stunned up. Nice trade. But the push still coming from Cafe side. Again, it's just Paris is working up the map and then just sort of stopping. They're keeping New York guessing.
Just make them antsy, right? Mm-hmm. Seems to be working. What could be the final round? If Legion can close this out and take a 2-0 edge and get to the semifinal. They all go soaring across and Tip's like, I am out of here. The whole team's coming. Kismet with the kill. Numbers to Legion. New York in trouble. Kismet just goes right on through, hammers through the door and locates another kill. Temp and Zero, last 2 players. Bomb getting planted. It all falls to Zero. New York gets smoked. Map 2, out goes Zero, down goes Zero. Legion with the dominant victory. They're getting better and better today.
Yeah, they are starting to roll today. That was great teamwork from the Paris Legion. Kismet making big plays. Luka inside of construction. A beautiful search and destroy from the Paris Legion.
To the same team, on the same map, on the same mode, 1-6 yesterday. How do you answer with a 6-0 crushing of New York? Paris lead 2-0. We'll be right back with the domination after this quick break.
the United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
Here we go, right back at it. The crowd has been behind the Paris Legion, and they're looking to close out this series with a convincing 3-0 and move on to a semifinal, move on to that bracket play. But before we get into the domination, I do want to take a look at the Army tactical play. It's a big play from Kismet, who's been huge in both of our first 2 matches. What do you love about his gameplay?
I mean, he's always making those impact plays, and this is going to be a 3-kill play in the middle of Search and Destroy to close this one out. So he's just working bottom cafe. He's gonna find accuracy, and he's just setting the pace for these guys. Just always feels like he's in the right place at the right time.
And getting those kills mid-map, I mean, how hard is that making it for the opposition, right? When you're cutting any kind of reinforcements off, you're winning the fights at cafe, one of the most integral parts of that map. It's just, it puts you on your back foot.
Right? Which side are they going to go to? Right? When they push up for 45 seconds and just stop, and you don't have cafe control, New York has no idea where they're going.
Well, let's take a look at the stats from that map too. The Search and Destroy so effortlessly dominated by Paris Legion. Well, Kismet 7-3. Zed only drops once at 6-1. Double positive from Luke. I mean, you could point at everything, and then Zuma gets the donut. He gets the goose egg there, as it was just all Paris Legion. There's not much else to highlight. They got all the first bloods. They had numbers at every point outside of what? Maybe 15 seconds? No, wait, what am I saying? Like 2 seconds. There was that first blood that happened. Remember, then Luca got 2 instantly?
Right.
So there was numbers basically for every single moment in that Search and Destroy outside of couple seconds.
And we saw too, Zuma was in a couple of positions where he's giving himself one-on-ones, but he just wasn't winning them, right? Like Luca comes out on top in that round number 2 when he's pushing right through the middle. So, you know, for Zuma, just a tough map. Sometimes it happens.
And we've seen that from him in the past, kind of where it's like you live or die by it, right? When you talk about Zuma, he is going to be a guy that engages first a lot. When he's having those rough games and losing those one-on-ones, yeah, I mean, he's the type of guy that can put up a 10-0 or an 0-6 without question, just due to his play style in Search and Destroy. But right now, just waiting for these guys to get ready into the domination.
And this was one we saw with Paris earlier on today, where there was about 3-4 minutes where they just dominated. The first half was pretty scrappy on this map, but they feel comfortable. You know, you heard Zed say he feels like they're one of the best domination teams in the world.
Were you surprised to hear that? I mean, you always want to hear confidence, but with regard to Dom,
yeah, I mean, they're scrimming it every day, right? Like, they know the sort of level that they're on and how comfortable they are on this map. So it may not just even be a Dom thing. This may be a gun runner domination thing.
And what we saw with AB Control, we sort of saw a tale of 2 halves from them. We saw when you thought at times they were putting almost too much presence onto C. They weren't focusing enough on that AB setup. It was about a tie game at that point.
It was scrappy.
Then once they really locked it down, they took over.
Yeah,
they blew
it
wide
was
open.
super scrappy. And then that second half, they do get the AB setup that they want. They're able to capture that C flag, just neutral it. They looked much cleaner that second half. And, well, we take a look at the mini-map as this game loads on in. Paris, they're going to be spawning towards that A flag.
What damage can they do early in this domination? As Paris look to close this series out. Shocks in green, looking for the trade. Zed's already picked it up, just trade after trade after trade. But Legion stays up, and it was really Shocks and Zed that were the presence at C. The hip fire is so good with the MP5.
Well, already they go right back to it, right? So you're going to have CB from New York. But what happened with Paris, they put pressure on that C flag. They're able to take down Shocks with a nice grenade. Zed now starting to get pushed up towards this vent room. He's going to have some help. There's going to be a pinch coming through. That's going to be Luca. And then after that, they're going to fly, and they just do just that. As Zed's able to stay alive, now they're going to start neutralizing this B flag.
They'll work for the neutral, and Zed will... I think he was thinking about pushing out, but he wraps back to try and take down Temp, and Temp instantly there with the double. Subliners get onto A, but it's only for a moment. The clearance comes in. The defense there from Legion.
Yeah, Zero was trying to do what he can, but he just forces them backwards, right? Almost like what Paris likes to do versus other teams. Just putting so much pressure on the home flag where they almost have to give up B. But when Paris responds, they're able to get B. They're going to neutral C on the other side of the map. But Zero was able to find Kismet. So nobody has a home right now, but the Subliners, they're spawning towards C. So are the Legion, so I guess that's just both teams home.
Yeah. And Shox is still sitting back towards A. He's been playing it so passive, just biding his time, waiting for the opening. He gets a kill, his teammates there in support, and they should get right back onto A. Maybe a potential 3-cap, at least a 2-cap and a neutral. Done. A 2-cap and a neutral for now. Legion will get C back. Oh, actually, it didn't even finish, did it? The neutral didn't finish.
Yeah, Paris now, they're able to get pushed up. Have the setup that they want. Luka in this bathroom's position. As soon as they get a kill or two, they're going to start pushing on up. As Dens now has that assault rifle towards A. Kismet's able to find Zero. You can tell what Zero is trying to do, right? Exactly what we talked about at those home flags.
He's trying to, but Zuma with a little bit of a snap, but it's Shox that has the cover to take that gunfight. So B still locked down, pushing all the way through towards A. It's going to be Attach. Attach is kind of tucked away inside a warehouse. Is Shox now. That's a lovely double from him. It's a 5 spree from Shox as he is dominating this area right outside of the B flag, just making sure they can't get comfortable. And you can just see the line of sights he has through the window, through out to the back cargo or train tracks. He just has every angle imaginable to make sure any kind of pressure towards B is so difficult for Subliners. And what was a tie game, now an 11-point edge and growing for Legion.
In your teammates, when his teammates are inside bathrooms, when they're in the forest, like they're just putting so much pressure at C, forces them to rotate all the way back.
It's a lead in map 3 for Legion. It's a 2-0 edge in the best of 5 series for Legion. Subliners up against it. They have to rally. They've got to win this map if they're going to bring it back. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listen-in with the Subliners.
Boxes, watch out. Boxes, watch out. Boxes hurt. Boxes hurt. We can probably get it. I spawned it. I'm going to play with you. Yo, 2B. I'm looking middle, actually. 2B. I'm looking middle. I have a mid. I'm going to help you see. We're good. I'm going to help you see. We're going to wrap back for C. One's cold. I'll jump, Trey. I'll get him off C again. I'll get him off C again. 100% there. Mid-map.
Bang over Cole.
He's on the heady. One more bathroom. Close right. Zed is coming green. No, he's still on the heady. No, Dender's on the heady still, actually. Zed is coming green. He's on the cool heady.
Hey.
Nading him.
Boxes on the nice.
Good job. Also, alright.
Good job.
Nice, good job. I'm gonna get on it. Is that cool?
High punch up.
Look at my boxes, hold my boxes.
Man.
I still want close. I got naded off.
From where?
From Cole.
I spawned down, they're on C.
Go heady.
Subliners trying to rally, but Legion still in control. It's a great start from Shox. 13-7 from him. Over to Zed, who's trying to take the long-range gunfight with accuracy. That's not going to go well. MP5 versus M4. It's going
to be a big 90 seconds for the Subliners right here. If they're able to get this neutral, you just see the kill feed. It's all New York right now. They're going to get the neutral. They're going to back away. How long can they hold on to this? Attach, he's able to find the first. Lines up this second as well. He has a teammate. That's Temp watching the cross, but one player from Paris does spawn out A.
And that's due to the presence, obviously, from Subliners.
They're just going for it.
They're so far pushed up. There's going to be the 3-cap. Now you got to make up your mind. I mean, if you're Luka, you got to hop on a flag, but he's worried about where the spawn comes in from Subliners. One's going to spawn minecart, so they're going to try and rally back and keep them off of it. But what a stretch this was. A big 90 seconds, as you stated, but 30 seconds later, it's a New York lead. That 11-point lead for Legion evaporates in a matter of moments. Great moment there from Subliners, but instantly it looks like it could be a 2-cap from Legion if they could finish B. Haven't quite been able to do it, and that's due to Attach's position. Attach keeps winning gunfight after gunfight. Can he get him off of B as well? A big one-on-one there with Shox. Shox able to take it, and that's a B secure.
Yeah, but it might buy time, right? So he buys enough time. This is going to allow, I thought Zuma was right behind Temp. They were going to maybe get the neutral. But you talked about it, down 11 points with 90 seconds left. I think you will take this score if you are New York going into the second half.
Absolutely. You turned it around. In the moments, those clutch moments would have been all Legion today. This time, it's Subliners. And yes, it's a narrow lead. It's a 1-point advantage. But it looks a whole hell of a lot better than an 0-2 deficit, a 10-point deficit going into half.
And you heard it in that listening, just sort of the desperation. They know their life is on the line here. They want to make it to the semifinals. They want 10 more CDL points.
Yeah, their life is on the line every single matchup today. That applies to everybody. Basically all square. Can New York do it? Legion talk about being the best dom team in the game. Subliners have, taken the only map off Atlanta FaZe in Minnesota, and that was a domination. That's one of the more impressive things they've been able to do, despite the fact they don't win any series in Minnesota. FaZe look borderline untouchable outside of that dom. Who wins the trade battle towards B? Looks like for now it's going to be Subliners. There's one more player in a position from Legion to get towards it, and that's Dens. But he's waiting on the spawners, waiting on the reinforcements to come in. You don't want to push it staggered. It leads to a kill for Dens. That's beautifully played. Waits for the reinforcements, 3 in a row from Legion. And that's just great. You know, in that spot, maybe someone tries to get over aggressive. You get caught trying to push towards the point. Just wait for your teammates to spawn up. And
well, I think what we saw from Zero inside a bathroom, I thought he was thinking about going towards C and putting a little pressure on it. What that does is that alleviates pressure towards the B-Fly so they can secure it. But he ends up backing up and I think just trying to reinforce. But what ends up happening is they lose all 3 gunfights.
Well, that's the difference of those 2 people going to support Dens, maybe flying at Dens or wrapping back towards C. Now the flank comes in. It's Zed with the world in front of him. The bullets, unfortunately, hitting everything but the Subliners players. Dens had that heads-up play at B, and now he's on a 5 streak. Dens was at 15-9 before he dropped.
All right, so now you're seeing what I'm saying. Attach, he gets pushed up, and so what happens, they can secure B for free. Luka had to back his way up, couldn't get a nade towards the B flag. Now he knows he has to get pushed up. It's just a rotation around this C flag right now. It's accuracy's turn. Him and Temp are locking down bathroom.
Statistically, Temp and Attach have been phenomenal, by the way. 22 and 21 kills, respectively. They're leading the way of all players currently in the lobby. Still spawning towards back A for Legion, but you've got one player still there. That's Zero from Subliners. A teammate spawns in, I think, to help him. That's Temp, that's between about 700 Paris players, and finally he will get caught. Did his best to finesse. But it just feels like it's been a while since we've seen an orange flag.
Yeah, it has, and that's why it's a 19-point lead. I mean, this could work out well, though. I mean, they're going to get A. They're about to finish B. Is the capture about to come in, and it does. So the map flipped.
This on Gunrunner, the last time they played this, just a couple hours ago, this was kind of the turning point. About 3 minutes left, they got an AB2 cap, and they locked it down. This is where Legion went huge. I think it was Shox that went nuts. He erupted, and that's the reason they won the game. Can they do it again? They've got to take over here.
Zed just trying to stay alive. I like that. Doesn't go for the neutral by himself. He gets off the flag, wins another gunfight. They're going to reset here. You can see what this does for New York. This buys them a lot of time because they have to back all the way up towards C in New York. I think they're just going to go try to neutral A. You can play around the clock. A nice win from Zero.
That was. I mean, Kismet gets that kill.
Can he get the neutral
very
off?
Different.
Can he get the neutral off? That's going to be the key, but it looks like Dens wins the gunfight. So you still have the 2 flags set up right now. The neutral at A about to be done.
And because of the presence at A, you get a very close spawn to C. They leave one player to neutral it from Legion. The other goes ahead and wraps back. It's flipped at least for the moment. The question is, where do the spawns now come in? 2 are going to spawn deep C from Paris. Who is that stays alive? That's Dens that gets 3 at A, so Dens goes huge. Now, yes, the Subliners are spawning back at A, but you still have 2 players there. Dens is just going on a tear. That's 6 in a row now for Dens. He's a one-man army as Dens is like, who's up next? It's accuracy that finally takes him down, but that 20-point lead is gone as Legion now go in front. What a stretch that was from Legion.
Zed has to stay alive here. His teammates trying to take care of A. There's another player, Zuma spawns back A, but the lead does flip. And with that lucky spawn from Zuma, he's going to find 2 kills and maybe an A capture as well, at least a neutral for right now.
Dude, Dom is insane.
Oh, that's one way I would phrase it, sure. But it's Dens right now. Just trying to lock down B because the pressure is coming here. He's able to find 1, but that's going to do it.
Neutral through at B. 5-point game, Paris in front. 90 seconds on the clock. Going over to neutral, it's C though, is Zed. So Zed in a position for the neutral as the chaos continues. That's a big neutral though, because that'll keep the scoring the same for either side of it, as both just have 1 cap to work with. 3 are going to drop for Legion, still all spawning deep A. Now a chance to make a run if you're subliners. You're trailing by 3 points. You have the 2 cap. Your tournament lives on the line in these next 60 seconds. It all comes down to this for New York if you could extend this series.
They get 2 kills. What can attach fine? Luka. He's going to get pushed up towards bathrooms. That's 3 big kills. We've talked about it with Paris. They go clutch when they need to. The neutral is in there also at B as well.
This could not get scarier for New York. Legion now making the plays. Can they finish B? It's already been neutraled. There goes through the cap. There's the 1-point edge. 35 seconds down on the clock. Paris can end this series here. It's Zed's POV, who's still up close and personal with this C cap.
I just don't know if they have time.
They've got to fly. I don't know if there's time to do it. Zed at least able to take down one with them. 20 seconds to go. Nothing subliners can do. The game has been closed out in the clutch moments, in the big moments, in the final moments. It is all Legion again as they get it done. And it's the hot 3-0 to stay alive on Sunday. What a moment that was from Legion deep into the game 3.
Just so much chaos on the map. One final push, and it was Luka. I mean, he got 3 kills to break the setup of New York. They're able to get C, and what happens is New York has to go towards C. That opens up the B flag.
I think that moment where they got the 3 cap and Dins held off A by himself. He got, what, 6 kills in a row? But there was an insane triple he got to close it out. Dins 29 and 17.
2,000 damage in that second half. Led the way for his team.
1,000 of that came in that one stretch towards A. Like, that was just unbelievable. They are commanding those clutch moments.
All right, so they play Chicago.
That's going to be a tougher task. That is going to be a tougher task. Oh my, but our semifinals now set. 4 teams remain. It's single elimination with these 4 squads, and we'll crown kind of our home series winner here in London. Who's going to take it? I think Huntsman, obviously, the favorites coming into this. Oh, I just realized that I won our little thing we had on Hardpoints. We discussed it. You picked New York to come out. I picked Paris to come out.
Sure.
I'm the greatest Call of Duty mind in the universe.
I think everybody in this room disagrees with that, but that's all right. But yeah, now we get to the good stuff. We get to the semifinals and then our grand final later on tonight.
And you mentioned, like, it is hard when you play a team twice, especially over the course of the same weekend. New York looked a better team yesterday. They just weren't today.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of chances that Ramaz Hardpoint. I think they're going to go back and watch that and really sort of scratch their head because there was 2 big plays.
Well, the spawn behind, what was it, Barbershop?
Barbershop and Construction. That first Construction, it was just, it was tough. But yeah, I mean, Paris, they look great.
Paris looked great. It was Luka, the madman, down this stretch to go clutch in the final moments of that map 3. We've got him on stage with Frankie.
By PlayStation, I had to grab Luka. He's been an absolute monster all of this Sunday. Zed, your teammate, called you a superstar in an interview on this very stage earlier on. Do you feel like one?
Well, after that series, yeah, I definitely feel like a superstar, whatever you want to call it. I felt like throughout this tournament, I haven't played like the best of my ability. So that series there, I proved that, yeah, I can be a superstar.
You've definitely done enough. Something that's clearly visible to all of us is it's not necessarily about the slaying power. On that first hard point, we did see that actually subliners, they were outslaying you by over 20 kills, and yet your rotations, you were always able to get to that hard point to break in. Do you have some kind of strategy, or you just go at it like mad lads?
Well, to be fair, like, kills don't really matter. Like, you sometimes see teams lose hard point when they're outslaying. But yeah, during that game, we had our rotations were on point and we're cutting the right things, and our kills really didn't matter in the end, so yeah.
Now, you are proving yourself to not be underdogs, but you are going to be playing the Huntsmen in the semi-final. So how can you beat these guys? Because they are just as smart as you guys, and they have got so much slaying power.
We're just going to have to bring our A game. I'm really excited to play these guys. I've never played them before, so I'm just going to show what I got, and hopefully we take out the W.
Well, Luka, from what we've seen, you have got a lot, my friend. Thank you so much. Good luck in that semi-final. This has been your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. I've got 2 teams setting up either side in me right now. One of them is Dallas Empire. The other
can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
Well, hello there, folks. It's been a while, hasn't it? I've actually missed you guys an awful lot. We all have on the desk here. It feels like a hot minute since we've been sat in these chairs, but we did manage to catch that last match there, and boy, Paris Legion are really making a statement right now. Super impressed with how they held up there, keeping the pressure on New York. Rich, I heard you in the green room, right, talking about that you were a little bit disappointed.
I'm not 100% comfortable right now with the terms of service over here on YouTube. I don't want to get fired yet again. I'm pretty sure we can't say what I said about New York, my home team. But I do kind of want to ask a question right now. I always feel like this is important when you see a rematch like this happen. And just to put some of it into perspective, you're playing on the same map. It was 6-1 the first time that we saw it this weekend in favor of New York. You go back 6-0 in favor of another team. Is it New York just being the most inconsistent, actually 12 on the power rankings team? Or is it the fact that we are seeing Paris just be a better squad?
It's probably a little bit of both. I think Paris is probably the better squad overall. And when New York lost that game last night to the Royal Ravens, they had to have been arguing. The way they lost that in that final moments of that search and destroy, just letting Dylan get pushed up and piecing them apart like that, it's going to annoy you. And what did we talk about in the segment prior to their match? They have players who can get hot-headed and can make those issues last overnight. So clearly they weren't able to get over those things, and it led into the next day. And they played a team that they already beat and couldn't beat them.
Well, do you know what, gentlemen? We need to have a look right now at the scuff play of the game, of course. Let's take a look at Luca, because this guy was going off here on Gun Runner. A beautiful couple of kills threaded here from him. Guys, what do we make here? I mean, they were all really doing phenomenal, but this guy, Luca, he had my eyes on him.
I want to go back to something that Nameless brought up about this game mode in general. We heard Zed in the interview say, domination is our game mode. We're the best Dom team in the entirety of the league. Nameless said, maybe put a little bit of doubt onto that. But once again, when we do come back to Dom and they're able to clutch it up a little bit at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there's some wonky spawns, I'll be honest. There was an AC set up by New York, and there were some players that just spawned back A. But overall, the way Paris play domination is fantastic. You know, when they do have that 2-cap, they push towards home, they neutral it, and they're a nuisance. They have players like Kismet, like Luka, who will get in those power positions and just be annoying, and that's exactly what you want to do. So they are one of the best Dom teams that I've seen so far.
Just before we move on, really quickly, I just want to know, one-word answer from both of you. Kismet said they're the best in the game at domination. Is that true?
One word?
No.
Yep.
You're.
Hey, okay, we've got a little conflict here. We've got a conflict, but we're going to move on to our
Huntsman.
next game right now because word is on the street that your hometown,
That is
London,
delusion.
are making it on the stage very, very shortly. So let's have a look at our Game Fuel Keys to Victory by yours truly, Nameless. Talk to me about this London team. What do these guys have to do, pal?
Weskin's got to keep frying, dude. This guy's a 1.41 overall KD, has been absolutely destroying, and Dylan needs to keep making those plays in search and destroy. They're finding success when Dylan can get pushed up in their base and get those first blood. He currently leads them with 9 S&D first bloods. That's incredible. We saw him in the final moments of that search and destroy on Gunrunner last night, getting pushed up and getting those pieces to win them the game, essentially. He is their closer.
Indeed, and on the other side of the stage it is going to be Dallas Empire. These guys have a lot on the line right now, and including their reputation, pal. So what do they have to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just as simple as, you know, Shotzzy and Illy performing. We see that they keep having these bad maps back and forth, but Shotzzy in that last series was great, and we saw it on the final maps there. He was just playing amazing. So he has the lowest KD on their team, but if he keeps applying that pressure, keep picking up that time in the hill, he'll be great.
I like it. There's still some faith here. There's also a Raven on our desk as well.
We like that.
Can you just stand up for a second, Rich? We need to see this.
This guy's a clown.
Who hired this dude? Honestly,
The same person that fired me.
Why?
Incredible stuff. Well, let's see what our teams are going to be faced with on that main stage right now. We're going to have a look at maps and modes presented by US Air Force. Game 1 from Mazda Hardpoint. Okay, interesting stuff there. We've got Gunrunner second, S&D. This is going to be interesting, Nameless. We need to talk about how these guys are honestly going to go forward with what they've chosen. Anything interesting coming in here, especially from Dallas Empire? I want to know from them, because they haven't had the best ride here. Is something here not really going their way?
Well, I'm just looking at game 3 and 4, back-to-back Hackney. It's going to be interesting to see who can win that SMG battle, right? Like on one side you have Illy and Shotzzy and Hook, and on the other side you have Jerd and Dylan and Scraps as well. So this is going to be a battle of the SMGs, in my opinion, and it'll be defined in games 3 and 4.
Amazing stuff. Well, we're going to push on now to the US Air Force quick scope, of course, taking a look at our two teams back-to-back here. Of course, London Royal Ravens with that 10-point lead on Dallas Empire. The game record speaks for itself as well. That's a pretty decent stat going in there with London Royal Ravens. That's in their favor. But Nameless, can they do this once more? This is Dallas Empire. On paper, these guys should honestly really take this one home for the team. But London, they're stepping up.
This will be the toughest opponent. There we go. Everybody getting hyped for that beach ball. But this will be the toughest opponent that the Royal Ravens have faced so far.
Home team of New York when I hit that ball.
Hey, Rich, who's playing next on the main stage?
The Ravens.
Versus who?
Dallas Empire.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah, but this will be their toughest opponent, so going up against Empire, we'll see what they're really made of.
Nameless, we're the only ones doing the real work on the stage. Rich,
I know.
Rich, what are you doing, pal? What are you doing?
You're making fun of my mustache. I wanted to make them like me a little bit.
Hey, look, it's okay. We'll talk about it after, okay? It's all right. Just.
If the Ravens win this, I will shave my mustache for the city of London.
Oh, okay. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for that. But something else I can't wait for as well is, of course, our CDL points presented by Game Fuel. Let's take a look right now at where these guys are standing on the leaderboards. Because, of course, it's all about the points here at CDL. These guys are playing for a place in the playoffs at the end of the season.
Hold on, Lottie, this is going to
Come on, what is it? What is it?
Optic being at the bottom and Hudson being at the top just looks pretty funny after all the things said in the offseason. I just have to point that out.
A big donut there. 12th position, a massive donut there. That's got to suck right now if you're Optic Gaming. And on paper, they're also great. I talk about paper all the time, but what good is paper if you can't produce any kind of business on the stage? Can we?
Granted, they're not here, so we'll see what they can do in the next weekend.
We will indeed, but you know what? Next up, we do have London Royal Ravens, the hometown here in London, taking on the one and only Dallas Empire. Who's closing this one out? We're going to find out after the break.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Hello, welcome back YouTube, welcome back London. We're here at the Call of Duty League, of course, and I already know where Rich is clearly standing on this prediction for this game, because you did say if London lose, you're going to shave your mustache off, so you've got the shaving cream ready.
I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready. London, I think you guys might be able to take this one home.
I look down at my phone for like 30 seconds, and I look up, and there's just shaving cream all over your face.
This is our life right now.
This is a normal look for you, right?
This is just what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with.
How do you think I got the job back?
You know what? I didn't know what to expect when they told me I was working with Rich Campbell, but I'm getting a full picture here.
I'm a little lightheaded. I don't think you're supposed to leave it on your face that long.
Are you looking for a shaving sponsorship for us here at CDL?
Yo, you touch me with that swing on.
It could be working actually. You heard Nameless there. You can't touch him with that shaving cream. But boys, we do have a match happening today, okay? But I just want to know right now, okay, crowd, I haven't spoken to you in a while, and I've missed you. So I want to know right now, your boys, they're on the stage, they're about to play, and they're backstage getting ready for it. You got to show them some love. I need to hear whether you want them to win this next match against Empire or not. Guys, I can't hear you. I got my lapel in. Come on, louder.
There we go. Get hype,
there
baby.
We go.
Come on.
I love it. I love this crowd. It is unbelievable. We all love you guys here in London. Absolutely amazing. Gents, Dallas Empire are going to have a seriously hard time in terms of mentality, confidence, and pressure right now for a number of reasons. Not only are they somewhat underperforming considering who they are and what
Yeah.
they've achieved so far in their careers, but they do have this rowdy lot to also compete against too.
I think there's just a lot of expectations on Empire due to their online performance over the last couple of months. And, you know, coming out the gates, they lost to FaZe and they lost to Huntsman. And that's the second time they've lost them. So maybe they're in their heads a little bit about those teams, but going up against the Royal Ravens, they should be confident. You know, this is an Empire team who is built fantastically from top to bottom. They have players in every role who can excel in that role. They should be able to win this game, right? From what we've seen online, this is an incredible roster. We'll see if it translates to gameplay.
I think that one of the things to bounce off of that we really have seen as well is, we have seen Dallas with an incredibly hard schedule.
I can't look at you break down Coddle.
Close your eyes and listen. I wish I didn't have to say that as often as I do, but close your eyes and listen to me. I think that they have obviously had a very difficult schedule. And it makes them look like a squad that maybe isn't performing up to their caliber. I think that they have in a lot of ways. But on the other end, when we do look at the Ravens, this is a team that is fighting to show that they are an S-tier team, that they are a top caliber team. And you got Wuskins. You got these guys that have been looking for victories for so long. Are they going to be able to find it here?
All right, well said.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Do you know what? I think we need to send it down right now to Frankie. I believe she's with some of our friends here in London. Frankie, what's happening?
Just a few of them, Lottie. I mean, they're going absolutely crazy here. All right, boys. Stand up, please. It's Dallas Empire.
Sit down. If you hate Dallas, sit down. If you hate Dallas, sit down. If you hate Dallas. Like it's going to be Clayster. And Clayster's going to get bumped. 4 going to drop 3. They're going to get the clear. You've got to go fast. You've got to go quick. You've got to go that way out. It's chaos.
All right, London. The future of Rich Campbell's facial hair rests on this team. It's the London Royal Ravens.
The Tower of London, and with them goes the fate of Britain. They have watched over the kingdom, shielded kings and queens. They stood defiant as the bombs fell. Legend says that the ravens protect us, and if the ravens are lost or fly away, the crown will fall, and Britain with it. But we won't allow that. The tower stands strong. The crown remains. London Royal Ravens.
Team London Royal Ravens! Here's your MVP of the weekend, it's Wuskin! He ain't heavy, it's his brother Scraps! Yesterday, it is Dylan. of many, many kills. It is Jerd!
Like a craze, I'm crawling to the door, so let me live another.
All right, London, stay on your feet. We are nearly ready to get this semi-final under the way, and we're going to do it with our casters, Miles and Momo!
An absolute banger. We cannot wait. Phil, this is going to be an exciting one. Let's face it, it's going to be a lot of fun.
We've been treated to a special one for sure. It sounds like the crowd is ready to cheer on the Ravens. And one thing I was thinking, I was looking at Clay sat in his chair. This time last year, the crowd was loving it. Giving the ball to Clayster, chanting on Unite. Not anymore. It is all about the Ravens, and Dallas, they have a huge mountain to overcome.
It's amazing what you can do when you put London in front of a team, though, isn't it? It wasn't hard. We got there in the end, and so far, so good. Right, it's going to be a good series. Obviously, now we're into bracket play. You lose, and you're done. You win, and you'll get yourself into that grand final. Dallas, they've had their struggles against Chicago, but everything else has been smooth sailing. That's what's brought them here. London, though, 2-0 in their group. Will they be able to translate that success from the group play now into this semi-final matchup? Hardpoint and Ramaza is going to be our first map. It's going to be a fun one. We've seen the Ravens play this one once this weekend, twice, I say, and they actually won just one, I think. We're going to have to go back on the time machine and find out that one. But we're now ready to get this one underway. Miles and Momo will be carrying you through this one. Phil, you ready, mate?
Certainly am. Let's get it into this one. Ramaza hardpoint, interesting. You want to be getting those rotations early. It is a hardpoint where you're going to see a lot of money hills. We saw Rated bottom construction sit there, chill, put his feet up and collect 60, I believe, previously on this map. But I think he might be tested a little more. The likes of Clayster, Shotzzy, Illy, C6, a.k.a. Crim, and of course, Huke will be trying to upset the crowd here in London. Copper Box Arena, are you ready? Let's get into this one with your main man, Dylan.
Dylan's had a stellar time here in London for the COD League stop. Straight off the rip, he's going to be hitting up high, doing what he can to support his teams as they roll over to the first hard point of the bridge. 60 seconds now broken. Dallas with the first few seconds. In comes Dylan. Big shots not to get it started, though, as Illy and Shotzzy, the two young guns for Dallas, who have had a bit of a rough run thus far, but they've managed to get themselves here.
Mr. Hardpoint himself, Wuskin already finding a double there, but Illy and Crim finding more kills. Combined 14 points and climbing for the Empire right now. And of course, 35 seconds left on the clock. And then pushing forward here, we're going to see Huke, Shotzzy get into the mix, and the rotation already sat down. But moving forward, Ravens are trying to break on through. And at this point, Miles, this is maybe where you start to see them rotate over towards that store. You see at the bottom left-hand side of the mini-map, or if you screen, the minimap is the Ravens there, thinking one step ahead, and they need to really, but it is at a cost of about 40 points here that Dallas have accumulated.
Well, here we go. Rated's in on the hard point. First kill goes his way, and he actually finds two, so that's it. Tango's down. Hard point will now flip over. He has to contend with a few more players, but the reinforcements are now going to be showing up, and that's going to be very, very helpful for Rated. Wuskin on the other side of that courtyard, defending that front line as he finds his 5th kill now in a row. Jerd taken down from the outside. The assault begins. Wuskins on the front door once again. He's got many players of the Empire now making their way forward. They're going to be charging right on through that front entrance. In goes the slide. Illy with a brilliant opening kill to find the start there. Dylan, hip fire, finds one. Into the second, his teammates have shown up, and London are doing a brilliant job in the electronics store so far. But Huke, absolute devastating shots up close as the battle continues. This protracted gunfight between both teams as they go neck and neck after these shots. And Scraps, once again, in on the point. Watch those reinforcements go.
I just want to talk about number 5 as well. Again, the minimap's so important here. You see one Raven already thinking about the next. He's trusted his teammates, and so he should right now. Raiden Wuskin lighting things up, but this is a man on the flank. It's Jordan, a.k.a. Jerd here now, trying to mix things up. And look where his teammates are spawning, right about Ruins. This could be a real big catalyst to a victory here, coming in from the Royal Ravens, but over by the barbershop. Jerd ain't ready. Or is he? Here he is, trying to get free haircuts out. Not going to happen. Shotzzy and Huke there will shut him down, but I feel like Jerd's giving his team a little bit of a head start on breaking this.
Yeah, great job as well from the Empire to actually stop that setup from working out. They managed to get in there, taking care of Jerd's a huge play in the end. Now they're going to be getting the first drips of the hard point. There comes the break from London. Wow, Shotzzy and Clayster find the kills. Dylan manages to get one in the back row, but the Rated in from behind. He manages just to find that perfect little window, and he creeps right through. Hugh will come back and answer on that one, but the spawns are great for London. They're right in the parking lot at the back of the barbershop. They've got that one set up. The disabled ticket's up. They're not going to get any trouble from the parking attendant, and that's it. Keep the play going. Make sure the Empire don't get too much time. For Dallas now, the greatest asset they have is that they've got London pinned in that side of the map. There is no chance for London to hit the next rotation.
Yeah, this is really tough. The spawns look good, but they really just couldn't get anything going. And with 15 seconds left, this is where you start to see Dallas rotate around to construction, and this could be something which propels them into the lead already with a 10-point lead here. Jerd on your screen now, trying to be the fast, aggressive player that he is as he slides his way through. Can he find one? 3 kills go down on the kill feed for the Ravens, but it's not done just yet. Jerd knocks on the door. He says hello, but he's run out of ammo. Knife not ready. Rated comes in and cleans up, though. And we are going to see it currently in the hands of the Ravens, but it's not going to be for long because a better setup Empire are going to take construction.
Hugh from up high, this is a great position to be in. Watching over that bridge, he's going to be able to take care of the players on their way in through rugs and also help out anyone who hits through the middle of the map. Oh, that's a big win there, right onto Rated. And here come the reinforcements, great angle to be in. Now that you've got that position taken care of, London have a chance to push through the bottom. They've got to run in a Shotzzy though, immediately taken down there by Skrapz. Skrapz are going to find any more here, Clayster with an 8 up, trying to flush these players out of the hard point. And as we said, this is going to be a good hold for Dallas. They got early time, and now they're able to move across the map relatively freely, while London look for the last seconds of the hard point.
Yeah, that was actually a huge kill again. Pushing forward, there seems to be that lone wolf for both Dallas and Ravens rotating early. Of course, you want to be able to break that, but Rated makes a huge kill on the hard point, which is going to give himself the last 5 seconds, but it's all about holding the ruins now. And what Ravens are doing so well is they're not only holding it, but they're actually pushing out and pushing back the Empire, but they are down by just 3 points here. 90 and climbing right now. Jerd collecting those points. He's got himself a power position. Skrapz has got himself a little flank. Skrapz started off slow here. He's 5 and 11, but he's looking to change that right now.
Yeah, we haven't really touched too much on the stats, but so far we've got Rated sitting at 15 and 9, 16 and 10 for Wuskins though. Stellar stuff from him as Dylan finds a few more. Rated's on a 5 spree now, and the Ravens starting to take a bit more of the lead. The Ruins looking fantastic for them. Right now, those red arrows pushing out across the minimap, doing what they can to make sure that Dallas have got to walk an absolute lifetime to get near that hard point.
And this is why Wuskins is one of the best hard point players in the game now. One of the best players, period, here is his positioning. The way he's set himself up, the way he's taken down. He's just found another one onto Hugh. And honestly, in the 4 gunfights that he's had there, he hasn't taken 1 bullet of damage here. 136 plays 93. Dallas most certainly not out of this as they rotate to the top catwalk here.
Yep. Once again, we go back to our first hard point position. The cycle is now complete. Back over to the bridge. London now got to do what they can to get as much time as possible. A nice solid leader, 146, leading the 100 now of Dallas Empire. Wuskin can't keep that run going as Crim6 finds his 10th kill of the map.
Big triple.
But Dylan's doing a bit of climbing there. He's actually working his way up the ladder. He needs a bit of help from his teammates. Crim6 finds a triple there in the back end. And this is a great bit of work as Huke's going to be cleaned up. They're trying to set up for the next hard point now. 35 seconds in. And once again, London unable to break this brilliant hold from Dallas here on the bridge.
It seems, again, Dallas started so strong and they were winning the gunfights, especially the likes of Huke and Illy at the beginning. But it's all about these rotations. And I said that going into this hard point and being 1 step ahead. Again, we see Ravens here pushing around and thinking once more. These 15 seconds, which Dallas are going to get the lead on, we go 2 or 3 hard points in, and if they're not rotating, they're going to be punished for this. Dallas most certainly can do that. They've got the slaying power. You see Clayster, we're dropping a 1.5 right now on a 3-kill spree. Let's see what he can do to break the electronics store going forward.
Yeah, Clay's done a really good job of actually pulling this one around. He wasn't doing great at the start. Now Jerd trying to find his kills in mid-map, not able to get it done. That player in front of him was using dead silence. That icon flashing on your screen there tells you that he's not making any sound when he moves around. That's a huge advantage that these players can use every once in a while. As Clayster finds his 5th kill now in a row. The electronics store, it's all good and well, but they haven't noticed Wuskin in from behind. He was in there, baby! What was that 3-piece? His teammates now have got to contend, and Dylan's there to pick up the pieces. London, what a bit of a play that was as Wuskins just turns the hard point on his head.
And as you're breaking that down, Miles, Clayster made such an important kill at the back, and it just won them the spawn. Wuskin nullifies absolutely everything there as he breaks in. Jerd's going to find a double, and somehow, just from the back pocket of Wuskins, Ravens are now in control of this with 15 seconds left. They aren't going to be in a great position for the next point, or are they? Dylan thinking further ahead. He's going to come back, wait for his team. He's got himself a Semtex, and Crim might have to just back down for now. A 40-point lead for the Ravens. They're looking to break 200 here, but Dallas, they'll be looking to hold the barbershop and bite their way back here.
Yes, this is what we saw in the last time this hard point came up. We saw Dallas with a decent hold, London get the break, and then they get trapped out in the back end. Duke smoking up the front, blocking out that line of sight. It's going to allow now these shots to come through as Illy and Clayster find their kills, but the Marshall twins answer back immediately. Here comes the play right through the middle of the map for Scraps as the shots are there. But again, this is good time for the Dallas Empire. If they can find a position now, oh, what a kill that was from Dylan. I was going to say, if they can find that position to break on through, this could work out in a big way, and it has.
Roles reversed this time. Dallas are back in the spawn, and they may be being pinned.
Why?
Look at the kill feed. Scraps with the double ray hit goes off, and Clayster shooting the wrong team. 20 seconds left. It's counting up for the Ravens here as Wuskin still going strong. A 6-kill streak for Scraps right now. A double for Wuskin. The Twins are electric on that main stage, but are they going to get the rotation? The last 7 seconds may be a factor or not. Scraps doesn't care.
Unbelievable. Now, what we have seen Dallas do very well, they managed to slip out. Disgusting kill from Illy there. They managed to slip out from the backside of the hard point. However, the Royal Ravens have managed to get there faster, and now they're in the bottom of construction. Rated, hold up in the corner. Illy's got to guess correct. He does not. Now he's going to back on up. The remainder of the team are showing up. London are starting to look very dangerous indeed. Dallas have got to make a very clean break here, and that's not the way to do it. Shotsy taken down from up high. Jerd close out these players on the front side of the map. And meanwhile, in the car park to the far left-hand side, here comes the counter-attack from Dallas. 3 members going to be up the stairs. They have to find these angles. You cannot funnel in through one straight position, or it's going to get real ugly real fast. That's a nice opening kill from Shotzzy. Do Dallas have what it takes to get the break and the next 20 seconds?
Well, they've got the break, and they've got the hard point. It looks like they've got that 20 seconds as well, Miles. But, and a huge but right now, they need to break the next setup. The Ravens now spreading their resources across the map. It looks like we've already got some of Empire trying to sneak through, but Shotzi's taken down. Illy there bottom, he's gonna see nothing more, and we're gonna see some interesting spawns coming for Dallas. Now it's gonna be an interesting contestation going forward on the Ruins, currently in the hands of Scraps, but it is certainly not over yet. Contest fest going down right now.
Here we go, Wuskin's lined up. This M4 is in a great spot to find a few more shots. There's a trophy system to protect him, but Dylan on the flank. Dylan on the flank. He's going to be cutting the legs out of this push. And as you see, the clock starting to tick away. The gunfire coming through the smoke as well. Rated can't do anything on the backside, and that's going to be the contest. Wuskin simply runs out of ammo, but Jerd now, he's going to be up by the fence. Shots are coming through, and we're looking at an 11-point win now for London if they can do something about this. But I must admit, Dallas broke that admirably, and now they've got themselves a solid chunk of time.
Yeah, Dallas actually, hats off to them. They've just pulled that one out the bag. They could have thrown it away right there, but we're going back to the catwalk. Peekaboo, Rated's in the corner, and we're going to be able to see these last 15 seconds go to Dallas. We're going to see here 10 seconds as it counts down. Dallas may take the lead, but if I'm Dallas, I'm rotating right now. Wuskin, a potential MVP, 35 and 20. One more hard point.
Dangerous scenes for London. Dallas have held this hard point admirably from the start to finish of every single rotation. This is it, the absolute final seconds of the map, and Rated from behind the final 5 seconds now as he's only done it!
You need to get on the hard point. You need to challenge Shotzi, and Shotzi's been taken down. Rated has absolutely led the Royal Ravens to the victory, and the 6th Raven are going wild right now. He's cool, calm, and collected on the main stage right now. But Rated, a game changer right there in map number 1.
Map 1 to London. And so far, so good. Dallas incredibly close in that matchup. I mean, look, both squads looking very, very tight. And this is actually an interesting matchup. Phil, again, the very first time we've seen these players go up against each other. There is your Carnage report, boys and girls. Look at that 35 bomb from Wuskin.
I want to talk one number right now. Damage, Wuskin. 4,196, 35 kills to his name, 10 assists, objective work as well. But on the flip side, what did we see? Who did we want to look at? Shotzzy, 17 and 24. Again, we're not seeing that. He is putting that objective work in. Yes. Is his team much better? Slightly. But for Dallas to overcome the Ravens right now, we need to see that slaying power increase. Is this stage, is this crowd too much for Shotzzy?
May well be too much for Shotzzy. Let's have a quick look at that scuff play of the game. That hard point goes the way of London, and we will see the final dying seconds of the matchup. Again, this was do or die for London. They knew that this is an absolute Empire hard point, and Rated, what a play.
Not only the play, watch the first kill goes down. That second kill, he just spat on Clayster. That was disgusting. Whether Clay got a shot from somewhere else, I don't know, but what a performance, what a clutch. And going back here to the Ruin hardpoint, I wanted to talk about Dallas. They broke that incredibly, and I think it was Uke, Illy, and Crimsix who made very important kills.
I thought they were back in it. They took the lead. It was 239 to 240 at one stage. But what was so impressive was how both teams kind of kept chilled. They went into that next hard point, and the Ravens came out on top.
Yep, Ravens now can take a deep breath. And Empire have got to regain as we go into that search and destroy up next. And again, as touched on just a moment ago, this is the first time that these teams have actually met each other in the COD League. Everyone's power rankings really put Dallas quite high up in that top 3. Now they're in very, very unfriendly territory against London. But again, a test of true strength now for the London roster. A lot of hype surrounding them when they took the maps up. They took the first 3 maps off of New York, and then they got beaten by Paris. Again, we sort of go, where do these teams sit? Where does this all work out? Now that we've got a matchup like this, things start to get a bit more interesting. We're getting more data to work with, and I know the stats guys out there are starting to work things out. A true power rankings, I reckon, what, halfway through the year?
I mean, a couple more events. I couldn't agree more with you, really. I think after Minnesota, Dallas, for me, they were 0-2, but I was like, I still class them in my top 4 because I looked at the team and I was like, I know it's kind of wild to say that. Coming to London, I was like, I know they're going to improve. They're no going to, bite back. Then they have the Huntsmen again, very tough game. I actually think this is a huge test for them. I think still Dallas are an incredible team. We've seen what they can do online. We can see what they're doing online. And it is interesting to see how much it changes. But again, the Ravens right now, we've seen good, bad, and in between from them online. I think they're really feeding off of this crowd. I think they want to win more than ever. We hear it in these VTs and everything, how much it is to represent these guys. But I think it's a bit of pressure almost. Everyone in the crowd, you want to impress that, right? Yeah. You want to be able to stand up, pound your chest, and just get these guys riled.
It's hard to disappoint a room like this, honestly. And I think for a lot of these players, and we've been talking to parents since being here, we met the Dillon family, and they're all extremely excited to see him play. And I think there's tons more. There's a lot of parents in the crowd, and we appreciate you all attending. And truly, it has been a spectacular weekend here in the Copper Box. London has not disappointed. Once again, the greatest crowd in COD history. I mean, pressure's on for the next event, right, guys?
It seems to be always on, but they seem to always deliver. Copper Box, absolutely electric. Dallas, a lot on their plate right now. It seems like they're just keeping focused.
So up next, the search and destroy is going to be on Gunrunner as we get rolled into this one. For those of you who have just joined us in the tournament, well, we're almost done. We've got 3 series left. Let's have a quick overview of everything thus far. We still have yet to see the Huntsmen go up against Legion in our other side of the semi-finals, but this is the Royal Ravens versus Empire. The winner of this advances to the grand finals. The loser will leave the tournament. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
I think one thing that's interesting as well, Subliners take out Legion 3-1, and then Legion do the same to Ultra. They come back and they 3-0 New York. It's a strong showing, and I think, again, for Paris, a question mark was over them. Was it the real deal? We talked about it, Miles, backstage, and I think it was like we just don't know right now who they played. They've not played everyone, but coming to London, I think the safe answer is yes, they are, and they're a very interesting roster, an international roster of Australian, American, and British, but whatever's working for them, credit to obviously the Paris squad and everyone backstage.
Well, keep doing what you're doing. It seems to work out. Gunrunner and Search and Destroy up next. And one thing I want to talk about again with this entire event, fans from all different walks of life coming together. I mean, I'm a Nicky Romero fan now after watching him in the hype battle. Paris has garnered a lot of fans. Zed came out and gave a very heartfelt chat to the crowd, and they're backing him now. And again, the London crowd, for a lot of these boys, it's support like they've never experienced before in their professional careers. Call of Duty's always been a sort of a one-horse race when it comes to fans. But now, London's come to play. I can't wait to get to Atlanta, see what that's going to be like. I've got no idea what to expect. Toronto's going to be a whole beast in itself.
It's going to be wild. And again, I feel like you've got to, if you're from those areas, you've got to really turn up, represent, find your team and find your grind and get stuck in. Because these guys, these fans here, they are being that 6th Raven right now. They are living up to the hashtag. Empire, though. A lot of firepower.
Here we are. The search is now ready to roll. And we'll say the crowd doesn't want to go home, but I don't think they can.
I need a drink.
Well, we've got a long night of games ahead of us. And not only that, the storm's messed up public transport. So...
Oh, well, I've got to stay here.
We're all sleeping in the Copper Box tonight, mates. I do snore. What about you, Phil? I'm a snorer. You snore?
No.
That tiny, pathetic nose. Of course you don't snore.
After a few drinks, I do. But anyway, so tomorrow, probably. Search and Destroy coming up next. We've seen Empire be be great at S&D. Shut down team 6-0, 6-1. Ravens, what have you got? Jerd has the bomb.
Now it's 1st to 6. These teams will take turns attacking and defending. London now on offense. Big start there from Rated.
Oh, good night.
That's a nice start. 2 kills in a row.
Reese Price, a.k.a. Rated.
Hey, hello.
Fantastic series so far. Dylan with number 3 as he slips and slides. A lubricated Dylan finds his way through the vents. Oh, the gunfight's going down in the middle. Shotzzy does find one, but a trade out from Scraps, and it's all down to C6. Crim is out of here. Ravens take the first round, and you just got to say, Rated.
Yep, starting off with that 2-piece. Not a whole lot they could have done. I mean, even Crim6 in that situation. It's so difficult. Gunrunner as well. The bomb had been armed. He has to make the play out there. He's going to have to walk in someone's aim. Very difficult situation for Crim6 to be in now. Dallas on offense now. We have to see what they can bring on the offensive round. Watch for Illy potentially to be sniping. We'll let you know in a second.
Illy, such a good search and destroy player. I think brings a lot to the Dallas team.
I mean, Dallas search and destroy has been so strong so far.
First Bloods not going down just yet, and we are going to see the first one this time. Talking to man, it's Illy, and he finds the first Wuskin's going to drop. A player with a Chan crowded MVP for as he walked on down. Clayster shutting down Rated and answering back this time around. We're seeing a strong start from Dallas in round number 2.
He called out Illy for being such a great search and destroy player. No doubt about it. Finds that first blood. Bomb's going to be now going down. It's going to be B. Scraps in the bathroom there. And now Dallas can set up in the same way that London did, just to watch these angles.
Yeah, big flank from number 3. It looks like Dylan was pushing forward, but he's going to have to rotate round it, find his way through the boiler room. Interesting positions. We're going to see Illy start the round off with a kill. He's going to shut down Jerd as well. Doesn't need to find a third as his teammates are going to pick it up. And as convincing as round number 1 was for the Ravens, it was the exact same for Empire in round number 2 here.
Quality execution. The bait and switch was perfect there. Hugh finding those kills. It's not a whole lot you can do in that situation. I mean, that's perfect search and destroy. Get the bomb down. Make the opposing team force the play. Catch them out as they expose themselves indecently in public. Nice 2 kills to Hook there. 2 for Illy. Jerd and Crim yet to get on the board, but let's see London on an offensive round as they now make their way back in towards B. No snipes this round again. It's going to be a 2 M4 setup for Dallas.
Yeah, I don't think Rated's going to be gifted as many kills this round. I think Dallas has learned their lesson. Clayster is going to shut down Jerd right now. First one goes down, second one will fall. Brick by brick, the Ravens being taken apart here. Shotzzy's found himself a nice comfortable bench. And a trash can.
1 foot on the bench, 1 foot on the trash can. Precarious position to be in. Once again, Scraps holding the mid-map position. We do have a slow and steady push from London. They're trying to peek out. They're trying to peek out and make something work out. That smoke's going to help. For Rated now, he can make his way forward. Has that bomb in hand. Those shots really help because it tells his teammates exactly where these players are coming from. Crim finds Wuskin. That's big. Oh, and almost the covering fire comes through. Is Rated too eager here? What a kill that was. Straight onto the site we go. 2 versus 3 now. Dallas with the advantage.
Yeah, eager beaver. It's Rated. He fakes the plan. He's going to jump out. And I will say, Rated's movement's been great. You might have just seen the very tip of the gun of Clayster here. 45 seconds left. And Hugh here will make this a little bit easier for the Empire. Rated caught out, Scraps in a 1v3. Plenty of time, but he's in a very awkward position.
1v3. He has no bomb, no grenades, no nothing. He has to reclaim the bomb, which he will do, but Hugh's watching it. Is he going to take the bait? Is he going to take the trap? Out he goes! Gets away with his life. Scraps now, anticipating the play, anticipating the second push. Difficult to be in a 1v2. He's re-challenged! Clayster and Hugh now going to have to slowly but surely pincer him. And that's a great way to get it done. Now it's a 1v1, Scraps versus Clay. The time just works out, though. I was so excited, I didn't even see the clock.
Yeah, it was a little intense. The time was ticking. I think Clay was last alive there. He played that perfectly because, again, it was just positioning from the players and challenging what you need to, but not over-challenging from both players there. We might, and we are, going to be treated to a sniper of Illy. 0-3 for Jerd. I think he's been blooded twice, which is not ideal. We talked about that in Minnesota. He had such a better game. But I know he's that first one in. that objective player, the aggressor, the entry, whatever you want to label it as. They'll be looking to take him out, but it's Wuskin who's going to be on the front.
Yeah, Illy's timing is just so unfortunate there again, knowing that Wuskins is up top. Hoping to find a peak. Dylan, we've seen him in this position a few times. Very, very sneaky. Able to just hop over the top of that wall there, catch the heads of players as they move over.
And the interesting thing about this round is the first round where we've seen no map control really from Dallas. It's been a 50-50 split where they've been pushing up and fighting for things. Oh, cheeky. No, Dylan. Oh, Hugh surprises him with a nice crouch shot, shall we say. 5-kill streak for Hugh. And now the aggression on to B, the number advantage. The dead silence has been popped. Hugh is ready and raring to go. Rated shut down. Wuskin answers back. And now Illy looking for that flank.
Great job watching the flank is Illy, but the bomb goes down. Big smokes up. Jerd, is he able to get that kill on the board? Patience. Oh, Illy, what a shot with a deagle. Makes it now a 2 versus 4. London on the retake. All comes down to Wuskin now. Very difficult position to be in. They're going to be able to completely pinch him here on top of this crate. He's got to look both ways. He's got to make the kills work. Almost impossible situation to be in Dallas. Make it look very easy. That round goes entirely differently, though, if Jerd manages to catch that kill on Illy from behind. Incredible play there with Eagle.
I think it's, again, started by what I was talking about. They had no map control, but I'm not really sure why Ravens kind of pushed that. We saw, obviously, Dylan go over the wall and maybe try and catch something. But was it necessary? Was he the one, or was Ravens the team that needed to push forward? I think, obviously, patience may have prevailed there. Jerd caught out. Again, that deagle shot from Illy was beautiful, but Jerd 0-4, not what you want to see. He's going to grab that bomb once more. We've got 2 through the boiler room, 3 over to B. On the defense, we're on board with Illy here. Wuskin finds Hugh.
First blood there with the sniper rifle of Wuskin, the HDR in hand. Jerd leading the charge. Gets himself on the board. His first kill, and it was an admirable one. Bomb's going to be going down immediately. He's over the watchful eyes of Wuskins. The only problem they have is there's nobody watching the showers. So there you go. Don't worry about the showers. Clace is going to take down Jerd just as the bomb goes down. Got to make a smart decision now as Dylan cuts through mid-map, starts to whittle down the numbers of Dallas as the bomb is being covered now. Clayster made his way forward. He got shut down as well. Illy now the lone player in a 1 versus 3.
Shot in the back here. Illy will not have a chance. However, still in the lead by 1. 3-2 is the current round score. It's going to be scrapped. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen there. MP5 in hand. Laser-like shot.
(3-2). Dallas still in the lead. 6-4 for Hugh. Brilliant stuff from him already. 5-2 for Scraps. He's been so aggressive. You're looking at these. Typically, we get one player on each team that really leads the kill departments. Those playmakers. They're the ones you want to be watching out for. Wuskins now on your screen. Quick hop and a skip on top of the containers. Difficult spot to be in. If you don't time it right, you end up getting sniped on the other side, but no one's there at this point. Hugh will find that first blood onto Dylan. Lovely work from him. And it's an aggressive play from Dallas right onto the B-bomb site. There are 4 of them now making their way in. Slow exchange of gunfire. Big timing there from Hugh. That's magnificent. Shuts down Wuskins. And all of a sudden the bomb site is looking a lot more safer for Dallas.
Clay it's a massacre! The mix. And it is a massacre here as Dallas, not only as they take them down 1 by 1, Scraps last alive. I believe the bomb may have gone down 2 there. 4-2 as Dallas take another round here and only 2 away from taking a map. A much needed map at this, because again, Ravens, they take the hard point. If they win the search, this crowd can kind of get them riled up, get behind them. So far, so good for Search and Destroy. And Dallas.
Again, textbook search and destroy from Hugh. Plays the advantage perfectly. Gets a quick first blood, charges on through. Stuns up. We watch those tacticals all season long. They'll change where they throw them. And Dallas, once again, hyper-aggressive, right through green. It's not a trade. It's an instant first blood there for Dallas. London have got to lick the wounds somewhat. However, Jerd evens it up. Rated once again posted at the back of the forest there. Just giving the heebie-jeebies there to the members of Dallas as they push forward. Wuskin snipe once again. Rated is actually able to cut down Hugh as he tries to transition from Forest over towards the central platform. He's immediately taken care of there. The 5th kill for Rated here in the match.
Rotations going down here. Again, minimap says it all. No gunfights going down. You can see those schools, of course, everyone dropping dead, like flies in the middle. But the Ravens finding themselves over by A, and this is the first time we've seen it in 7 rounds. Jerd's going to get that bomb down again. He's going to find himself a little nook and cranny. Took himself away, and Wuskin finding a little cheeky angle. But no one is going to be near Wuskin. Let's jump on board with someone a little bit closer to the action here. As Rated doesn't find one. Dylan laying down. Everything's a bit static here as Rated finds Shotzzy.
Dylan's playing with his ear to the ground. Oh, he's actually inside that minecart. There we go. Wuskin finds the kills up top. All down to Crim6. However, this is a great position from Crim. Lovely shots there. But not quite enough to take care of that conspiracy of Ravens over by the A site. Brilliant turn of events there from London in order to go to A. That adaptation had taken Dallas completely by surprise. They had nothing to do with that one. A good round.
I just like Dylan's position.
Oh,
just
love
in
it.
the car.
You'd walk straight past that, you'd never see him.
Wuskin's pulled out the sniper. 5 kills to his name so far. Again, across both teams here. Lowest of 2, highest 9. That's going to be Hugh again. Still going out for Wuskin, trying to connect. Doesn't know. He's going to try himself with number 2. That's going to be a frag, and that could hit Hugh.
Wow!
Oh! Read like a book, and he's going to take out the top fragger for Dallas. Dylan's going to shut down Illy. I know this is a round now that you look at where the Ravens really should capitalize on in a 5v3.
It's one of those times where you just wish you had EOD on instead of double time. EOD saves you from explosive damage. You basically get 1 life. Oh, did he catch wind of Clayster there?
He saw him.
Clayster doesn't have the bomb, though. The bomb is in the hands of Shotzzy right now, who's in mid-map, trying to transitions over now towards that bomb site. Clay just trying to provide cover. Scraps did not hear him pass because Shotzzy was using dead silence. Clay, though.
Wuskin thought he was up top. When he got a glimpse of him, he thought he was up top, but he didn't. Clay actually dropped down, finds Wuskin now. Bomb going down, and suddenly it might be in the hands of Dallas, but Scraps finds one and charging forward with the dead silence. It's Dylan. It's all up to Clay, and lying down ain't on the cards right now. All tied up 4-4 as Dylan again comes up clutch for the Ravens.
It's a tied game now. At 4-4, Jerd's going to pick up the final defuse. I mean, just look at where the deaths were for everyone in Empire. They were all over the bomb site, whether it was early kills or late kills. That Dylan flank, we picked up 2 towards the end. A decisive round from London on the retake.
Yeah, great dead silence use as well from Dylan. The way he pushed through there, even though they had the numbers, I believe, by 1, they capitalize on this. (4-4). Bomb is going to be in the hands of you-know-it. It's your favorite Irishman, it's Jerd.
Wuskin snipe. Oh, Illy managed to find an open there on Dylan with that. Going to change the play. Back towards B we go, but look, slight change there. It's got Dallas guessing. We've got a member of Dallas. It looks like it's going to be Clayster on that far top of the map. He's watching A, trying to make sure that no one comes in through the rear. London, though, they're all gambled in on B.
Plenty of time, 90 seconds on the clock, and with a bomb down here, Dylan could change how the Ravens play this. Jerd's going to find himself with that bomb plant, and it's going to be interesting. Watch all these blue arrows. We've got one, of course, right at the top, so we're going to see Clayster hit a flank straight away through the showers. And the crates is going to be Dallas, but on your screen, it's going to be Jerd charging through. Does he have dead silence? I don't know. I don't think he cares right now. Scraps finds Hugh, and Scraps might find another. Oh my goodness, stuck in a window. Shotzzy gets taken down. Crim finds one. Crim goes down. And now in a 3v1, poor Clay. Poor Clay.
Ooh, nice shots, though.
No trade.
He's in such a difficult position, though. Now he's got to contend with Jerd on the high ground and Scraps on the flank. Map point London.
One more round for London here. Dallas started so strong, I believe they were leading 4-2. And again, even though Clay made that kill, he was just in such a weak position. He was in the low ground. He had to defuse the bomb. And as Ravens now enter round number 10, a chance to close it out, Miles.
You've got to give it to Scraps, man. 10-4. Huke's been very slow for the last 2 rounds, not able to pick up a single kill. Now, London anticipating the play towards A. A very, very spread defense. Wuskin's going to be looking towards the B site only with one teammate backing him up. That's going to be Dylan.
And this looks like a slow attack onto B. They're trying to throw something off. Wuskin don't. Holds his breath. Tense moments here as you can see 3 players on the screen. Someone's going to cross, and that's information.
There he goes.
More information here for Wuskin as we see little
There's
bunny rabbits go.
They're gone, and now he knows that the B play's on.
Where's Dylan?
Oh, the smoke, perfect timing now. The bomb's going to be going straight down immediately. Shotzi on the arm. Dylan, you sneaky boy. Dylan, what a shot, but Hugh is going to answer back straight away and make it even.
Dylan there misses the second shots, unfortunately, but he was in a great position to take down one. Bomb's good retrieve, but is it being pushed forward? Jerd spots someone, smells someone cooking in the boiler room.
Second chance now to get the arm down his Hugh. There it is. Wuskin still managed to stay alive. That's huge, plays his life, but he's so close to so many players now of the Empire.
35 seconds. Who's going to be the one to make the move? Jerd, he's an important player, and he's a very important piece of work there. Hugh finds 2. Wuskin finds another, a 2v2 now. 25 seconds. Jerd gets his health back. Who's the one pushed up, though? It's number 5 here on our screens. Jerd's going to get taken down, and now in a 1v2. Not looking good for Wuskin.
Wuskin, though, he's got 15 seconds to work with. Dallas are never going to let them find these easy kills. They're going to make him work for it. He's got to hunt him down fast. It's not enough. It's a round 11.
Big clutch there, and honestly, I thought for a second when Dylan made the move onto the bomb, he made the first kill, which was really easy, obviously, a free kill. He doesn't connect with Hugh for that second kill. Hugh reacts so quickly. Jerd, again, made a huge kill on the flank, but it just wasn't enough. Shut down, nullified. Round 11, Miles.
Yeah, Hugh, we talked about how slow he was just a moment ago. Now he's sitting at 12 and 9. Absolute standout for his squad right now. Round 11. London to take the lead in the series. Dallas to tie it up. One more round of search and destroy.
That's a triple nade. Oh my, this is ballsy.
But look at the A push from Dallas. There's so many of them that way. The smokes are up. Wuskin timed it perfectly. Oh boy, that nade's big. That nade's not bad. No tags. How close could it possibly be? Hugh.
Dylan makes the kill on the flank. And now he's going to backtrack here. 5v4. Bomb is down. Jerd's going to find himself in trouble. Hugh finds one, but Scraps answers back. And in a round 11, it's all up to the new kids on the block. Shotzi and Illy versus Dylan, Rated, and Jerd. It's now a 2v2. Shotzi and Illy, they're pulling it out the back, it seems, and out of nowhere, Dallas have the advantage.
Well, if there's anyone you want in the 2v2, it's going to be those two. The search and destroy wizards. Jerd finds Illy. Now it's a 2v1. Shotzi, deep breath. His dead silence is worn off. Now he's going to be sitting there tight. Jerd, though, is on top of the bomb. The timing! Rated! Rated, the Guardian Angel!
Tick-tock. The bomb is defused, and the Ravens win round 11. It could have been more comfortable. Shotzi and Illy actually played beautifully there at the end, but it was Rated who laid down, like you said, the Guardian Angel. He was amazing in map number 1, and he comes clutch in map number 2. Dallas have a mountain to climb here. The Royal Ravens in front of the home crowd, looking so strong. It's close 4, but in round 11, they go 2-0 up.
I mean, this series could not get any closer. What a round that was. Now we take a very quick commercial break, friends. When we come back after this domination, we'll see you then.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COD League. Miles and Momo here. We're in our semi-final matchup, our first semi-final matchup here in London.
First one.
It's been a very exciting day so far, and thus far, it's been a very exciting series. This is the London Royal Ravens going up against Dallas Empire with 2 maps down, and so far, London up by 2. Very exciting stuff. Miles, here. Momo, you. How you
Still
doing?
here.
You doing good?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It's been a long 2 days, but it's been good. I'm starting to lose my voice, but I think I've got enough to get through the rest of the series. It's okay. But the Ravens, 2-0 up here, and it could have been very different, Miles. It was a very close hardpoint, an even closer search and destroy. Fantastic stuff.
It could not have been closer.
Give me domination.
Yeah, get us the domination. Let's have a quick look at our Army tactical play from that last matchup. It was, of course, Dylan. What an absolute monster he had been. This was the flank through smoke, catching 2 crucial kills, and Clayster literally sitting in the dirt. That was a brilliant play alongside his teammates, but Dylan, a standout, truly, all day long. The team working very, very well. And again, props to Hugh as well on the other side of the board. It's like stunning performances from both of them. But at the end of the day, 6-5, it can't get closer than that, can it?
It really can't. Again, these round 11s, we've been treated to so many. I don't know whether it's a blessing, it's just stress for these players. But we guys love it. It is. Like, we got our adrenaline pumping. We love it. But I tell you what, sometimes it gets very, very intense. Hopefully, more to come, of course, like I said. First of 2 semifinals, and then we'll bring that all-important grand final. I'm excited to join the crowd, get hyped with you guys as well. But right now, the Ravens, they're trying to make it to that grand final in front of the home crowd. And, you know, coming into this, we talked about power rankings. We talked about where Dallas sat, where London sat before any of the CDL started. Dallas was certainly above the Ravens. Looking at names on sheets right now. Again, I know power rankings were chucked out the window after Minnesota, but Ravens, they're looking strong. You know, do you put these guys in your top 4? Do you put it? It's hard to do. But anyway, as Clayster takes a refreshing beverage.
A quick sip of his own game fuel. I mean, you're right. It does quench that thirst. One thing that's interesting, though, again, Phil, you talk about the, where we place these teams on paper when we come into the league, and now that we're seeing, the slow and steady evolution of these teams, it's only the first real event. The last one, the launch weekend, was a little different. Now it's a tournament. Not to take anything away from Rocker in Minnesota, it was amazing, but this is a very different environment, a very different setting for a lot of these players and teams, and we are going to be seeing this change in how we perceive these squads, who's the best, who's in the rest. And so far, this is a very, very interesting test for both of these squads. London have shot up the power rankings, but they have been stunted somewhat. A clipped wing, if you will, of the Ravens that was that matchup against Paris. However, by the end of the day, we could all be seeing things very, very differently. Hackney Yard domination now. And this is match point for London.
It certainly is. We've seen Dallas go up against the Surge, who were lucky enough to cast that, Miles. And again, we saw Ravens play this very map, and it was Scraps and Jerd who really excelled, especially into that B flag here in the warehouse. Keep your eyes out for those players. But as both pro flags will both go in the favor of that team, we're going to see a fight for B. Scraps on his screen. He's got a deagle in hand, interestingly enough. We'll see him try and find himself an MP5, but not today. He's have to go back with the pistol itself, and it's not going to work out.
I was wondering what was really going to be going on there. That was extremely exciting. Well, friends, right after the rip here, I do believe we are going to be treated to an Astro Gaming Listen In, presented by Astro and brought to you. It's the London Royal Ravens.
away, go away, go away. They're capping B.
Response here.
Go for it. They're going to be spawning green, by the way. They're going to be spawning green. Don't go, Matt, don't go. One shot. Illy, one shot should be down.
Don't B, two.
Push down, I think.
No,
Yeah, nice.
Go L, go L. Top L. One top L, 2B. One L, 2B.
Look on the door.
They're going to be going to C soon.
Some scarf. Go down. Top L, scarf. One top B1. Absolute scarf. No, push out. Push out. They're going to hit it. Only mid, they're going right. Go here right. Here right. Good shit, Dylan. He's going bottom L on mid. Sorry, I'm gonna go window.
C.
Capping it. Mid. Duke's pushing mid. He's one shot shoot. Play with fall.
What? Krim.
Welcome back, and that was a very interesting insight into the team comms of this squad. And again, we're going to stop talking about it eventually, but finally, it's nice to hear London not shooting bodies on this map. But it's early days yet. Dallas, 2 flag control. London now trying to push back in towards the B side.
So far, so good. I will say, whilst we were in the listening there, Dallas managed to take control. One thing that you need to keep your eyes out for is the neutralization of these home flags. Ravens seem to be all over it, especially from going A to C. This time, though, Ravens going to take it to the warehouse. They're going to try and win the gunfights and try and shut down the likes of Shotzzy and Krim, but it ain't going to happen. Shotzzy goes big there, finds himself 2, and Illy is going to get into the mix. All good in the hood here for Dallas as they retain the warehouse.
Solid hold, Dallas. Look at that, Illy and Krim with 2. And the clock ticking. Dallas about to take the lead. Big kills there from Crim6, who just pushes out slowly, spears his way through the opposition. Suk also doing the same. All tied up now for a few seconds as we'll see that lead change into the hands of the Dallas Empire. London trying to make the way through that top side of the map. Waskin's going to try to clear that path with the M4. Buy his boys some space as they desperately try to make the play towards A, but all this time spent working out in favor of Dallas.
Yeah, it's the positioning of Dallas which is really interesting right now, because they can almost sense the Ravens pushing this home flag once again, like I said before, and it's just favoring them time and time again. They're making the kills, but all this time that's going is going in favor of Empire. Start of the game, we saw some neutralizations go down. It favored London, but we see a 7-point lead here with 3 minutes left on the clock. A convincing hold now on B and A. Empire are set up, and they look very comfortable, Miles.
Yeah, really comfortable. Raider trying to buy some time. Hugh waiting for those reinforcements to come through from the A site as Waskin finds a nice kill up top, and Illy now working his way in towards the bottom of B. Wonderful shot from Illy. What in the... London will get on top of B, but Illy, that was disgusting. B made neutral. Big nades to slow them down somewhat, but Rated's gonna... Oh no, he's gonna take that nade from Shotzzy right onto the chin, and that's him done. Now B, still sitting there neutral. London have a slight bit of capture on it. You have to get a body in there fast, but you know that the Dallas lineup is gonna be in there on the defense.
Yeah, Dallas has just spawned at C as well. With this push onto A, he's gonna spawn 2 of them there. So again, neutralization on B, neutralization on C, and guess what? It's going to be a neutralization on A shortly here. We are going to see these flags go in the hands of the teams, but the kill feed all red right now. Dylan and Jerd. Dylan with a smoke could utilize this one. He's already utilized his grenade. He's going to utilize the MP5. Finally shut down here by Krim hiding away as Krim finds an incredible double there.
Krim.
Dylan there. Oh, caught with his pants down.
Krim is disgusting. That was an unbelievable double, and luckily enough, he took out Jerd with a knife in the back just because that would have been horrendous if it went down. Still, this is a brilliant hold from the Empire. A, though, is in the hands of London, and that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted to have that A side on the spawn. Now you're going to see the Dallas push through. Is Waskin going to be able to catch the 2 of them? He gets 1. Places up next. No. Brilliant cover fire from Shotzzy. Brings him down. In the meantime, though, Rated now will be able to push towards B. 2 players on it. A will be now returned to the hands of Dallas, and C has been left unattended for the meantime.
Yeah, Raid's made a huge kill there on Shotzzy. Elsewhere, it's all blue, though. C going back in the hands of Ravens, and even though they've not got B, they've got Rated in there and they're waiting to neutralize it. But right now, Dallas stands strong with the lead here. 18-point lead with 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. They're more than likely going to go into the half of the lead, but the B flag is going to be captured here by the Ravens. They're going to try and close that gap with 1 minute left. They can catch up by around 12 here and make the second side pretty interesting.
Dallas have spawned on the north side of the map, so now Jerd is going to have to do what he can to take care of those players coming through mid. A triple cap now in the making. Rated, though, can't make it work, though. Shotzzy blistering skill as he bursts on through to the door and takes care of the kill. Jerd, though, he's now going to try to get on A. But again, the numbers are not exactly working out here on the A site. Meanwhile, C been made neutral. Dallas will take care of that, and B has been relatively left unopened. Yeah, can anyone get on the B?
B's going to be challenged, and it will be neutralized, I feel. A changing hands again, 30 seconds left, so this is where you really want to be at least holding 1 flag. You don't want to be going down 2-0 or even 3-0. It's a travesty if that happens. B still neutral. Both home flags in favor of those teams. 75 to 88 as 28 seconds left.
Time ticking down. Jerd playing objective, picking up kills as well. And I tell you what, surviving, my goodness. Crim finds another double in the warehouse, but he's not going to stop the capture of B. With 10 seconds left, that capture is going to give them an extra couple of points going into the half.
Yeah, it really helps. The first half has been solid from Dallas. A couple of moments of magic from London as they try to punch on through. But again, fantastic game awareness from Dallas. Fantastic decision-making allows them to maintain that lead. It's still very close as we go into the second half and the squads swap sides.
And again, when you're playing Hackney Yard, you want to have this A flag, B flag kind of setup, and you see this rotation constantly. We'll see how they can win the match. CB, sorry, I do apologize. Going into this though, looking at the stats, Dylan, 8 and 17. Need to see more from him on the flip side. Hugh as well, an explosive player, maybe looking to do just that in the second side. Clayster looking for that long range gunfight, not going to happen. Dips and dives. Like I said, this AB combination right now, working for Empire.
Yeah, London, they really gambled on the overextension from Dallas, and it wasn't going to work out as Crim finds 3 brilliant kills from that top right-hand side of the map. Power position to be in. He's taking care of those defenders. Now there's an open lane for the Dallas Empire to run through that the top side. Scrapsler's going to try to make his way in. Oh, wow. Hugh with a powerful double from up top. That's going to push everyone on the Ravens back onto spawn. They're going to have to lick the wounds and get right back onto it. Hugh only 10 and 12. A little slow from him, but nonetheless, I mean, these kills are so influential. Doesn't even have to get the kills because his teammates are doing such a brilliant job of covering him as well. And once again, B just looks like an absolute fortress. It is impenetrable right now. The Royal Ravens certainly struggling to find any footing here as Dallas just continue to reap the points. And it's not changing anytime soon.
It really isn't, and this is why they were obviously trying to rotate and go for A. The problem was Crimson sat in that top building. You saw the triple that came through. He held the line, and I will say, 5-kill streak for Crim, 2 for Shotzi nearly, 2 for Clayster now. Unanswered kills, that is. This is a domination literally here for Dallas. They are not giving up. Clayster still on a tear. Ravens look lost.
When was the last time you saw a member of London get a kill?
Right now, and it's about time here. 125 to 99. But the clock strikes over.
Currently a slaughter, Illy, though. He's now going to contend with at least 3 players. That's a nice opening kill. Can London find some pace here? Nope. Crim has once again shut them down. 27 and 13. Crim 6 is on an 8 spree right now.
We've got to look at Crim. This guy is just not stopping. He's set up. He's digging his heels in. Number 9 is just around the corner, but he is going to fall. The problem is the time's been ticking, and it looks like Dallas, they can maybe just start to play a little slower here, play it more methodically. But a 107 to 139, 4 minutes left. Now we start to see the kill feed go red, and it's what the Ravens need. But Dallas, they've been so strong. A neutralization on A would be huge for the Ravens now.
Yeah, this is exactly what they want. They're desperate for A, but Illy in the backside. He's just punched his way through. He found Scraps and now Strickler rated. Oh, wow, look at that kill from Illy. Brilliant stuff in the nick of time. But wait, Jerd's still here. Jerd's going to get the kill and keep the player on A alive. Can he find one more? There's another player there just outside, and the reinforcements from Dallas coming in. He goes for the knife. Does not quite get the capture, though. A still in the hands of the Dallas Empire.
Miles, the knife is flashy. It's great to see, but it doesn't mean anything right now. Dallas Empire looks so strong. Once again, holding A and B. It has been like a fortress. They're impenetrable. Shotzi not on a 5-kill streak as well. Taking and standing in the shoes of Crim 6, it feels like following in father's footsteps almost, as he still is alive and kicking. Number 7.
Wow, look at this. And Hugh comes in and just pick up the scraps, no problem whatsoever. As Shotzi, Hugh, Illy, everyone is starting to turn up. And this is exactly what Dallas needed. They needed a slaying power. They were struggling to find the kills against the pace set by London. But this does not look like a problem whatsoever. London have been absolutely stunted in the domination. 151, well, 161, leading 126. There is no problem here right now for Dallas. Phil, it ain't mathematically impossible just yet, but London are in a very tough spot.
Not just yet, but they need to start doing something. They need to do it now. Dead balance pop there. You saw Scraps there. Not a chance as Jerd's going to go down to Dylan. Dylan will fall as well. The Empire is rising, and they need to do so. They're going to look for 3 maps back-to-back. This will be the first as London lead the series 2-0. But with a 14-point lead right now, we're looking at the Ravens needing some form of triple cap, maybe a 2 and a neutralization. They're lost. They can't even break any.
Struggle streak right now for London. Dallas just have to hold the line. Jerd, lovely 360 there in the air as he clears the road before getting in and overextending towards A. Looks to be the play straight away as his teammates cap B. Meanwhile, though, on the other end of the map, Waskin doing the best he possibly can as Jerd and Dylan now will make B secure. However, the reinforcements from Dallas have cut through mid-map, and now they're going to be hitting the soft flanks, but Dylan, brilliant awareness. That's powerful shots. Gets the job done. Do we go now towards A? The C has been defended brilliantly by Waskins there on the other side of the map. This is a nice bit of a play here from London. Dylan's got to win his individual and cap the flag against, what, 4 players now? Good luck, mate.
It's looking good for Dylan, but the problem was every single member of his team just went down, and then he's going to be swarmed here. Royal Ravens maybe holding 2 for now. B was being neutralized for a second, and again, they've still got such a huge lead. And with a maximum of 36 points per minute with a triple cap, this is not looking good for the Ravens. 189 to 150. Dallas have dominated on Hackney Yard, home turf, you might say. And they'll be looking forward to the hard point. But just looking at the stats, Miles, Crim6, 31 and 18. Hugh with a +2, Illy +5, the slaying of Shotzi. You've not heard me say that much, but it's +10 right here on the Dom, and Clayster at +7. It's just been one-sided. The Ravens have been outplayed.
There's nothing more to say. What an unbelievable performance. Shotzi at 27 and 18. His spree's only going on and on as Clay finds his 3rd in a row. And at this point, with 25 seconds remaining, this is all for show. We're padding the stats. We're going to be looking at these KDs a bit later on in the year. And wow, look at how many kills Shotzi got on those maps. 27 and 19 for Clay. 33 and 19 for Crim6. On the other side of the board, it's only Waskins putting up the big numbers at 30 and 21. But you could see the pace set by Dallas. The impenetrable hold they held there on that B site, and just brilliant decision-making from start to finish. Dallas, the Empire strikes back. It's 2-1 in the series.
That wasn't even close. Strong performance. Probably the worst I've seen Dylan play all weekend long, but again, plenty of time to bite back. And again, yes, 2-0 up. Now just 2-1 up. They're going to be going to a hard point, which we saw on Ramaz at how close it was. And I can't see exactly what map number 4 is, but one thing I can see is this. And we talk about damage, we talk about who's kind of standing out. Dylan, 621. I mean, we don't normally highlight the lesser of the numbers, but it just wasn't enough. The power wasn't there for him, and hopefully he'll find his footing in the hard point. On the flip side of things, it's good all round. Crim6, 2,000 and counting 33 kills to his name. Great stuff, Crim. Leading his team to victory.
Yeah, massive stuff. And again, you look at the captures as well across the board as well. Everyone there on Dallas really doing a brilliant job maneuvering around the map. Hackney's quite a small map. It's very fast to get from that A to B site. You can really do that in basically one life while your teammates are taking care of A. You can sprint right across the B, try to provide as much assistance as possible, and that is exactly what Dallas did. They ran that map perfectly from start to finish. London with nothing there. I believe that's London's first loss on Hackney Yard domination. They have looked brilliant so far. But that's that done and dusted. 2-1, London leads the series. Now we go into another hard point. And the last hard point was as close as they can possibly come. Give or take a few seconds.
I mean, yeah, as was the Search and Destroy, and those are the 2 game modes that left. The only convincing one was the domination, but we won't be repeating that. Another hard point here coming up, potentially. We'll see a Search and Destroy. Love myself a good game 5. The Ravens, though, I don't think they will. They want to end this in 4, Miles.
You want to end this in 4? You're ready for a drink, aren't you, Phil?
No, they want to end it in 4. I'm ready for a game 5.
Game 5 would be wonderful, but again, the hard point coming up next is going to be an interesting one. Moment now for reflection for Crim6 and co. as Dallas Empire passing on some words of wisdom. I believe Tommy is on stage as coach here as he just gives them the final few parting pieces of wisdom. Shane, the coach for the London Royal Ravens, doing what he can. So a quick look at the tournament bracket. For those of you who have just joined us, we're in the pointy end of the tournament. It's currently 2-1 to the Royal Ravens versus the Empire here in our semi-final. After this, our second semi-final, the final match before the grand finals will be coming up later on today. Huntsman versus the Paris Legion. Going to be a lot of fun. And of course, these 2 teams are playing for a spot in that grand final. The loser will be going home. And what a weekend of COD it has been. The COD League has not disappointed here in London. It's been a fantastic crowd, fantastic games. And we're not quite finished yet.
One more semi-final after this. We've got another Battle of the Beasts before we see that grand final, of course. Favourites you've got to look at. I mean, going into this weekend, Miles, everyone was kind of looking at the Huntsmen, and rightfully so. They sit at the top of the CDL rankings in points, and they're looking to do even better this weekend and just extend that lead. They've had incredible form You know, going into the CDL as well, Empire versus Huntsman was kind of the marquee matchup. It was the one everyone wanted, and that almost has just become like a one-sided affair, it seems. Huntsman looking so good.
Huntsman have had a very comfortable run thus far into the competition.
Yeah, and it wasn't like that leading up, you know, to Minnesota. It wasn't like they were convincingly beating everyone. I mean, we can't forget about FaZe. You know, an incredible team right now. Maybe the best team on the game. It's going to be interesting to see when those teams match up. But the teams that are here battling it out, there's only a couple that remain in the tournament. We've already sent quite a few home or to the crowd. 2-1 to London.
Gentlemen in the crowd there sleeping, his friends laughing. I think we love to see that. Just taking a moment of reflection before we get into the hard point. It's going to be a Hackney Yard domination. We're going to stay on Hackney as we roll this one up. As you can see on screen, right in front of us there, the COD League rules in effect. You bought any skins? You bought any skins?
Oh, yeah.
I've got 4 of them at the moment.
I got 1.
Have you? I'm not going to tell you what I've got. You've already seen it. I put that big tweet out. Yeah,
it was interesting. I do want to point out there, we kind of, when Dallas was formed, we were thinking, who's going to be that vocal leader? Who's going to be the one person to kind of be the in-game leader? Was it Crim? Was it Clay? And it looked like both of them just talking to each other there.
Yeah, I was thinking that it's definitely a 2-horse race there between Clay and Crim. I wonder if there's any friction there at all, because they're both very powerful personalities. You know,
they seem to be pretty cool right there.
Not super cool, but I just wonder if at any moments there's those like little moments where...
I'm sure everyone has those. I think it's something I would definitely not like to be a part of, because both very big characters, of course, but...
I'm just saying, mate, I'd love to be the fly on the wall doing some of these team chats. All right, here we go. Hackney Yard, hardpoint, map number 4. London are sitting on match point. If Dallas win this, we go to a game 5, where all is decided. After that performance on Hackney Yard, you have to give the favored position to Dallas. They just look so strong, incredible rotations, incredibly fast play. Will it be the same in the hardpoint game? Quick pause, we're getting there, mates.
Quick pause.
Will it be the same, or will London be able to turn this around?
I just think we've got another super close hardpoint about to go down. There's so much firepower on both teams. I think, especially with Hackney, we're going to see the likes of Dylan, Jerd going head-to-head against those little tiny terrors of the Empire.
Oh, they have been brilliant so far. We've seen them online.
Quick restart.
We've seen them online many, many times. Shotzzy and Illy. Again, Shotzzy coming over from another title, another first-person shooter, a champion in his own right, trying to leave his mark on COD. We'll see if he can't bring it here. It's been a solid performance from him this weekend after a disappointment in Minnesota. We've talked about that enough, but I have no doubt in my mind that by the end of the season, it will be a very, very different story indeed. London on the other side, the hopes and dreams of the London roster.
Good to see the
and of the crowd.
And again, that was the same for Minnesota. We travel to Atlanta next. It's really nice to see everyone kind of getting behind their home team. London, of course. The crowd is always awesome. Good to be back in the Copper Box.
Yeah, it's great to be back here. So a quick look at our schedule brought to you by the US Air Force. Army, excuse me! Spat that one right out. It's been a long day. London Royal Ravens currently playing Dallas Empire. We have one match after this before that fantastic grand final. Of course, the Chicago Huntsmen versus the Paris Legion up after this one. Fan favorites, the Chicago Huntsmen. However, Paris have taken London by storm, bringing down New York just before this matchup in a stunning 3-0. 3-1, they took down Toronto Ultra. And again, expectations shattered. The Parisians have done a fantastic job.
And I think at this point we know Paris is the real deal, but there's a difference between the real deal and then taking on the Huntsmen. So I think, again, that is definitely one to watch out for. It's going to be interesting because those Huntsmen, let me tell you, it's a team to be reckoned with. And I'm sure they're wanting to give Hector a nice birthday present.
Certainly is. Well, that's today's schedule presented by the US Army. But friends, we're going to dive right back into this game. Hackney Yard, hardpoint. Potentially the final map of the series if London can have what they want. But Dallas will not go quietly into that night. They are looking to force the game 5. The first hard point was very close. 6-5 in the search and destroy. Could not have been closer.
Hi, Mum.
I think my mum is watching, actually.
Really?
I think so.
Shout out Miles Ross's mum. Hello.
The Ravens. Rich had a Ravens outfit. And
one of the Ravens has grown a moustache.
For Rich.
For Rich.
Well, don't forget, if this map goes the way of London, Rich is going to shave that moustache off. So I mean, let's face it. Let's do the world a favor. Dallas, let's do the world a favor.
Take one for the team, please, Dallas.
Let's get into this one.
This crowd's awesome.
It's a good crowd, isn't it? Almost ready for this hard point. For just dealing with a slight technical issue.
A little technical difficulty.
You know what it's like. You know what it's like. You've been there. It happens to all of us. But we do thank you again, London. You've been a fantastic crowd. And the weather outside is frightful, but the COD inside has been delightful. And something, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
It's all going so well.
After this, again, that massive matchup, Chicago versus Paris. Phil, I mean, can you imagine? Can you even? Is there a world in your head? In the world in your head?
Yeah. Is there a world in my head? Maybe. Go on, carry on, spit it out.
I'm sorry, man. I'm faded. It's been a long, fun day.
What are you asking?
What I'm saying is, do you think Paris can beat Chicago? Do you think it's going to be a good game?
I think
it's going to be a smacking game.
They can, but I just think Huntsmen right now are too good. That's my prediction. I think they are too good. I think what we're looking at is maybe a 70-30.
70-30?
Yeah.
That's all right.
I think Huntsmen going into London, they're my favourite.
Yeah.
They're my number one pick to win, and I think they win, they go to the final, and they...
We'll see. Oh, hang on. That's what you're saying there.
What would be really strange, right, for the Huntsmen to play against someone like the Ravens, because the Huntsmen, wherever they go, they get cheered, because everybody loves those players. But I feel like this would be the first crowd that they'd play against who are really, like, against them, you know?
It's going to be very interesting. But they've got to get there first. Dallas are really putting up a fight.
You can't ride out Paris.
You cannot ride out Paris.
I tell you what would be interesting, theoretically. If London played Paris in the final, that'd be a good storyline. Or do we get the rematch of the rematch of the rematch of Dallas v Huntsmen? Again, so many possibilities.
I mean, that'd be a quick one, wouldn't it? It's not been great for it's not been great for Dallas. It hasn't. Am I lying? It's not been great.
Some hype.
It's not been great for Dallas. They've gone down twice.
Hype battle was cool.
Hype battle was great, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm a Nicky Romero fan now, mate.
Nicky Romero was
beast.
sick at
He was
COD.
a unit. He was an absolute unit. And the crowd enjoyed him as well. But
I think he won over the crowd with his COD skills.
But he really,
because he
like,
won
really quickly. And that was the nicest thing to see. Like, the crowd, they turned like milk on him. It was amazing. They were absolutely loving it. We're just going to be dealing once again with this technical issue, friends. It happens from time to time, but the Wizards are on it.
One thing I do want to point out, Wuskin for Royal Ravens, again, kind of when this Royal Ravens squad was built, I was asked by multiple people, like, what do you think of this Ravens squad? And instantly I was like, Scraps has been incredible for a couple of years now. Dylan has shot up and he's a huge pickup. Wuskin was one of those, again, when he was part of Reciprocity, kind of moving on over. He was one where I was like, it's going to be great to see him back with his brother, but how good is he? Can he win a championship? He wasn't kind of my first pick if you're picking out of everyone from the UK. You'd look at Zero. You know, you look at those type of players. He's been the best player for Ravens, without a doubt. And I'm the first to hold my hands up and go, I was kind of wrong about the Ravens squad.
Yeah, it's been an amazing transformation. Again, the tournament has been brilliant all weekend long. Let's have a quick look at a recap, friends, of what has happened so far at the COD League London. Teams have risen and fallen. We've seen Seattle go. Los Angeles Guerrillas have had to bite the dust as well, but not without leaving a fantastic mark on all our hearts. Paris sitting there in the semi-final matchup, gearing up to go up against Chicago. And what more can we say about Chicago? Star-studded roster looking to go all the way here in London and prove that they truly are the best players in the world. And honestly, man, what a London it's been. Does not disappoint.
Been incredible. It really has. I think in the meantime right now, but big technical difficulty. I think they're chanting Crim6 names. Crim6 getting into it. You know, he's even showing a bit of appreciation back, which is lovely to see. So Mad Cat, we saw Sensor back up there. Jamal Lascelles, of course, teaming him up with Team JLC, but it was Mad Cat who brushed them aside. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We kept you waiting. But we are into map number 4. London Royal Ravens take on the empire that is Dallas. We're on board with Dylan. Got a bit of a slow domination on this one. Let's see what he can do in hardpoint.
Yeah, it's a whole different game type. Hardpoint again. The hardpoint will rotate every minute. Oh, boy. Oh, that was nasty. Well, he's dead now, but it was pretty good, Jed, going for the wallbang. Anyway, the hardpoint will rotate every minute. It's on a set position, so these players know exactly where to go when it does move. So look for them to be moving into position in advance to try to grab those. And so far, a good start for London. Dallas will be bringing the fight to them shortly.
Jerd on the point here, playing that objective. Finding himself a kill, playing Crimsix, picking up kills as well. First 30 look likely to go towards the Royal Ravens. There is one player pushing around. It's going to be Crim trying to set up. He hasn't died yet, but he's just been a bit of a lone wolf. Is he going to be able to find this important kill? Onto Dylan. He's taken damage. Dylan will get that comm, and Scraps is going to clean it up. 28-12. The last 15 most definitely will be going to the Empire, but it's Scraps rotating through the middle. He's trying to cut this in half.
Nice shots as well there from Hugh, because he tries to take care of Scraps, who was putting pressure on that hard point for the final few moments. This is going to be a London hard point on the flip. To the bottom tire shot we go on that far right-hand side of the map. Waskins now on your screen, doing what he can to stop the flow of reinforcements through the middle of the map, and the players of Dallas off spawn as they go for it. Dylan sitting up top, again, another position to be in to cut those players out on the push through. 45 seconds of climbing. This is a good hold from London, but oh, wow, that could not have been closer. You could smell him there. And Jerd will be going down as well, but here we go. Dallas have managed to break through, and it's going to be Crim leading the charge. What a kill that was. Hardpoint's now in the hands of Dallas, but for how long? London on the push. Jerd's going to find one. Dylan doing the best he can on the outside of the map, and here we go. Hipfire's not going to be able to work out with the M4. Not the ideal weapon for that situation. There's only 20 seconds left now, Phil. Are we going to be seeing Dallas move across the map?
Yeah, Dallas look like they're in a better position for the next hard point, and honestly, they did contest this a little bit. They got the Ravens off of it, and it could be worse for them right now, but they are down by about 40 points here. The one player that looks like he's in and amongst the enemy, though, is Dylan. Again, we talked about him in domination. Slow. Not the best of games. He's already got 7 to his name. 7 and 6 right now. He's going to find Shotzzy. Shotzzy set up, and he's going to take him down here. So Ravens will have to break this, and this one's going to be an easier one to break by all means, obviously, by the smokestack. But of course, with a well-set-up squad, you can hold anything. Illy just looking at the power position there. He's peeking on through.
Whoa. Smokestack there on the left-hand side of the map. And what he's trying to do now is just deal as much damage on those approaching players. And damage is one thing, but the kills are even better. Hugh, what a kill that was. He finds 5 in a row. And Clayster now up close and personal. Lovely bit of a snap. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Could have worked out for him, but sadly not. Dylan now makes his way to the bottom office. This is where the next hard point will be. Just beneath Shotzzy right now. London will get the final few moments of the hard point. Nice shots again from Shotzzy. 10 seconds remain on the smokestack before we go just downstairs. So the kills are working out for Dallas. However, Crim now has to flush this remaining Raven out of the bottom office, and that's going to be that done. Can Dylan get in there in time? Here goes the Empire setup. Starting to get back into this.
Dallas controlling the office. Obviously the smokestack, like I said, harder to hold, so they don't get the points there. But this is where they can really capitalize on it. Crimsix is holding the hard point here. Let's see it from Hugh's point of view and see exactly what he's up to as he's going to try and stop anyone entering. From the top, from the bottom, there's many doorways, and there's a couple of brick walls as well. Wuskin's going to go down. Jerd will fight back with 3 in a row for himself. He's got a 3-kill streak, just goes down shortly after. 9 and 11 right now. 8-2 plays 94. Empire with the lead.
Empire with the lead. And with Empire on the lead, let's have a quick Astro Gaming listen in with the Dallas Empire.
I think there's one more other side.
All right. I need over gate.
No, top hill stairs. I'm fucking finessing with this.
One's green dump.
I got time, brother.
2 green dump, I think.
Yeah.
I got time. Green dump.
No, on the fucking L like balcony. L balcony. Another one green dump got me.
Green dump flash.
He's hitting it.
Hitting hill.
Watching
back.
Snake.
Watching our back.
Got me. Yo, Jerd's dead. Yo, 2 blue van.
Still sick.
2 blue van.
I'm going top L. Radon, one shot L.
Go together, guys. Go together.
I'm at hut.
I need over. Yo, green crate.
I'm at hut, playing my leg.
Yo, yeah, you got me. Yo, get in right there, corner. Yo, he's green crate, yo.
No, he's in hill. He's behind the door.
Green crate, yo. We gotta get the top.
Top 3.
Oh, yo, he's in green.
Top 3.
Yo, Dylan is bottom green.
All right.
Top third.
Top third. I can't see that kid. This guy green somewhere self. Green. Yo, he's behind me. Green.
I got Jerd. Go hit him. Oh,
Clear comms and maybe a slight sense of desperation in the voice of Dallas there, but now London, the final 20 seconds of this hard point could well and truly be theirs. The setup's been fantastic, but now you have to roll back over to that very first warehouse in 15 seconds. The battle is already commenced there. Dylan just found the entire face of Clayster with that hip fire. Oh my.
We cross leads once more at 1:15 apiece here. But as Ravens take the lead, it is not going to be easy to break this warehouse. We saw how controlling Dallas were on the domination. They have the positions. You can do the same, of course, on the hard point, but Jerd's going to try and break his way in. He's going to unfortunately fall down, but the trophy's going to stop any projectiles coming in. We're going to see Illy shut him down, and shortly after Wuskins is going to try here. It's a hard shot. It's a tough shot. He's going to have to reload and try again.
So many members of the Empire down there. Oh, wow. Jode on the peak. Jumps up, managed to get a little bit of damage, and now he's got a lot of real estate to work with, however, from behind. Brilliant stuff. The Dallas Empire will hold the hard point for now. They will take back the lead. 30 seconds remain. Scraps on the slide, goes straight down. Shotzzy, oh boy, Shotzzy found both of them. That's unbelievable. Now he's got a trophy system to work with. He'll go down in the end, but wow, the damage was dealt. Next hard point coming up in 20 seconds. Dallas Empire looking to set up early.
Oh, and they have such a good position right now. This is where the Ravens, with 15 seconds, you start to panic, you start to push, and you're just going to walk into a wall of Dallas. Dylan, though, he's going to find two. He's going to find himself Illy around the corner. He's going to shut down Illy as well, but Clayster's waited. He's going to find himself a kill. Shotzzy in a perfect position. And Scraps now trying to find something. Muster up a kill or two as his teammates are pushing forward. A long-range kill onto Crim. What in the world was that?
Finds the second. Now straight into the hard point. London will go. Quick contest. The nades are there. Illy finds a two. Oh, boy. The slide for Illy on the third kill in the hard point there. That absolute heroics are going to buy him more time. Rated now. Next in. The big shots come through. Clay's at the window. He's going to get him as well. Once again, London will be pushed out of the hard point. The Dallas Empire will hold. 30 seconds remaining now on the tire shop. You've got to go over towards a smokestack. That was very, very strong for Dallas in the first set. Will it be the same in the second?
Yeah, this has been incredible for Dallas. And again, London aren't even trying anymore. With 30 seconds, you start to see Dallas push out. Wuskin can hold this, but he's going to have to hold maybe one, maybe two more waves too. As I said before, smokestack, it's a bit of a nitty-gritty hill. It's hard to hold. Long-range MP5 from Jerd as he holds top green. That's where I'm going after the smokestack. But there's offices and warehouse. 2 points of interest you want to control.
Big dead silence play from Huke there. That was absolutely absurd. Oh, wow! Huke finds two more. That dead silence play, one for the ages. He runs right through mid-map and then beams the guy out of top green. That's unbelievable. Shotzzy now trying to make those plays across mid as well. Hardpoint still in the hands of London. Scraps goes down, and this is looking very dangerous. This is starting to look like game 5. London unable to make the break, unable to hold on to the hardpoint here. There's 40 seconds remaining. It could honestly go down here. Dylan, heroics, as he makes his way onto the hardpoint, but Illy through the smokes, doesn't need it. Huke's there. Huke absolutely playing out of his mind. 30 and 19. The nuke has arrived. 2:27 and climbing. Dallas are looking to force that game 5. Crim as well, 18 and 15. That was his third in a row. 20 seconds remaining. What has London got? They've got to get going. They've got to get going now.
Yeah, Huke's on 30 kills right now. There's 10 seconds to go. Whether they're going to finish it on the smokestack, I don't think so. But we see on the minimap, the office is controlled right now by the Ravens, but they only have 147 points. They've got an absolute mountain to climb. And whether they're going to be able to do this, it'll have to be a miracle. Starting off with a 2-piece from Scraps. 60 points to play with here in the office. The kill feed for the Ravens to stand a chance need to be all red, and I'm seeing blue. Huke, Shotzzy, Clayster, but it's no points for Dallas just yet.
10 points for the win for Dallas. Here comes the push through the car park. Scraps, lovely shots. That 5-3 comes through, potentially a 6. It's got to be perfect from London. Absolutely perfect right now.
It's got to be perfect here on the office, but we've got to see a rotation too, but one step at a time. 30 seconds of the 60 has passed, and London look good. The kill feed is all red. Oh, shaky shots from Scraps, but it doesn't matter. 7-kill streak is going to be ended here as his brother's going to try and replenish that ammo. He's only got 13 in the chamber. He's only got 8 backup as well. Finally shut down. With 15 seconds left here, are Dallas going to go for it? Are they going to try and win? They cannot win here. It must go to a next hardpoint.
And it's going for the next hardpoint, but so's Rated. Rated cut down in mid-map by Crim 6. That could have been the dagger. That could well be the entire map right there in that single kill. That could be the game 5. It's on its way right now. You can check the tracking shipment options. It's on its way, boys. Dock building is now in the hands of the Empire, and in a few seconds' time, we will be able to safely say that we're going now to a game 5.
Well played to Dallas at the end there. You saw in office, it was a very well-controlled office by the Royal Ravens, but Empire, they bided their time, they pushed it back, they finished things off in the final hard point, but overall, we are going to get another.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Welcome back to the COD League, my friends. Now we roll into our final map of this series. Our semi-final matchup between the London Royal Ravens and the Dallas Empire is about to come to a extremely dramatic finish, I have a feeling. Let's face it, Phil.
Yeah.
Tied up at 2-2. And of all the maps to choose, it could not be more poetic or more fitting than Piccadilly. Will this be the bane of Dallas, or will this be London's special crown in the jewel? Crown in the jewel? Jewel in the crown! Hey.
Got there eventually.
It's been a long day. Check out the stats out from the last match. Dallas, oh boy, an absolute smacking. 35 and 24 for Hugh. That's rancid. That's just rancid.
It's kind of disgusting, but it's kind of awesome, and I love every second of it. And of course, the smoke player as well is Hugh. Shotzzy 15 and 25. Again, not what you kind of wanted to see, but, you know, a minute and 12 in the hill. My worry is, we talk about Shotzzy, when Shotzzy kind of does improve a little bit, then Dallas starts to be a team that really can kind of push, I feel, for that #1 spot. Dallas are an amazing team, and I'm just waiting for that moment where Shotzzy finds his foot. In Domination, he really did. He looked amazing. For London Royal Ravens, though, doesn't go their way as we go into Search and Destroy in Piccadilly. I think we heard one of the boys in a post-game interview say, "You picked Piccadilly against us, really?"
Yeah.
Again, it wasn't against Dallas, so we're going to see what happens here. It's going to be interesting, of course, because we're going to see Snipes, Wuskins, Illy, Piccadilly. It's going to be fun.
That's going to be fantastic, I must admit. Now, this is a true test again for London and all those Power Rankings fans out there that really want to see how these teams match up. London's Search and Destroy on Piccadilly has been brilliant so far. However, a Search and Destroy team with the prowess of the Dallas Empire is certainly going to test the mettle of the boys of the London Royal Ravens. And Dallas looking to complete the reverse sweep if they get the win here.
We go back to map 2. We go back to the Search and Destroy on Gunrunner. So close, down to the wire, literally a 1v1. Rated comes up clutch, round 11. I expect nothing else from this one. Map 1, super close. Map 2, even closer. 3 and 4, though, Dallas look good.
Yeah, Dallas look great. Let's have a quick look at some highlights from that last matches. And Hugh has been disgusting all hardpoint long. An incredible performance from him. Burdened with expectations, he has been his entire COD career. His triumphant return to Call of Duty in the professional scene in Black Ops 4 was lackluster, to say the least, but now he's starting to find that family. He's starting to find the form that we all know and expect of him. Truly a disgusting performance from him in that map. Can he keep it going into the Search and Destroy? Now, we did see in the first search it was pretty tight. Hugh was one of the shining stars for the roster of Dallas when he came to winning that, or coming even close to winning that second map. But in the end, London did come up top. Can they do it again now in map 5? This is do or die for both teams. A reverse sweep for Dallas. Victory for London.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on the Ravens right now. You kind of go into this final search and you think all that momentum is with Dallas right now. They've won back-to-back maps. They've not only won, but they've dominated those maps that look really, really strong. They've outpositioned, outplayed, outsmarted the Ravens here. Search and Destroy, of course. It's a very, very tough game. 6 rounds is all you need. 1 life per round. 2 minutes on the clock. And boy, oh boy, I hope we see some snipers.
Here we go. The final map in this series. The winner will advance to the grand final. The loser goes home. London Royal Ravens versus Dallas Empire. We're about to get into this one. This is going to be one for the ages. Early on in the COD League's life. And I'm sure we'll be looking back at series like this, and whether you love it or hate it, whatever the result will be, we're having a good time. Here we go. Snipes up for the Ravens. Snipes up for the Empire. Let's get into it.
Wuskin, what have you got? You've got a sniper. Can't connect there. The smoke there throws him off a little bit, and that's exactly what it's meant for here. I saw Ravens play this multiple times now. We've seen a very different team. We've seen teams kind of take advantage and get first blood on them time and time again. Hugh! He's going to take the head clean off of scraps here. Jerd, last time I think I saw him play this in Minnesota, he was kind of blooded a lot of that time. It looks like he's changing his play style, which is good for the Ravens. But 5v4 right now with 1.5 minutes on the clock.
Jerd trying to find his way forward. I think he saw the fanny pack of shots. He's just on the right-hand side there. Rated finds a kill on a Crim 6 to tie it up at 4-4. And now, Patience. Oh, wow. Oh, no, Clay misses 2. That could have been an easy kill. These may come back to bite him now. 1 minute left on the clock. London need to make a play towards that B site. They're fighting slowly but surely through the middle. They've got their angles covered, so if anyone from Dallas makes a move through mid or try to cut through A, they will be caught there. This 2-snipe setup from Dallas has been interesting enough, but there we go. Raiders going to finally find Shotzzy. Hugh still sitting there in top shot. Oh, Clay finds Jerd as well, so now it's going to be a 3-on-3.
All tied up. Rated's found 2 already. Illy's missed another one, but they're tough shots. The first 2 maybe not so much, but that one just ahead, poking out. 28 seconds left here in the bomb. It looks like we might be seeing a rotation. Dylan on your screens, MP5 in hand. He could be caught off guard. He's got to be tagged. Slips behind the cop car. And he's got to find himself Clay. Clay again picking it up, but the bomb will go down 2v3.
Incredible teamwork from Clay there to make that play run right across the map, make sure that Hugh doesn't go down, keep the numbers up in favor of Dallas. And now with the bomb down, Waskins and Rated have got to go up against Clay, Illy, and Hugh. Waskins, great shots, ties it up, 1v2 now. Big tags, can Clay finish it up now? That's a nice nade. Is it going to be enough to get the kill? Brilliant shot from Clayster. Patience, perseverance, and he did not let that get the better of him, but half a second more, and Waskins may be looking at a 1v1 with that bomb player being the diffuser.
Yeah, Hugh with the first blood as well. The pick from the sniper was great. He actually is the one to be given that diffuse. Great stuff from Clayster there, I feel, as well. He was really one to kind of pick apart the Royal Ravens one by one in that round. Strong, strong M4. Now we see Illy using the sniper, and it looks like they've got 2, actually. It looks like we've got 2 snipers.
Yeah, they had last time. They didn't last run.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hugh and Illy. We saw Hugh go to the top shot, but this is an offensive round as well, so we'll see how we go.
Illy pulled out the MP5, I think, just then.
Just last minute, yeah.
Things up. It looks like Hugh's been given the role.
It's fantastic we have that many snipers in your team able to utilize these slightly unorthodox strategies. We say unorthodox because the first time we've seen it here in Modern Warfare. Dylan opens up first blood for London. The work really being done by...
Oh, no.
Oh, Clayster in that top shot position. Once again, you have to deal with these players. Rated is going to be doing it, as is Dylan. And 3, 2, 1. Clay right behind door number 1. He will go down, but what a brilliant trade that was. His 5th kill of the map so far, and we're only 2 rounds in.
Yeah, it was looking so good here for the Ravens. Clay kind of crawled the way back into it. And again, a couple of kills. One from Waskin sniping. He's going to find that bomb in no man's land right now. All up to Crim6 and Hugh. 2v3.
This changes the game so much, having 2 snipers. Waskins, he can't be as ambitious. Oh, wow. Hugh finds Rated. Makes it a 2-on-2. A snipe on either side. Crim's now going to have to make his way to back up Hugh as he goes towards A. They have to recover the bomb. And they have to make a play. 45 seconds remaining for this one.
Peeking in, trying to find something. Again, if you look at the minimap, the Ravens are very much set up here, but Scraps up top, Rated, Waskin at the back. Is the chemistry going to prevail for the Twins? Or are we going to see experience come through? Hughes comes knocking. Oh, he connects, no. But it doesn't take him out.
A flesh wound. Is that going to come back to bite them with 15 seconds left? You have to see Dallas get onto the bomb site immediately. Not a single part of him exposed. The shot's there, but brilliant again from Dallas. Second round in a row.
That could have been a very interesting round if that sniper shot puts him to bed and puts it in a 1v1. But credit to Dallas there. They acted fast. Now 2-0 up in the series, in the last map here. Game number 5, if you're just joining us. 2-2, all tied up.
It is 1st to 6. Bit of bad luck goes to Dylan, or to Waskins with that snipe, the flesh wound. Defensive round now for Dallas. Still running that 2-snipe setup. Scraps finds the first onto Shotzzy, destroying a car there, so a nade would have gone off nearby. Illy yet to find the success with the sniper rifle, but this position in books is great, but he's about to be overrun.
Oh my word.
No, that's rough.
Jerd,
it's an exploding car. It takes down both he and Dylan. That is very unfortunate. Rated,
I tell you what, this is where Jerd is praying for Rated and the Twins to go big, because this is a round which they really would have won. The positioning was so strong. They got the first blood. And I think Jerd might be having a big sigh. A big, big sigh there of relief.
Relief is definitely the word. Waskin cleans it out with a nice big shot there to end the round. You have to think the round would have gone a little differently if the other two players had managed to make it on that site. The bomb went down, but it didn't really matter. Here we go, London on defense now. Dallas in the offensive round.
Can't believe Jerd just nailed him and his team, man.
He did, took himself out well and truly. 4 ARs for Dallas and a single sniper. They're playing the long game here. Big tag from Waskin once again, unable to really find the kills here, but the shot's on. Can't let that discourage him, though. It can be extremely discouraging when you land those shots and don't manage to get the kills, but mental game for London has to remain strong. Rated stunned up slightly, but that nade's going to push them back, give a little bit of information. Allow Waskin to reposition and try to put that sniper to work.
Grenade does not connect there. Shotzzy was close, but he's hidden behind that pillar. Shotzzy and Illy, both 0 and 3. On the flip side, Jerd 0 and 3 as well. So 3 players looking to open up the account, but the bomb is edging its way forward. Crim6 opens up, and Waskin will be shut down. They know that's the sniper out of play.
Yeah, it's great play from Crim to back up the bomb carrier there and actually push so far up with him. Being able to watch 2 angles when you push your way through Bookshop is imperative. With that, Raid's going to try to answer back. There it is. Confidence from Crim6. Hubris, maybe, as he goes down 4v4.
Now the problem is there's 35 seconds. You've got to come up with a defuse. Someone's got to make the play. Shotzzy, Tippy toeing out. It's actually Scraps who snipes him. Jerd finds a kill off screen, and Jerd's going to slowly go down. Hugh has a sniper as well. He's in a strong position. Scraps says no! And we could have a snipe off right now. We've got to see where Hugh is. Hugh! He's going to go down. And the Ravens tie things up 2-2 here in game number 5. And honestly, when that bomb went down and I'm thinking it's a 4v4 with 35 seconds, I'm thinking Dallas have got to have this. But it was Scraps, actually. 2 kills with a sniper, incredible stuff.
He picks up the rifle of his fallen twin, puts it to good work. Tied up 2-2. Again, opening moments by Dallas are so strong. They're cerebral plays, but it's a little bit of special sauce from London that keeps them in the map. London offense.
Oh,
another tag.
I can't believe it.
3 tags in the map so far. Potentially 3 kills and 3 different round results, but who knows, mate? That's not up to us. The COD God's not exactly smiling on him right now, but there's a bit of a grimace.
Aim higher. 9 seconds.
No, really?
Yeah, I mean...
Just a little bit.
What can you do?
Oh.
Illy found himself a cheeky little spot. It's going to be traded. Rated does help out Dylan there. 4v4 now. As the rotation, it seems, from B to A is going down. It really does seem to show how important the snipers are on Piccadilly. Such long range of sights. You've got a lot of cover.
Yeah, it's a really solid work being put in by the snipers on both teams. However, it's rated at 6 and 2. 5 and 2 for Hugh, 5 and 3 for Clay.
Rated, I think, just saw him jump up, and he's going to be aggressive. He's going to be shut down. He didn't expect Crim6 to be there, and no one's there to trade it.
Yeah, Rated was out in absolute no man's land there. No one able to get that trade. Gifts that kill to the Dallas Empire and makes it a 4v3. Clay, though, is he able to find anything from here? That shop has been his home. Top shot, bottom shot, whatever you want.
Ding, ding. Here comes Clay.
Waskin finds 1 shot. He trades out on the Jerd immediately. 3v1, all on the Waskins. And there it is. The bomb may have gone down, but Waskins will be cleaned out. 15 seconds remaining, and Clayster will hit the defuse. A good round for Dallas.
360 no scope. Okay, all right.
Empire will take the lead 3-2 after that defuse. Slow and steady won the race there. A little bit ambitious from Rated again.
It was a really good round and a well-played round by Empire as well.
Wait, look, it's Ghost. Is that Ghost top left? Is that a little... No, maybe not.
I don't know. I was still thinking Hugh was joining phase for a second.
Just the ADD kicked in there, mate. Sorry, I was gone. Let's do this.
No donuts as Shotzzy and Illy find themselves the first kills. But it doesn't matter about the kills right now. Dallas are in the lead. 3-2. Round number 6 underway. Connections on the grenades, but not going to take anyone out just yet.
Aggressive work from London.
Yeah, Jerd's really far up.
Really far up. But he's in a position to possibly get a trade. Waskin opens the round out with a nice kill. There's the shot, Scraps. So Marshals lead the charge. Jerd now has got to watch that right flank. Got to watch out for Hugh Waskins. Another. 5 on 2 now. Shotzzy and Illy are in a lot of trouble. Illy, though, will win the gunfight against Dylan.
This is where Shotzzy and Illy are more than capable of winning this round. 2v5, now 2v4. You can't just single-handedly start dropping like flies for Ravens. You've got to Play this as normal. The pressure is off. Jerd, however, is the closest. I'd love to see exactly what happens here, because he's more than likely going to be the one first in the action.
Jerd's in a great spot.
Dead silence from Illy.
Yep. Flash! Brilliant work from Jerd. Hit and run. That's all he's got to do. Play the numbers. Wait for his teammates to show up.
Jerd's on fire.
Didn't even need his teammates. Quick reload, hop, skip, and a jump. Out there he goes. The luck of the Irish, maybe, but a brilliant finish nonetheless.
And there was 2 plays by Jerd I liked that round. The first one, when he pushed up, he didn't find anything. When he got that first kind of initial kill, it was kind of stole away by Scraps, but he retreated. He was patient. Second one, then he finds the kill. He doesn't overextend. He doesn't play like a maniac. He comes back and he goes round and round there, and he's rewarded for that. But it's patience, it's experience. You know, some of these, younger players may get a little excited. But anyway, round number 7 underway.
Wow, that was so close. But no cigar.
Aim left. Aim higher.
Oh, Shotzi's going to open this up on the kill into Jerd. That's the first. And again, London so aggressive, too aggressive. The cars are getting the kills for him now. Krim finds another kill on Narrated, and this round could be over at 5-on-2.
It's a massacre.
Down to the Marshals now. They're just going to make something happen here on board with Shotzi. Tags up from Scraps, but watch those blue arrows on the minimap. The callouts come through. They can just throw bodies at him and hope for the trade. Unless, though, they have no idea where Wuskins is right now.
Yeah, Shotzi can just keep shoulder peeking as well. Yes, he shoulder peeks one too many for Scraps. And Wuskin is in here 1v5.
Tough, though.
Without the bomb.
He was so scoped in there. Yeah, he's going to take care of himself.
See ya. Night-night.
Takes care of himself. Rolls on in the next round.
That's the first time I've seen that, actually, online.
Chalked it up.
Yeah.
A no-win scenario, but for some people, there is no such thing as a no-win scenario. The clock's not on his side. He doesn't really have enough time to make anything happen, and now he's in a spot of bother. Well, Dallas take the lead 1 round at a time. Now they're on offense.
Such a close game, a close series. The first Search and Destroy, if you missed it, round 11. Both hard points pretty close. Dallas, of course, winning 2 maps in a row. Judging by the minimap, we've got a fast, aggressive play here onto A by Dallas. Scraps and Jerd may be called upon.
Again, the smoke might just be a bait, trying to lure them out. Jerd's in such a dangerous position, though. He peeks up, he's got such a great view of the map. However, he exposes himself and he can be cut down very easily. Oh, that's a head!
Oh!
What a shot!
Sickening.
Shotzi now does not let the plan go to waste, and he continues to push in towards B. Clayster evens it up with a kill on the Scraps.
Nade's not going to find anyone 4v4 now. As Wuskins will go back and 2 to the library. And he ain't looking for bullets.
Assault rifle for Dylan. Only 2 MP5s on the map at the moment. There were Scraps. May he rest in peace. And Jerd, he's still got his up and about. Again, Jerd in such a great position. Shots there, but he's got to back up now. He's already rung the dinner bell, and here come the hungry members of the Dallas Empire.
Oh, Hugh has him in his sights.
Oh, he really did. But that's a good thing. I mean, now London can make their way forward. The bomb going down quickly. Possible of the angle, but you're so close to the demise, Jerd.
Hugh actually got taken down, and that's from Dylan, so the sniper's off the play, and Jerd has the high ground, but he can't see anything. The bomb being down doesn't favor him right now. He just needs to wait for his teammates. They have the number advantage. It's all up to Clayster and Shotzi here. 4v2 as the Ravens start to collapse upon them. Down to just Clay. There's plenty of time, and one's going to jump on it, but what's Clay going to do? Find Jerd. Tick-tock. The bomb's getting defused, and Dylan finds himself 4 kills as the bomb is defused, and we see another tied game. 4-4.
It's a heads-up play from London to play the numbers like that. They have such a huge life advantage. They could almost go for it in those 1v1 fights. They could allow this time to go down, because meanwhile, they've got another guy defusing the bomb. 4-4 in this game 5. Wuskin will not put that sniper away. 8-5 for him. 8-5 for Clayster. Up on top of the bin. Can we find one of these before the map is done? Maybe not this time. A little over-ambitious, maybe too eager there for Wuskins. He could have waited for the smoke to really settle before the members of the Dallas Empire ran through that one, but still. 2-man push right through the middle for Dallas. One of them is at B.
And one thing I will say is Dallas have been really good on the defense here, and Ravens have been caught out a couple of times. This time it looks like they're playing a little slower, trying to play for a pick and maybe wanting Wuskins to open up that Dallas, though, sticking to the plan. 30 seconds have passed, and Wuskin hasn't found anything. No sniper on the hands of Dallas. They've got 5 M4s.
Nope.
Rated, though, he's going to shut down Heat.
It's a very flexible roster, Dallas, and they're willing to try different things. 2 snipes, all M4s, no MP5s. They're not too worried about shaking up the rulebook, challenging the meta. Wuskin still holding firm, holding steadfast.
Ooh.
Good timing. The call-up came there. There's the shots. No damage. Not able to get the kill as well. Illy and Krim, they find their kills. Wuskin answers back immediately. 3 on 3. Jerd now trying to make his way straight across the map. Can he do it without being tagged? Shots are there, but he will be made safe.
Oh, boy. Damage is being dealt. These M4s are powerful. Dylan connects with the grenade and now pushing forward into a bit of an interesting position. He could catch Clayster off guard here, but he's waiting for the bomb to be pushed around. Jerd's obviously holding that right now, and if they can get the bomb down, this could be special. But Illy doing what Illy does, finds one, and he's out of there. 3v2, and Dallas with a heavy advantage. Bomb is going down. Dylan, though, makes it even. Dylan goes down, all up to Jerd.
Clay still answers back immediately in a 1v2 now for Jerd. Can't get it done. Clay gets the kill as Jerd. He overextends after arming the bomb and gives the kill to Clay. Illy, heroics on the other side of the map. A dead silence play that really turned the round around. And now, Dallas Empire, match point. They are 1 round away from the grand final. They're taking every second possible, compose themselves. Let the youngsters, let the relatively inexperienced players of Shotzzy and Illy just calm down a moment. The nerves have got to be rising. 1 more round is all they need.
We're at round 11 in map number 2. We might be treated to another one here. Dallas Empire, 1 round away from progressing to the final here, of course. Ravens. We've got to get 2. 9 kills for Wuskin. On the flip side of things, we've got 9 for Clayster. Round number 10, here we go.
HDRs apiece for both teams. Wuskin's going to be charging forward, and it's going to be Hugh running the XDR. 6 kills to his name so far. Jerd, once again, hyper-aggressive, all over A. Empire R. Right in through goes Jerd. Hip fire, not able to get anything done. Clay's there. We'll get the first blood. Hugh finds a second underrated with a sniper, and it's starting to look a little bit dangerous now as London have got to slow down. Dallas can keep this pressure up. As the aggression is paying off, it comes down to Skrapz and Dylan. Now it's all on Dylan. It has been a flawless round from the Dallas Empire here in the final moments of this game. Can Dylan do this? He is all alone, and it is done. It was flawless from the Dallas Empire.
Dallas with one of the cleanest search and destroy rounds we've seen. London has fallen. And what a way to go, but credit to the boys of Dallas Empire who come out on top. Clayster, I believe, dropping double digits. He was 9 before that round. He ends with 12. Head in the hands for Wuskin. It's such a tough loss to take. But the support is still strong here for the Ravens, and Dallas move on to the grand final.
What a fantastic series. Commiserations for London. The support has been staggering for the squad all weekend long. But for all the teams here in the COD League, that defeat, there is nothing quite like it. The only thing greater has got to be those big wins. And now for Dallas, a chance for redemption, as they will be our first team to qualify for the grand final here in London. They will be playing the winner of the Chicago Huntsmen up against Paris Legion shortly after this. One of the absolute superstars of the COD scene, it is Crim6 on stage with Frankie.
This is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. I've got C6. Listen, London, they made you work for it, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. You know, that was a crazy series. I sort of had more passion for London than anyone else, because shout out to that one fan on Thursday that I walked out, he goes, yo, bro, can I get a picture? And then he said, yo, London was shitting on you guys in scrims. And when I heard that, I was like, I want to fucking beat them bad. So I mean, that's just what happened. That should have been a 5-0, honestly.
To be fair, I did actually see them shitting on you in scrims, to use your words, because I was backstage, and to be honest, I was worried for you. So what really motivated that performance then?
T2P. Well, hopefully we play them next.
You want to play Huntsman, why not Paris?
Well, I mean, I would love to play Paris, but where's the fun in that?
Well, what did you think of this London crowd? Because we know what they think of you, C6.
I think they secretly love me, just like Rated.
Do you think I secretly love you?
No.
He can read me quite well. I'm an open book. Listen, thank you so much to Dallas Empire. You know what, boys and girls out in the audience? One more time, please. Stand up if you love Ravens. That was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. We have got our first finalists in the Chicago Huntsmen.
Our heroes can't fly, they fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive?
Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as they beat back foes, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending end. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping! It's not stopping!
Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
PS4, the official platform partner of Call of Duty Challengers.
To the Call of Duty League at the Copper Box Arena, London. Now, one thing we haven't seen on this stream so far is our Challengers tournament that's been going over in the corner of the venue. All of the home sets are gonna have them, and it's my privilege to announce the top 3 teams. In 3rd place, we've got the Stars of the Future. We've got the London Royal Ravens Academy team. In second place, one of my favorite team names ever, Train Hard, ladies and gentlemen. And your Challengers champion standing behind me right now, boys, take a bow. It is Team Singularity. All superstars we may very well be seeing playing on this stage next time around. Good luck with your future, boys. But right now, we have got to get a second semi-final underway, so it's over to Lottie and the boys.
Thank you so much, Frankie, and congratulations to Team Singularity. Insane stuff on you guys, all across the board. Amazing opportunities here with Challengers, of course, at CDL. So you'll find out more next time as well. But this brings me to talk about my fellow analyst here, Rich Campbell. What is that on your face, sir? Let me have a look.
He looks hideous now.
Let me have a look. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, just to remind you, before we take a look at Rich, he did say something before this series. Let's take a look at what it was. I already know where Rich is clearly standing on this prediction for this game, because you did say if London lose, you're going to shave your mustache off. So you've got the shaving cream ready.
I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready. London, I think you guys might be able to take this one home.
I look down at my phone for like 30 seconds and I look up and there's just shaving cream all over your face.
So we have a clean-shaved face already. So I don't know about this. Did you jinx them, Rich?
No, don't put that on my mustache. You're going to make the energy leave the room quicker.
Wait, no. We were watching the game in the green room. They go up 2-0, and you walk out and come back with no beard, no mustache.
I believe.
You definitely jinxed them. 100%. It was all, yo, UK, everybody in here, everybody London, it was all Rich Campbell's fault. It was all his fault that they lost.
Wait, they won the mustache back.
There we go. There's the mustache back.
It's too late, man. It's too late.
It is a little bit too late. But you know what, guys? Just to bring it back to the seriousness of what we saw here in the series, my heart does break for London there. You could see the emotion on their faces across the board. It was a very emotion-filled series. I was really impressed with what I saw across both of our teams. We don't have too much time with this, but Wuskin, he really was super emotional there, that last section. It just shows you guys in London how much this really does mean to the team, how much this actually means to every single player in this stadium right now. It doesn't matter where you're from, where your hometown is, they're playing here for their futures, and it means an awful lot to them. Guys, your hearts were also breaking here too.
Well, I think they proved something very big to us. We've been talking about who the top teams were. I know that there's obviously, at the beginning of the season, a lot of focus on standings, on power rankings, things like this. When you look at a team like Dallas, I think that they were incredibly underrated. Yeah, sure. But I think that they are a squad that ultimately is one of the top teams, and you watch how London played against them, and they're one of the top teams too.
Yeah, I just let out a tweet, like, I'm devastated for these guys, but they should hold their heads up high. This is the best I've ever seen Wuskin play in his life, and I think that they will be a top 4 team this season, just by the looks of it. They go game 5 right there versus a refined Empire who worked on their mistakes. And keep in mind, Empire played the 2 best teams in the game during launch weekend, lost both of those, and they have a matchup issue against the Huntsmen. They're still a fantastic roster, fantastic team. The Ravens went to game 5. They could have won that, to be honest. In round number 4 or 5, they threw that away, and there are a few other mini situations that the Ravens didn't capitalize on. They can go back, fix those, and they can be a championship team.
And I have to say as well, you know, obviously we're not going to have FaZe here. You have the Huntsmen here, and we know that that's not a good matchup for Dallas. I really wanted to see the Ravens get to play against them, because maybe these God squads that we have right now, these 2 teams that appear to be in that S tier, maybe they can bleed. Maybe the Ravens would have been the team that could have brought that matchup down. But now ultimately we might see a rematch, but we got to get to the next one.
We do indeed. We do have another match for you guys on the main stage. Let's take a look at our game fuel keys to victory right now. We're going to head over to the Huntsman, Nameless.
Yeah, so for the Huntsmen, all they got to do is play their game, you know, focus on the task at hand map by map. They're 1 series away from being in that final versus a team that they have beaten twice already in a pretty easy fashion. So don't take Paris lightly. Like, this is a team that has stolen maps and series off of teams that they've been the underdog against throughout the last, like, 4 or 5 matches that they've had. So Chicago needs to just focus on the task at hand and play their game, and they should be fine.
Indeed. We're going to focus right now on the game fuel keys to victory for Paris Legion.
Yeah, for Paris, I mean, obviously they're not going to be able to slay with the likes of the Huntsmen, so I think that they need to win both Search and Destroys and steal a respawn, right? Like in Search and Destroy, they've been solid, 4-2 overall. They're just going to have to find a way to exploit the Huntsmen and Search, win both of them, and steal that domination where they've been so good at throughout the course of the weekend.
I want to circle back to the one idea that you had, that you can't underestimate this team, because you already heard Krim on the main stage underestimating them a little bit. He said, oh, it would be kind of easy. You know, Krim obviously was going to throw a couple of shots out there, but I think that this goes for all of the teams that still do remain in this tournament. You can't take this squad lightly.
You can't indeed. And of course, you're talking about exploiting as well. We're going to take a look at our maps and modes presented by the US Air Force, because this is the process here with the veto system. You can actually exploit other teams, work out what they're not so good at, try and play that to your strengths. Gents, looking at this lineup here of maps and our game types there, of course, do we see this going into anyone's favor, or is this going to be kind of a clean game across the board for both?
I mean, it's really just up in the air, right? Like, we're not sure what to expect. These two teams haven't played against each other yet this season, so it's going to be an interesting one for sure. I'm definitely leaning into the side of Huntsmen heavily in this one. The domination has looked good for Paris, but will they be able to slay against the likes of Huntsmen? I don't think so.
It's going to be tough. We're going to actually have a look at our quick scope here presented by the US Air Force as well. This is a comparison side-by-side of our two teams right now and where they're at in the season. 40 points each on that board. It's actually right in the higher ranks actually at CDL here as well. And the game record is pretty good for both. We're looking at a Huntsman with only 2 losses there. That is significantly different in the damage that Legion have taken, but still, those wins speak for themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, the Huntsmen have been incredible, so have the Legion. They've pretty much shut everybody up, and they've been playing like they have something to prove, and this is the match where you can get to that final. I don't think a lot of these players have ever been to a final ever, so there's a lot on the line for these guys. Kismet wants to be in that final. He's been performing like he's going to make it there. We'll see if he can do it here.
Kismet really actually has been dealing a lot of damage. And to have a player playing to this kind of level right now, it's the start of the season, he's bringing a lot to the table, but how are the rest of his team kind of bonding with that kind of play style? Are they playing to his advantage, his strength?
Zed said that they're one of the best teams in the league. Zed said they're one of the best teams in domination, right?
Yeah, I mean, he did say that. I mean, I look at this roster, and, you know, we saw some big performances out of Luca earlier, and this guy's a developing player. He's been looking great. We saw Shocks going off earlier, and Dens yesterday was playing fantastic. So they have the pieces that can go off on certain maps, but versus the Huntsmen, all 5 of them are going to have to be incredible, because all 5 of the Huntsmen go off at any given moment. We saw Envoy put up the best statistics I've ever seen in an individual hardpoint in this game. Like, there's just so many players on that team that can take over a map. It's going to be a lot for Paris to deal with.
I think the other thing is, too, is when you're starting to think about taking those leads overall with the point system, when you know that FaZe isn't going to be here, I think as the Huntsman, you really want to be grabbing these points.
You do indeed. And tell you what, I'm going to grab your attention right now. Audience, YouTube.
I can't hear you guys. I can't hear any of you.
Hey, we're getting the crowd started here as well.
Get
we
louder,
do have
crowd.
another European team in the house. We want to make it loud for them, loud and proud. We're going to head over to Frankie right now.
Thank you very much, Lottie. Now, our first team has got the last British player standing on their ranks in Zed. It's Paris Legion.
Shocks cuts them in half. And what is that flick?
The Legion come out on top.
Zed with the cluster!
It all comes down to this.
That was as close to perfect as you're going to see in a round.
Playing Paris Legion, it's undeniably the favourites here in London, the Chicago Huntsmen.
He's going to get caught, but they line up for Scuff, and Scuff, the king! This is dangerous. 10 in a row. Gunless keeps on rolling. 9. Formal hits the shot. It doesn't have to move. He goes. Oh my lord!
Here we go, Copper Box Arena. It's your second semi-final. Paris Legion versus Chicago Huntsmen. Let's head over to Benson and Chance to get this one underway.
cannot wait. Second semi-final. Of course, the hometown favorites may be out, but Chance, I feel like there's another favorite in the crowd.
I mean, there's like a backup team, just in case you want to cheer for some old names we're used to in COD, the likes of Envoy, Gunless, and Arcades, the fan favorites, Ben. And T2P. Is this the translation? You got to translate the chance for me, by the way.
There's just Benson, give us a wave. Benson, give us a wave. You always have to wave to the crowd. But it is worth mentioning, if you think this is going to be an easy series, it's probably not, and for several reasons. Paris Legion have played twice today, and they look fantastic, Chance. Chicago Huntsmen haven't played at all, so you have one team who's incredibly hot coming in. They need to start strong.
I mean, think about it. The analysis from Nameless is they need to steal a respawn. Make no mistake, the Huntsmen, the better respawn team in comparison. They have yet to drop a single hard point, but you mentioned it. You've got 2 series under your belt. The sticks are clearly warm. If you can catch them off guard just for a moment, you have a good opening 5 minutes before the sticks get warm for the Huntsmen. You can take full advantage, and you got a map like Hackney Yard to make it happen.
Yeah, you have to think about trying to build yourself an early lead, propel game 1 out of Chicago Huntsmen's control, and then potentially you look at the search and destroy, an area which was not necessarily a weakness by any means, but definitely a big advantage there for Paris to maybe even go 2-0 up in the series. But without further ado, game 1 underway, and we're going to start off on board with Paris Legion themselves with Luca.
And it's this double AR setup we've seen from them on this map quite a bit, and Luca, well, is a big reason why. You heard it in the interview earlier. It's just because he's comfortable with it on this map, and his job is to get kills.
One big thing we'll have to keep our eyes out on that minimap is, of course, going to be the rotation towards the second hill on the furthest right part of that minimap. You're going to want to see Paris Legion try and rotate as quickly as possible, but so far, so good for Chicago Huntsmen as Scump on your screen finds the first. There's number 2. Could find number 3. The nade will do the job. And Chicago Huntsmen flawless thus far.
And this is already beautiful from the Huntsmen. They just had to make sure they did not start slow. They've already gotten 27 seconds on the opening hill, and even if they give it away, which they still have a couple players to fight for it, they have secured their rotation effectively towards the next hill, and that P2 hill, so difficult to break.
It's so important that you hold that spawn, and exactly as you say, Chicago have done just that. With 7 seconds until the rotation, the score, 37-3. By the time we rotate to that second hill, Paris still spawning so far out. A quick glance at the stats. It's Scump who started red hot, 6-4. Gunless right behind him at 5-3 on the side of Paris. It's a struggle all around outside of Dens, who's been exceptional so far at 5-3. His event has just been a great one.
Well, Shox has gotten through, and a bunch of kills coming their way because Dens finds 2 in the feed, and now he's up top. Shox with 1, and his teammates are there. The break on P2 is in.
But the way P2 works, you know you're going to have another flow of kills that you have to get quickly, but they're not there. They managed to secure the hill, so the unbreakable P2, Paris Legion, break in.
And they do so instantly. That is a massive turnaround because the game could have gotten out of hand, and even still for the Huntsmen, it sucks they gave away the break, but still they're going to have at least a little bit of a lead going into the new hill, and they are going to be able to get the full setup that they want. They have a couple bodies at the bottom middle section of the map, and they're going to have a new guy in the hill once he comes up off spawn.
Runs now at Den, 7-4, make that 8-4. Double positive after 2 hills. Deficit, not massive, just at 13, but Chicago Huntsmen will be in the hill first as we get a pause on the rotation towards the 3rd hard point. It looks like it's going to be on the side of Chicago Huntsmen. We'll wait to see and get confirmation on exactly what that issue is, but I can see straight away, refs on stage. But just to quickly and briefly talk about what we've seen so far, obviously, you have Chicago Huntsmen spawning on the better side, if you will, but I think controlling P1 for as much as they did, Chance, gave them a big cushion.
I mean, great things from both teams. It was the Huntsmen have to make sure they don't have a slow start. You have Scump that just comes out firing on all cylinders, who has been elite in this game so far, by the way. Scump has just been seemingly back in old form, just like that dominant man that he can be, but then after that, it was Legion. Difficult situation of being down on the score, being down on the rotation, but they found a way, and I think are currently in the process of, well, trying to flip the spawns once again. They just sent 4 bodies from the top side of the minimap to break through on the right side just to get that early flip, if possible. But they do have quite a few gunfights they need to win before they're able to secure that right away.
Definitely do. Relatively close off the start. Of course, game still currently paused. Chicago just maybe going over exactly what they want to do when the game is resumed. Make sure they're all watching the correct lanes that they're going to need to. Seems as if maybe the issue has been resolved. We'll wait and see. Of course, for Paris Legion, as you said, rightfully, trying to push in, trying to break the setup that Chicago Huntsmen will have. If they're able to do it early, Chance, We will see a swing and a lead change, of course, in favor of Paris.
And the killer stare coming in from Luka. Actually, just kind of calm. Just a chill guy, just kind of waiting for...
Just relax.
Two people calm, man. He just wants to play, as we all, of course, do. But I think the game should be starting shortly, and it's a gap making sure that you don't get tilted, right? If you felt you were in a good spot on the rotation, you thought you're doing well with the kills, your gun was hot, you can't afford to tilt at all, but the game is back in action. It is the Huntsmen with a 20-point lead inside the hill, but you see the spawns have already been trying to pinch around from the other side. Paris working the way around back.
Love it, but it would have been better if Dens, of course, could have found that kill. Chicago still with hill control. The spawns make it a little chaotic here for Chicago Huntsmen. You still have Arcitys doing a good job watching from afar with a sub. There's number one. Second is Kismet to his right. Arcitys feeling confident, whips out the pistol, but Kismet soars towards him. Finds the pick, but again, Chicago Huntsmen still inside the hill there for a moment, Chance. So the cushion, the lead, about 30 points.
And this is beautiful control, honestly, from Paris. They didn't get a body in the hill until, well, just now, but that's 20 seconds that they just completely stripped from the Huntsmen. Now Envoy, the lone man trying to fight for those spawns. He's got key gunfights in the back. Meanwhile, Kismet, well, he's worried about the hill and just shreds Gunless in there. Now he's going to be top office, trying to play his life, and he's got Zed for the help.
Oh, and that was so well played from Kismet. Just waited the perfect amount of time. Can he find number three? Teammates to help. Paris Legion, a good rotation, and Kismet is on fire. That's a 6 streak for him so far, 12-7, and he's not done yet. Number 7 could be coming up the stairs, of course, teammates to support all around him. Kismet, of course, one of those explosive players that needs to play well. There's 8, almost found number 9 before backing away. Kismet on a rampage right now for Paris Legion.
I mean, he's looking for the kills, but right now it's going to be the Huntsmen that are actually inside the hill. But he goes on the flank, finds the next one, and the retake is in, but now he gets pinched in. Arcitys and Scump there to hunt him down. And now it's the lone Aussie in the hill, but it seems like the Huntsmen in full control of the actual hardpoint.
And despite that massive streak from Kismet, really the score didn't change that much. Still Chicago Huntsmen in control. The kill feed all white though, as Scump also drops. Shanks looking to see if he can maybe push for the final couple of seconds of scrap time. There's 8 to be grabbed. He'll find 1 kill, maybe even number 2. Not gonna happen though. Envoy shuts him down.
And this is just a control game again. You have Luka on one end with the M4. He is just playing the cutoff man to watch over mid-map. Meanwhile, the rest of the Legion are over by Office in the kill feed. Nothing but white on the left side. They have complete map control. And the man that's hanging out inside the hill, he's got nothing to do, nothing to shoot, because the Huntsman can't get close.
The question is, where will Paris Legion spawn? Hopefully close enough for them at least to re-challenge the hill, but Chicago Huntsmen have broken through, and it's this man Scump that could cause the problems. Unfortunately for him, he will fall, and once again, Paris Legion retake control. Bear in mind, Chance, 30 seconds left on this hill. Paris Legion could take the lead here.
I mean, I think these past 2 hills, they've just shown off the power of running the double AR setup. It's just watching the crosses. You can leave one lone man just to cut off half the map for you. That leaves all the subs to pressure wherever they need. If it needs to be hit the hill, that's great. If you need to push forward, that's great too.
One thing I do want to point out, currently Arcitys 6-15. It's been a slow start for him. Look for him to heat up in the second rotation of hills. If he does so, Chicago Huntsmen should be able to take the lead, and if they keep the pace they've been playing, potentially even take map 1.
And this is also going to be a process for the Paris Legion. You got Dens working mid-map. He's got a couple teammates on the top side of the mini-map that their goal is to push through, get behind the enemy lines, try to flip those spawns, but you see Formal, Scump, and Envoy in the feed, cleaning them up, cleaning them down.
And Chicago Huntsmen have been so disciplined holding this spawn for the second hill, and they still have it, and unfortunately for Zed, he's not going to be able to lock it down. But more importantly, not only are they being so disciplined at holding the spawn, they're also getting so much time from the first hill.
So much time from the first hill, but again, it all comes down to that rotation of P2 as Paris trying to get as much time as possible on this hill as Shocks flies through and gets 3, and Kismet follows up with the next 2. And now it's again the Aussie trying to have the hot hand. He's going to need quite a few kills to push through to get this break.
And let's not forget, Paris Legion did break into P2 on our first rotation. It took them about 20 seconds, but they were able to do it. So it's by no means a money hill. It's obviously still relatively slow started, 8-16, double negative. That's things stand. And as we rotate now to the second hill of our second rotation, 147-123 is the score in favor of Paris.
And this is where the Huntsmen cannot afford to screw up. One bad smoke, or one good smoke from the other team, rather, and quite a few kills. They got punished and allowed the break to happen. They are going to want and need a full 60 in this situation. Arcitys, the front man, able to find 1, has the help for the second as Scump is able to find 2. The first push gets stuck.
And Huntsmen retake the lead with still 35 seconds left on the hard point. Plenty of time for them to build themselves a cushion. And if you're Paris Legion, you need to be very careful because one player, I believe it's Gunless, for Chicago Huntsmen is deep at the back of the map. A great little play from him. Rotate early, get behind Paris Legion. You almost force Paris to maybe push it one more time, but now the problem is you've pushed for the scrap time, you've not won that fight, and you don't have control of the spawns. This could be where the game goes completely out of control for Paris Legion.
This is absolutely beautiful stuff from the Huntsmen right now. They just trusted 1v1 gunfights on various sides of the map. Envoy goes big in the hill. Gunless try to go big on the other side, but when all is said and done, it is a 30-point lead. You're trying to get control of middle, but this might be where the double AR setup comes up big once again for Paris Legion. This is where they started to build their comeback the first set of rotations.
And you consider how scary that looked for a moment there for Paris Legion. They've done very well just to recompose themselves, get their setup back in action as the very small, fragile Chicago Huntsmen lead about to drop down to just 10 points as Paris slaying outside the hill. Still, of course, with Dennis sitting in, picking up all of the hill time. He's about to approach a minute himself. And right now, Chicago can't get close to the hardpoint, gents. Paris, take the lead.
The feed is getting brutal. Someone's got to step up right now for the Huntsmen. Formal in the feed makes an appearance, but he's going to need to be there quite a long time longer. Now you got Luka. Again, the pressure game from Paris Legion is insane. They're able to retake the lead. They're going to bump it up a little bit more, and they're the first to the new hill as well.
And you talk about stepping up, it has to be Arcides. I've called out his stat line a few times so far. Still double negative, 11 and 22. He's an explosive player that all it takes is a couple of gunfights for him to just go on one of those massive streaks and potentially just win his team the game. As Shox should find one. The rotation is in for Chicago Huntsmen, however, so we could see yet another lead change.
And you see Shox's goal here is not to go towards the hill, but just to stay on this side of the map. His teammates are responsible for the stuff inside the hard point, but now you got Gunless and Scump trying to surge forward. The trades, though, get shut down by the nade of Dens. The double kill, you love to see it if you're a Paris Legion fan.
And Arcides is ready to spring into action. Flies in towards the hill, contested for now. Still 30 seconds left. Of course, trophy and nades can be launched. Luka goes for the challenge, and Arcides falls. Formal looking for the trade. There's two. Almost found three, but Shox springs into life instantly. And with 20 seconds left on the hill, Chicago Huntsmen don't want to concede it for free. The contest comes through. Envoy wins it, and that could be a big, big 10 seconds.
Pressure's on this next hill. The Paris Legion can absolutely win it. Huntsmen, they're going to have to start freaking out on these kills, but the nade all over the feed, and right now it's just going to be the pressure on the top side of that map. The Huntsmen just trying to sneak through.
And Paris are parking the bus deep at the back. They know they have to force Chicago to push them. 30 seconds is all Paris need to take game number one. They can win it on this hill. If you're Chicago, you have time for one, maybe two at best pushes into the hill, and that's a great start. 3 kill comes through. Luka looking to defend from above. Time is ticking, just 13 seconds now. Someone has to get in. The problem is Dens is ready and waiting inside the hill, so when the push finally comes through, he should be able to find at least one, maybe two, but the kills come through for Chicago. They survive for now.
They survive for now. Dens might be trying to make a play for a little bit of his scrap, and he's able to find one.
Oh, that's huge.
Makes the read on number 2, and that just means more Huntsman players have to back up to deal with him again.
But so smart from Paris. When they spawned, it looked as if they wanted to try and push for the scrap time, see if they could win the game. Instead, they say no, back away, set up for the new hill, win it on rotation.
11 seconds in the game is going to be Paris's, but Gunless has something to say. He's trying to fight through. Envoy gets chopped down. The feed right now in favor of Paris. 7 seconds in the game is
gotta go, and it's gonna be Scump. Can the king of Call of Duty make the plays? His team need him now as he flies in. Zed is there. Envoy for the trades, he finds one. There's number 2. Chicago Huntsmen, they have the numbers, and now they have hill control, or do they? No, Paris Legion steal it at the last second. It looks so good for Chicago that maybe, just maybe, they could make the comeback there. However, Paris Legion, as you said, Chance, they needed to start strong. They've done just that.
The perfect storm for the Paris Legion. That is the first hardpoint loss we've seen on land from the Huntsmen, and that is best case scenario. They've played 2 series already today. This is the Huntsmen's first. You've had the opportunity to get the guns warm. The Huntsmen, well, they just have to do it in scrims behind the scenes, and we saw a couple slow starts from Formal and Arcides. They just weren't there productively early enough, and the Paris Legion took full advantage.
Advantage Paris. 1-0 up in the series. Here's a quick glance at how the game 1 played out statistically, at least. Shox 37 and 23 leading the way for Paris So as well as that, Luca with a good game at 30 and 20. You've got to give Kismet some credit as well, 33 and 27. But on the other side, again, the stat that really stands out to me is Arcitys, a slow game, 14 and 31. Just couldn't find it in the game to step up.
I mean, obviously, full credit to Shox. He played like a monster the entire time. But again, that double AR setup on this map was quite a bit of success. You have Dens, who just lived inside the hill. 2 minutes to his name. He just made that his entire goal. Just hang out, lock down the lines of sight. And then Luca, how many times do we see him where he's winning gunfights by bullet? It's because he has the better gun for the job, where he's just getting those long-range engagements and he's getting the extra shot out on the MP5 player.
I really want to take a look at our Scuf Gaming play of the game, because if I'm honest, there's a lot that you could possibly pick from, but it's Kismet popping off on rotation, going on a little bit of a spree.
And I think he finished on, what, like an 8 spree, maybe before he gets cut down and finds maybe 4 or 5 through this engagement. He's re-breaking this hard point with all these entry kills, and you can already see the score. They were down by 30 points in this moment. He's one of the catalysts for this team of when he gets hot, it can just help his team take over the game.
We normally talk about search and destroy when Kismet is kind of the topic of discussion. However, his respawn game has definitely improved coming into this season. We do look at search and destroy as the game type that he can explode on. The one thing that we kind of talked about a little bit when we were just kind of preparing for this matchup, when we knew this was the game we were going to be casting, is Kismet sometimes has some inconsistencies. Often when we kind of say, all right, this is going to be his time to shine, sometimes he underperforms, and then other times he looks like a completely different player. This is one of those series now where, yes, you played 2 series already, maximum you're going to play 4. You need that consistent Kismet in Search.
I was going to say in Search, absolutely yes, but as far as I'm concerned, their job is done. You have to steal one of the respawns. They got that out of the way.
That's fair.
Now you just make sure that you clutch up in the Search and Destroy.
Exactly that, right? You've done the hard work, I guess, but make sure you don't throw away what could be your team's bread and butter, so to speak.
Well, and so it's not the easy work. Just to be clear, not the easy work. The Huntsmen have dropped 2, well, now make it 3 maps on land, only 1 of which was Search and Destroy. So that's a quote weakness, if one at all, but I believe we're going to be going to Petrograd, and it comes down to who's the sniper for either of these teams. We know Formal loves to do it. We know quite a few teams won't even challenge them with it.
Sure.
And so Formal in interviews is saying, hey, I'll take it. It's free for me if they don't even want to try to snipe against me.
And again, it's important to just kind of reiterate. By no means are we saying that Search and Destroy is a weakness for Chicago Huntsmen. And again, to reiterate one more time, they changed their practice schedule to incorporate more Search and Destroy. And from what we've seen so far this event, I think it showed. I think you can see their improvement.
I mean, again, not a massive amount of information we're working on, but again, they've handled it in the most professional way possible. They're saying, if there is a weakness for this team, let's address it as quickly as possible. That way, when they come out to this event, they have the best showing possible. Right. But now, of course, a little bit of pressure is on, because the only opening the Paris Legion may have had coming into the series, it's already there. The Paris Legion have broken through, so now I think the ball is in the Huntsman's court to respond as quickly as possible, because we've seen a few reverse sweeps this tournament, but by no means do you want to find yourself in that situation.
Especially in a semi-final. You do not want to fall 2-0 down. And with how Paris Legion have been playing, it's a scary team to be 2-0 down too. We head to St. Petrograd. Search and Destroy is game 2. Paris Legion with the advantage, 1-0. Chicago Huntsmen, they'll be on the attack first round. Obviously, we expect to see the sniper in Formal's hand.
And I want to know if they're going to counter-snipe. Like, we know Formal's going to go up top. We know he's going to look over down these
I think
lanes.
they are.
Is someone just going to counter-snipe against
Based
them?
off X-Ray, I think so. Might be Zed. No, maybe not. Back to way. So, no, they're going to give up mid lane for free.
They are letting him ride, but now you have Luca, again, just playing the cutoff role. He's sitting mid-map, waiting to either hear a player coming up behind him or to just shoot the man in front. But either way, while that's happening, Zed gets picked for first blood in the top window.
Well, now Formal knows, and he's going to spot, I believe that's Dens, scrambled away. Chicago did have a first blood, so numbers advantage in their favor. Can they find the opening, though? The problem they have is, of course, no control over the A side, as you would expect in the attacking side on St. Petro, but they haven't really been able to get too much control over towards B either. Time is ticking. Obviously, now you get your dead silence. This is when you can make the play.
The call has been made. You got 5 men. Rotate back to the A site. You're hoping you're the man advantage, and they will have a 5 versus 2. You trade these kills, you'll be good to go. Dead silence popped on the hand of Arcitys. The move is now, you make sure you trade these kills.
Arcitys found the first blood. Can he find a second? Kismet's up top. That kill isn't going to come through. Scump takes control of the lucky top window. And still no kills coming through. Just the one, time ticking. Chicago have to make the play. The flank now could come through from Luka. Formal's gonna be in trouble, and now the playing field even, 4 versus 4.
4 versus 4, now the pressure's on. You gotta watch your back while trying to plant the bomb. Envoy does get a pick on one end. Scump watching the flank, has 2 to deal with. He's gonna play it slow in the door. Perfect play, Luka walks right into it. Dents for the trade, but still, you're in a 1 versus 3. Good luck, have fun.
Damage done there from Chicago Huntsman. Dens really should have no right clutching a 1 versus 3. It was a 1v4. He was able to trade out Scump at least, but RC's Envoy and Gunless still up for Chicago Huntsman. RC's will spot him, and Arstees will get the kill, and that's an important round for me. For Arstees, after a slow game 1, finds himself a couple of kills there in the first round. Obviously doesn't fall either. A great start for the social short for Chicago Huntsman.
And in my mind, that round is just all on Envoy. As soon as that flank comes in and formally gets caught out, it just seemed in my mind that the Huntsmen took a very long time to make moves in the site. Like, they popped dead silence just for site control before they did anything. If Envoy doesn't go big and find those 2 kills, that flank could have been a lot more difficult for Scumpy to manage. But he found the kills. They clutched up. Nice round on board. We'll see if Envoy can continue some destruction.
Paris Legion now on the attack. Are we going to see maybe a more aggressive play over towards A? Traditionally on defense so far on this map from what we've seen. Formal doesn't always pull out the sniper rifle.
It looks like Zed is thinking about working up mid-map. Obviously full site control on the defensive side for A, but Zed has opportunities potentially to make a move. Might be waiting for that dead silence before he tries to go for a flank.
You'd assume so. Of course, Kismet will have bomb. And it's Envoy who has found himself in a good position just to watch that cross. Get as much information as possible as time ticks, as Paris Legion essentially looking to do exactly what Chicago Huntsmen did the round prior. Play slow, see if you can get a pick, wait for your dead silence, and then try and make a play. Whether you rotate fast to B or wrap all the way back to A and then trust yourself to win some difficult gunfights. It depends, but Envoy needs to be careful. He doesn't actually just get caught out here as a quick flurry of trades come through. Formal shut down. Envoy now knows the play to his right. He's going to have to challenge Kismet. Kismet wins the fight, though. Advantage, Paris Legion.
Spidey sense is tingling for Kismet. Now they're going to be surging through. Gunless with an AR, though. Question is, how fast does Kismet go? He tries to cross. He is just bait. Now the bomb down in the back, and Gunless turns and finds another 2 versus 3.
And that was just so quick from Gunless. Zed had absolutely no idea he was going to be set pre-aiming. So a free double for Gunless. Now 3 versus 2. Chicago Huntsmen with the advantage. Looking to go 2-0 up here. And they also do have bomb down. I'm not sure if Gunless is going to know that yet. But Luka tries to pick it up. It's Scump up top. Gunless finds another. Chicago Huntsmen cruising through the early rounds here of Surge.
And it's just a nice play from Gunless in the end, right? Is able to find 3 at least that round. But really, it's just Kismet saying, I just want to run to the back of the map. I want to get there with the bomb. My teammates be damned. Gunless says, I will take the freeze kill of my life. Makes a nice play on the guy in trains, and, well, the Huntsman will be happy for it. Up 2 rounds to none. Now more opportunities for, well, maybe Formal to get a pick with the sniper.
Obviously, we talk about momentum and what winning game 1 for Paris Legion would mean. You don't want to make game 2 too easy for Chicago. It's only been 2 rounds, of course, but I love what we're seeing from Chicago Huntsmen on the attack this round. First blood from Envoy again. Not afraid of trying to be the playmaker Chicago need.
And he's just surging through. RC just found another pick. Envoy playing fairly aggressive. Sounds like he has dead silence. Papa, you can definitely hear that. But his teammates have all surged through overpass B. There's only one man here. It's Kismet by his lonesome, who might just have the perfect reflank.
The flank of the flank. Has to be careful not to make too much sound, though. As Chicago, they got full control of B, but they pushed all the way through. They're waiting just to maybe secure 1 or 2 more kills. Dens goes down. Shocks and Kismet in the 2v5. Make that Kismet for the 1v5.
And Kismet for the death. Spent so long trying to make a play, try to crouch walk around the map as long as possible, and Envoy is like, oh, there you are. Let me get that next kill. In a dominant round from the Huntsmen, who I think the guns might have woken up just a little bit.
Just a tad, just a tad. And I love what we've seen in the last 2 attacking rounds from Chicago. Say, we don't want anything to do with that B or A site, pushing over towards B.
And making really good use of the dead silence as well. You see Envoy pops it, has 0 fear, plays as aggressive as possible. Get some nice picks as well for those first bloods. Now it looks like you got a map spread for the Paris Legion on the attack. The bomb carrier actually completely by himself. They're showing a bit of presence over towards A. Bomb's not there. Zed with that first blood, and you got players for the Paris Legion all over the place. You got a flank at A, you got Envoy in the spawn of the opponent. You have players all over the map.
And obviously you called it out in the first round, Envoy being the key player for Chicago. He hasn't slowed down at that pace every single round, making a crucial play just to help open up the map for Chicago. And well, he may find another kill here in Dens, and he stayed alive. Pops the smoke, and the sneaky man may be able to just walk away. Brilliant stuff from Envoy.
I mean, Envoy is just the massive playmaker right now. He's doing whatever he wants on the map. You got players that are just trying to hide from him. They've spent so long just trying to hunt Envoy down, and now you see they just have to get out of dodge and make moves. There was so much openings that the Paris Legion had that round that Envoy stuffs.
However, it is a 3 versus 2. Still possible here for Paris Legion to win this round. They will need to get the bomb planted, which they'll do. Shox and Kismet still alive.
Now the Huntsmen grouped up together on the approach, trying to retake this site. They have to go fast. Scump is going to pop the dead silence, gets chopped down immediately. RCG's not quite there for the trade.
Gives you a little bit of information, but look at what's going on by the bomb. I believe that's Kismet, the white arrow. Mid-map now currently, essentially stuck in a sandwich of Chicago Huntsman players. All he needs to do is check bomb and play his life. With 15 seconds left, have Paris Legion done enough? Kismet now with the information, he wins his 1v1. Arcides with just 8 seconds won't have enough time. Kismet gets the job done. Paris Legion win their first round.
And that is a huge 2v3 for the Paris Legion to get, because again, Envoy was almost the round crusher towards the start, just with massive flanks piercing through the enemy's setup. But when all said and done, you get that 2v3. And one, it's massive that they killed Scump, because he's the one that popped dead silence. He can take care of him quickly. Now the other 2 Huntsman players have to play a lot more slowly, a lot more carefully. And as soon as like Kismet's mid-map behind him has free bomb checks, the Huntsmen are never going to turn around again. They think they've already cleared out the map.
Well, 4 rounds in, Arcides still yet to fall. 5-0, but it's Envoy. Again, to reiterate, the playmaker so far for Chicago, sitting at 6-2. They start this round with a quick glance over towards Luca, watching the cross, and this is a good reaction to what Chicago Huntsmen have done the past few rounds on attack, expecting the B push, and he's in the right spot for it. Problem is he needs to at least trade out his life here.
He can hear these players as well. He knows there's at least one, if not more, nearby. They fly out for the challenge. You gotta get the kill, though!
No!
Arcides is gonna ruin him!
Arcides, he has a family, my friend! Considering map number 1, I don't know what Arcides did between game 1 and game 2, but wow, that was disgusting.
Now you have the Huntsmen. They're already round back. You got Arcides potentially in the power position round back. Envoy again just finding kills all over the place. Kismet does get traded out. The bomb is going to be down for a moment, but it is a massive life advantage for the Huntsmen once again.
I mean, if you watch your teammate get turned on like that.
They didn't have to see it.
That was
for our eyes only.
Disgusting. Dens for the 1v3. Find Envoy. Bomb down. B once again, though. You still have to hunt out Arcides and Scump. Well, good luck killing Arcides in that form. 6-0 as is.
And he's got to go. I mean, if you have any hope of clutching this, you're going to have to go fast. You don't have to worry about the dead silence. Try to make a play. He's got to check so many power positions, though, but it's just not enough time for him on the clock. Scump is going to jump up to where Dens is looking, but now the pinch is going to get set in a controlling round. Arcides, by the way. There's something Lucas said in the interview before this match. He said, I've never played against these guys before. Arcides says, welcome to the show. And that's something I want to see again, by the way, because that was filthy.
That was not okay. 4-1, Chicago Huntsmen. 7-3 Envoy. 6-0 Arcides, 6-2 Scump. On the flip side, not really much to get excited about. Kismet 4-5, Dens 3-5. As Paris Legion go back onto the attack. Down 4-1 though. They've got to start stringing together some rounds here, Chance.
Kismet, nice and quick to mid-map. If he goes through that door, there's a couple Huntsman players that are going to be ready for him, but Formal's actually going to fall. Kismet checking every corner possible. He's come out past the player, but his teammates getting all the kills. Dens is able to find 2. The feed lit up by the Paris Legion, and now Kismet says, thank you very much. I'll plan on B. Take down Arcides if you can.
Wait a minute. Arcides 1v4. Problem, Bomb carrier was still alive, so one goes down at B. Now for the 1v3. Arcitys, behave yourself! Shuts down Zed. I thought maybe if he could scramble away, we could see a 1v4, but he shows he is human. He falls, and Paris Legion take the round.
Now, as exciting as that kill was, Denz was in the perfect position.
He
can see the entire map cross from up in that window, depending on where he's playing it. Arcitys would have had to have the best possible timing, the best possible luck, but there was nothing. That is Denz just making sure they can stamp out at least one round.
And no Formal, no sniper rifle. And Chicago Huntsman's attacking play is very B-heavy. Only once again choose to dedicate that side. I mean, you can see what Paris have done. They've put 3 players that way, but Envoy, Dead Silence popped. He's gone straight down the middle of the map. It's a brilliant play. Well, they expect it, and unfortunately doesn't check his close right corner. Shox gets first blood.
Paris is a very well-prepared team, but now Arcitys has been the playmaker. 8-1 comes through the door, doesn't lose these gunfights, takes Kismet down.
I mean, he's on fire. He's on fire. 9-1. Back to his reliable ways. We find ourselves in a 4 versus 4. Envoy and Kismet both down. All their respective teams. Of course, Chicago Huntsmen need to plant the bomb.
More AR dominance coming out from the Huntsmen. Denz tries to trade, but Formal stays alive. You got the 5 versus 3. The bomb gonna be planted. The 3v5 retake for the Legion. Shox, though, nice entry kill, gets that first hit.
As you mentioned, bomb down. As you can see, potential fight could come through here from Formal. Bear that in mind, late to the party, but 3 versus 3. Time ticking, 27 seconds. Scum watching top window if Zed can stay alive. Scum will call that out. Now Shox has found 1, so it's a 2 versus 2, the instant challenge. Shox has found 3. Now it's down to Zed to potentially try and go big as he challenges. Formal shuts him down as Chicago Huntsmen go 5-2 up. One more round, they tie up the series.
And that was a fantastic attempt by the Legion. They waited for Shox to pop that Dead Silence to make the play. The players are the bait up in the top window for him to get through, but the trades from the Huntsmen were just too good. The gun skill from the Huntsmen was just too good.
One more round. All Chicago Huntsmen will need 4 in a row for Paris Legion as they go back onto the attacking side. It's been fantastic execution and strategy so far from Chicago. Getting the job done, playing their game, and for the early rounds at least, catching Paris Legion heavily off guard.
Formal, nice and aggressive. Him and Envoy, that duo, watching the B push from this side of the map. Nade's getting chucked out, so there will be a little bit of information that the Legion have. How much can you glean from that? I don't know. And Formal, as soon as his presence is known, he backs away from the car, wins the gunfight on Kismet, first blood Huntsman.
And he stays alive as well, doesn't allow himself to be traded. So an important play from Formal, and gives his squad the advantage. 5 versus 4. Luca able to retrieve the bomb, but it's Envoy ready and waiting for that push.
And Envoy can't shoot the light pole. Only the enemy. Luca pops Dead Silence. He comes around looking for it, but Envoy takes him down. Luca, that is not his spot.
He isn't. Pretty unsuccessful as Envoy pops the smoke and scrambles away. Shox, of course, won't have that information. They still have to just respect that corner. Slides through. Meanwhile, Arcitys on the other side has found Zed. So now it's Denz and Shox. 2 versus 5. 40 seconds on the clock, and you need to plant the bomb. You're also on completely the opposite side of the map. This is not a good spot for Paris.
The good news, both players alive are Australian with all the chemistry in the world. The bad news is 2v5. It is effectively hopeless. You got to make a play. Shox's position is known. He gets taken down. Denz, you're 20 seconds for the round. You win a gunfight, but where's the bomb? Wrong side of the map, the Huntsman. Just take him down, get it over with, pop the Dead Silence, win the gunfight. There you go, the Huntsman with the 6-2 win.
And you were worried for Chicago Huntsmen. That is a fantastic response in the search and destroy. Paris Legion take game 1, but a fantastic bounce back in that search. Arcitys goes off, Jets.
I mean, goes off. He was winning filthy gunfights the entire time that he had no reason and no right to connect on, but he comes out big, gets the double-digit game.
Series tied 1-1. We'll be back after this. City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
Series tied, 1 map apiece. Paris Legion, Chicago Huntsmen looking to book their spot in the first final of the COD League. Been a good series so far, Chance. It really has. There's been some great plays. Shout out to Paris Legion. A fantastic game number 1, came out hot as you kind of expected. They take the advantage in the series before a fantastic map number 2.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, both teams have kind of completed their goals for Paris Legion. Need to steal a respawn. They did that. Huntsman, make sure you don't also lose the search and destroy. Bounce back, get the guns a little bit hot, and they do just that. So maybe, again, it's a tough situation for the Legion to be in since they don't convert on the search and destroy. But at the same time, each team going big when they need to. Things are looking good.
Yeah, now you definitely have to win another respawn if you're Paris Legion. But here's a quick glance at how Game 2 started to develop. The story for me was Arcitys. Game number 1, very slow, double negative. Game number 2, looked like a completely different player. An incredible performance at 10-3.
I need someone to sit down and explain to me those damage numbers, though, because that would be impressive if Zed is pulling off a couple kills with 0 to his name. But damage aside, the kills were coming in point. It was basically, in my mind, Envoy was the playmaker the entire time. He was the guy that was causing flanks, causing confusion.
Agreed.
Arcitys was the guy that was just gunning everybody left and right.
Speaking of Arcitys, let's take a look at our tactical play presented by the U.S. Army. It has to be Arcitys. It simply has to be. The man was incredible throughout all of that game number 2. Here it is. You think, oh yeah, Lucas got this covered. We're fine. This should be a free first blood. Arcitys says, nah, not today. And then a few rounds later, of course, Luca in that corner didn't have the best of luck because he tried to reach out and Envoy makes him pay.
That's so tough. I mean, the good news for Luca is his teammates didn't have to see it live, but that is a brutal gunfight. Shout out to the light pole.
Yeah.
Luca's going to hate that for the rest of his Call of Duty career, at least in this game. But the light pole came up big.
I'm glad the crowd got the ball back. That's good. I know security just grabbed it off him, but they get it back. And is that Hector in the crowd as well? I saw happy birthday to Hector. Hold on a minute. London, crowd, have you sang happy birthday to Hex yet? That's my question. I don't think they have. There was a couple of happy birthdays yesterday, but apparently you did?
These are definitely Call of Duty fans. They are so distracted by a beach ball. Everyone is ADD.
I'm surprised. I didn't hear him sing happy birthday to Hex, but a couple people said thumbs up that they did, so okay. Fair enough. That's all that matters. I want to make sure Hex is appreciated. That's all. This is the easiest crowd to entertain us in the life. You give them a beach ball, and just for hours, they're just like, let's do this. Let's just hit it back and forth. What a good time. Of course. Beach balls are fun.
Beach balls are great, but now the match has started. We have new things to focus on, Ben. This is our first St. Petrograd we've had to cast for domination so far this year.
It is.
I'm thinking, Ben, it'll be a good one.
Yeah. Probably going to have a couple of exciting moments, I hope. See if Arcitys can continue that form he had in the search into this respawn and can Paris back on track. And a wonderful game number 1 from them. As you can see, both teams kept their home flags, respective home flags. Now it's just a scramble over the B flag. And it seems, just looking at the minimap, that Chicago do have a little more control, but still yet to see the cap come through.
Get to see a cap come through, but now you have a couple players doing their best job of just being annoying. Scump behind enemy lines actually has a couple teammates that are going to be nearby. And make no mistake, St. Petrograd is a map where you might be able to see a triple cap eventually. Now you're seeing potential spawn flips coming in. Scump looking for the second. He's going to connect. Now he's neutralizing C and Dens. He's got to scurry, get back, chuck some nades, but Scump, job is done. You've already drawn everybody back.
It's a beautiful play. You put so much pressure on the home hill, you get a couple of kills, you force players to turn around and negate the fight over towards B. Scump, some good decision making, but Arcee now springs into life. A double for him, and you can see the intent once again, wanting to push the home hill of Paris Legion. Of course, B still neutral as is.
And you can already see the spawns are going to flip as soon as they start putting pressure over towards C. Everyone on the flip side for Paris Legion are going to spawn at A. So you do have a spawn flip when all is said and done. The question is still about that B flag. No one able to get pressure. Arcee is going to be the man that's just trying to keep the Paris Legion at bay as that C flag gets wrapped in.
So A currently under Paris Legion control. C, of course, for Huntsman now, though B actually will be capped by Paris. Did Gunless get there just in the nick of time? He did, but the cap will carry through. Luca should be able to take control of it, so 2-to-1 flag advantage for Paris Legion. If you glance at the stats, it is Luca starting off very well at 4-1. On the flip side, it's Envoy's turn to step up at 1-5.
And the ARs from the side of Paris Legion and Respawn have had success when they get to the spots they want. Luke is going to be exactly where he needs to be, and now Envoy, he knows that just capping B solo is incredibly difficult. Well, Shox knows that defending B is easy when you're just behind the enemy team. He can hang out here and just wait for someone on Huntsman to either run by, may happen, or just hop on the B flag, but meanwhile, Huntsman trying to surround the B flag.
Also, more importantly, if he feels that there's pressure elsewhere in the map, he can just hop on towards C and try and go for the D cap, which may be the play he wants to try and make. Can he find 1 or 2 kills, though, before having to reveal his position? Well, Formal's going to spot him, and that's just a beautiful challenge from Shox. So quick, so fast to commit to the fight. However, a very close game, just 1 point in it as things stand. A hasn't been capped up when it does eventually, and we'll see a swing. 1 point lead for Paris Legion. He's going to be neutralized, though, by Scump, so Paris, they're not going to be earning any points here.
I mean, this is nice to get the neutralization at the same time, but it's a matter of what flags can you end up getting, because now you got bodies everywhere on the map. Envoy's in the back trying to defend C. So far, so good. His teammates have capped A, and you can have the AC set up. It's not easy to hold for a long time, but you can do it for at least 30, 40 seconds.
2.5 minutes still to go in this first round, and Chicago Huntsman trying to put pressure for the trip cap. Seems like the perfect time to send it to an Astro Gaming listening with Chicago Huntsman.
Cross, I spawned A. There are spawns. Gonna go top. Gonna be top.
No, he's gate.
I'll be Dens. Play for B, guys. Play for B.
I'm back pots right now, guys.
Wait, yeah. On B. Has kills on C.
Coming pots.
River Street. Alright, yo. They're neutral B. On B. Bottom restaurant.
He's on B.
Left side B. On line.
Yeah, one more line.
Another one. Line. Yeah, line. Hopping on B. Hopped on B. Another on B. Nice. Go C, guys. Go C. Track spawns.
Deep river. One shot. He's gonna back. I got one river.
Nice. I have arch now.
Can someone get C?
River's not picking up.
You kill me at river. I killed both river.
Arch again.
Yo, someone should go.
I have the push, Matt.
One back to A, guys.
Actually. Hey, go in A, come in A. 2-1A. 3-1A. 100%. Just hold track. Someone can OE. Loot up to A.
I wait.
I spawned arch, guys. Loot up weak. He's mid track.
Bottom.
Well, 2 moments of trip cap domination from Chicago Huntsman. And you can see the effect that's had on the score chance. 68-40. Paris still not earning points. The lead is only going to get bigger. Paris are in for a very rough second half if things stay this way.
Nice little lead. And Formal, of course, is on a 5 streak right now. It gets it up to 6 before he falls. But I do want to just point out, Envoy in those comms, he's calling out the spawns of Paris Legion repeatedly before they actually spawn in. He is well in advance of the game. He is definitely cerebral when it comes to that spawn knowledge, showing it off just a little bit, but still, it's the bump, it's the slang, it's the control. Right now, the Huntsmen have just been pouring all over the Paris Legion.
I mean, listening to them and watching them, it was like a well-oiled machine there for about a minute. As Paris Legion definitely struggling, almost down 40 points in the first half. And I asked you the question earlier on in the day, Chance, what do you think that kind of really uncomebackable point lead would be going into the second half? We both kind of agreed around about 40-50, and you're thinking, well, this could be done already. Chicago Huntsman may just be trying to look to make a statement unless Paris Legion can wake up in the second half, but down almost 50 points. This is going to be brutal.
I mean, like a 20-point lead is nice. Once you get to the 40, this is almost to the point where you're just feeling kind of comfortable, and it helps when you're shooting like that. Maybe try to get in a bit of a 3-cap just for that final tick, but of course the neutralization over towards C. But when all is said and done, you manage to get yourself a 50-point lead going into the second half. That's pretty sizable. That's pretty comfortable. Not insurmountable. That is a hell of an uphill climb.
That is a massive lead to have. That might be one of the biggest leads we've seen so far in the COD League for the first half of gameplay.
What's the largest hill or mountain they have in Paris? That's what they have to climb right now, Ben.
Definitely a tall task ahead of Paris Legion. Can they do it? Well, Zed 8-14, Denz is 8-11. Again, really shocks. The consistent one from Paris Legion throughout this series, 14-12. It's going to have to be almost perfect domination from this point out from Paris Legion. It's going to start with, of course, trying to lock in that B flag as quickly as possible, keep a 2-1 flag advantage, and at some point, you're going to have to go for a trip cap, if not just hold 2 and neutralize the Huntsman's home hill.
You do have a few minutes to work with, but the Huntsmen just have so many tricks up their sleeve at their disposal. And anytime you see their name on the left side of the kill feed, that just makes their job so much easier. Just need one body on the flag. And if they just get it even for a few moments, that is going to make it so much more difficult for the Legion.
Zed pops on the B flag and looks to try and just neutralize and maybe secure it himself. Tough challenge ahead of him. Scump is watching the cross, and Scump will find the kill. Huntsman so far just putting on a clinic here in domination. 5 minutes to go. And Paris Legion, they need a breath of life. They're going to have to find some momentum somewhere. One player goes on a streak, anything at all to bring them back into this game.
And I will say it's once again the King Scump. He's leading the lobby in slaying. He's at 17 for the moment. He's been in elite form as of recent. This game has been suiting him very well, and him and Envoy, the SNG aggressive duo, try to make some plays. Envoy doesn't get the kills. Scump's there for the trade. And anytime you get a wave of kills like this, again, the job for the Huntsman, it just makes it so much easier going down the line.
It's 2 kills in quick succession from Gunless before Arcades, his teammate, of course, shuts him down. Team kill comes through. For Chicago Huntsman, you don't even have to worry about B at this point. You can leave it empty, leave it neutral. It doesn't matter. Paris Legion aren't doing anything to try and reduce their lead. Huntsman definitely in the driver's seat here, and they were from the get-go. They haven't relinquished any control whatsoever.
And it's a beautiful thing as well, because obviously the Legion, they're not allowed to basically flood the B flag. You can only cap it 1 player at a time because it just doesn't work at the moment. So they don't have a lot of time. Anytime the Huntsman players fall, they're just going to pour in nades, and that's why it's so difficult to capture this B flag. And especially hard so when Gunless has 17, Scump has 21. Players are all over the place.
To juggle, right? First person kind of goes on his bait, eat the nade, then someone else close has to hop on the hill just to try and get the cap. It can be so tough, as it almost feels like this is a bit of a victory lap here in the domination. Gunless will find one. That's Lucas. Springs out. There's Denz. Gunless really in fine form. 20-9. That was a 6 streak before finally falling to Zed. Kismet responds to the kill feed with a double, but Arcades is there instantly to try and trade. Finally, Paris get control over B, but is it enough? The nade goes raining above, and well, B hasn't been capped. C is being neutraled as well. This is the best we've seen so far from Paris Legion here in Game 3.
The biggest opening they have, and now the Huntsman players are trying to flood to C as quick as possible. The nades get them off for a moment. Zed is able to find a few kills, and the Paris Legion actually secure B, so this is the opening. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. You're down by 60. You still need more.
The problem is everyone fell when you would love to see them get a wave of spawn kills. Unfortunately, no one was able to do so, and now Chicago Huntsmen start earning points again. The lead still about 50, just shy of. It's Gunless triple kill. Oh, Lord.
They set him up.
Oh, he got another.
Knocks him down. He's going to find even more at his disposal, but at the same time, it's his teammates that are currently on B. He just needs to slay around them.
I mean, when Gunless is basically killing the entire other team, it should be a relatively easy Game 3, a 4 spree for him. Of course, he has 7 caps as well. His objective duties too. One more drops down towards B. Should be able to find one. That's Denz that goes down. Meanwhile, Arcades watching the other side, and for Paris Legion, you've got to try and do something, but now you're trip capped. This chance with 2 minutes left, I'm just going to say it. It's done. It's over.
If these flags instantly all flip to the Paris Legion, I think they still lose, Ben. This has been one of the most dominating domination games we have seen. They play the game mode to a T. And this is one of those situations where it might be scary to play the Huntsmen on St. Petro Dom, Ben.
Might want to think about avoiding it. Might. A very, very domination. And of course, big picture, that now means Chicago Huntsmen, after losing map 1, will be 2-1 up in this series. We'll go back to Hardpoint in game 4. Can Paris Legion force a game 5? Or will we once again have a Chicago-Dallas rematch, this time though, in our first grand final here in the COD League?
And if you're the Huntsmen right now, just put the foot on the gas. That's a clean 5 feed for them. You make it as tough for the Paris Legion to not tilt as possible. You just want to make them just hate their lives for the next minute. That way they're tilted going into map 4.
I think they might already be at that point.
I think they were at that point maybe 4.5 minutes ago.
It's funny because we were talking a little bit specifically about Hardpoint and what Chicago Huntsmen's average kind of victory margin is. It's the biggest in the COD League. This is probably the biggest we've seen in domination as well.
Yeah, I think for the Hardpoint, obviously it's going to change since they just lost the first Hardpoint this series.
Coming into the series.
It was somewhere in like the 70-point margin. I mean, they're winning Hardpoints as dominant as anyone else in the league is even like getting close to doing, and they're doing that every single time. So the Paris Legion had the hot start, and the story for them is they need to steal a respawn. Well, now they have to not steal one, but win one just outright again, just to force the map 5 where, I mean, the Huntsmen are looking scary in Search now, too.
I mean, they definitely are. They've done it once. Can they do it twice in the same series? Because coming in, Chicago Huntsmen hadn't lost a Hardpoint. As there it is. Game 3 finally comes to an end, but don't be mistaken. That game was done and dusted 4 or 5 minutes ago. Chicago Huntsmen convincingly 215 to 110. Now lead the series against Paris Legion 2-1. They are 1 map away now from the grand final.
And what a close and exciting game for the first 2 minutes. And then that first triple cap came in, and the Huntsmen never let up, ruthless.
The problem was it wasn't just the first. They got the first trip cap at around about the 4-minute mark. Then they managed to implement it again. I think overall in just the first half alone, they had about 30 to 40 seconds where Paris Legion just weren't earning any points whatsoever. The margin at halftime was about 50 points. I think it was 49 to be precise. And to end it over 100 points, I mean, that just shows you how dominant Chicago Huntsmen truly are. We'll take a look at some of the post-game stats, though, from that game. It's really only going to tell you one story. Chicago killed Paris quite a fair amount of times.
That is just a brutal thing to look at. +4, +2, then a 10. The entire lobby positive. They outslayed them by 25, 30 kills, just completely taken over, and really no love lost on the other side. Dens went positive. Good for him. He just got bopped and need to carry something into this next Hardpoint.
And it's so hard. It's so hard in a game like that, domination, where you've basically taken such a beating for such a long time, to recompose yourself going into a game 4 is not going to be an easy thing to do. However, as we mentioned, the first map of the series also is going to be Hardpoint. Paris Legion were able to take that. Can they do it again, Chance? Can they take us to a game 4?
Man, I'm trying to analyze the next map. For the life of me, I can't remember what it is. Just that information escapes me. But we know for Hackney Yard, for example, that the Aussies do a little bit different. They do use 2 assault rifles and try to make a little bit different plays, show a different look that the Huntsmen might be used to. Maybe for map 4, they have something kind of in that same ballpark. Maybe. But again, I'm just throwing darts at the dartboard right now.
Fair enough. Gunless, of course, he's had a pretty good series so far, but +10 there in that game 3, a fantastic performance. I'm sure there's an entire highlight reel for him, including a quad kill. Really brilliant stuff coming in from him at this point. I mean, like double positivity, stayed around about that mark for most of the match.
I mean, again, it's just, it's ultimate slang. As soon as you're the first team to get that control on B, the options you have at your disposal just make it so easy. I think the only opportunity they had is there's the 3-piece that gets lined up. Luka, anytime he gets near a light pole, seems like maybe the windmill kind of just moves him, maybe magnetic force or something like that, throws him off a little bit.
It's the same spot in game 2, but I believe that Gunrunner will be game 4, Chance. That will be our map. So with that knowledge, do you foresee in your great wisdom a game 5? Or?
No, I do not. I'm thinking Gunrunner. I'm having flashbacks all the time I've watched Chicago and be like, man, this like P2 hill is super difficult to break, and it's gone. And they break it immediately. Like, this is a map where like we saw Gunless trying to do it a few times back on Hackney Yard, where they send one man to just try to go flip those spawns, be that hiding out hole. Envoy has had a ton of success this weekend of being that guy. Of you go on those solo rotations, you can hide in a box and just wait for your teammates to squad spawn on you. You can find some big kills if you want, but he has been a key player this weekend and in this series at different times. So he's the player I'll be keeping my eye on, at least in the minimap.
It's very funny because there's often moments so far, this season at least, where in Hardpoint it's almost more beneficial to kind of play like in Call of Duty Ghosts Blitz. If you remember, there was often moments where it's like, well, don't actually shoot your gun. Try and just play a little sneaky, sneak around the opposition, go deep into the opposite spawn, and rely on that squad spawning system.
Right, like it helps that you have an absurd amount of slaying power on your team for the side of the Huntsman. Right. It's even better when you're playing good, solid, correct Hardpoint, at least for the sake of Modern Warfare,
correct,
right? So keep an eye on some of these players. Right now, the Huntsman, before or after the pause, more than likely after, keep an eye on the minimap to watch these players of maybe trying to slip through the cracks, try to get to the other side, and influence the spawns as quickly as possible. That is their goal from the first hill. The Huntsmen just want to be on the other side of the map.
Game number 1 was loaded up before a quick pause was implemented. That's over towards the main stage. It doesn't seem to be on Chicago's side. It may be over on the Paris side of things. Could be mistaken, though. We'll wait to get that resumed. And if you are just tuning in, Chicago Huntsmen currently sit 2-1 up against Paris Legion. One more map for them, and they'll book their ticket into the grand final here in London. And of course, they're ready and waiting is Dallas. Game back underway. Map 4 starts right now. Chicago looking to close it out here. Can Paris put a stop to that momentum already? First blood comes in for Arcades of this hard point, but we're on board with Scump straight away. And bear in mind as well, chances Paris Legion with a favorable spawn off the start.
Favorable spawn, but that means the Huntsman might try to send someone through. Look what does take down Scump. But you see those green arrows at the top of the map. They're thinking about trying to flip, but they don't feel they have the opportunity yet. So maybe you just want to get as much time on this opening hill as possible. And Luca, well, his goal is to keep him out. Shox' goal, just keep them out and stay alive.
The furthest forward green arrow is going to be Envoy. Kismet's going to deal with him, so no one's going to be allowed to overextend. And here, if you're Paris Legion, if you can just kind of do some damage mitigation on the first hill, make sure you don't go down too heavy, keep the spawns for P2, you're going to be in such a good spot to earn some massive amount of points. However, it is Chicago currently with a small lead, but honestly, all things considered, if you're a Paris Legion fan, this is a very, very good start.
And this is what the Legion wanted, but I will say they are kind of giving away a little bit of free time because they're not putting the pressure in the hill, so they are going to find themselves down by 15, but that means they have to win this rotation. They did a couple kills early on just to stabilize. Now the Huntsmen, though, on the attack.
But this was your fear. You called it out. So many times you've seen Chicago Huntsmen just blitz straight into P2 and manage to break from behind. However, Paris Legion holds strong. That's a good start. And of course now, they will take the lead. There's still 40 seconds of hill time available. Slow start from Zed, but a hot start from Den. 7-2, highlighted on your top left scoreboard. Unfortunately, Shox will fall, and just like that, Chance, it's almost like you're a bit of a prophet. You foresaw that. Chicago Huntsmen breaking P2.
I mean, the rent for how long is the question. Scump trying to stay alive for as long just to get these contest points. He's not expecting to get the break, but he can if he wins the second. He's going to connect, beat him the third. It's going to be Kismet, but Gunless there from the trade, so scrap time. The way of the Huntsman, the rotation, though, pressure's on.
Yeah, Paris Legion off spawn didn't want to push for that scrap time. Instead, they're going to try and rotate, but Arcades is at the back, and this is what we were talking about. Something that Chicago Huntsman is so good at in Hardpoint is sitting so deep, ready for the new hill to pop, that it causes so many problems. So now, if you're Paris, not only do you lose the scrap time, you also lose the initial and the spawns for new.
I mean, you're dealt the worst side off the rip, and you find yourself with a 30-point lead right at the start of Minecart. Huntsmen have already done a fantastic job so far in this game, and now you got the entire team watching the cross. Dens is going to fall. Everyone's going to fall. Paris Legion, they're trying to get to the hill as quickly as possible. Arcades doesn't even have to take the gunfights. His teammates have too much help for him.
This could get ugly very, very quickly if Paris Legion don't find a footing here in game 4. They need 50 points now. There's Envoy looking to try and find anyone being a little sneaky with still 20 seconds left on this hill. Arcades is picking up that hill time. The contest comes through. Paris Legion retake control. Can they hold it for that 15 seconds of scrap? It's going to be an important time for them just to lock in.
Zed nearly goes pretty big and actually gets the kill on Envoy, but doesn't quite connect. But now Shox is just trying to be the cutoff man, trying to keep the Huntsman pinned back as far as possible, and maybe job done just a little bit. There's a little bit of breathing room in this new hill pops, but for the moment, Paris Legion, nobody's inside.
No one inside the hill yet, but you can see the pressure they were trying to apply there to Chicago Huntsmen, forced them just to spawn as far away from the hill as possible, slay out as many times as possible. Now they get hill control. Can they reduce that deficit and maybe even take the lead here? Definitely possible with 40 seconds left on the hill. The lead still Chicago's way, 78 to 50. Now 28 points. Paris needs to win a couple of fights here as Envoy makes his way over towards the hill. He'll feed momentarily green. Zed should be hunted down, but no. Zed wins the fight against Envoy. And Paris Legion break the hill.
And Paris Legion are trying so hard just to get any sort of pressure. I mean, they put all the pressure in the world trying to flip these spawns, but the Huntsmen are giving them nothing to work with. So nice little bounce back hill maybe in terms of points, but the Huntsmen, they're happy to trade that away. They're going to keep their 20-point lead, and now you go into the new hill. All 5 bodies for the Huntsmen. They're going to be surrounding it. They got the map pressure. Envoy does get chopped by Innate, so Luka, well, him and his teammates have the opening on the left side.
Early hill time as well. Almost slain from afar. 10 and 10 his stat line, nothing too crazy. Scump leading the way for Chicago at 15 and 12, but this is where Formal can come to life. You put him in the hill to milk the time and you can just slay from afar. Bear in mind, Shox has managed to get behind and a bit of a flank could develop here for Paris Legion, but you have to break the hill quickly here. Again, to just try and slowly but surely chip away at the Chicago lead.
It's the tough thing. There's so many corners to tech. You just have to kind of fly in. Now Zed needs to win a ton of gunfights. He's able to connect on Scump, able to stay alive, and that was job done. It takes 25 seconds to set the push up. You get one crack at it, but Paris Legion doing a nice job. But even still, they're still down by quite a bit. Now it's going to be the Huntsmen that have the preferred side on this P1 hill. The Legion have their work cut out for them, and now you got Formal just watching the cross.
They actually get a very favorable spawn up top. It was Kismet, and he's going to force at least 2 players from Chicago Huntsmen to wrap around, and well, Kismet's dealt with by Formal. No one else to really worry about, and that's going to be kind of the story really from this first hill, is Paris Legion continuously looking to put pressure on the furthest right part of the map, and they've done just that. It's actually going to be Luka sat at the very back of the map. Now, the question, can Paris manage to get a better P2 than what we saw in the first rotation? Because they've done well, all things considered, to keep this as close as possible.
Oh, I don't know when the hell Luka got there, but now it's going to be Paris Legion, at least a couple bodies over there. So the Huntsmen going to try to hunt them down as quickly as they can, but still one man behind enemy lines. Kismet is doing everything he can to stay alive. He's going to have to find at least 2 kills.
Right, there's no rifles here. Oh my lord. Gunless.
Always check the corners, kids.
A read. Shox. His turn now to try and make the play. Patience is a virtue. Please don't get turned on. Thank you. There's the pick. There's the assist. And Shox still in prime position to make the play, but Chicago, this morning's so close that you've just got to be so quick here if you're Shox. You've got to spring to life and maybe put some pressure inside the hill as well.
He knows, though. He's able to find at least one, buying his teammates a little bit of time. So Luke was in for the contest, but now you have to check up top, down low, left and right, everything. Arcity's inside the hill, spinning in circles to find some kills. Still contest time in the hill. Scump not able to win the next one-on-one, and the Legion finally able to get a breath of life inside the hill, keeping this game as close as possible, but it's still contest heavy. The Huntsman right back inside.
It's not about close, it's about getting some of this time here for Paris. As Gunless drops in, oh, Pierce! Not just once in a game, twice! Kismet, sit down, son. Beautiful from Gunless, and he's not done yet. Going on a tear. A wonderful display from him.
Oh, poor Kismet. He gets turned on like that, spawns up, and Gunless is just ready for it. Kills him twice in 5 seconds. Did a 720 in the duration, but 30-point lead for the Huntsman. Paris Legion towards the hill first. Zed in a nice little spot, trying to be that cutoff man, and using the smoke for cover if he can. Does eventually get taken down, but Paris Legion in a good spot.
That was the key, right? The saving grace there is you still have control of the spawns, but this one player pushing down low for Chicago Huntsmen. They're behind enemy lines. It's Gunless. Of course it's Gunless. It had to be him. He's still on that same 3 spree, so he's rotated completely across the map, and now Paris don't know about it. The squad spawn's come into effect. Teammates spawning on top of him. Paris Legion, no idea. Yes, they're about to tie up the game, but these kills are crucial. As Gunless is still alive, it takes a nade to shut him down. Zed with the triple, however, Huntsman with the favorable spawn.
And this is really just a beautiful response from the Paris Legion, able to find these kills, to read those spawns. Eventually, they're able to take the lead and trying to bump it up. The Huntsman, though, able to break through just a little bit, and we're effectively going to have a tied game going into new, as close as it could be. Back against the wall, the Paris Legion have their work cut out for them. A hell of a story, Ben, if they're able to take both the hard points in this series.
That would be absolutely bonkers. The problem they'll have is they still don't control the correct side for the new hill when it pops. So you really have to try and milk this hill for as much as it's worth and rotate as well. Get control of the early side, or early spawns, I should say. As Huntsman about to retake the lead. They can keep slaying this way. No one really able to find the trades quick enough as Kismet springs into life, but again, Paris Legion still spawning out. Chicago Huntsman, a few points away from taking the lead.
Luka just going to get shut down. Formal aggressive with that M4. Huntsman right now doing a nice job of putting pressure on this hill just to keep the Paris Legion kind of trapped in the back of the map. The fight for the scrap time, though, is still on.
And Denz is just going on a rampage this game, 31 and 13. It's a 4 spree, and bear in mind, he has almost 2 minutes of hill time as well. He is playing lights out. The final 7 seconds will be good for Paris, but this could be a crucial moment in the game. If you're Paris, if you can break this fast, maybe, just maybe, you can give yourself a nice cushion to maybe close out the game.
And this is it. They got players around back last time, and look at the Huntsman response. They have so many bodies in the back, but Zed gets the kill, trying to stay alive, and well, Scump is there for the trade. Denz, though, is still near the hill. They're not quite to the back, but they are on the hill.
It's a 5 spree for Denz. Can he find more? There's number 6. Envoy could make it number 7. Denz needs help. I think he's run out of ammo with his primary, so he's left with nothing but the pistol. It's about buying time now for your teammates, but Denz only needs the pistol. A crazy spree from him, buying time, a crucial play for Paris Legion. Denz is doing it all himself. Is his teammates there? The cavalry, the assistance he needs. Unfortunately not. Chicago control the hill.
Denz is a genius. He is a madman, and now you got Zed being annoying, fighting for the trap inside the hill, and Zed goes big. That's 12 seconds he just get that the Huntsmen do not. Extends the lead, makes it that much easier later on, and you can already see the Legion. They're running to the right side of the map, all the way in the back, just in case they can't win it on P1.
Now here's the problem. You might not win it on P1, but you can't give up too much time either. It's such a difficult, delicate balance. You have to decide on exactly how you're going to play it. Yes, you want the spawns, but you don't want to give up too much time. You don't want to put yourself in a position where Chicago could even win on P2. So you have to be so intelligent. As things stand, Paris Legion with spawn control for the new hill, but Chicago in the hill, and they can win it. In fact, no, they can't win it here. If Paris break, though, they maybe could.
30 seconds on this hill is an immense amount of time. You can't afford to give it away, so Kismet makes sure he finds the kill, and he wants to get inside as well. Takes down Formal along the way. Shox is there for the kills on Envoy. Paris Legion, they have the spawns for the moment they have the hill.
That's the crucial part. If you can keep Chicago off the hill and hold the spawns for P2, you are in the driving seat to send us to a Game 5 as Scump surges forward, finds one. It's Shox that goes down. 224, 218. Realistically, you have one push that needs to come through, and it's a pinch starting to develop for the Huntsman. Envoy flies into the hill. There's still one more player at the top. That's Arcides. He finds Denz. Paris Legion, they're inside the hill. 20 points all they need.
And the Paris Legion, a player just spawned right behind 2 men from the Huntsman, so Arcides has to double back. He takes care of Denz, but you still got to get inside. 12 seconds away in the game is Paris.
Gotta go. You have one more push. Is anyone even going to be close? You got 7 seconds. Zed finds himself a triple, but it's Envoy coming in from the side. He should just be able to break in. Can he win the gunfights? Gunless is there. 248 contest. Gunless wins the fight. However, the trade's still coming through. Now it's Arcides' turn. He has control of the hill. Huntsman cannot win it here. If you're fast and if you're Paris Legion, you can rotate, or you could even try and play sneaky. Try and play for 5 seconds of scrap time. It's all you need to close it out, but Scump still alive in the hill. Zed will fall. Chicago survived, but it's about the rotation now for Paris Legion.
Got to give up the hill. You got to go. You got to sprint across the map. Arcides is going to be the first man nearby. Takes down Kismet. Has to keep going. Denz for the shutdown. The hill's going to pop, and nobody's home. Formal taken down, and Paris Legion, against all odds, take down both hard points in the series.
not how you would have seen this series go. Both hard points in favor of Paris Legion. They force a Game 5 against Chicago Huntsmen. One map to decide if you're going to make it to the grand final.
And so much you could break down from that series. Luca is an enemy of light poles, is a massive fan of spawns. Getting that one in the back to help on the P2 rotation is great. But talk about the genius of Dens and the amazing plays by Zed on
Dens
the fifth
was
hill.
Brilliant.
Just staying alive. Like, you don't even have to get an immense amount of kills just to help break through. They were staying alive the first time they broke through for 25 seconds in the back before they made their move. And then you've Dens with a pistol dancing for 15, 20 seconds, whatever it was, is only able to find 2 kills, I think, once he's inside the hill, but stays alive for that long. And then the way that hill ended up panning out, Zed gets a double kill at the end to buy his team an extra 12 seconds. They had so many little things they did right. Such a smart team, Ben.
If Dens doesn't go for that contest, they lose. When you think about how that game kind of finished.
If Zed doesn't get that double kill, that's a 24-point swing.
You're absolutely right. The final score, of course, 252-39. There's a look at your stats. Zed, 38 and 31. Dens, 40 and 19. Double positive.
Bow down to Dens.
And probably one of the biggest plays in the game as well. Dens, a wonderful performance from him.
I mean, just tip your cap, see him in the search and destroy. There's only so much you can do. The man played lights out. That's a hell of a story for this Paris Legion team. They were expected to be the very bottom of the league. Everyone was very confident in that. They start out 2-0, get their 20 points, and now you go up against the Huntsmen, where the Huntsmen were undefeated in Respawn for such a long time up until they dropped 1 domination. And now, twice in a row, on both hard points, they get it taken to them, Ben. I didn't see it coming.
And
it's
just
great.
to quickly kind of go over the storyline we had at the very start of this weekend, we had obviously Paris Legion versus New York Subliners.
Yeah.
And we came in saying, well, yes, Paris went 2-0, but are they really the real deal? Yes. Yes, they are. I think that answers a lot of questions. When you're taking 2 hard points against Chicago Huntsmen, you're doing something right. Now, though, can you take this series? Can you get into a grand final? That's the question. Of course, for London, the home team here, a grand final was just out of reach. And you may have seen the kind of scenes post-game. Wuskin obviously took it to heart. Family here as well. Wanted to do it for the London crowd. Definitely took him. Of course, heartbroken. Sorry to the people supporting. Can't believe it. GG's Dallas. The Twins, they don't take losses very well, that's for sure. But I heard Nameless kind of talk about it a little bit. They really are solidifying themselves as a very, very talented team early in the COD League. Of course, I just want to win. Just wants to bring home a chip for his team.
Yeah, there's no Cinderella story of those guys getting their first chip at like the homestand event.
Would have been nice.
But from what we saw from them at Minnesota, I certainly wasn't expecting them to come out with full force and win the event. They exceeded my expectations with how good they look. With how phenomenal Wuskins has been, I have a lot more confidence in this team long term. I think they're going to be a force for many months to come.
I feel that maybe why it hit Wuskin as hard as it did, because obviously he heard the crowd, the MVP chant. He was playing that well. He heard it from himself in a post-game interview. Crowd getting cheeky. But in the post-game interview, they want a song. They want a song. Maybe in a little bit. I'll join you guys for the final. Don't worry. We'll have many a song in the final. But as I was saying, in terms of Wuskin, you look at how he was able to really perform very, very well. Overall, just a kind of sad story for him. But I think in terms of winning, could be on the cards.
I mean, yeah, just, don't get reverse swept and you'd be in another spot in. You had great opportunities, but either way, it'll haunt them. It'll make them more hungry to bounce back later on. And again, this team will be a force the entire year.
Yeah, most definitely will. Excited to see maybe when that first championship could come through for them. We'll, of course, be back in London. Maybe that's their fate to win it on home territory. But back to the storyline, and the big story, of course, is this semifinal, Game 5. Paris Legion, Chicago Huntsmen. It's Paris that take the hard points, and now we're here.
And what a potentially amazing switch up of just defying expectations as much as possible. Like, let's say Chicago Huntsmen get this win. They just won a series where they dropped both the hard points and had the clutch up, well, not clutch up in the first search and destroy, run through the other team, but then clutch up in the game number 5 as well.
Right.
I wouldn't have seen that coming. And then from Paris Legion, just to get the win, they go from expected being 12th in the league, clear cut, to potentially seeing themselves in the grand finals. If they take it all at the first tournament of franchising, then, like, come on.
I mean, you might still not have them.
That's the Cinderella story.
You might not still have them at number 1. You can maybe make the argument of couple of teams that aren't here, maybe still being above, but
I mean,
either way.
But still, like, that is insane.
At that point,
it's a whole, I don't even know if we have a trophy, but it's like hoist the metaphorical first trophy, whatever it's going to be.
Well, Game 5 will be a search and destroy Arklov Peak. It's been Gunless who, so far for me, has been very, very impressive amongst, of course, some of his teammates, specifically in search and destroy Envoy. But all of this really didn't mean too much by the end of it. It was disgusting. The best part was, I think you called it out perfectly. He actually gets Kismet again.
I felt so bad. Yeah, you get turned on, you go back for the instant challenge. Gunless just says, thank you very much. Like, for the way that the Huntsmen are shooting, I cannot express my surprise and like, how impressed I am with Paris Legion. You have players getting turned on repeatedly in different maps.
Doesn't matter.
And it doesn't matter. You're not going on tilt, you're staying, like, whatever Josh is telling these guys in between maps, he's got to be the most stable hype man of all time.
Now, one thing I do want to point out
really
specifically for Paris Legion, we're heading to Arklov Peak, Game 5. Now, this is one map that we casted them, and if you remember, Kismet pulled out the sniper rifle. Now, you may be tempted to try and counter-snipe Formal, sure, but it was a slow performance from Kismet with the snipe. Now, his teammates said they felt that it was worthwhile, but they did end up losing that map. So I am very curious to see what we are going to get in the search and destroy, because one thing's for sure, Game 2, Chicago Huntsmen completely blew them away.
I will say, though, even though if it wasn't electric the first time we saw it, that's the only time we've seen them play. If they're at home scrimming against all these EUAM teams, whoever it's going to be, and it works for them, if it ain't broke, you don't need to try and fix it. So,
and that was launch weekend, so there's been some time.
And I definitely trust this team. Again, a well-oiled machine. They're making incredibly smart plays. They got a nice coaching staff behind them as well. So if I see the sniper in his hands, I just want to see if he can kill Formal, you know?
I mean, that's the fight,
I just
right?
want to see someone try.
That's the important fight. So Formal, no snipe for him. Does Kismet have one? To our observing gods.
The age-old question.
Can you confirm or can you deny? Does Kismet have a sniper rifle?
Hey, that's
he does.
not Kismet. Is it?
Wait,
no, it's the player in front of him. No, it's his teammate. This is Lucas.
Oh, so they relinquished control. They listened to us.
Yes, the young Aussie god.
I'm sorry, Kismet. I completely roasted you guys, but they've changed it. As Luca, it's his duty. Sniper in hand. Let's see if maybe the first blood could come for Kismet. A little more aggressive. Of course, Zed does have bomb in hand, and there's the nade. Formal finds first blood for Chicago.
Nice first blood. That means you're going to be necessary to try to get this response. They do have a bit of pressure, but the bomb being down on site, the player up in top, Grandma's, is going to be able to sit there and watch it the entire time. Luca needs to find something. A couple options, maybe if they overpeak, he can find, but Gunless shreds him and takes him down.
So that now is a 5 versus 3 for Chicago Huntsmen. Scump can maybe find one more pick. Of course, Paris Legion are on the attack here. So they still need to get that bomb down. It is fallen by the A site. Of course, you'll see it right there, the indicator. Arstes has caught senses, maybe tingling. Let me find the pick to potentially close this round out. Well, he's going to get it. Dens jumps, and Arstes makes him pay. Kismet also falls. A flawless, or almost flawless round from Chicago.
You just had to say it, Ben.
I did.
You had to jinx him at the worst, well, not the worst possible time. If you're going to jinx him, might as well be in a round that you are 100% going to win. But clean-cut rounds. I mean, shout-outs, obviously, to the sniper of Arcades who actually managed to find that final kill. Stole it from his teammate. Cheeky stuff, but I think Gunless is really the standout player for me right there, just to win the gunfight on Luca. Make sure the odds don't get evened up. Like, the nades are great for the first blood, but make sure you don't throw anything away to the sniper.
And just to retract to game 2, if you remember, it was Arcades that really, really had the strong performance in that search and destroy. 2-0 start for him in the first round for Chicago. And the key to success, really, for Paris is going to be slowing him down. He really has been a force to be reckoned with in these search and destroys, as Luca almost finds himself that first blood. A little unlucky there. Not to get it, but Shocks will find first blood, and it's Gunless that falls.
And no one's repeaking Luca again anytime soon, unless it's going to be outer pit. Shocks with that first gunfight, well, wins one. And if anyone peeks now, Arcades, well, has outer pit under lock and key.
As soon as you get that control, the control of vision, it's so important. But on the flip side, if you're Paris Legion, you don't necessarily need to challenge as, well, that's about as free a kill as Scump's ever going to get in his career. And oh! There's number 2. Kismet does find one as he hits the flank. Meanwhile, mid-map, Dens will fall. That now leaves Kismet all by himself for the 1v2. Makes it 1v1. Scump versus Kismet. And if you are Scump, you will need to plant the bomb at some point, or of course just find the kill. 55 seconds left. Kismet known for his search.
And Scump doing the smart thing as well. Looks like he's planning for the opposite side, so Kismet, even when he gets planted, yeah, he has nothing to work with. Now Scump has many options, just playing a power position, play up top, and Kismet just found a boomstick.
Now, how patient is Kismet willing to be with 34 seconds left? The plant is obviously for up top window. He has the sniper rifle out. The stun is going to connect. Now he'll spot Scump, and he has the sniper rifle in his back pocket. You just have to wait for the repeat. Now, how disciplined is Scump going to be? The stun check and the hit marker. Oh, Lord. That is so, so unfortunate. 15 seconds, Kismet lines it up again, and Scump wins the fight. Chicago 2, Paris Legion 0.
The most fortunate and unfortunate hit marker from either perspective that we have maybe seen this year. That was Kismet making the perfect play. Scump, though, just too tough to die. The Huntsman will be very happy for it. Scump 4-1, made the nice play that round to pick up 2 massive kills just to open things up, and goes clutch in the end.
Scump 4-1. Rely on the king that round. He delivers the goods in the 1v1. Arstees watching the cross. Kismet will fall for first blood. An instant response, though, from Dens, and Gunless will find Shocks. Chicago Huntsman looking good here in the game 5, and it's ironic because it's not how I would have foreseen this series going at all.
Not in the slightest with Paris Legion. They've been dealt difficult hands before. They've had some crazy comebacks. We're not to the crazy portion of it yet, but in a 3v5, it is a difficult situation to manage.
I mean, it's another one of these rounds, really, where Chicago just take full control of the map, and it makes your life so, so difficult. You're not only relying on just finding a pick if you are in the 3v5, but then you have to follow it up with potentially another one relatively quickly just to level the playing field. And then, of course, you have to plant the bomb if you want Paris Legion. So not an easy challenge as, well, they get the information on Luca, and Scump launches the nade out. Another pick for him.
That's great coordination. Envoy heard the player, never got eyes on him. Hits the nade, Scump falls up maybe a few seconds later, but enough to time it out for the kill, just to make it even more difficult for the Paris Legion to try to clutch up this round. And now you make the approach to A, you're going to need to find at least one crazy double kill.
30 seconds remain. You still, of course, do have to plant the bomb. But it's Scump currently at 5-1. You're going to have to try and shut down here. Watching the out lane. Pick does come in from Dens. Arstees falls, but 15 seconds on the clock. Now you have the information, everything you need. You just have to check the A site as Zed tries to cross. Dens, no time to plant. Round over. Chicago extend their lead. 3-0.
Scump with some beams as well. Finds a double kill at the end. Player just get caught in La La Land. He gets taken down and just take the one-on-one. And that was Dens that had the hot hand over in that past hard point. Scump, though, at least shuts him down in that one-on-one. 3 rounds in a row, full steam ahead. I believe it was 6-2, the score of the St. Petrograd S&D.
And I believe it was Chicago that went 3-0 up in that one as well. So a bit of a trend.
And Scump it 7-1 in 3 rounds. Bumping the numbers up.
And a huge 1v1 clutch as well.
Shout out to the hit marker.
Yeah.
He'll take it.
Oh, he'll definitely take it. Kismet, on the other hand, is probably a little upset about that. Zed 0-3, Luca 0-3. Start the game 5 as well. Arstees. The outside lane with that sniper rifle again. But it's Envoy, who was the playmaker in game 2. Is he going to make the play here in round 4? Not going to be the case. Shocks shuts him down.
Incredibly important first blood to get, but the Huntsman still 3 players surging forward. The round is not potentially out. Scump's gotten double kills here before. Pops the dead silence, making the exact same play.
Well, Luca will find the snipe, so no donut for him. It's his first kill. Fomo tries to take the fight unsuccessfully. Scump, that's about another free kill. Checks the same spot where he got the double kill a few rounds prior. Double not there this time. Now, the 4 versus 3. Still advantage Paris Legion. Time ticking. Chicago need to plant that bomb, and they've dedicated themselves over towards A, but Dens with the pick on towards Formal might be just enough to secure this round. if, of course, they can deal with Scump.
Looking for a kill, and Gunless is towards the bomb, but he doesn't want to plant it yet. You need to find some picks. He able to spot the second player as well. To reach out, gets the headshot, and no trades are in. Now, just get the bomb down. It already is. He's got the bomb planted. He got a 2v2.
And he has the cross. He's in the perfect spot. At 10-1, Scump is taking over game 5. Finally, Den shuts him down. It's a 1v1. Gunless is there. The king is taking over.
Scump with some absurd plays in Search and Destroy. Massive 1v1. That's a round where he gets the double kill when he's pushing up there. Finds 4 in that round. 11-2 in 4 rounds. Bump those numbers up, baby.
I was going to say, his Search KD's going to look a little nice.
I think after Minnesota, he had like a 2.12. They were 1-1.
Keep it
I think
rising.
2 players on the team had like a 0.4 and a 0.6, and he's sitting above a 2. He's got a 5.5.
Good maths. He's at currently 0-4 for Paris Legion. He won't take the bomb, but I mean, that's got to be a deflating round for Paris. You had the man advantage. You had a 2-man advantage before Scump makes the play for Chicago Huntsmen. Gunless looking to make a play defensively. There's a first blood. Instant trade, however. Paris Legion just need to get 1 round on the board. Try and build upon it. And speaking of one, as I mentioned, Zed on that donut, you'd love to see him get a kill. Build upon that as well. Get your foothold in the game. There's Kismet. I mean, right there's 1. Should find 2, unfortunately not. So the trade comes through. 3v3.
Make sure you move closer to your screens. Catch all this action. Pit control in the hands of Legion, but RCDs can tell. Players just behind that wall, not trying to give anything up. And keep in mind, if Scump's alive on the map, well, he just gets taken down as soon as you say it. The biggest sigh of relief. The Legion can breathe, but they still need to convert.
Time ticking. Less than 40 seconds left here in round 5. RC's with the pick. Now you find yourself a 2v2, and Zed did have bomb. Bear that in mind, so it's going to make Paris Legion's job a little harder. And the stun hit marker is enough for RC's to know that that push is definitely coming through. Envoy, of course, is a little worried about mid-map and may actually just try and rotate, but RC's isn't missing with a sniper either. Paris Legion, you've been plucked apart here in game 5. Round by round, kill by kill, dominance when it matters most.
Just the way everyone predicted. The Chicago Huntsmen, who have been struggling in hardpoint all year long, needing to clutch up in the Search and Destroys, where they have been nothing short of dominant. 11-2 in round count in this series alone. 11-3 by Scump. They're getting first blood. It doesn't matter. Looking for the hot 6-0.
Their search practice has definitely paid off.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
Got to close out, though. Got to close out.
Scump 11-3. Really, you look at the rest of the stats, and they're pretty good as well, but Dens is going to have a lot of work to do early, and Paris is going to try and make the comeback. First blood, but it's a very quick trade from Gunless. Bomb planted. Chicago looking to end this one quickly. Kismet doesn't get his nade through the window, so no one even going to be damaged inside the site. It's going to be a hard one for Legion to retake. 30 seconds. Kismet not going to win the gunfight at Scump in this form. You just can't kill him. Gunless shuts down Luca. Now just 2 players remain. Zed and Shocks for Paris Legion. It's a 2 versus 4 with 20 seconds on the clock. Chicago have set up perfectly. Now it's down to Zed. The 1v3 slides across. Chicago make a statement in game 5. 6-0 victory, and it was Scump who led from the very beginning. One of the best game 5s he's had in quite some time.
Tied for one of the most dominant Search and Destroy performances we have seen so far this year. I think we've had a couple 6-0s. Just tally that one to the list. 13 kills from Scump. And keep in mind, even that domination was the most dominant game we have seen so far this year. So it goes to a game 5, but in the end, was there ever any doubt?
I mean, it's a scary Chicago Huntsman, that's for sure. But credit again to Paris Legion. If you keep doubting them, they keep showing you signs that, yes, they are a top top team. Their hardpoint game specifically was phenomenal.
Delightfully impressive. I mean, great plays the whole way around. Sometimes you just have a guy like Dan's going massive, dropping 40 bombs, going absolutely crazy. Sometimes it's the incredibly smart plays, but funnily enough, they said they needed a steal respawn. They took 2, and it wasn't enough. Again, that dominating search and destroy performance, which does make this finals, Ben. Oh, it's going to be a good one.
It's going to be very spicy, that's for sure. That's going to be everything from myself and Chance. We'll now throw it down to Frankie on the main stage.
Thank you very much, boys. Excellent job this weekend, by the way. Now, this is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. I've nabbed Envoy for a good old British natter. First of all, talk me through what happened on those hard points, because Paris Legion, they surprised you.
Yeah, I mean, they put up a good fight in the hard points. I think we made a couple mistakes and let them sneak. And honestly, it just got kind of chaotic, and it felt like there was a bunch of more than there were on the map. So yeah, we'll tune it up for the next series and come out better.
Did you have much of a chance to do your research on that team, because you never played them before?
Yeah, we actually haven't played them at all online or anything because they were in Europe for a long time. So we really had no idea about their tendencies or what maps they liked. So we just stuck to our guns and we came out with a dub.
We have got Dallas Empire facing you in the grand finals next. Last time you faced them 3-1, Minnesota 3-1. What do you think the result is going to be this time?
The result doesn't matter. The map count doesn't matter. We're just going to come out with the W.
Of course, that is always the way. But do you have to change anything up, or can you just keep doing what you're doing?
We're just going to do what we know best and play some good Call of Duty.
Well, thank you very much. We love to see some great Call of Duty here in London. Congratulations, Envoy. We're going to see you very soon in the final. That was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. We've got that grand final, Chicago Huntsmen versus Dallas Empire, after the break.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
in New York City. Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
by the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Good evening, London, and good evening, YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us all day. We're here into our final match of the day, of course. And you know what? Do you know what time it is? Do you know what day this is?
Oh no, what's going on? We're getting turned, baby. Crowd, you're gonna have to get turned with us.
It's game day, presented by Game Fuel, of course. And we're getting turned up on the desk right now because I'm so excited for this final that is happening here, gentlemen behind us.
Just made the jet ski noise.
Yes,
That's the good. That's what you say when you're on a jet ski.
Yeah.
Woo!
Doug Martin.
This is really good. Wow, that's nice. Gents, of course, we do have a final on our hands. We did just see Chicago Huntsmen tear the Paris Legion's dreams apart there on the main stage, going straight to a Game 5, but I've got to say, what a turnaround from what we expected here from the Huntsmen.
That was the exact opposite of what we expected in so many ways. I mean, in your keys to victory, you said they have to come out and they have to steal a respawn. Yeah. Then you go back to the Zed interview and he says we're the best domination team in the entire bloody planet, pretty much. So the Dom goes the way, obviously, of the Huntsmen. Then a team and the Huntsmen, who have not dropped a hard point up to that moment, gonna lose both of them. So they don't steal a respawn, they rob the bank. And then the Surge, they go the other way as well.
They lose the series. That was absolutely mind-blowing. Paris had it, and they weren't able to close out Game 5. They actually got destroyed 6-0, like bodied by them. And you know, the way that Huntsman played that Search and Destroy on both maps was surgical. It was almost perfect. That round by Scump, where he was inside of the creek, picks up all 4 of those kills, the anticipation, knowing where players are going to be, on top of that, winning those gunfights and getting ready, not allowing them to trade the kill on him, that is next level Call of Duty. That's something we haven't seen Scump do in a very long time. That was amazing Search and Destroy gameplay.
If Seth looks like this all year, I mean, that would be one of the craziest things ever. And I'm going to say this right now for Gunless. I'm saying this for Pierce. Seth's Mangekyo Sharingan was awoken in that matchup. He was able to see into the minds of his opponents. It was truly fantastic to watch.
It was also the teamwork, too. Like, they were pinching, setting up those pinches on them, getting those first bloods, spreading the map, pushing up, doing what they needed to do. That was unreal by Huntsman.
It is indeed, gentlemen. And of course, Scump seems to be back in the top form that we've seen him before. He's back this year, this season, and I'm loving everything about it. Now, of course, we do have Chicago getting set up on that main stage, back-to-back games for them, of course. But that's what it takes to be a pro here. We're going to have a look at the highlights here from Chicago Huntsmen so far this season and how they've been performing. Because, gentlemen, across the board, really, from the start of this season, they really have upped their game. Each different event, you can see them already getting hyped straight away in launch weekend. What have you made so far of their debut into this brand new Call of Duty League?
Well, I mean, obviously they're fantastic, but the thing for me that keeps going through my head, you can talk about individual skill as much as you want with any of these teams. Every single squad that's here has so much individual skill. The really interesting question is what makes these squads gel? Like, what actually makes this entire roster not only be good on paper, what makes it work? We talk about some of the personalities that are on this team, and we can also talk about some of the people who are on this roster not living up to their potential on other teams, but here we are seeing everybody fire on all cylinders, and why is what I want to know.
I mean, I think it's their ability to improve. Like, we saw that they weren't the best at Search and Destroy. They come out today, they play a team who's been pretty solid in Search and Destroy, sitting at 4-2, and they just dominate them. Everybody plays incredible, and you know, where they do drop some of those hard points, you got to really look at it. On that game number 4, they were getting outslayed by about 20+ kills, and they still almost won the map. It came down to the absolute wire. So they're doing the right things in hardpoint. You get a few more kills, which is bound to happen with players of that caliber individually. Like, they're going to be fine. If their Search stays like this, they are going to be a top 2 team all year long.
We don't talk about coaches all that often, but I'm really curious if it's just Sender's coaching style that is really working, right? Like, you think about some of the other coaches that they had, 500 IQ people that sometimes are really tough on them, right? Which is always what I expected them to need. I've gamed with Sender a whole bunch. He's like he's like a parental.
He's
parent.
a laid-back vibe. You know?
Yeah. He really coddles you. No matter what you're doing with him, while you're playing with him, he makes it very nice and easy. He's always keeping the vibes really good. Maybe that's the type of coaching style that some of these players have needed.
You know what, it could be actually, because every time I've seen the campaign, I'm pretty sure I've seen him in the background giving some really good notes to the guys, and it's quite clearly paying off. But, Nameless, guess what?
Keys to victory?
Hell yeah, it is. Nameless, I want to talk about Chicago first.
Yeah, they need to replicate what they did in the last 2 games that they played against Dallas. So here's sort of a trend. They lose a different game mode each time they play Dallas. It was Search and Destroy on Arklov, and then the next time they played them, it was Hackney Domination, where they let a player sneak through all the way to their home base. So what they need to do here is replicate those last 2 performances, but don't lose hardpoint like you just did, because beating a team 3 times in a row is very difficult. I don't care who it is. If you beat a team twice like that and they have that much experience playing against you, they're going to make the necessary adjustments, and it's going to be a tall task to beat them. So let's talk about Dallas now.
Indeed. Game Fuel keys to victory for Dallas Empire, and Nameless is keeping it realistic up here.
Yeah, so they need to come out and win that game on hardpoint. You know, in that last series, we saw Chicago lose 2 hardpoints. They were undefeated prior to that. If Dallas can come out here and win that first hardpoint, they have a great chance of winning this series, because in Search and Destroy, we know how strong Empire can be. It's not going to be as easy as it just was for Huntsman to wipe the floor with these guys in Search and Destroy. That's what they need to do. They need to take command of this series early on and solidify themselves on that stage as the true champion.
I want to touch back on one thing that Nameless said. Difficult to pick up 3 wins in a row against the squad. And even in the interview, it's a preparation thing too. You can see one of the reasons that match maybe went in a direction that we weren't completely expecting. You heard in the interview with Envoy that these are teams that haven't really gotten to play each other that much, so the unexpected can really happen. At this point, you're starting to know your opponent's dance moves.
Yeah, I mean, you've played each other twice now. There's a ton of VOD because you've both played a ton of matches here this weekend and launch weekend. So these teams are going to be prepared for each other. And guess what was Dallas just doing? They were sitting in the back watching that match. Like, they know what to expect here going into these Search and Destroy. The veto process just went down. I'm expecting a banger of a series.
Yeah, they were looking at the posters up in the bedroom, really thinking about each other.
And what a story, right? Crim versus T2P,
Indeed.
First final.
Massive. And also, he called for it. On the main stage, he literally called for it. He wants this. And you're totally right. These guys, some of them are veterans here. They're going to know what they need to do. They're going to watch, like you said, like a hawk, and they're going to take that to the main stage. But we're going to have a look right now at our US Air Force quick scope, of course, because we need to compare these 2 teams. We need to talk about it side by side. We obviously have Chicago Huntsmen racking up some points very, very nicely. A bonus 10 is on the board for them tonight, but will they collect that? That is the question. How hard is this honestly going to be for Chicago Huntsmen? If you're really talking realistically here, gents.
It's going to be difficult. Like I just said, beating a team 3 times is going to be super hard. And, you know, coming off that last game, they did just lose 2 respawns. And they're going up against an Empire who's got a lot of matches under their belt. Illy and Shotzi are way more comfortable. We saw Shotzi come out of his shell. He was playing great. And we saw Illy have a crazy performance alongside Hook in their last series. Like, the more these guys play on that stage, the more warmed up they're going to get. And they're going to just get better and better. These guys are still very young, man. You give them some time, they're going to dominate. Let them fly.
I've said it since the beginning of this event. I feel like Dallas is a completely underrated team based off of what people just saw on the first week. They look even better here on the stage, but when we do look on the side of Huntsman, they also got to bring Papa Bear home a nice birthday gift.
Indeed. Well, do you know what, gentlemen? We're going to have a quick break right now, but when we come back, we do indeed have your game.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so
designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
It's your Sunday evening, it's game day, presented by Game Fuel, and we have our London final heading up on stage right now. These two teams, Chicago Huntsmen versus Dallas Empire, have battled their way onto this main stage to make it here tonight and perform to the best of their abilities, but the question is, which one is going to be going home with that all-important CTL points board a little bit higher? And that is what we're here for, guys.
And Lottie, remember what the points really looked like on the side of Dallas before we even did get here, right? And quite a lot of people kept bringing that up, and I think they've already at least silenced that.
Yeah, that's huge, right? Like, you want to get ahead in points right away, and if they're able to take this, they'll get that additional 20 points. They'll be in a great position right there at the top alongside Huntsman. So this is a massive victory for these guys, just for seeding later on, like, to get to playoffs.
It is indeed. But you know what? We're going to head right now to our US Air Force maps and modes and take a look at what is lined up for these fellas on the main stage. We've got Zia Cave starting off here, hard point. Now, gents, looking at this lineup right now, of course, we've got Piccadilly S&D right at the end there. Do we see it going to game 5?
I like this maps and modes for Dallas. Like, I like that as your Cave. Like, that's the map where they played very close at launch weekend against these guys. We saw them earlier on Piccadilly. They were absolutely fantastic. And we saw them play absolutely lights out on Hackney Yard Hardpoint. Like, these are some great maps.
That game 2, though, for Huntsman, if they can turn up like they did that last match, surely that actually could be going heavily in their favor.
They just watched them. They just watched everything the Huntsman just did. Like, these maps and modes are great for Dallas. I actually, you know, that 3 times in a row thing is serious. That's something I swore by back when I competed. Like, it was so hard to do that. I don't want to say, like, I'm leaning towards Dallas, but I think they have a really good chance to win the series.
I'm interested in that because
it's so tough for me. It's up in the air.
It's tough because Dallas really haven't been performing well, and really we've only seen them start to shine in pretty much the last couple of games that they've had. Is that enough to kind of carry the momentum Chicago have been holding pretty much all weekend, if not all the start of the season?
I don't want to call it recency bias or something like that, because I don't think that's right now. I'm trying to think of the correct term. But it's basically, I feel like you look at their schedule and you think about those matches, and it's really easy to say that they haven't been performing. And then when it starts to lighten up a little bit and they're not only going head down into the toughest teams, they look completely fine. They look beyond fine.
I just think the improvements that we've seen out of Empire and the players like Illy, players like Shotzi coming out of their shell, playing a lot better. I think in this series, after seeing those maps and modes, I'm going to make a bold claim and say that they're going to win this one 3-2. They're going to win this series. I just have a gut feeling.
He has a gut feeling, people. He's an expert for a reason, you know. So I don't know what I'm feeling right now. I think it's too difficult to tell, especially this early in the season. I can't pick. Do you know what I can pick? This insane highlight from Scumpy. Nameless, you were talking about it earlier.
That was good. That was really good, Lottie.
This was amazing, and well, we just cut out of it, but we're going to see this 1v1 victory that he gets right here. Kismet actually gets an unfortunate hit marker on a Scump. Scump gets a little bit lucky and ends up picking him off the bomb. But yeah, in that round that, you know, we were just looking at in the highlights, he was in the cave there, or excuse me, in the creek there, and he picks up 4 kills back to back. He was untradeable, guns the guy out of this cliff heady, and just dominates the round. It was absolutely incredible, the anticipation, the gunfight wins, and this little jump shot here is a bit cheeky out of Scump.
I mean, looking at the way that he is set up there, his positioning is perfect. He has read them so well, but only his patience as well, coming through there massively. You can push. You can sometimes push a little too hard and give your position away, and then obviously you get traded out. But he just was, he was going for it, but in the best way possible.
He looked like Nicolas Cage in Next. He was absolutely seeing the future. The question is he going to be able to do it again? Seth, the new Nicolas Cage.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Well, we're really excited for this final. But you know what? We need to meet our finalists on that main stage right now. Frankie, we're heading over to you.
Thank you, Lottie. Now, first up is a team whose campaign has only just begun, the Chicago Huntsmen.
He's going to get caught, but they line up for Scump, and Scump, the king. This is dangerous. 10 in a row. Gunless keeps on rolling. 9. Formal hits the shot.
Doesn't have to move. He goes!
Oh my lord!
For our second finalist, the last two encounters with the Huntsmen have not gone their way, but maybe third time's gonna be the charm for Dallas Empire.
Gilbert on the flank, it's gonna be Glacier, and Glacier's gonna get bumped. Four gonna drop three. They're gonna get the clear. You gotta go fast, you gotta go quick, you gotta go that way out. It's chaos.
All right, London, let's hear it for your two final teams, Chicago Huntsmen and Dallas Empire! Mixed reaction there. I heard more noise for Dallas Empires. I know what those boom means. Now, let's head back to Lottie and the guys on the desk because I need to hear their predictions.
Damon, come up here really quick. Damon's over there. Come up here real quick. I want to hear your prediction, man.
Here we go. Here we go. We got the king,
Who's
Karma,
winning?
here
Who
right
do you
now.
think's taking-
3 rings.
I think, realistically, Chicago, because we had very close series versus Dallas, and we were playing pretty poorly.
Okay. Statement.
Thank you, man.
I mean, we almost... Did we win a search versus Dallas? Almost.
You almost did.
We almost did.
You were up 5-2.
And we are very bad at search.
I wouldn't say you're very bad. You're getting there.
Well, we were getting there, but
I think you guys have the
I don't know.
most
I would
round
say
wins.
Chicago, and since they're off a hot win, I would say it'd be mind-blowing if they didn't win, but you never know. They have a lot of veterans on Dallas, and it is possible.
All right, I'm going to take that as my prediction. I'm going to use Damon's prediction.
I already told you it's going to be 3-2 Dallas.
Karma, I want to know one
The third time
thing.
is the charm, dude. It's so hard to beat.
I want to know
I
one
believe
thing before
guys,
you go.
But I think we're going to have a great match, but I think Chicago will win, and if not, well, maybe we're better than we think.
Karma, before you go, I want to know one thing just before you go.
He's back.
Can we see you guys improve and come through this season hotter than ever?
Us? Well, we have a lot to figure out. Our respawns are 50-50. We're really good at domination, though, 4-1. Our S&D, well, we finally won an S&D, but everything else, I don't know. We're really 50-50 right now, but that's kind of why I think Chicago will win, because we almost took Dallas in the first one. The second one, I'd say, was not as close as the first one. So I don't know. I think Chicago is just a stronger team overall.
Love it. Do you know what, Karma? I can't wait to see you guys back again. Let's go. The honesty is unreal up here. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Thank you, Karma. Right, do you know what? We're going to get right now to our casters because our game is ready. But
as well.
what
And
an
especially
amazing
if I
game day
have to
by
listen to
Game
Clint.
Fuel. These two are just talking next to me. They don't even care. But they're just very excited, obviously, about this game. But gentlemen, up in the box, casting this insane final. Tell me how you guys are feeling.
I feel great. It's like 10 p.m., but I'm feeling good. The caffeine has been flowing as we get ready for what? This is our first home series final. Our London home.
Much better. Much better. I agree with them. But
I do talk too much. Unfortunately, I get paid money to talk, but as we gotta get into this. And this has been, what, this is the third time we're gonna see these teams play.
Yep.
The third time already in just a couple of weeks. It's an instant rivalry because of, like, what, just Krim and Seth alone has created that. But let's take a look at the head-to-head. And what I think is crucial here, we can take a look at the KD. So the big thing is what? They split the searches, they split the DOMs. The big standout is that Dallas has not been able to win a hard point against them, but we just saw Huntsmen lose both their hard points in the last series. So, are they a little vulnerable, Joe, there?
I don't know, man. I think we underestimate how good of a respawn team Paris Legion is. And for Chicago, is their first series of the day. They come off that hot win. They win both Search and Destroys. I mean, they are 4-0 against Dallas Empire in Hardpoint right now. And I love what Nameless said. I think map 1 is so important for the Dallas Empire. They have to get a respawn under their belt in this series.
All right, well, Joe, we did Paris, New York, their second matchup earlier today. You said to me probably 5 times, it is harder to beat a team the second time. This is now the third time.
3 times.
How much do you think, with your pro player experience, does that apply to this particular matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You're going to continue to make adjustments, but with what we just saw stats-wise, like there can't be a 0.3 difference in the hard points, right? It's not like the games were close. The game that was close in Minnesota was this first map, that Hardpoint Azir Cave. So it's not a map we saw. A lot of teams got away from it in the veto process. So maybe what Dallas is thinking is, you know what, they don't have a lot of reps on this weekend. Let's get out hot, let's get out fast, and maybe they can take map
So yeah,
one.
the first 2 maps mimic what we saw in Minnesota, correct? Yep. So what, we're gonna go to Cave, and then we go to Our Club. Now what's interesting about the map too when we get there is, when these 2 teams first played Our Club in Minnesota, Huntsman got smoked. Yeah, it was a 6-1 that got dominated, but we just watched Huntsman look very, very good on that in map 5. You saw the highlights from Scump. They look very, very good. And you know, all the chatter we heard about the time they were putting into Search, it seems like we've seen some improvements there. I think that's going to be a real eye-opener, is how that game 2 goes.
Yeah, you know who else was watching that? Dallas Empire.
Yeah,
you know, they're in the background, right? Just writing down strategies. They know the tendencies now of Chicago, where people are playing, where their sort of default setups are. So
that's a good point.
I think that's a great veto for Dallas, because you're confident in it, and you just watch what changes that they made probably to try to beat you later on in this tournament like we're about to see.
Is there anything more important than the hard points, though, considering Dallas hasn't been able to take one yet?
Is there anything more? I mean, trying to, you know, win that domination, right? It's one that they split that game 3. It could be such a big swing map, and we just saw that. I mean, Chicago, they looked great on that Petra.
Well, what we were talking about, the maps and modes now presented by the U.S. Air Force, maps 1 and 2, what we saw in Minnesota as they matched up. Both DOMs they played on Hackney. Now they're going to be going to Petro. So a bit of a difference there. We've seen both squads on Piccadilly as well, but not against each other within this. Oh, wait, no, we did see them against each other, right? The Piccadilly, the game 5.
Yeah, we saw them yesterday.
Yes, correct. So there's a lot of rematches already within these couple of weeks of matchup we've seen between these 2 squads, but I don't know. It's hard to down Huntsman right now. I know they just had a very tough series, but I think that was good for them in the sense of they did sit around a long time today because they won their 2 matches yesterday. They got into the bracket play right away. They sat around, but they had a very long series. So I don't think there can be any excuses about not being warm, not being hot. Like, they had an hour and a half, 2-hour series to get things going.
I just think it's crazy because one of the sort of keys for the old Optic dynasty, right, that T2P, your Crim and your Karma, the way you beat them in a series was always taking Search and Destroys. So the fact that they were just able to win both, right? They were put to the test. They lost 2 hard points.
True.
Just says so much to me about this team.
All right, Joe. It is time. Here we go. It is the London Home Series Final. Our first ever Home Series Final that we've had for the 2020 season. And it could not be a better matchup. It's Huntsman going up against Empire.